On July 6, survivors began to straggle down the other side of the mountain. Weak, famished, in tatters, it was all they could do to pick their way down the steep escarpments. At Sacha, jubilant Granadans rushed out to meet them with food and drink, horses and weapons. The village women, filled with sympathy for the half-naked soldiers, set to work, making them shirts, trousers, underwear, and jackets sewn from their own clothes. Bolivar had chosen the route well, for there was no one to challenge the Patriot presence. The Spaniards had dismissed the Paramo de Pisba as too difficult a crossing, there were no guards in the area, no enemy garrisons for miles. The expedition would have precious time to recover. Over the next few days, while the army rested, the British Legion trickled into Sacha, lugging the liberating army's trunks and ammunition. Most of it had been badly damaged. Bolivar didn't waste time fretting about the loss. He busied himself organizing supplies, raising troops, making sure the sick were minded and the hungry fed, as well as gathering intelligence on royalist movements. Granadans, who had suffered 3 years of harsh rule under their tyrannical viceroy, now rushed to enlist in Bolivar's effort, as one village after another welcomed him with open arms. The young Granadan General Santander later wrote of Bolivar's efforts, "Here is where this man distinguishes himself above all the rest, exhibiting extraordinary resolve and energy. In 3 days, he remounts and arms the cavalry, musters ammunition, reassembles the army, then sends out patrols, energizes the citizens, and plans an all-out attack." The liberation of New Granada came quickly only days after the last of Bolivar's soldiers descended the snowy heights of Pisba. It was a measure of Bolivar's genius that his army had met with no resistance, the test now would be to spring that army into a winning war. At dawn on July 25, one day after his 36th birthday, Bolivar's soldiers met the Spaniards in a battle at Pantano de Vargas, a hill-rimmed swampland about 120 miles northeast of Bogotá. Brigadier José María Barrero and his royalists had all the advantages: higher ground, more troops, better arms and training. But just when all seemed lost for the Patriots, a blistering fire on all sides, their forces surrounded Bolivar shouted to the horseman Rondon, who had been the hero at Caseras del Medio, "Colonel, save the Republic." The fearless cowboy led his plainsmen in a furious charge up the hill, and, swinging machetes and spears, managed to drive the Spaniards from that promontory. The Patriots, elated, now fought with renewed zeal. Rattled by this reversal, the Royalists shrank in alarm, then rushed to withdraw, especially as rain began to spill from the darkening heavens. Santander would later say that the battle at Pantano de Vargas was won by the horsemen's intensity and a British calm, and because Bolivar, like some mythic war god, seemed to appear everywhere at once. The Patriots had more advantages than that. The core of Bolivar's troops, seasoned, challenged, culled to an able few, were a well-honed fighting force now. The Spaniards, terrified by the Liberator, by his legendary war to the death, by his startling appearance on their side of the Andes, simply lost their nerve. Barrero's army may have had the numbers, the equipment, the spangled uniforms, the peninsular training, and certainly the optimism of Barrero himself, but, as Bolivar understood, they had a distinct and crushing disadvantage: they were afraid. The determining Battle of Boyaca was fought a few days later, on August 7. But by now, the balance of power had shifted. It was no longer the Spaniards who were trying to block Bolivar from marching to Bogotá, it was Bolivar trying to block the Spaniards from reuniting with their viceroy and collecting badly needed reinforcements. By mid-morning of that fateful day, the Liberator's army had taken a position near the bridge at Boyaca, on a hill that oversaw the road to the capital, Bogotá. At 2 in the afternoon, the Royalist army appeared. Brigadier Barrero sent out a vanguard, assuming that the row of patriots he saw on the far bluff was merely a band of observers. He ordered his second-in-command, Colonel Francisco Jimenez, to scare them off so that the main body of his troops, 3,000 strong, could pass. But Bolivar accelerated the patriot march, and before long his entire army coursed over the hill, wave after wave of roaring soldiers. Rondon's horsemen, in galloping charge, plunged like a knife into the royalists' tidy formation, dispersing them like a flock of sheep. General Anzoátegui then fell upon the same soldiers with his hardened veterans. Santander flew after their vanguard and overtook them. By 4 o'clock, it was done. The Spanish commander, in desperation, tried to retreat to a hillside to regroup his forces, but by then his army had been devastated. 200 lay dead in the open meadow, the rest were in disarray. When Anzoátegui's cavalry charged up that hill with bloodied lances, the Spaniards laid down their arms. 1,600 royalists were taken prisoner that afternoon. The battle had taken all of 2 hours. In the course of that conflagration, many of the British were wounded. O'Leary had taken a gash in the head. Colonel Rooke had sustained a grave wound to his left arm. When the field surgeon amputated that arm in order to save his life, Rooke grasped the hewn limb with his good hand, thrust it high in the air, and shouted, "Viva la Patria!" Someone asked, which country, England or Ireland, but the Irishman shook his head. "The one that will bury me," he said. 3 days later, his corpse was lowered into Colombian soil. On the evening of that battle, Pedro Martinez, a 12-year-old stable hand in Bolivar's retinue, noticed 2 men crouched in a gully by the river. When he and an armed companion surprised them where they hid, the runaways tried to pay him off with a few gold coins. But the boy refused. By the time the youths had escorted their prisoners back to the Patriot camp, they knew that one of them was Brigadier Barrero. The army had already captured his second in command, Colonel Jimenez. For all that the Spaniards had agonized about Bolivar's legendary war to the death, not one prisoner taken at the Battle of Boyaca was singled out for execution. Bolivar would be generous to Barrero and his officers, making it clear that he planned to pursue an exchange of prisoners. But as the battle drew to a close and Bolivar chased stragglers over the rolling hills for many miles and managed to apprehend some, he chanced upon a face he knew. It was Francisco Vinani, the Republican traitor who, in 1812, had thrown open the dungeons of Porto Cabello and turned over that valuable fortress to the Spaniards. The infamous Vinani, whose treasonous act had precipitated the most bitter and damaging experience of Bolivar's career. The Liberator had always said that if he ever got his hands on Vinani, he would extract a cruel revenge. He pulled the prisoner out of the lineup and ordered his men to hang him. With the road to the capital open now, Bolivar and a small squadron set out for Bogotá. As one of his officers wrote, "A lightning bolt doesn't fall from the sky as swiftly as General Bolivar descended on the capital." He rode, ragged and shirtless, his coat fluttering against bare skin, for all 70 miles of the journey. As he raced through the humid countryside, his wild long hair riding the wind, he hardly looked like a general who had vanquished a king's army. But it was so. His war to the death, discarded so many years before, now worked greatly to his favor. The Spaniards in Bogotá fled the capital with little more than the clothes on their backs, abandoning houses, businesses, the entire viceregal treasury, to the Patriot army. Viceroy Juan José de Samano, author of so many atrocities against New Granadans, had no time to worry about the fate of his people now. The viceroy saved himself, stealing away in the guise of a lowly Indian. By the time Bolivar strode into his palace, he was gone. In the official report to Spain's Ministry of War, the most important Spaniard in those American colonies, General Murillo, would sum it up this way: "The rebellious Bolivar has occupied the capital of Bogotá, and the deadly outcome of this battle gives him dominion over the enormous resources of a highly populated, abundantly rich nation, from which he will take whatever he needs to prolong the war. This unfortunate loss delivers into rebel hands, apart from the kingdom of New Granada, many ports in the south, where he will now deploy his pirates. The interior of the continent, all the way to Peru, is at the mercy of whoever rules in. In just one day, Bolivar has undone all we have accomplished in 5 years of this campaign, and in one single battle he has reconquered all the territory that soldiers of the king have won in the course of so many past conflagrations. Chapter 10. The Way to Glory. A weak man requires a long fight in order to win. A strong one delivers a single blow and an empire vanishes. Simon Bolivar. Bolivar dismounted swiftly and ran up the steps of the viceroy's palace. It was 5 p.m. and the mountain air was beginning to regain its vigor. It had been unseasonably warm, a stifling day in the capital. Dazed and disbelieving, the Republicans of Bogota had just begun to emerge from the torpid ignorance in which the viceroy had kept them. They had been told the royalists had prevailed at Pantano de Vargas, which was patently untrue, but then came the Spaniards' swift and frenzied departure from the capital, the stores of gunpowder detonating in the distance. As Bolivar rode into the vice-regal capital, hurtling along the city streets windblown and shirtless citizens ventured out, curious at first, and then in wild, gleeful abandon. He astonished the throngs, according to one witness, with his memory for names. He greeted Granadans as he went, although it had been more than 4 years since he had seen them. His movements were quick, economical, with little apparent regard for the grandness of the moment, his energy electric, despite the 8-hour ride. Once he was inside the palace, Republican leaders asked if he didn't want to rest a while, and he responded, "Absolutely not. I never tire on a horse." He addressed them briskly, courteously, grasping the lapels of his jacket as he spoke. Mainly, he asked questions, and, as they answered, he crossed his arms and listened intently. He asked about his benefactor and supporter Camilo Torres, the former Republican president. The president had been brutally executed and dismembered by Murillo's officers, his head thrust on a spear and displayed a few yards from the very spot where Bolivar now stood. Bolivar asked, too, about President Torres's, the young warlord of Cartagena who had welcomed him years before, and whose head had met the same fate as Torres's, on a spear, in front of that palace. As Bolivar glanced about, it was clear that Viceroy Samano's reign had taken a hard toll on the people. He could see evidence of it etched deeply into their faces. He wrote to his vice president in Venezuela to report that Bogota was his now. The viceroy had fled in such a fright that he had left a bag of gold on his desk, 500,000 pesos in the treasury, and enough arms and munitions to supply an entire army. In the course of a single battle, Bolivar had toppled his iron rule. But not until hours before the Liberator's arrival had Viceroy Samano realized his reign was over. He had been dining with his courtiers, blithely unaware that his army had been crushed, his commanding officer taken prisoner. Because Brigadier Barrero had lied to him about the outcome of the battle at Pantano de Vargas, calling himself the victor, the viceroy believed that Bolivar's ragtag soldiers were not a threat and Spain's army was invincible. The viceroy had been bragging about Barrero to his dinner guests on that evening of August 8 when an official burst into the room with news that the king's army had been vanquished at Boyaca, the commander taken prisoner, and patriot forces were fast approaching the capital. "All is lost," the official wailed. "Bolivar is upon us." As a historian of the day recounted it, the bravura of the viceroy quickly evaporated into terror, and all he could think of was saving his own skin. He fled west to the Magdalena, disguised as a lowly peasant, then embarked incognito for the 500-mile voyage downriver to Cartagena and, eventually, across the seas to Spain. When Bolivar dispatched a division to apprehend him, he was gone, lost among the crowds, one more traveler on a busy waterway. Bolivar went through the viceroy's palace, amazed by the riches that had been abandoned in the mass evacuation, but he was careful not to gloat. As far as he was concerned, the war had not ended with the liberation of Bogota. There was much yet to accomplish. Caracas was not free, Murillo was still on the loose, and, in spite of all patriot advances, Spain still controlled a number of vital areas: Coro, Cartagena, Cúcuta, Pasto, Quito, the viceroyalty of Peru. There was no question that Bolivar was thrilled by the victory at Boyaca and sure of its consequences, but he made no public claims. He kept his generals on the move, enlisted prisoners to the Patriot side, and worked hard to raise more troops. Yet even with the seriousness of the work at hand, Bolivar never failed to enjoy light-hearted pursuits. He played cards with his officers, bantered with them, rode with them, organized festive celebrations. Soon after his entry into the capital, he gave a fancy ball for all the leading families of Bogotá. That night, just before dinner, Colonel James Hamilton, a British officer with whom he had developed a warm friendship, arrived in such a state of dishabille that Bolivar couldn't help but express surprise. "My good and brave colonel," he gasped, when he saw him, "what a dirty shirt you have on." There was good reason for Bolivar's candor. A year before, when he had lost all his shirts in battle, Hamilton had generously given him 6 of his own. The Englishman now apologized for his slovenliness and explained that he was wearing the only shirt he owned. Bolivar chuckled and ordered his servant, José Palacios, to fetch the colonel a clean shirt, but Palacios only stared at his master, until Bolivar was forced to say, "Well, why don't you go?" The servant stammered, "Your Excellency has but 2 shirts, one is on your back, the other is in the wash." Bolivar and the colonel laughed heartily at that. Shirts had always been a precious commodity in the revolution, lost in transport, seized in battle, used as tourniquets, robbed from corpses. Now they had become a source of brief merriment between 2 men who, until that war, had never lacked for sartorial finery. The official celebration of Bolivar's victory was held on September 18, and all Bogotá turned out for the festivities. Church bells pealed, 20 young beauties in pristine white dresses came forward gamely to bestow crowns of laurels, and Bolivar marched alongside Santander and Anzoátegui in a victory procession that led to the very square where so many of his cohort had died. But even with all the joy and high spirits, few Granadans understood how momentous their victory truly was. In 75 days, in a wholly improvised maneuver, Bolivar had freed New Granada and opened the way for the liberation of much of Spanish America. His march over the Cordillera had much in common with Hannibal's over the Alps, except that terrain and climate were harsher in the Andes, and Hannibal had taken years to prepare for the challenge. San Martin had crossed the Andes, too, on the far south of the continent, but, like Hannibal, he had trained his soldiers for years in advance. Bolivar's genius was to achieve the feat as an improvisation, fashion his strategy on the fly. As one historian put it, he had fulfilled all of Napoleon's maxims: destroy the army, capture the capital, conquer the country, but he had realized them in one sweeping motion. As Bolivar himself had written prophetically 4 years before, a weak man requires a long fight in order to win. A strong one delivers a single blow and an empire vanishes. For all the grandness of the victory procession, for all the pomp and apotheosis of the ceremony, the Liberator again proved human. He had an eye on one of the beauties in white, a lovely dark-eyed girl of 17, Bernardina Ibanez. He had met her 6 years before, as a guest in her parents' house during his campaign up the Magdalena River. She had been a child then, now she was in the full flower of young womanhood, an irresistible beauty whose charms escaped no one's notice. The British Captain Charles Cochrane described her as an ebony-haired Venus with the eyes of a coquette and the lips of an angel. Bolivar was taken with her immediately. He danced with her at the ball and began seriously to court her favor. Some historians say she became one of the great infatuations of his life. But she was already in love with one of Bolivar's most able colonels, Ambrosio Plaza, and the young lovers hoped to marry. Although Bolivar considered sending his officer far away so that he could have Bernardina to himself, General Santander interceded. Santander pleaded with Bolivar to allow the young man to stay in Bogotá and remain by Bernardina's side. Eventually, Bolivar agreed, writing to Santander good-naturedly, "No doubt this marriage will please you, for it is sure to increase the population of young Granadans. Me, too, for I love this young couple." There was good reason for Santander's interest in the girl's welfare. He had fallen into an ardent affair with her older sister, Nicolasa, a married woman whose royalist husband had fled all too conveniently in the evacuation. The Ibanez women would be the source of much gossip in New Granada for months, even years, to come. Triumph, as it turned out, was an aphrodisiac, and balls and parades somehow always managed to sharpen Bolivar's appetite for a woman. But if he couldn't have Bernardina, he could always count on his mistress, Pepita. In a letter to Vice President Zia soon after his arrival in Bogotá, he included a personal note: "I hope you will look after the female visitors who await me there." It was a reference to Pepita, her mother and sister, all of whom, he reasonably assumed, had reached Angostura safely. Months would pass before he learned that Pepita had died trying to reach him. For the moment, however, the very thought of his high-spirited mistress was comfort enough. He was eager to see her again. Bolivar now threw himself into the business of establishing a government in Bogotá. It was no secret that he wanted to join New Granada to Venezuela and, in so doing, create a larger, more resilient nation. But before he could achieve that more perfect union, he had to return to his fractious land and finish its revolution. He needed to work quickly, keep patriot enthusiasms alive. Within the course of a few weeks, he established the bare bones of government: a Supreme Court, a system of provincial governors, a police force. He elected a Minister of War and a Minister of the Interior. He appropriated Spain's coveted gold, silver, and emerald mines, putting into practice the recommendations made by his old friend Baron von Humboldt. He revoked the king's taxes, confiscated Spanish property, set up a school for orphans, instituted a fund for war widows, and levied fines on priests who continued to support the Spanish cause. He also issued an open letter to Viceroy Samano, proposing an exchange of prisoners. In trade for the charismatic Borrero, the Adonis of Bogotá, as women liked to call him, he hoped to secure the freedom of a number of valuable Republicans. But the Viceroy, on the run and obsessed with his own safety, never replied to Bolivar, and so the fate of Brigadier Borrero and his officers was left to chance. Although Bolivar soon managed to construct a rudimentary government, he had never been a man for the desk. Dealing with the minutiae of paperwork was always sheer torment for him. He needed an amanuensis who could govern the country and attend to details while he moved on to the more pressing business of liberation. In late September, just before he announced his return to Venezuela, Bolivar named General Santander to the post of vice president, entrusting to that methodical, inordinately ambitious, and mercurial man the foundation of a new republic. No sooner had Bolivar departed Bogotá than Santander began to impose his own stamp on the country. He was a jurist by training, a man of the law, as Bolivar called him, and thus well suited to the business of government. He was also an indefatigable worker, spending long days at his desk, writing memoranda, decrees, statutes. It is no exaggeration to say that Santander constructed the legal foundation for democracy in Colombia. But he was also a complicated man, sullen, calculating, peevish, and far too much in love with money. Along the way, he had acquired a streak of cruelty, and a deep aversion to admitting his own mistakes. The horsemen of Venezuela, with whom he had once served, had never liked him, and said so openly. There was a reason for it: he had always been a mediocre soldier, lacking the physical prowess of a true warrior. But in the halls of government the man shone. Indeed, Santander had much to offer Bolivar during this crucial period in the history of New Granada. He dove happily into the complex business of administration that Bolivar so deeply abhorred. But on October 11, within days of the Liberator's departure, Bolivar was given a hint of the bad he would have to suffer along with the good in his vice president. Santander summarily ordered Brigadier Borrero and 38 prisoners of war to be taken from jail and marched to the main square to be executed. They were led four abreast, dragging their noisy chains to the very place on the plaza where so many Republican leaders had met bloody ends. Borrero was ordered to kneel, at which point he realized why he had been brought there, and then he was shot in the back without preliminaries or explanation. After that, all remaining 38 were lined up and gunned down. General Santander watched the killings from atop his horse, peering out from the gate that led to the government palace. He spoke a few words of approval, then led a parade complete with triumphant song through the streets of Bogotá. His celebration continued into the night, with a grand ball at the palace. Republicans were horrified. Barrero may have been a Spaniard, but the people of Bogotá had had considerable respect, even admiration, for the dashing young officer. They liked his soldierly grit, his personable manner. There was an additional, poignant detail, which surprised no one in those days of jumbled allegiances: the Spanish brigadier was engaged to be married to the sister of a Republican soldier. Thrust to his knees, Barrero came to the swift realization that they meant to kill him, and so asked one thing only: that his executioners remove a tiny portrait of his fiancée from the pocket nearest his heart. Even in Venezuela, the shootings were seen as cowardly, unnecessary, inhumane. Republican authorities tried to dissociate themselves from the atrocity, refusing to write it into the public acts. If the patriots had learned anything from 10 long years of struggle, it was that blood sacrifices, wars to the death, were damaging to their revolution. They wanted no part of them. When Santander tried to explain himself in a private letter to Bolivar, the words rang hollow: "In the end, I had to get rid of Barrero and his 38 companions. The pressure was making me crazy, the public was up in arms, and nothing good was going to come from keeping them behind bars." He made it seem as if all the prisoners had been Spanish officers, which they were not, and that their very presence on earth had been a threat to New Granada. In closing, he added slyly, "The records have been doctored, but since even you are not immortal, and since I cannot govern forever, it's essential that your reply cover me for all time." Bolivar's reply did just that. The Liberator's ire barely showed behind the conciliatory phrases. "I have learned with great regret of the deceitful conduct of our prisoners of war, which forced you to shoot them even though we were waiting to negotiate an exchange that might have given honor to the Republic. Our enemies will not believe that our harshness is an act of justice. But be that as it may, I thank your Excellency for your zeal and dedication in the attempt to save the Republic with such an unpopular measure." For the next 2 months, Bolivar moved tirelessly from town to town, gradually making his way to Venezuela. Riding his legendary white horse, Palomo, acquired before the Battle of Boyacá, he traced a circuitous route from Tunja to Bucaramanga to Pamplona. He enlisted troops as he went, raised money for arms, conferred with his officers. In every town he was met by adoring crowds and triumphant processions, and at every point he worked avidly to keep the revolutionary spirit alive. He posted flyers, distributed literature. He was a fervent believer in the power of the written word, and, although Spaniards laughed at him for it, he always carried a printing press on military campaigns and into battle. It was a cumbersome contraption, requiring many pack animals for its portage, but to him it was as essential a weapon in war as any cannon. There was no maneuver and certainly no victory tour that couldn't profit from a well-worded broadside. There was, too, hardly a stop in that protracted voyage that wasn't accompanied by a jubilant ball celebrating the Republic. Bolivar deeply understood the psychological value of a festive ritual, the confidence and loyalty that a high-spirited bread and circus could inspire. But there was another reason for hosting a ball at every opportunity. The Liberator loved to dance. The waltz was his favorite, and he was inclined to dance it for hours at a time if he had a good partner into the wee hours of morning. He would revel in the music, the physical exertion of it, until, filled with a new energy, he would leave the floor briefly to issue a battery of letters, orders, publications. Like Caesar or Napoleon, he dictated several at once, to 2 or 3 different secretaries. He formulated ideas quickly, pacing the room or swinging vigorously in his hammock, and then he would rush back to dance some more. He found that in dancing, concepts became clearer, his writing more eloquent. "There are men," he would say, "who need to be alone and far from the hubbub to be able to think or mull. I deliberated, reflected, and mulled best when I was at the center of the revelry among the pleasures and clamor of a ball. But the war was all-consuming, even on the dance floor. Revolution was constantly on his mind. As he traveled through New Granada, being toasted for his heroics, he was working to increase his army, which despite Murillo's fears was pitifully depleted. In Pamplona, he met his generals Sebald and Anzoátegui, and with them planned an offensive against Murillo, but the Spanish general seemed in no hurry to engage them. He was biding his time in the Venezuelan hills, waiting out the rainy season, putting off hostilities until he received the promised reinforcements from Madrid. When Bolivar finally crossed into Venezuela, he was given the unexpected news that his vibrant young general Anzoátegui, whose valor had emboldened them all at the Battle of Boyaca, had taken ill and died. Bolivar could hardly believe it. Anzoátegui had seemed, when Bolivar laid eyes on him only days before, the very picture of health, strong, barely 30, with a wife who anxiously awaited him and an infant he had never seen. Bolivar was devastated, as stricken as he had been to lose Girardot so many years before. But other reports would conspire to vex him. Surely it was here, as he made his way back to Angostura, that Bolivar learned Pepita was dead, too. He had not been true to her, he had not been true to any one woman since his wife's death, but he had cared for Pepita deeply. She had always been a comfort in difficult times, a vivacious, passionate companion, and he had sorely missed her affections. But as demoralizing as all this news might have been, his personal grief was quickly overshadowed by the intelligence he was receiving about Venezuela itself. He had thought that he was returning to some semblance of the country he had left behind, but as he descended the Cordillera, rode across the parched plains, and sailed down the low waters of the Orinoco, he began to hear of the political bedlam that had overtaken Angostura in his absence. There were rumors of insubordination. The warlords he'd thought he'd tamed had gone back to their old, defiant ways. Pease, he now learned, had ignored his command to march west and check the enemy's movements. Moreno had disregarded orders and refused to join forces with Bermudez. Worst of all, Arizamendi, spinning off into a wild revolution of his own, had to be apprehended, brought to the capital of Angostura, and thrown into jail. Vice President Zia may have been an erudite scholar and skilled orator, but he was a weak leader overall and had fallen victim to running gossip that Bolivar had been routed by Murillo's army and was languishing in a dungeon in Bogotá, or that he had simply fled a deserter and outlaw into the vast expanse of New Granada. As the reins slipped daily from his hands, Zia found it impossible to control Venezuela's warlords. He was a Granadan, after all, a mousy little foreigner with no military experience, and they had little respect for a chieftain who couldn't swing a sword. Congress, fidgety and nervous, began to worry that in Zia's uncertain hands the Republic would surely fail. Before long, members began to conspire with one another and, from captivity, Arizamendi shrewdly worked to build a constituency among them. Moreno, whom Zia had unwisely relieved of his command, suddenly appeared in the capital and joined Arizamendi in the intrigue. In the face of those two indisputable heroes of the revolution, the bookish Zia didn't stand a chance. Eventually he was forced to step down. In an extraordinary reversal of fortune, the swashbuckling Arizamendi went from prison to palace, where he was named Vice President of the Republic. His first official act was to make Moreno commanding general of the armed forces of the East. Bolivar arrived in Angostura at 3 o'clock in the morning on December 11, 1819, well aware by now that the fate of the Republic hung in the balance. As always, when things were at their worst, Bolivar was at his calmest. He disembarked in the capital as if all were under control, as if he had hardly left it, although he had been gone for almost a year. Despite the late hour, the citizens rushed to greet him. They were hardly prepared for his arrival, unaware until 2 hours before that he was alive and on his way. Arizamendi was gone, on a tour of inspection. Moreno was in the north, reorganizing his army. Even so, Bolivar was met by resounding cheers and a round of salvos. Surprised, ecstatic, the people of Angostura welcomed their long-gone hero and carried him triumphantly to the palace. He was careful to treat his minions with great respect and equanimity, even those who had declared the Bolivarian era finished. Exhausted after his arduous 64-day voyage, he rested for 2 days, took measure of the situation, and received Zia and others privately in his quarters. Arizmendi, who had arrived in Angostura only hours after Bolivar, had thought the pealing bells, salvos, and fireworks had been for him, but realized what was happening when he heard the shouts of "Long live Bolivar," and his own secretary hurrying away, warning him with an ominous, "Farewell, General." When Arizmendi saw him, nevertheless, Bolivar was the essence of collegiality. He congratulated the vice president heartily for reorganizing the military, staging an admirable defense of the capital, and showing just enough muscle to scare off the royalists. As soon as those two met, an English seaman reported, Bolivar evinced the same affectionate joy that he would have shown at meeting a brother from whom he had been long separated. He embraced the general, kissed his veteran cheek, encircled him in his arms, and pressed him to his bosom repeatedly, exclaiming as if with the warmest delight, "Mi querido General." Overcome by the Liberator's generosity, Arizmendi submitted his resignation. Bolivar returned him to the governorship of Margarita, pretended no knowledge of the intrigues, and reinstated Zia. Allowing everyone to save face, including his petulant warlords, Bolivar was able to restore order. It was as if nothing at all had happened in his absence. On December 14, Bolivar addressed the members of Congress, calling for the union of Venezuela and New Granada and the creation of a new American nation that straddled the continent from sea to sea. This was the dream for which he had labored on both sides of the Andean Cordillera, a goal, he said, he had set almost a decade before, during his earliest fighting days. By the time the legislators voted, that sprawling territory would include the former colony of Quito and embody a remarkably diverse land mass that joined jungle to mountain, valley to desert, and bustling cities to desolate plains. He called it the Republic of Greater Colombia. The eloquence of Bolivar, the enthusiasm of Zia, the sheer optimism of the moment after what had been such a querulous time were convincing enough for the beleaguered legislators. On December 17, Congress passed a law joining the former Spanish colonies. In one masterful stroke, Bolivar made Venezuela, a colony that had been struggling fitfully against Murillo, part of the victorious republic that Murillo had just lost. Bolivar and Zia were soon elected president and vice president of that new, larger nation. Santander was confirmed vice president of the state of New Granada, and Rocio, one of the original signers of Venezuelan independence, was named vice president on the Venezuelan side. In their supreme confidence, the Congress left the question of Quito's command to be resolved when Bolivar had actually confirmed its liberation. Tired of being traded capriciously between the viceroyalties of Peru and New Granada, Quito had asserted its independence early. But whether the people of Quito or New Granada wanted to be part of Greater Colombia was not even considered. For now, what was important despite all apparent obstacles was momentum and revolutionary will. Bolivar left Angostura at the end of December, eager to press on against the Spaniards while he had them on the defensive. His title of President and Liberator secure, he had the complete loyalty of his officers, and he ordered them now to take strategic positions in the north, along the coast, with all eyes on Caracas. Arizmendi would resume control of Margarita, Urdaneta would march toward Caracas, Sebald would escort a fresh infusion of British soldiers down the Orinoco, Bermudez would command them in the Apure, and Pease would prepare a major offensive to the west. They would squeeze Murillo's army until it had nowhere to go but home. Bolivar could hardly know it, but he would receive most help from Spain itself, where a major expedition of reinforcements was suddenly halted by a sharp turn in the country's politics. Murillo had asked King Ferdinand for 20,000 soldiers and a fleet of 47 warships to rout Bolivar decisively and drive all his pirates from the Caribbean. The Ministry of War had agreed to provide Murillo with at least 4,000 of those troops, and had gone so far as to ask Russia for help in the naval transports. But on January 1, 1820, the men who were in Cadiz waiting to be shipped out to America rose up in violent rebellion. Many were veterans of the Napoleonic Wars and, even though they had expelled Napoleon from their shores, they had managed like much of Europe to absorb French revolutionary ideas of freedom. They wanted no more of Spain's iron-fisted ways and were deeply angered by King Ferdinand's abolition of the liberal 1812 constitution, whose very goal had been to curb the excesses of a corrupt king. Now they demanded the immediate restoration of the constitution. Moreover, they refused to serve in a war effort against the Latin American rebels. A frightened Ferdinand, keen to avoid following his French counterpart to the guillotine, could only comply. On March 9, he reinstated the Cadiz constitution and promised a more equitable political system. The message went out to General Murillo: no reinforcements would be sent. Instead, he was to negotiate with the rebels and assure them that, like any other Spanish citizens, they would be granted all freedoms implicit in the constitution. It was proof of how little Spain understood America. By now, Bolivar's rebels were well beyond listening to any king, and they certainly would never accept any constitution they themselves hadn't written. When Murillo received Madrid's instructions, he threw up his hands. "They've gone crazy," he told his officers. "They have no idea what they're saying." Murillo could see very clearly that there was no good way out for him. His reports to the Ministry of War grew gloomier by the day. "Madrid's decisions," he wrote his minister, "have dashed this army's most fervent hopes and reduced us to total ineptitude and impotence." Being a man of considerable political acumen, Murillo understood that the Constitution of 1812 could not fail to have a positive influence on his country, but what was progress in peacetime was not always progress in war. By June, Murillo was forced to publish news of the restoration of the Cadiz Constitution. He did this with a heavy heart, knowing full well what it meant for his weary soldiers. How to tell such men, who were far from home and had risked their lives for no pay whatsoever, that they could not aspire to some remuneration? As the Constitution spelled out and was reprinted for everyone to see in the Gaceta de Caracas, the army was not to touch, much less appropriate private property. The old assumption that soldiers could take whatever booty they could find was now actionable by law. Murillo continued to rule in Caracas and the coastal highlands, but he could see that his war was over. He needed to find a way to cause the least damage to his career. Murillo may not have known it, but at that moment he had the military advantage. Bolivar was still struggling to fortify the Patriot army. Returning to Bogotá, the Liberator knew that he had the support of the Granadan people, but all the adoration and good cheer had not translated into troops. For every Republican recruit, there were dozens of soldiers who had deserted out of sheer hunger. The people were tired of bloodshed, dispirited after a long decade of ruin and upheaval. A crippling stupor had invaded the Republican soul. Surveying his fellow citizens, Bolivar despaired at their failure to understand what it took to make a democracy. There was bad faith all around, a corrosive lack of will, and the ideals and virtues he spoke of in his speeches seemed to be in scant evidence among his listeners. As he said to Santander, perhaps the poisons of colonialism had gone too deep. "The more I think about it," he confided in a letter, "the more I am convinced that neither liberty, nor law, nor luminous enlightenment will transform us into peace-loving people, much less into republicans and true patriots." As he worked to consolidate the republic, he made it clear that the black slaves of Greater Colombia were to be free, that he expected them to serve in the liberating army, that it was the height of inequality, not to mention a form of genocide, for whites to be killed in war while blacks were denied the opportunity to show equivalent patriotism. It had been all too evident, as he made his way through the ravaged land, that almost half the white population of Venezuela had been lost to the revolution. But beyond the notion that equal rights demanded equal sacrifices, Bolivar believed in the inherent logic of liberty. "Any free government that commits the folly of allowing slavery," he wrote to Santander, "can expect to be punished by revolution." Santander was of a different mind. He saw the freeing of slaves as having grave consequences both social and economic for the country. He was careful to avoid argument with the Liberator, but a rift began to grow between them, the president and vice president were learning that they had fundamental disagreements about how America should be free. There were problems, too, with peace. The Lion of the Apure continued to be recalcitrant, unreliable. Ignorant of military protocols, he awarded his men titles and privileges far beyond his authority to do so. He was petulant, difficult, he countermanded orders, balked when he was told to follow the rules, complained constantly about money. But Bolivar was all too aware of his value. Loath to provoke peace to battle, the Spaniards had given the Republicans a wide berth. The man was a bulwark in peace, a titan in war. Bolivar decided he was well worth the bluster and insubordination. A leader needs to learn how to hear even the hardest truths. Bolivar ventured to lecture him, sounding less like a commander than an indulgent teacher. But he let the plainsman do as he pleased. If Bolivar was at odds with his two most important generals, he was also wrestling with his own heart. In Bogota, he had many opportunities to see the lovely Bernardina Ibanez and regret that he had ever released her to her young colonel. He began courting her assiduously again. Even when he departed Bogota less than 3 weeks later, he couldn't help but ponder her attractions. From the relative quiet of Cúcuta, he wrote pleading letters to the girl, venting the full brunt of his infatuation. She was too shy and frightened to respond, but she was also firmly in love with Colonel Plaza. Frustrated by her reticence, astonished by her neglect, Bolivar became insistent, supplicating, redoubling his efforts to win her. To his delight, the young colonel had done something strayed, misspoken. The correspondence doesn't make it clear to break Bernardina's heart. Knowing how close Santander was to all this because of his ongoing affair with Bernardina's sister, Bolivar wrote to the vice president, asking for his intercession. Tell her whatever she needs to hear, including that I'm tired of writing to her without the courtesy of an answer. Tell her that I, too, am a bachelor, and that clearly she interests me more than she interests Plaza, for I've never been untrue. In a constant flow of letters about the minutiae of war and the intricacies of managing his officers, a singular portrait emerges, glimpsed only occasionally in the interstices of those idler days. It is the portrait of a lonesome man. Although surrounded by people and difficult demands, he was, as far as love went, as solitary as could be. His mistress of 6 years was dead. He had heard nothing from the members of his immediate family, who had been scattered mercilessly by war. His oldest sister, Maria Antonia, a fervent royalist who had stayed on in Havana after her husband died, was at a distance in every sense of the word. Embittered, staunchly anti-revolutionary, she had gone so far as to write to the king, asking to be remunerated for her losses and expressing dismay that her brother had reduced the country to absolute ruin. Bolivar's other sister, Juana, too, was a widow, whose Republican husband had died defending Maturin against Boves's forces. The two sisters had lived together for a while in various ports of the Caribbean until 1817, when Juana had sailed up the Orinoco to Guayana, only to learn that she had lost her son, Guillermo, to a battle outside Angostura. His sisters, in short, were little comfort to him now. As a result, Bolivar had colleagues, compatriots, and armies that followed and revered him, but precious few intimates. His closest companion in those days of scarce affections was his manservant, the ever-constant, much-loved José Palacios, to whom he ceded his complete care. It was Palacios who worried over Bolivar's diet, his sleeping habits, his comforts, his day-to-day exigencies, and it was he who spoiled the Liberator with little indulgences, as a thoughtful spouse might do. One can't help but see Bolivar straining toward love in a loveless time, especially in his unrequited infatuation with Bernardina. Santander dutifully delivered all of Bolivar's sentiments to the vexed girl and reported back to him, "I have yet to see Bernardina, but I will give her your latest message and you shall have her answer. She has told me 1,000 times that there is no woman more confused than she. I haven't wanted to get caught up in these affairs, but it's clear that she still hopes that things will work out with Plaza and she mistrusts all the others, including you. Looking at it from afar, the love business doesn't look too promising." This response may have seemed heartless, but it was true. Bernardina was not inclined to want to commit herself to a difficult, older, and dauntingly famous man. There were a full 20 years of life separating them, as well as 200 miles, a world of differing expectations, and a dashing, persistent young colonel. Within the year, Bernardina married Colonel Plaza, and within a year he was dead in battle. In time, she would scandalize Bogotá by bearing a rich man's illegitimate child. Eventually, she married again. This time, her husband, Florentino González, was a pasty-faced newspaper editor who became a powerful Colombian politician. When González learned that Bolivar had once had a strong romantic interest in his fiancée, he began to nurture a bitter hatred against the Liberator. That hostility would play out soon enough in the annals of Greater Colombia. Despite his disappointments in love, Bolivar now held the future of the Republic in his hands. As he sat in his quiet idol in Cúcuta, planning his next move on Murillo and Caracas, he began to be inundated by managerial problems, all of them requiring immediate attention, decisions, instructions. The army was in disarray, there was much to do. He soon learned that the newly arrived British troops, who had yet to be paid, were being disruptive, refusing to obey orders. "The Irish are like courtesans," he wrote one of his generals, "they serve you only after the money has crossed hands. If you don't pay, they don't kill." Despite the attempt to make light of it, he had no money to give. He had always been able to dig into his own pockets to help pay his soldiers and their widows, but gold and silver were in desperately short supply. It was incumbent on him now to raise it. There were other worries. In Angostura, Zia was making alarming mistakes. Precious livestock was being sold off to United States slaughterhouses with no thought of feeding the armies of Greater Colombia. Indeed, in a diabolical mix of ineptitude and confusion, as Bolivar recounted to Santander, the Patriot government was buying beef back from the United States. Fully convinced now that Zia was more a scholar than a leader of men, Bolivar made him ambassador from Greater Colombia to Britain, where Zia went on to commit other ineptitudes. But Bolivar had more pressing problems as he looked around in Cúcuta. The recruits, guns, bullets, provisions that he had requested had not appeared, and letters he dictated now in a dizzying flurry to his officers were filled with worry. He worried about the slowness of the mails, about putting soldiers closer to Caracas, about how best to develop his talented young officers. Desperate to bring fresh perspective to the table, he made the youthful Colonel Antonio José de Sucre, only 25 years old at the time, a general, and then, surprising his ranks further, named him his Minister of War. Bolivar was hardly living the sovereign's life. His routine was Spartan, his meals frugal. In the mornings, he rose at dawn, tended to his horse, Palamo, and read for several hours before breakfast. He took his first repast of the day with his war minister, his chief of staff, and his secretary, after which he managed the army's affairs, issued edicts, wrote articles for the Gaceta, handled diplomatic questions, and fretted over a whirlwind of correspondence. He managed all of this in brisk tempo, dictating to several secretaries, erupting with aggravation if they slowed him in any way or made errors. In the evenings, immediately after dinner, he rode to clear his mind. At night, he conferred with his officers until 9 o'clock, when he retired to his hammock and read for another 2 hours. Military efficiency was his obsession. He insisted that citizens of New Granada show their patriotism by supporting the army with cold cash by raising, at the minimum, 30,000 pesos a month to pay salaries and commission uniforms. He instructed Santander to squeeze the provinces for the money. Along with his determination to build an invincible fighting force, the possibilities of a favorable armistice were growing daily. The uprising in Spain and the restoration of the Constitution of Cádiz had effectively halted Murillo's ability to prosecute the war. In an excited letter to Subilt on June 19, 1820, Bolivar reported having intercepted an official communiqué from Madrid that confirmed King Ferdinand's historic reversal, Spain would send no further expeditions to South America. The soldiers in the port of Cadiz, by their very rebelliousness, had rescued American independence. In yet another letter, Bolivar wrote an English friend exultantly, 10,000 enemies were being shipped out against us, and now those 10,000 are our best friends. Indeed, a little more than 2 weeks later, on July 6, Bolivar received a message from Murillo's right hand, General Miguel de la Torre, requesting a cessation of hostilities. Murillo had not known where to find Bolivar, La Torre said, and had written to him at numerous addresses. In the process, the Captain General had sent an envoy to Pise and another to the Congress of Angostura, proposing that the barbaric war had gone on too long. His earnest efforts to reach Bolivar made an impression on the Liberator. This was either an elaborate trap or the beginning of the end of the revolution. Bolivar responded to La Torre the next day. If the object of your mission is anything less than the recognition of the Republic of Colombia, don't expect me to listen. But if Spain intends to treat Colombia as an independent, free, and sovereign state, we can go forward in peace and friendship. A period of negotiation followed, in which Bolivar made it readily understood that Greater Colombia, the new amalgamation of northern Latin America, would never again bow to a king. The colonial era was emphatically over. Murillo, seeking nothing so much as a well-defined door and a graceful way to pass through it, was all too accommodating. He had reasons to be. When he had arrived in Venezuela in 1815, Murillo had married a Cadiz woman, with whom he was deeply in love. But she had remained in Spain. The wedding had been by proxy. In all his 5 years as a married man, he had yet to join her and consummate the marriage. But Murillo had also been seriously injured in the Battle of La Puerta 2 years before and had never recovered completely from the lance wound that had almost killed him. Certainly, Murillo could see that there was no future for him in the king's pacification campaign, but there were other reasons to go home. After an exchange of letters between the two leaders in August and September, Bolivar suggested that the most appropriate site for a conference would be in San Fernando de Apure, where he intended to establish headquarters. Murillo wasted no time in giving Bolivar his consent. Cautious about giving away his movements, wary of allowing the enemy to see how weak his army had become, Bolivar delayed the meeting several times. In October, he made a number of quick raids on the border provinces, if only to show Murillo that Greater Colombia needed an armistice less than Spain did, but all the while he maintained a remarkably cordial correspondence with Murillo, in which both generals carefully explained every move. The conference to negotiate an armistice finally came to pass in November in the picturesque mountain town of Trujillo, where Bolivar had decreed war to the death 7 years before. General Sucre and 2 colonels were delegated to meet with the royalist commissioners and work out the details of the armistice. On November 21, the Patriots and Spaniards met for the first time. By November 25, 2 treaties were ratified. The first called for a 6-month armistice, the second recognized Bolivar as president of the Republic and set out the terms for an exchange of prisoners. Peace was the ultimate objective. The meetings were cordial, though formal, and Sucre distinguished himself as a cool-headed negotiator. He managed to achieve everything Bolivar wanted. Once the work was complete, Murillo expressed his eagerness to meet the Liberator. A conference was arranged for the morning of November 27 in the scruffy little village of Santa Ana, which lay on a mist-bound limestone ridge between 2 valleys, some 250 miles southwest of Caracas. Since Santa Ana was well inside Spanish territory, Bolivar took every precaution to put General Urdaneta in command of the army before he, Sucre, and a handful of others set out to see Murillo face to face. So it was that the archenemies of one of the bloodiest episodes of South American history met on a muddy road, far from the medullas of political power. They approached one another from opposite directions, their paths as contrary as their essential natures. Bolivar had come from a long line of aristocrats and wore his pedigree lightly. Murillo, born into a family of peasants, had become Count of Cartagena in the course of an illustrious career. Bolivar was confident, spontaneous, as only the well-born can be, Murillo was shrewd and deliberate, having scrapped for every honor he had been awarded. Into that historic moment, Bolivar rode a strong mule, was accompanied by a handful of men, and was dressed in the garb of a humble soldier. Murillo, on the other hand, set out on a magnificent horse, was clad in a uniform bespangled with decorations, and accompanied by 50 of his best officers and a full regiment of hussars. As they rode over the bare hills in the damp chill of a November morning, they might have glimpsed the sparkling expanse of Lake Maracaibo in the distance. If they had glanced south, they would have seen the splendid peaks of the Cordillera. Weary of war, anxious about their own capacities to execute it, they came to that crossroad with high and not dissimilar hopes. Murillo was first to arrive, and when he appeared at the appointed place he was soon met by Bolivar's aide Daniel O'Leary, who announced that the Liberator was on his way. As they perched on their horses, peering expectantly down the road, the general asked what kind of escort would accompany the President of the Republic. O'Leary replied that Bolivar's retinue amounted to no more than 12 Patriot officers and the 3 Spanish commissioners who had negotiated the armistice in Trujillo. Murillo was taken aback. "Well," he finally managed, "I thought my escort too small for this venture, but I see that my old enemy has outdone me in chivalry. I'll order my hussars to withdraw." He did so immediately. The Liberator's modest party soon appeared on the crest of the hill that overlooked Santa Ana, and Murillo moved forward to meet it. As the two neared one another, General Murillo wanted to know which of the horsemen was Bolivar. When O'Leary pointed him out, the Spaniard exclaimed, "What? That little man in the blue jacket and sergeant's cap, the one riding the mule." But no sooner had he said it than Bolivar was before him. The generals dismounted and embraced each other heartily. Their words were cordial, warm, filled with the kind of respect and admiration only the most serious rivals can have for one another. They headed to the private house Murillo had commandeered for the occasion, and sat down with their officers for a celebratory lunch. For all the enmity that had passed between them, the two leaders were instantly companionable, with much to discuss. Murillo had fought in the Battle of Trafalgar only days after Bolivar had trekked to Rome as a young man and made his spirited vow on the heights of Monte Sacro. Murillo had served under the Duke of Wellington, the brother of Richard Wellesley, whose help Bolivar had solicited when the revolution was but an idea, with much blood yet to be shed. There were innumerable toasts made to the end of hostilities and the future of Spanish-American understanding. To the victories of Boyaca, one Spanish colonel sang out. To Colombians and Spaniards, General La Torre added, "May they march side by side all the way to hell against the despots and the tyrants." The men spoke of sacrifices, of heroism, of the past 10 years of their lives, which had been steeped in the dark business of war. That very afternoon, Murillo proposed the building of a pyramid to commemorate their meeting, and Bolivar readily agreed to it. Together, they proceeded to the spot of their first embrace and called upon their officers to roll out a first stone. More toasts were had, more libations consumed. "I drink," said Bolivar, "to the heroism of the warriors of both armies. To their loyalty, sacrifice, and courage. Eternal hatred upon those who lust for blood and who shed it unjustly." The lateness of the hour finally put an end to the exchange, but the generals decided that even nightfall would not separate them. They hung their hammocks in the same room, said their good nights, and slept soundly, compensating perhaps, as one chronicler put it, for the many sleepless nights they had caused one another. The following morning, Murillo accompanied Bolivar to the large rock that marked their peace, whereupon they repeated their promises, embraced once more, and parted, never to see each other again. On December 17, less than a month later, General Murillo boarded a ship in La Guaira and set sail for Spain. General La Torre was left in command of the King's army with a single recommendation from Murillo: defend the fortress of Porto Cabello at all costs. It turned out to be good advice, as the Spaniards would need that port in the harried evacuation of its expeditionary forces. Much later, after Bolivar's enemies criticized him severely for being so conciliatory with Murillo, a general whom even Spain had had to censure for his blood-curdling cruelties. Bolivar had this to say: "During the entire course of my public life, I have never shown more political acuity or diplomatic cunning than in that crucial hour, and I can say without an ounce of vanity that I think I bested General Murillo then as I bested him in almost every one of my military operations." The armistice of 6 months fooled Murillo into returning to Spain and handing over his command to General La Torre, who was less skilled, less energetic, and less a consummate soldier than the Count of Cartagena. Let the dolts and my enemies say what they will. Never was a diplomatic game played more successfully than that of the day and night of November 27 in the village of Santa Ana. As the war limped into its 10th year and rumors of an armistice began to spread throughout the English-speaking world, the eyes of foreign governments turned once again to the struggle for Latin American independence. By now, the English were well acquainted with Bolivar's revolution. Thousands of mercenaries had been recruited to serve the Liberator's cause. Some, who had been promised gifts of land in return for their services, had gone so far as to bring their families. Young brigadiers with high hopes had marched through the tropical wilds singing "Ye Gentlemen of England." Few of them would make it home. Bolivar had been a keen advocate of British recruitment. 3 of his aides-de-camp were British. Foreign veterans had become as valuable as gold to Republican generals, representing the kind of rigor and training that raw, untested soldiers could emulate. Bolivar's claim that the true liberator had been Luis Lopez Mendez, his recruiting agent in London, was a blatant exaggeration, to be sure a generous, diplomatic flourish but not without a germ of truth. More accurately, the British mercenary experience in Spanish America, despite its triumphs, was marred with bitter disappointment. As one young English colonel put it succinctly, there had been much to regret. Young men were lured by promises that Venezuela was a richly hung garden, that its partisans of liberty were steadfast and united. What they joined instead was poverty, starvation, and a race war as black and barbarous as the slave trade. Weakened by typhus, which they had brought with them from Britain, they were especially vulnerable. Most died of heat exhaustion, rampant infection, or simply too much rum. Stories began to filter home that the few who had survived were now as barefoot as the locals, that Bolivar was little more than a swindler and bombast, that the only way to survive his revolution had been to sack churches, rob reliquaries. In London's halls of power, however, the view was very different. With Spain in retreat and Bolivar's star rising, a lucrative trade loomed on the horizon. There was money to be made. In the rapidly expanding United States, a similar awareness was growing. Champions of commerce advocated the recognition of the fledgling South American republics if only because they knew profits were bound to follow. Men of ideals believed that the American nation, itself born of rebellion, should stand behind any impulse to freedom. Some, like Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, however, were slow to see what, if any, advantages diplomatic recognition might bring. Not long before, he had stated with all candor: "Venezuela, though it has emancipated all its slaves, has been constantly alternating between an absolute military government, a capitulation to Spanish authority, and guerrillas black and white, of which every petty chief has acted for purposes of war and rapine as an independent sovereign. There is finally in South America neither unity of cause nor unity of effort, as there was in our revolution." He was quite right. Of course, even Bolivar had warned the Congress of Angostura that the world would never recognize the new republic until it spoke with one voice. Unity, 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 he had urged. But by 1820, when 2 large republics with all their attendant differences had joined Greater Colombia to stand united behind Bolivar, John Quincy Adams still had not changed his mind. He admitted that he distrusted everything the South Americans said. "There is no community of interests or of principles between North and South America," he stated flatly. And that was where diplomatic relations would remain for 3 years to come. Indeed, there were reasons for Adams's reticence. There were the ongoing delicate negotiations between Washington and Madrid about Florida, which Spain owned and the United States wanted. There was the thorny fact that the slave trade was booming in the United States and few legislators in Washington wanted to hear about black revolutionaries or unbridled race mixing. There was also the fact that much of the information Adams was getting about Bolivar was downright negative. In 1818 and 1819, the U.S. government had sent 2 delegations to Venezuela to meet Bolivar and negotiate the return of American ships that had been seized by privateers in service of Bolivar's revolution. The Baltimore journalist Baptist Irvine had gone in 1818, the naval hero Captain Oliver Hazard Perry followed in 1819. Neither of their experiences had boded well for diplomatic relations. Commodore Perry had made the harsh 300-mile voyage up the Orinoco at the height of the mosquito season only to find that President Bolivar was not in Angostura, but out on a military maneuver. As it happened, Perry had landed on the very day Bolivar had triumphed in Pantano de Vargas in New Granada, following his harrowing march over the Andes. After a fruitless exchange with the long-winded Zia, Perry had had no option but to return, whereupon he began to display sure signs of yellow fever. By mid-voyage to British Trinidad, he was producing a terrifying black vomit. Before he could board his own ship, he was dead. By then, Baptist Irvine had delivered blistering reports about Bolivar to John Quincy Adams. The South American Liberator, Irvine wrote, was a charlatan general and mountebank statesman. In numerous discussions with Bolivar, the irascible Irvine had lost his temper, provoking stern responses from the Liberator. It was no surprise that his accounts would be disapproving. He affects the language of Napoleon, the journalist wrote huffily, which was to say that Bolivar was mimicking a leader any upstanding American should despise. Without a ray of true political knowledge or a hint of morality, he apes the style and claims the character of Washington. However, he can surpass his present competitors by his knack of composition and fluency of speech. That penchant for oratorical flourish would be on rich display one evening at a dinner given in Irvine's honor. The Liberator, carried away by his own eloquence, reached such heights of exhilaration that he leapt onto the table, and, with no regard to the shivering flowers and crystal, strode up and down the wooden length to make his point. Thus, he cried, "As I cross this table from one end to the other, I shall march from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Panama to Cape Horn, until every last Spaniard is expelled." There was no question that Irvine's portrait of Bolivar was unrelievedly negative. But there was strong support for Bolivar's revolution from a fervently egalitarian American public at large, as well as from a certain Samuel D. Forsyth, who, hoping to be appointed official agent to South America, had visited with President Monroe and Adams, expressed his high opinion of Greater Columbia, and called the Liberator a great man. Forsyth, who had served as interpreter for Perry in his travels, had not always thought so well of Bolivar, and so his change of heart made for a good impression. Certainly the most ardent supporter of the Spanish-American rebels, however, was Henry Clay, the flamboyant congressman from Kentucky, who electrified his fellow members of the House of Representatives by crying out that the revolution's potential beneficiaries were no less than 18 million, struggling to be free. Clay argued passionately for more commercial involvement, claiming that South America with its rich metal resources and hunger for North American goods represented a vast market with endless opportunities. Clay's exhortations were resonant tributes to capitalism and the democratic spirit, but they were also expressions of pique against Adams, for, as everyone knew, President Monroe had passed over Clay to make Adams Secretary of State. But no one could deny it, the golden-tongued orator from Kentucky was a tireless enthusiast for South American liberty. On February 10, 1821, Clay moved that the House of Representatives join the American people in their support for the distant revolution. When the Adams-Onis Treaty was proclaimed 12 days later and the United States purchased Florida for $5 million, the congressman finally had his way. The delicate negotiations with Spain were over, official Washington could turn its attention to its southern neighbors. With a firm foot in Florida, the United States was now only a small sea away from Bolivar's war. The armistice with Spain lasted a scant 5 months. but it was time enough for Republican forces to strengthen their numbers, discipline the troops, acquire munitions. Well-fed, reasonably well-clothed, and supremely confident in Bolivar, they had a marked advantage over the Spaniards now. The Royalists, in contrast, were exhausted. With no relief from Spain in sight, they seemed to pass into perpetual limbo. Soldiers who had been told they would fight for a maximum of 3 years had seen 3 years come and go. Their pay was late, their food was scarce, many were beset with fevers. Mainly, they wondered why they were fighting a war that Spain itself had rejected. A corrosive ill humor invaded every rank. Even the generals in charge La Torre and Morales were in constant disagreement. In early 1821, even as Bolivar sent 2 envoys to Madrid to discuss terms of peace with the Spaniards, he began to prepare for the next stage of the revolution. He was haunted by the fear that his negotiators would lose their nerve and capitulate to Spanish demands. He had given them permission to trade Quito or even the Isthmus of Panama lesser colonies in return for Colombia's independence, but under no circumstances were they to agree to any constitutional agreements with Spain, or to subjugation under a prince or potentate from any reigning family in Europe. Colombia will be independent, sovereign, and free from all foreign domination, or it will cease to exist, he insisted. Clearly, he had little faith that the dialogue in Madrid would amount to anything, and he was right. Although his correspondence shows that he dearly desired peace, among the first documents he dictated after his friendly meeting with General Murillo was an agenda for renewed war. It was at about this time that Bolivar learned that the coveted port city of Guayaquil in what is now Ecuador had declared independence. The people of Guayaquil, hearing that San Martin's army had landed in Pisco, just south of Lima, expected the Argentine general to sweep north now to liberate them, and they stormed the royalist halls of government in anticipation. Bolivar longed to go to Guayaquil himself to secure the region for Greater Colombia. It was a strategic port, potentially vital to the Republic, and he did not want to see it go to San Martin so easily. But Bolivar was also aware that his priority needed to be Caracas, which still languished under Spanish rule. He sent General Sucre to Guayaquil instead. It was a good decision. By April, the armistice was over. A rebellion had erupted in the Spanish stronghold of Maracaibo, fomented by one of Bolivar's generals, Rafael Urdaneta. It was a clear provocation, and Bolivar had neither sanctioned nor anticipated it. He rushed now to explain to the Spaniards that an unexpected rebellion could hardly count as the willful rupture of a military treaty, but General La Torre was adamant. He demanded the city's return. He informed Bolivar that failing Maracaibo's restoration to the Spanish crown, the armistice would end on April 28. Although Bolivar had written to Murillo, to La Torre, even to King Ferdinand himself, in hopes of reaching independence peacefully, he could see that it was no use, he was back at war. Bolivar moved quickly to unite the 3 armies of the West, his own, Piz's, and Urdaneta's. He knew that his only recourse now was to present the full force of the Republic's military power all at once, and in one great battle. But before he did, he directed General Bermudez, commander of the Army of the East, to prepare to attack Caracas, distract the Spaniards, and force them to split their forces. Bolivar was leaving nothing to chance. He planned every detail of the engagement with utmost precision. Well aware that General Morales, La Torre's second in command, had been passed over for La Torre's job, he was going to use that resentment to his advantage. On the morning of April 28, 1821, the mobilization of the 3 armies began. Piz and his horsemen, accompanied by the British Legion, started the long journey across the rain-whipped Apure to the appointed meeting place in San Carlos, a Venezuelan town on the plains of Carabobo where La Torre's army was garrisoned. Urdaneta undertook the grueling passage along a rough coast and over the mountains from Maracaibo. By early May, as Napoleon lay in St. Helena, surrendering his soul to the hereafter, Bolivar set up camp in the rubble of Barinas, having wended his way down the Magdalena River and recrossed the Andes to Venezuela. 1 week later, Bermudez's Eastern Army invaded and occupied Caracas. Just as Bolivar had hoped, La Torre directed Morales to march on the capital and eject Bermudez. It was an easy commission. The fierce Morales, commander of Bubs's former legions of hell, was glad to go off on his own and, with his superior force of 2,000, handily shoot off the Patriot soldiers. But all went exactly as Bolivar planned. His diversionary tactic had worked. La Torre, in San Carlos, was left with a weakened defense, and the Patriot generals were now able to march overland toward him, unhampered. On June 11, more than a month later, Peace's horsemen and the British battalion reached the outskirts of San Carlos, where Bolivar awaited them. General Urdaneta and his corps of infantrymen arrived within days, having successfully taken the port city of Coro. The Royalist army, aware now of this impressive Patriot advance, had withdrawn to the north, as Bolivar had predicted. 5,000 strong, they camped outside the village of Carabobo, 50 miles away. Once informed of their position, Bolivar didn't need to know more. La Torre's forces were clearly in shambles. The Spanish general was doing little more than blocking the road to Caracas and Puerto Cabello, his two strongholds. He was not going to attempt an offensive move. In any case, the Patriot army now greatly outnumbered the Royalists. By the time Bolivar reviewed his troops on the open fields of Tinacuelo, he had 6,500 soldiers under his command, including some of his most skilled officers. This was the Republican army Bolivar had worked so diligently to build, the largest and most superb ever to bear arms on any battlefield in Colombia, in his own estimation. To have brought them together from such distances, in such an advanced state of readiness, was a true testament to his military acuity. On the night before the battle, the heavens opened with torrential rains, drenching the open ground and all the warriors who camped on it. The British who had fought in the Napoleonic Wars took it as a good omen. The same had happened before Waterloo. So it was that on June 24, 1821, the morning dawned bright and clear, presenting a cloudless sky. The Patriots moved swiftly to carry out Bolivar's orders. Peace's cavalry was dispatched to the west, with instructions to attack the enemy's left flank. Undertaking a forced march for 2.5 hours, they rode up and down steep terrain, hacking past tropical undergrowth, fording streams, until they were 2 miles from the valley where La Torre had taken position. By the time they reached Carabobo, they were laboring under a broiling sun. The Spanish general had been confident that no cavalry could possibly negotiate the precipitous landscape to his west, and so he expected the Republicans to flood into the valley from the south, where a gap in the hills beckoned. But Bolivar's vanguard did not take the bait. Instead, they moved stealthily along a narrow ravine on the western side. Hacking their way up a tangle of green, they scaled the heights and there, past trees and uneven ground, were able to spy the Royalists in the valley, preparing for a frontal attack. The Patriots spilled over the ridge, assaulting the Spaniards where they least expected it. Initially, La Torre's soldiers shrank back, but rallied with such a murderous volley of gunfire that Peace's men, who had chased them to within a pistol shot, broke and fled in disorder. The British Legion then took up the fight. Wielding their bayonets in their famous hollow square formation, they held off the Royalists, allowing Peace's forces to regroup. When the horsemen rushed back into the fray, they came at the enemy from the rear, brandishing 12-foot lances. The Spaniards were helpless in the face of that double onslaught. Stunned by heavy losses and the abiding fear that they might be taken prisoner, the Royalists fled the battlefield even as La Torre was issuing commands. When the smoke of war lifted from that sun-baked sepulchre, the stench of blood was pungent. More than 1,000 Royalists lay dead, 1,500 more had been taken prisoner, the rest had fled to the hills. The Patriots had suffered fewer losses, and yet their dead were never recorded. Eventually, it was reported that 600 British soldiers lost their lives at Carabobo, along with their commanding colonels, Manuel Cedeno and young Ambrosio Plaza, who had only recently been married to the lovely and highly coveted Bernardina Ibanez. As Bolivar approached to console the dying Plaza, the young man told him, "My general, I die happy here on this battlefield, in a position so far forward that even peas could not reach it." Indeed, peas lay in the dirt, not far away. Exhausted, the battle done, he was writhing, foaming at the mouth, being convulsed as he so often was after a fray by one of his violent fits of epilepsy. Nearby lay the towering first Negro, who had always protected him in battle, dead now, with a hole in his heart. As soon as Pease regained consciousness, his soldiers erupted in shouts of joy. There was no doubt that Pease's horsemen and the soldiers of the British Legion had won the afternoon, the battle, the war. Bolivar wasted no time in honoring them. There on the field, before the end of day, he promoted Pease to General-in-Chief of the army. Then, as the Irish and English marched off, a bedraggled third of the number that had marched in Bolivar was overcome with emotion. "Saviors of my country," he cried after them in gratitude. They returned the praise with a crisp salute. The victory was complete. The Battle of Carabobo was the last major engagement of the war in Greater Colombia, crucial not only because the Patriots had prevailed, but because Bolivar's generals, small-time provincial warlords who heretofore had contributed only sporadically to a nation's welfare, had decided, if only briefly, to commit their allegiance to a greater good. For a brief time they yielded all personal ambition to Bolivar's vision. Some did so blindly, others, because they had become fervent partisans of a national idea whose possibility, until then, was only dimly seen. It didn't matter. Their dedication would be repaid in kind. On July 16, 1821, Bolivar issued a decree with his generals in mind. In it, he assigned the western provinces of Venezuela to Pease and Merino, the east was placed under the control of Bermudez. In essence, he was institutionalizing the Latin American warlord. The decree would have deep, subliminal effects on the continent, which would reverberate for centuries to come. Chapter 11. The Chosen Son. I am not the governor this republic needs a soldier by necessity and inclination, I found my destiny in fields of war. Simon Bolivar. At times, it seems the hardest road of war is that which leads to peace. For Bolivar, it was ever so. I am a soldier, he liked to say, even when others begged him to be something more. Despite his well-honed faculties for social justice, despite his gift for imparting democratic ideals, he found the quotidian business of government numbing. He was a man of the sword, not the scepter. But it was the scepter he was handed when he rode triumphantly into Caracas on June 29, 1821, 5 days after his decisive victory at Carabobo. Although he reached the city at night and went directly to his house on the Cathedral Square, delirious crowds engulfed him, eager to embrace their hero. It was morning before he could escape their attentions. The glory of it was seductive, inebriating, but he knew all too well that beyond the fever joy, there was a deeply demoralized country to govern, and he questioned his patience for carrying out the task. Months before, as he prepared to meet the Spaniards in one last battle, he had written to confess these fears to Antonio Nariño, whom he had just appointed interim vice president of Colombia, which along with Venezuela and Quito, was a subdivision of Greater Colombia. Nariño was an intellectual as well as a military man and had just returned from prison in Cadiz, where he had been captive more than once in his long, rebellious career. It was he who had translated France's Declaration of the Rights of Man into Spanish, and he who had been credited for instigating the Granadan Revolution. Just before marching to battle, Bolivar wrote to ask him to organize the inauguration of a new Colombian Congress, and, in the same letter, admitted to strong personal doubts about his own gifts for administration. Colombia was a military camp, not a functioning society, he told Nariño. As one lone man, struggling against the abuses of government, he had seen how venal and corrupt politicians could be, and he had been powerless to control them. It seemed to him that all the good men had disappeared, and that only the bad had multiplied. He wrote on. Since I am fully convinced that the command of the army and the control of the republic must be kept separate, I will tender my resignation. Please, friend, believe me when I say that I have meditated at length on these matters during the 8 years I have governed the Republic. I am not versed in the art of government. I cannot and do not wish to govern, for to do it well one must have an inclination or, better yet, an uncontrollable passion for it. For my part, each day I feel a growing repugnance toward the command. He had never aspired to lead governments. His ambition, as simple as it was ardent, had been to drive out the nation's oppressor. What troubled him now that that task was done was the undeniable evidence that his people were not ready for democracy. On the contrary, they were in urgent need of a strong, authoritative government. 300 years of injustice and 10 years of hellish war had turned them into a nation of belligerents. They were as feral and rapacious as any horsemen of the Apure. Even I, riding at their head, have no idea what they're capable of, he confessed. He had the ominous feeling that peace would be worse than any war. We are poised on an abyss, over a volcano, ready to explode. Anyone who thought participatory rule could be handed blithely to the ignorant would be in for a rude shock. Knowing his countrymen as well as he did, having crossed and recrossed the land so many times, Bolivar concluded that Greater Colombia was governable only by a strong hand. That conclusion was far from the teachings of the Enlightenment that had animated his vows, far from Rousseau, Voltaire, and Montesquieu, but it was, he insisted, the hard truth. Any armchair philosopher or grey-beard politician who thought otherwise was clouding his head with foolish dreams and imperiling the future of the Republic. He said as much to Santander. In Colombia the people who count are the army, those who have liberated the country. The rest are old men. This view of reality, which certainly does not derive from Rousseau, will have to be the view we favor in the end, otherwise those old gentlemen will be our ruin. They believe that Colombia is a nation of docile sheep huddled around cozy hearths in Bogota, Tunja, and Pamplona. They haven't bothered to see the Caribs of the Orinoco, the horsemen of the Apure, the boatmen of the Magdalena, the bandits of Patia, the ungovernable people of Pasto, the Guajibas of Casanare, and all the savage hordes from Africa and America who roam like wild deer in the wilderness of Colombia. Don't you think, my dear Santander, that these legislators, ignorant rather than malicious, presumptuous rather than ambitious, are leading us down the road to anarchy, and from there to tyranny, and finally to ruin? I am sure of it. And if the horsemen don't bring us down, the philosophers will. By old men he meant the representatives of Congress, who had begun to carp about Bolivar's leadership. In the insular capital of Angostura, uninformed about the nation at large, surrounded by nothing so much as their own gossip, they had begun to question the wisdom of uniting Venezuela and New Granada. They worried about losing their regional authority, fretted about Bolivar's insistence on a centralized government. They had also taken issue with his decision to move the Congress to Cúcuta, although it was clear that a governing body could not govern from such a remote location as Angostura. No one could deny that Bolivar was the indisputable leader in the eyes of the people, the victor of a long and dearly won war, but there were many in government who disagreed with him. Even in the face of his ringing achievements, his enemy ranks had grown. Bolivar did not tarry in Caracas. Within a few days, he went on to visit his estate in San Mateo, which had suffered greatly from the war. It had seen battles, been occupied by royalists as well as patriots, and now the old hacienda was but a phantom of the paradise he'd known as a boy. It was hard to believe that he'd been so rich as all that. By now, his entire fortune had been lost to the war, his finances were in disorder. What little he took in pay, he took in small sums, and that only to purchase life's essentials. For years now, he had refused to collect his government salaries. While in San Mateo, he freed the few slaves who had stayed behind. Among them was his old wet nurse, Hippolyta, who had sustained him as an infant, raised him as a boy, even traveled with him on the battlefield. To him she was the only father I have ever known. Born in San Mateo almost 60 years before, she had been the product of another time, another order, and had spent her life dedicating herself to the comfort and well-being of the Bolivars. Now, in her 6th decade, she was being released to an unfamiliar world. It doesn't take much to imagine her bewilderment. After several days, Bolivar traveled on to Valencia, Tokyo, Trujillo. He was antsy, nervous. He knew he was no longer Venezuelan, but a citizen of something else, the guardian of a larger concept. He felt a strong responsibility to Bogotá. "I belong to the family of Colombia, not of Bolivar," he wrote to his old friend and in-law Fernando de Toro, with whom he had made his vows on the heights of Monte Sacro. But just as urgently, he felt the pull of America at large. He felt a duty to those who still languished under the rule of King Ferdinand to Quito, Quito's ungovernable district of Pasto, and most irresistibly of all, to Lima, the heart of the Spanish viceroyalty. "I need to round out Colombia," he wrote a friend, as he busily planned a campaign in the south. And to another, "I need to give a third sister to the battles of Boyacá and Carabobo." There were more nations to free, more avenues to greatness. He would not sit and fret about the minutiae of government. "Send me that book about the Incas of Peru," he instructed Santander. On September 7, he learned that the Congress of Cúcuta, in an overwhelming vote, had elected him president of Greater Colombia. Many among the members had argued for a federal system, a union of separate states, and indeed they had borrowed freely from the United States model, but in the end, out of respect for their liberator, they had put a centralized government in place. It was salve for the moment. Bolivar accepted the presidency, but only half-heartedly, having joked that if elected, he would always manage to be away from the capital or deathly ill. He was, by then, firmly pointed to the liberation of Quito and Peru. But he also understood that Greater Colombia needed him, if nothing else, for continuity, for stability, for his name. He opted to take the responsibility even as he was moving on, hoping all the while that it was a titular honor, a transitory state. When he went reluctantly to Cúcuta in October to accept the honors, he stood before Congress and spoke his mind. "I am a son of war, a man whom combat has elevated to the halls of rule. Fortune has brought me to this rank and victory has confirmed it. But mine are not titles that have been consecrated by the scales of justice, by happy circumstance, by the people's will. The sword that has governed Colombia is the whip of misfortune. This sword will be useless in a day of peace, and, when that day finally comes, my power will be finished, because I have sworn as much to myself, because I have promised it to Colombia, and because there can be no republic unless people take power into their own hands. A man like me is dangerous to a popular government, a threat to national sovereignty." He believed that stark evaluation, especially those last words. He was dangerous to anyone who would press full democracy on Colombia too quickly, he was a threat to anyone with narrow, sectarian loyalties, and he was convinced that South America would never know greatness unless it was a seamless, fully integrated whole. As Bolivar warily assumed the presidency, eager to march toward Peru, San Martín was already there, establishing a dictatorship in Lima. The Argentine general had been in the viceregal capital for more than a year, blockading the coast and patiently awaiting Lima's capitulation. Eventually, the acting viceroy, General La Serna, was forced to evacuate his formidable army, scattering a force of 10,000 to the sea fortress of Callao or to citadels in Cuzco, Huancavelica, and Arequipa. By July 12, 1821, the jittery, intensely Spanish city of Lima was in the hands of San Martín and his liberating army. It had surrendered to him without a drop of bloodshed. For all the shared ambition between San Martín and Bolivar, for all the history that would forever join them, they were markedly different men. The Argentine was secretive, aloof, impatient with adulators, intolerant of frivolity and excess. He was tall, striking, with lustrous black eyes and hair. His skin was so dark that it was rumored he was the son of an indigenous woman. The aristocrats of Buenos Aires referred to him as El Indio, El Cholo, El Mulatto, El Tape. Unwilling to speak about his roots, or about the date of his birth which is disputed, or about anything remotely personal, he did nothing to dispel that gossip. Indeed, he had declared in a gathering of Indian chieftains, "I, too, am Indian, and will finish off all the Spaniards who have robbed you of your ancestral lands." But, according to family record, he was born into a Spanish household in Yapeyú, in the Guarani territory of Argentina. His father was the governor of Yapeyú and a captain in the Spanish army. His mother was a Creole. At the age of 7, San Martín sailed with his family for Cádiz. By the tender age of 11, he was a cadet in the Spanish army. Rising steadily through the ranks, the boy was sent to battle in Africa and the Mediterranean. As a young man, he fought with distinction in the Battle of Bailén alongside Murillo defending Iberia against Napoleon. By the time the French emperor was driven from Spain, Colonel San Martín had accumulated 20 years of military experience. Along the way, he had befriended the Chilean officer Bernardo O'Higgins and served under two notable British officers, General William Beresford, who once had directed a failed British invasion of Argentina, and the Scotsman Lord Macduff, who introduced the young soldier to secret lodges of revolutionaries who were conspiring to liberate South America. They were the very lodges Bolivar had visited. Indeed, in London, Bolivar and San Martín had known many of the same people, walked the same floors in Miranda's house on Grafton Street, spoken with the same British sympathizers. But the paths of the liberators would be as different as their natures. The two had never met. After getting to know the revolutionaries in London, among them Bolivar's old friend and tutor Andrés Bello, San Martín renounced his Spanish citizenship and terminated his service in the King's army. He returned to Argentina, a land he hadn't seen for 28 years, in 1812 on the British frigate George Canning. Accompanying him was Carlos Alvear, who had established a secret society in Cádiz, and with whom San Martín would found the Lautaro Lodge, a brotherhood of South American Freemasons dedicated to the ideals of independence. Whereas Bolivar paid only marginal attention to such lodges, availing himself of their connections, yet banning secret societies in the nations he founded, San Martín was resolutely loyal to the Lautaro Lodge, and drew advice and support from its members throughout his revolutionary career. In Argentina, San Martín proved a brilliant patriot general. He distinguished himself in the decisive Battle of San Lorenzo in February of 1813, defending the port of Buenos Aires against the Spanish navy and gaining such fame that he was granted command of Argentina's Army of the North. As Alvear and others dedicated themselves to the founding of the Republic, San Martín ostensibly restricted himself to soldiering. But he was quietly plotting the realization of a secret vision, a plan to press on beyond the borders of independent Argentina and liberate America from Chile to Peru. In the relative seclusion of the Andes, he spent years, as one historian describes it, conspiring, corresponding, intriguing in his obscure and spidery way, trying to save his great idea of the March on Lima from the dangers that threatened it. He was adamantly uninterested in Argentine politics, refused all promotions, and played no part in the formation of the new nation. With single-minded will, he lobbied to push his way north, getting himself appointed the governor of Quito, a ruggedly beautiful region that lay on the Chilean border. With his child bride, a sweet 15-year-old girl from a noble family in Buenos Aires, he settled in Mendoza, where he could take closer stock of the situation. It was there that he formed and trained the Army of the Andes, eventually persuading the Supreme Director of Argentina, Juan de Pueyrredón, to allow him to take his men over the Cordillera into Chile. Although Argentina was staggered by poverty, the government hardly able to manage its own affairs, Pueyrredón gave San Martín what he wanted. In November of 1816, the Supreme Director wrote to his general, "Here go 40 saddle blankets. By separate post, in a small box, go the only 2 bugles I've been able to scrounge. By mid-December you will receive the 35,000 pounds of jerked beef you've asked for. Here go the 2,000 spare sabers you need. Here go 200 tents, and there are no more. Here goes the world. Here goes the devil. Here goes the flesh. I don't know how I shall ever extricate myself from the debts I have incurred for this. God damn it. Don't ask me for anything else, unless you want to hear that I've been found in the fort, hanging from a rafter. San Martin did not disappoint him. He worked for almost 2 years to build his war machine, operating a clandestine factory in Mendoza that made bullets from church bells and canteens from bullhorns. "He wants wings for cannon," said the fanatical priest who ran the operation, "and he shall have them." Meanwhile, San Martin disciplined his troops with a rigor hitherto unknown in the Republican army. He recruited Indians, freed and enlisted thousands of slaves. Half his infantry would be black, and welcomed Chilean patriots who had been forced out of Santiago by Spain's reconquest of the rebel city in 1814. He was stern with his soldiers and brooked no unruliness, but he inspired them to great sacrifice. "If a Spaniard resists," he told them, "split his head open like a pumpkin." If a Republican soldier was so incapacitated that he couldn't walk, he was to be left to his fate on the battlefield. By the end of 1816, he had a fierce, disciplined fighting force. Together with Bernardo O'Higgins, the illegitimate son of a former viceroy, San Martin took an army of 4,000 men over the snowy heights of the America's tallest peak, Aconcagua, in February of 1817, achieving one of the most astonishing feats in the annals of military history. When 1,200 survivors reached the other side, they surprised the Spanish army and overwhelmed it in the Battle of Chacabuco. The killing field was littered with Spaniards, their forces decimated, their skulls split wide and gaping like smashed pumpkins. With trademark economy, San Martin reported to Buenos Aires, "In 24 days, we have completed this campaign, crossed the highest mountains in the world, put an end to the tyrants, and given freedom to Chile." He was not inclined to stirring dispatches or dazzling oratory. He shunned exaggerated language, preferred to keep a noble silence. Not particularly well read, he wasn't apt at quoting great writers or adding clever flourishes in foreign tongues, as Bolivar was so fond of doing. He was enigmatic, profoundly guarded, and that mysterious nature was not always well received. "There is a timidity of intellect," one Englishwoman sniffed. Another contemporary described him more generously, "It is impossible to know what is happening in that impenetrable soul." Modest to the point of asceticism, San Martin refused salaries and grandiose ceremonies. Admirers who gushed with praise were waved away impatiently. When offered a promotion to brigadier general after liberating Chile, he declined it twice. "Your approval," he told his government, "is reward enough." When the jubilant city of Santiago presented him with money to defray the cost of his Andean crossing, he refused it, donating it instead toward the creation of a public library. He was solemn, uncomfortable in his skin, easily exasperated. He was also profoundly ill. As a young soldier in Spain he had suffered crippling bouts of rheumatism. After the Battle of San Lorenzo, he began to experience worse, fierce gastric seizures that caused him to hemorrhage and vomit blood. The pain was so excruciating that he was driven to calm it with opium. By 1816, he was deeply addicted to the drug, taking it not only for gastric attacks, but in order to sleep, in order to quiet his nerves, in order to quell disappointment. "An angry hemorrhage and the consequent debilitating weakness have kept me 19 days in bed," he wrote a friend, and indeed his cohort began to worry. His speech began to slur, his movements grew unsteady. Friends tried to persuade him to stop abusing the drug. They stole the potent little tubes from his bedside. Somehow, by dint of determination and the close attention of medics and aides, he managed the punishing climb over the Andes. On April 5, 1818, with heroic resolve, he triumphed in the decisive Battle of Maipú, driving the Spaniards, once and for all, from Chile. He was so exhausted by battles close that his report to Buenos Aires was all of 3 sentences on a soiled scrap of paper. His detractors in the capital accused him of being drunk. "I found the hero of Maipú sick in bed," an Englishman reported soon after, "looking so pale and thin that if it had not been for the brilliance of his eyes I would hardly have recognized him." Within months, the hero would be carried back over the Andes on a stretcher. All the while, San Martin was carefully preparing for the greatest campaign of his career. By the beginning of 1820, he had risen from his bed, recrossed the Andes, and installed himself near Valparaiso. Several thousand skilled soldiers answered to his command, spurring him to believe he was ready to make a concerted attack on the powerful viceroy in Lima. But at roughly the same time, political disagreements that had plagued Argentina for years erupted in civil war, and chaos overtook the fledgling republic. Suddenly, the viability of San Martin's campaign abroad was called into question. He was ordered to rally his troops, bring his armies home, and defend Buenos Aires. But by then his mission had reached messianic proportions. He believed that the liberation of America superseded internal politics. Gravely sick, his illness compounded by worry, he decided to disobey his government's orders. With a zeal bordering on madness, he insisted on executing his war plan. The citizens of Argentina rose up in anger against their famous general. San Martin was accused as a traitor, a power seeker maligned for gross indifference to the Argentine cause. There were rumors that he would be court-martialed if he stepped foot on his native soil. Others claimed that foreign powers had bribed him, that he had made away with a staggering fortune. He protested it all as a grotesque lie. But he refused to change course in favor of the national interest. "I have pledged my honor to the cause of America," he wrote Bernardo O'Higgins, by then the Supreme Director of Chile. "I have no homeland without it, and I will not sacrifice such a precious gift for anything in the world." Joining forces with O'Higgins and the veteran British Admiral Lord Cochrane, San Martin soon commanded much of the western coast of South America. The infamous Thomas Cochrane, Wolf of the Seas, a flamboyant Scotsman convicted of financial fraud in London, had been given full run of the Chilean Armada, and, virtually destroying Spanish sea power in the Pacific, had allowed San Martin to launch a successful expedition to Peru. San Martin and 4,000 troops slipped onto Peruvian soil in the fog of August 1820, just as Bolivar was negotiating the peace with Murillo in Venezuela. Spilling onto the white sands of Paracas, not far from the ancient, impenetrable lines of Nazca, his patriot troops quietly moved inland. Soon, the glittering city of Lima, that nexus of power, coveted city of kings, would fall without so much as a sword raised against it. In the course of almost a year, San Martin blockaded it to near starvation. He frightened the rich whites of Lima with his army of blacks and cholos, mixed-race natives. He virtually honeycombed Peru with secret agents, winning the sympathies of Spanish Freemasons. He negotiated craftily with Viceroy Pezuela, suggesting that the eminence might appoint his own regency to rule an independent Peru. In January of 1821, an uprising of Spanish army officers deposed the viceroy, and General La Serna was thrust into power. 6 months later, after fruitless negotiations with San Martin, the new viceroy and his standing army of thousands evacuated the capital, pinched with hunger. A major earthquake ripped through the coast, as if to mark Spain's historic departure. Terrified, the whites of Lima wailed that the ghosts of the angry Inca were about to wreak their revenge. On July 12, the Patriot general entered the capital with no opposition whatsoever. It was a frigid day, one of those dull, dank days of coastal winter, and the place seemed unrelievedly gray, inscrutable. San Martin was the essence of decorum, taking every precaution to make little of his very large victory. At first, he took lodging at a monastery, accompanied by only one aide, and then he quietly moved to the government palace, where he installed himself with a full delegation of assistants. 2 weeks later, with a formidable army of peons behind him, he named himself protector, waved his flag over the central plaza, and declared the city of kings a bastion of freedom. Bolivar wasted no time in writing to San Martin to congratulate him. But midway through the flattery, he added, "I hope to heaven that you won't need the Colombian army's services in your liberation of Peru." It was a barbed remark. Lima may have been liberated, but Peru was not. It was also a prescient observation. Bolivar had no way to know just yet of the political bog that would mire his rival in Lima. General Sucre, too, was soon beset by troubles in Guayaquil. Months before, Bolivar had sent him there with 1,000 men to prepare for the liberation of Quito. But Quito remained in Spain's stubborn grip. The people of Guayaquil, who had gleefully declared their independence when San Martin arrived in Peru, were now stalled in fractious argument. Would they join Peru? Or Colombia? Officially, the strategic port city of Guayaquil had been part of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, but over the years it had become more closely allied to Peru, with which it did an active trade. Guayaquil was a thriving center of naval commerce, a place where ships were built and where they undertook a busy traffic. Of great importance to Lima, it was also vital to the landlocked colony of Quito. Bolivar insisted that Santander find 5,000 good troops to send ahead to Quito so that he could set out at once and resolve the issue. He was tired of managing, ready to push on. "I'm not going to lose the fruit of 11 years in a standoff," he wrote Santander. "I don't want San Martin to see me as anything but the chosen son." As far as he was concerned, the valuable land poised between the dying viceroyalties would be Greater Colombia's, not Peru's, and certainly not San Martin's. He arrived in Bogotá on October 21, 1821, and dedicated himself immediately to the business of organizing a decisive southern campaign. He didn't stay long. Before 2 months had elapsed, he was off, headed for the mountain redoubts of Quito. But he did have time for one personal obligation. On November 27, he bought a magnificent house in the very heart of Bogotá, purchasing it with the salaries due him, which until now he had been loath to collect. The mansion was on Santa Clara Street, not far from the cathedral and the old viceregal palace. On the deed of purchase, he designated it as a gift for the mother of Bernardina Ibanez, the young girl whose romantic attentions he had fervently sought and whose valiant young husband had died on the fields of Carabobo. What did that purchase mean? Was it an attempt to compensate for the ultimate sacrifice of Colonel Plaza, whom the Liberator had claimed to love as much as he loved the young officer's fetching wife? Or was it an expression of love for the bereft widow? And why had he paid for the property with his salary state funds, which he rarely accepted rather than with personal money? Was it a way to ease his conscience about the gossip to which he and Vice President Santander had subjected the family? Or had the Vice President, who went on to keep her sister, Nicolasa, as a mistress for 15 more years, requested that purchase himself? Historians have conjectured, but we may never know the truth. What we do know is that when Bolivar left Bogotá for Cali on the 13th of December, the Ibanez women had already moved into that comfortable house on Santa Clara Street, and they accepted Bolivar's gift with the fullest gratitude. From Cali, Bolivar would write Bernardina one last letter, professing his ardor and forever leaving open the question whether, in the scant 6 weeks he had spent in Bogotá, he had been able to win some measure of the widow's love. Fussy, beautiful Bernardina. What love can do. I think of nothing but you and your lovely temptations. You are the only one in the world for me. You alone, celestial angel, inspire my most vivid feelings and desires. From you I hope to win whatever happiness and pleasure you deign to give me, for you are what I long for. If I say no more, much more it is out of modesty and discretion. Don't think it is because I don't love you. And stop accusing me of indifference or callousness. You see how time and distance only combine to boost the thrill of memory. It's not right to blame me with empty suspicions. Think only of my passion and my eternal devotion, which you cannot deny. War would soon conspire to put Bernardina far from Bolivar's mind. The road from Bogotá to Cali was arduous, depleting. Initially, he had thought he would march to the coast and sail to Guayaquil, where he could join Sucre in a coastal attack on the colony of Quito. But word had it that Spanish frigates controlled Ecuadorian shores. It wasn't true. The craft that had caused that fleeting worry was the one depositing the new captain general. He was Juan Morgan, an accomplished soldier who had fought alongside San Martin in the wars against Napoleon and, ironically enough, had once saved the Argentine's life. The Spaniard Morgan had sailed from Panama, where he had been governor, and landed on the coast of Ecuador with 800 men and orders to fortify Quito. The faulty intelligence made Bolivar opt for land rather than sea, forcing him to take an army of 4,000 across 250 miles of punishing mountain terrain. It was either a fool's or a hero's journey. The Colombians traversed burning plains, perilous rivers, improvising bridges of rope over deadly gorges and cataracts. By the time they reached the other side, the army was a fraction of itself. Those who survived had marched thousands of miles, many of them from as far away as Valencia, some from the battles of Boyacá and Carabobo. Now, as they filed into Cali, they were a shattered force crushed by exhaustion, hypothermia, disease. Hundreds had deserted. Among those who remained, many of them languishing in litters. Few could march, much less muster and fight. Bolivar stayed in Cali long enough to learn that Sucre and his troops were trapped in Guayaquil, unable to advance and meet him halfway in Quito. The Royalists had blocked the way north, and for all the support Sucre had raised in Guayaquil, he didn't have the manpower to take on the stubbornly defended capital. His vain thrusts to penetrate Royalist territory had met with devastating defeat. In desperation, Sucre had called on San Martin in Lima to loan him troops, but he would have to wait months for an answer. Meanwhile, Bolivar, unable to rely on anyone, forged his way south along the difficult mountain route to Popayan. As he approached that highly fortified town, the Spanish colonel in charge, José María Obando, emerged under a flag of truce and surprised Bolivar by requesting an interview. The Liberator's charisma and passion for the American cause instantly won over the colonel. Not only did Obando surrender, he offered his services and the services of his entire garrison to the Patriot side. This bit of politicking persuaded Bolivar that he might have similar success with other Royalists. If only he could be allowed to talk to them. He wrote to Santander with an idea. "I have been awake all night, thinking about the new challenges. I am certain I will reach the Juanambu River with less than 2,000 men. I am equally certain that the enemy will meet me with more than 4,000, if I go on, I will be forced to fight a battle more risky than Boyacá, and I will fight it out of rage and despair. My best hope is to take a political tack and try to win over the enemy leaders and troops, if at all possible. Here then is what I propose." What he proposed was forgery. He instructed Santander to send him letters and documents stating that Spain had yielded the fight and now recognized Greater Colombia's independence. With these false papers and strategically placed announcements in the local Gaceta, he would fool Quito, force it to let down its guard, and allow him to enter the city. "The object of all this fuss," he wrote Santander, "is to persuade the enemy that there is no other recourse, they must deal with me, and we must prevent more blood sacrifice." His instructions to Santander were specific. The vice president was to create a trumped-up letter from the Spanish General La Torre, requesting safe passage for a commission that had arrived from Madrid to make peace with the new government of Colombia. Vice President Zia and General Pease were to produce appropriately welcoming responses. Santander obliged without delay and produced the bogus documentation. When all was duly delivered, Bolivar presented these lies, for that is what he called them, to Quito's interim president Aymeric as well as the recently arrived Captain General Morgan, and made overtures to Popayan's bishop, requesting his help in ensuring a peaceful transition. But no one was taken in by this deceit, least of all the people of Pasto, die-hard Royalists who lay between him and the capital, and who preferred all-out war to any talk about reconciliation. All-out war is what Bolivar finally gave them. On April 7, 1822, Easter Sunday, he led his army to the cliffs of Cariaco, on the side of the volcano where the Spanish army had been seen making an advance. Before he rode off to reconnoiter the area, something he always did alone, he ordered his officers not to have lunch until they had secured the overlooking promontory, which at that hour appeared untaken. When he returned, he saw Royalists perched on those heights and his army eating leisurely in the gorge. His second in command had misunderstood his order and was full of remorse. But there was no doubt that the liberating army was now at a distinct disadvantage. Fuming, Bolivar moved to make up for it. He commanded his men to make a bold, frontal attack. It was a questionable decision, wholly impulsive, built on fury. Wave after wave of Patriot lines rushed up the escarpment to sure death. The British battalion rifles made a heroic advance with their bayonets drawn, trying to drive the enemy from its fast perch, but to little avail. They couldn't get close enough. It seemed the whole Republican force would be obliterated on that maddeningly pitched slope. Bolivar, watching the butchery from below, was convinced the battle was lost. But as the sun slipped over the rocky ridge, creating deep shadows in the ravine, a miracle was at work in the right flank. Soldiers with nothing but bayonets thrust their blades into the steep incline, then, clambering up a ladder of ascending weapons, scaled the cliff. The fighting went well into night, until the moon vanished in a murky haze and darkness engulfed the fray. "Our camp," wrote a bando, the royalist who had defected to the Patriots in Popayan, "was a mill of destruction. Our rifles were broken, our equipment burned, all that we might have carried away was destroyed. Dawn came and we were unable to withdraw. A thick fog prevented us from seeing the enemy or the position taken by our own rifles. The Liberator was in a mood. Bolivar was in more than a mood. For days, he had been fighting a fever. That he had lived through those 8 grueling hours was remarkable in itself. There were those including Bolivar who described the Battle of Bombona as a triumph for the Patriot side, others saw it as sheer folly. It was neither. When dusk covered the field and the enemy withdrew like a frightened phantom, no one was sure who had prevailed. The Patriots, dazed, remained in the arena, wondering whether hostilities would return with the sun. If nothing else, they could comfort themselves with the knowledge that they had split the royalist camp and distracted it from its defense of Quito. But by morning, it was clear what price they had paid for it. Bodies littered the ground in obscene heaps, a vile stench permeated the air. Every Patriot officer save 6 lay gravely wounded. Bolivar, sick to death, was carried away in a litter. Though doubts about those bitter losses followed, it soon became clear that the Battle of Bombona had won something after all. It had been a harbinger of change. The citizens of Pasto and Quito, 2 stout chambers of the royalist heart, awoke the next morning a little less certain, a little more afraid. General Sucre, now able to push north from Guayaquil, rose masterfully to the occasion. Chapter 12. Under the Volcanoes. I am consumed by the demon of war, determined to finish the struggle. Simon Bolivar. Either I lose my way, or I press on to glory, Bolivar had confessed to Vice President Santander, and indeed he seemed to be fighting battles within as well as without. To those seeing him for the first time, he seemed far older than his age. At 38, he was grizzled by war, jaundiced by illness and fatigue. Though his movements remained nimble, his voice vibrant, he bore the signs of a soldier too long in the fray. His face was weary, his color wan. His hair was long, thinning, shot through with silver, tied back to curb its wild disorder. He was emaciated, given to fevers and mysterious ailments. He was no longer the brash young man who had fought his way up the Magdalena River and triumphed effortlessly in battle. He was no longer the hero of the admirable campaign. Although he paid close attention to his hygiene, maintained a strict regimen of baths, drank little and seldom, and resolutely did not smoke, his health had noticeably deteriorated. He was no longer the infamous, indefatigable iron ass. For all the vigor of his will and spirit, he was a prematurely aging soldier, a hard-living, hard-bitten veteran who had fought across thousands of miles of punishing terrain and showed it. Few leaders of nations, apart from Genghis Khan, had spent as many hours, months, years in a saddle. But 12 years of unremitting effort had taken their toll. He didn't allow his men to see it, but it had become harder for him to tolerate the physical hardship. More than anything, what he needed now was to be assisted by a sprier, younger version of himself, a warrior with all the right instincts, a leader with a common touch, a bright young general who did not question his supremacy and who pledged absolute and undying loyalty to the cause. That man was Antonio José de Sucre. If God had given us the right to choose our own families, Bolivar would later say, I would have chosen General Sucre as my son. The 27-year-old general of brigade was a vigorous warrior in his prime. Alert, high-spirited, and rigorously disciplined, he was the quintessential officer and gentleman, respected by all who fought under his command. When Bolivar had elevated him, despite his youth, to the most senior of generals, it was because Sucre's talents rivaled his own. Sucre was brave, tireless, uncannily adept at making quick decisions. He insisted on doing everything himself, from maintaining troop records to inspecting his soldiers' rations. He had a sixth sense for battle strategy. In short, Sucre was everything the Liberator admired in the best of soldiers. Together they were the Achilles and Patroclus of the New World. By May of 1822, the two were laboring toward each other across a volatile terrain, the lava-encrusted avenue of craters that dominated the bitterly contested ground between Colombia and Peru. With the Battle of Bombona, Bolivar had managed to distract the enemy enough to allow Sucre to move, and the young general proceeded to make his way up the volcano-studded landscape between Guayaquil and Quito, reinforced by a battalion sent to him by San Martin. For a year now, Sucre and 3,000 superbly trained soldiers under his command had pointed toward this moment, awaiting word from Bolivar. But the last missive Sucre had received from the Liberator had been sent months before, in December of 1821. By the time he read it, he had been powerless to obey its orders. So much of the war had gone this way: late correspondence, missed opportunities. Seeing now that the enemy was in disorder, he decided to try to take Quito at all costs. Securing San Martin's support had turned out to be a thorny business for Sucre. The protector of Peru had announced publicly that he looked forward to traveling north to meet Bolivar, but as time passed, he had grown skeptical about Greater Colombia's ambitions. Within a month of announcing his eagerness to meet his fellow revolutionaries, he began to chafe about Sucre's presence in Guayaquil, convinced that the port's proximity and close commercial ties to Lima made it rightfully Peruvian, and, therefore, under his jurisdiction. In February, after dispatching one of his most talented young colonels, Andrés de Santa Cruz, to help fortify Sucre's army, he worked himself into a state over reports about Bolivar's progress toward Guayaquil. Finally, he had boarded one of Lord Cochrane's ships and hastened north to lay claim on the coveted city. But by the time he got halfway, he saw a copy of a letter Bolivar had sent to Guayaquil's president, José Joaquim de Almeida. In it, Bolivar claimed peremptorily that the port of Guayaquil belonged to Colombia. A bomb could not have produced a more shattering effect. Seething, San Martin turned around and sailed back to Lima, where he secured authority to go to war. In his fury, San Martin also recalled Santa Cruz's auxiliary forces, insisting that the colonel return to Peru at once. But the charismatic Sucre soon persuaded Santa Cruz to ignore that order, prepare for greater glory, and join his historic march against Quito. Eventually, San Martin backed down and thought better of prosecuting a suicidal civil war against an equivalent, liberating army. He decided to send one of his generals to take command of the Allied forces. Sucre was appalled when he heard of it. But indeed none of those plans came to pass. San Martin was in no position to enforce them. It had all been a tempest in a teacup, a show of martial posturing, but it had revealed everyone's essential character. Bolivar had been high-handed, San Martin, petulant, Sucre, unyielding. And the young Santa Cruz had proved to be divided in his loyalties, as he would continue to be for all time. By the end of April, Sucre was leading a march to the Royalist stronghold of Quito. Bearing west of the Pichincha volcano, he skirted the city and positioned his forces due north of the king's army. He had no way of knowing it, but Morgan, the able Spanish captain general who had arrived only months before, had died suddenly from the complications of a fall, leaving Quito's president, General Imeric, to fight alone. On May 13, Sucre's forces scaled the icy peak of the volcano and, 10 days later, descended the other side in an early morning fog. It had rained all night, and negotiating the slippery terrain had been treacherous. Nevertheless, they streamed down on the enemy, meeting them in battle at Riobamba. The hostilities were so close to Quito that the city's inhabitants clambered onto their rooftops to watch the conflict play out on the slope of their looming mountain. The Battle of Pichincha was hardly a surgical strike, and required constantly shifting strategy, but Sucre wasted no effort, giving his every move an object, a rationale. By the end of the day, when it was clear that his army was prevailing, he offered Aymeric a chance to lay down his arms. On May 25, Sucre declared a victory in Quito, taking the capital and securing the capture of more than 2,000 prisoners. His treaty was charitable, allowing the royalists to sail to Spain with full military honors. As a result, many of them decided to stay and fight on the patriot side. Hearing that Quito had fallen, the stubborn bastion of Pasto succumbed completely to Bolivar. By a remarkable blend of strategy and bravura, Pasto, Quito, and the valuable port of Guayaquil were now firmly Colombian. Bolivar had only to take his prize. The Liberator was acutely aware that he owed the victory to his gifted general, and he couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. He fretted that Sucre's battle at Pichincha, not his, at Bombona, would go down in history as the third sister of Boyaca and Carabobo. Indeed, the surrender seemed all askew. Even as Bolivar negotiated the grudging submission of inglorious Pasto, Sucre was accepting the far more glamorous capitulation of Quito from the illustrious Aymeric. Profoundly exhausted, Bolivar wrote to Santander, exhibiting an uncharacteristic smallness of mind, "Sucre had more troops than I did, and fewer enemies," he grumbled. "We, on the other hand, have been in hell, struggling with demons. The victory of Bombona is far more beautiful than that of Pichincha." He wanted to make sure that Vice President Santander represented it that way. It didn't take long for Bolivar's spirit to rise, however, as the wider world began to register the triumphs. He entered Quito on June 16, heartened by deafening cheers. He was resplendent in red and gold, mounted on his stately white horse, surrounded by adoring masses. Being a shrewd military man, General Sucre made it a point to leave all glory to the Liberator. The torch of independence was fully ablaze now. The last redoubt of Colombia's royalists had been subdued, the vital Isthmus of Panama had declared itself for Bolivar. Nearly 1,000,000 square miles of South America, a region far greater than Napoleon's empire, answered to a single man. On June 19, 3 days after Bolivar's descent into Quito, and nearly 3,000 miles away, an ailing diplomat was admitted to President James Monroe's office. Bent, pained, barely able to propel himself across the brightly polished floors of the White House, he clutched a document in one hand. John Quincy Adams recorded the moment. "At 1 o'clock I presented Mr. Manuel Torres as charge d'affaires from the Republic of Colombia to the President. This incident was chiefly interesting as being the first formal act of recognition of an independent South American government. Torres, who has scarcely life in him to walk alone, was deeply affected by it. Moved even to tears. The President assured him of the great interest taken by the United States in the welfare and success of his country, and of the particular satisfaction with which he received him as its first representative. The audience was, as usual, only a few minutes. For 4 long years, Torres had been trying to win diplomatic recognition, not to mention arms, ships, reinforcements for Bolivar's revolution. But no amount of courtly palaver got the old gentleman very far. In the end, it was Bolivar's successes that changed the American president's mind. As the Battle of Boyaca led to the Battle of Carabobo, and the Liberator set out over the Andes for Quito, there could be no doubt that the tide of revolution was rolling on. Congressman Henry Clay finally persuaded his countrymen of it. After Torres's emotional meeting with Monroe and Adams, the elderly Colombian dragged himself home to Philadelphia full of joy that he could now relay the good news to Bolivar. Less than a month later, Torres was dead. It is unlikely that anyone in the Colombian army knew it, but on the day of their diplomat's funeral, which was attended by representatives of the United States Army and Navy and accompanied by full military honors, all the ships in Philadelphia's harbor flew their colors at half-staff. Indeed, Bolivar and his army were at such a remove in the depths of the equatorial cordillera that they would not be fully aware of U.S. recognition for another half-year. Bolivar and his army, hardly cognizant of the fame they had reaped in the larger world, were living for the moment. Spent by war, reduced by privation, they spilled southward, focused only on the business of staying alive. Few pleasures awaited them. Nevertheless, legend has it that, as Bolivar rode into Quito in his splendid victory parade, he glanced up at the riotously decorated balconies and there saw the woman who would become his greatest love. The truth is probably quite different. The Liberator's first sight of the comely, rapier-wicked Manuela Sáenz may have been at a ball given for him that night, or perhaps in an interview that she sought with the new chief of state to resolve questions of her inheritance. But there is no doubt that the meeting, given the exuberance of the moment, was mutually galvanizing. She was as motivated as he, as moody, as curious, as well-read. Within days, or even hours, they were lovers, and would remain so until the end of his life. On the face of things, Manuela Sáenz was a respectable young woman, rich, married, a habitué of liberal aristocratic circles in Quito and Lima. But she was also a woman with a complicated past. Born in Quito 25 years before, she was the illegitimate child of a scandalous liaison. Her father had been a wealthy Spaniard about town, an established family man, her mother, a middle-aged spinster from a prominent Creole family. The mother had birthed the child in secret, far away from society's prying eyes, as custom and honor demanded. She had attempted to place her daughter in a good home in Quito, but failing that entrusted her to nuns in a convent that was known to take highborn orphans. 6 years later, the mother was dead. For all his social climbing ambitions, Manuela's father Simon Sáenz de Vergara did a surprising thing. He took responsibility for the child. He gave large sums of money to the luxurious convent where she lived, introduced her to his other children, welcomed the pretty little girl into his home. Most important, he gave her the biggest gift a father could offer, the door to a new life. Before her 20th birthday, he married her off to a wealthy businessman in Lima, an English shipping merchant named James Thorne. There were many reasons the marriage to Thorne was a welcome union. For Manuela's father, it was undoubtedly advantageous. Thorne probably assisted him in an uncertain economic time. In any case, it was wise for a Spaniard with considerable property to have firm, family connections with a shipping magnate. For Manuela, Mr. Thorne represented the essence of stability. He was 20 years older, sober in nature, generous with his money. Perhaps most important, as a foreigner, he was less inclined to see the circumstances of her birth as an irredeemable flaw. At the end of 1817, just as Bolivar was preparing to meet peace on the desolate plains of Venezuela, Manuela traveled to Lima to meet the fiancé to whom she had been promised. He was not a particularly attractive man. Portly, stuffy, a middle-aged fuddy-duddy with no intellectual brio or physical vigor, he could be insufferably dull and adamantly set in his ways. But there was no doubt in her mind that the marriage would give her respectability, a comfortable home, and in that remote metropolis, far from the gossip of Quito, an enviable social standing. In December, as summer chased off the coastal fog, the couple was married under the vaulting dome of the Parroquia de San Sebastián, the most ancient and elegant of Lima's churches. In time, Manuela's natural grit and intelligence persuaded Thorne that she could manage his affairs, especially during his regular trips abroad. She was a natural negotiator, a sparkling conversationalist, eager to inject herself into the arteries of intrigue that coursed through the nervous city of kings. A fervent anti-royalist, she became a regular in patriot circles, and like any woman in the revolutionary effort, she served as spy, courier, and recruiter. There is no question that she celebrated San Martin's arrival in Peru. In time, he favored her with the female version of a Distinguished Order of the Sun, an award he had established to honor outstanding patriots. Eventually she became an intimate of Rosa de Campusino, the infamous libertine and fellow Ecuadorian beauty who captivated a long string of Lima suitors as well as the somber San Martin himself. By late May of 1822, when Manuela Sáenz returned to Quito, she was well known as a revolutionary activist. She had come home because she was worried about her father, a flinty Spaniard with abiding loyalty to the king, a persona non grata among Quito's new patriot masters. Perhaps she knew that he had decided to return to Spain and that this would be her last chance to see him. If so, she was also hoping that, in the new liberal realignment, she could finally claim the inheritance that her fussy maternal family had denied her since she was 6, when her mother had died. It is not difficult to imagine that when this beautiful, irreverent, and irresistibly magnetic woman presented herself at the Victory Ball on the arm of a patriot officer, her half-brother, or when she made pressing claims in the harried halls of his new Colombia, Bolivar was enchanted. She was, as one biographer has described her, a siren with gleaming, ebony hair, bituminous eyes, pearly skin, and a conspicuously pleasing figure. She had an alluring feline grace. She could dance, she could ride. She was also breezily unafraid of scandal. He snatched what pleasure he could with Manuelita, which is what he called her during those busy weeks, spent a scant few weeks in her thrall, and all the while was able to glimpse an insider's perspective on Lima's rebels, its royalists, San Martin. Before long, he could see that this spunky, brainy woman was unlike any he had ever known. "Madam," he said to her tenderly, "if only my soldiers had your marksmanship, we would have routed Spain long ago." But San Martin himself came between the lovers. The Argentine general had written to Bolivar, protesting Colombia's designs on Guayaquil. He insisted that the port be allowed to choose its own loyalties in an election. Bolivar fired back without delay. Guayaquil was incontrovertibly Colombian, it had answered to Bogotá since colonial times, and would continue to do so in the future. But he added graciously that he welcomed the opportunity to embrace San Martin and talk about these things man to man. He had already offered San Martin the Colombian army's assistance in Peru. Bolivar hastened to Guayaquil, fully aware now that he needed to get there before the Argentine. Tearing himself away from the pleasures of Manuela, he went south to stake his claim. He didn't get far before she sent him a brash and demanding letter. He wrote an uncharacteristically hesitant response. Perhaps it was because her blatant lack of decorum made him worry for her, perhaps it was because she had triggered something deeper in him, but his letter beseeched her to give him room to think. "I want to answer, most beautiful Manuela, your demands of love, which are entirely reasonable. But I have to be candid with you, who have given me so much of yourself. It's time you knew that long ago I loved a woman as only the young can love. Out of respect, I never talk about it. I'm pondering these things, and I want to give you time to do the same, because your words lure me, because I know that this may well be my moment to love you and for us to love one another. I need time to get used to this, for a military life is neither easy to endure nor easy to leave behind. I have fooled death so many times now that death dogs my every step. Allow me to be sure of myself, of you. I cannot lie. I never lie. My passion for you is wild, and you know it. Give me time." He made the trip to Guayaquil in early July, passing through breathtaking landscapes that thrilled and ignited his imagination. He had always been a lover of nature, and the staggering sight of Ecuador's perpetually snow-covered volcanoes, great white leviathans, rising from carpets of equatorial green, moved him deeply. He had never seen this part of the world before, a fertile terrain that swarmed with earthly life, yet reached boldly for the heavens. The purple skies, the starlit nights, the land's fierce tectonic past all touched something in his soul. Had things turned out differently, had he not felt the irresistible pull of war and revolution, he might have been a philosopher in his hacienda, contemplating the miracles of this earth. He thought of this now, as he looked out upon the land. Nowhere in the Republic of Greater Colombia had nature been so prodigal with its gifts as here, outside Quito, where soaring mountains grazed the vaulted skies, taunting ambition with magnificent zeniths. Chimborazo, believed then to be the tallest peak on earth, spurred him to ponder the heights he himself had mastered. Some time later, holding the image of that volcano in vivid memory, he wrote about it to his old teacher, Simon Rodriguez. "Come to Chimborazo," he urged. "Tread if you dare on this stairway of titans, this crown of earth, this unassailable battlement of the New World. From such heights will you command the unobstructed vista, and here, looking on earth and sky, admiring the brute force of terrestrial creation, you will say, 2 eternities gaze upon me, the past and the yet to be, but this throne of nature, like its creator, is as enduring, as indestructible, as eternal, as the universal Father." He was a writer, after all. And yet historians disagree as to whether Bolivar could be the author of a similarly elegiac document about Chimborazo that appeared 3 years after his death. My Delirium on Chimborazo, a prose poem discovered among a Colombian colonel's papers and purported to be written in Bolivar's hand, is a lyrical, phantasmagoric description of his rise to glory. In it, Bolivar is seen astride the very pinnacle of that volcano, high above earth, where time itself makes him look upon the past as well as an unfurling future. "A febrile ecstasy invades my mind," he writes. "I feel lit by a strange, higher fire." Bolivar could not possibly have climbed Mount Chimborazo, which measures 20,565 feet and which few mortals have conquered, and yet there are those who read the poem as a literal claim that he did. No, he did not reach the top. The naturalists La Condamine and Humboldt, far more prepared for the feat, attempted it and failed. But it is all too possible that the Liberator climbed some of the way, at least enough to take in the panorama. Most Latin American scholars of Bolivar do not question that he wrote My Delirium, perhaps because it makes perfect sense that he would have, perhaps because it confirms, at least metaphorically, what is known: the Liberator was at the zenith of his glory. He was filled with awe by the transcendence of the moment, by the superhuman vantage it gave him, by the astonishing beauty of his America. He did not feel he was at a loss to describe such emotions. Unlike other warrior heroes who had preceded him in history, he was not afraid to take up the pen. San Martin had reached such an impasse in Lima that he had no choice but to respond gratefully to Bolivar's magnanimous offer of assistance and the invitation to discuss it in person. "I accept your generous proposal," San Martin wrote back immediately. "Before the 18th, I'll leave from the port of Callao and, as soon as I disembark in Guayaquil, I'll make my way to you in Quito. I have a feeling that America will never forget the day that you and I embrace." Although San Martin was a proud and headstrong man, there was little he wasn't willing to do for America. But Peru had turned out to be far more complicated than he had anticipated. He was trapped in a political stalemate in Lima. He had produced neither a Congress nor a constitution and, in the process, he had earned many foes. When it was learned that he had sent a delegation to Europe seeking a prince from a royal family to govern the newly independent republic, Lima's Republican stalwarts were appalled. High-ranking government officials were soon found guilty of plotting against him. But it wasn't just in government circles that he was drawing fire. His naval blockade had strangled a thriving Peruvian trade, and the powerful merchants hated him for it. He was hated, too, for his tyrannical right-hand man, the Argentine Bernardo Monteagudo, who had assumed the reins as San Martin slipped in and out of an opium haze, and mounted a cruel campaign against Spanish-born citizens. In military matters, too, San Martin's power was crumbling. He was at odds with his admiral, Lord Cochrane, who saw his reticence to attack the king's army as a deficit of courage. He was persona non grata in Argentina for ignoring his president's orders. Perhaps worst of all, his soldiers had been reduced from a bold fighting force to a sluggish army of occupation. Within the course of a short year, the Protector had lost all the momentum he had once had. Stymied by political minefields, bewildered by the ferocity of his critics, San Martin now found the Peruvian animus against him so crippling that he was unable to carry out strategy or recruit soldiers to his side. There was much he needed from Bolivar. Risking everything, he decided to leave Lima in charge of subalterns to go north and make a desperate alliance with the Liberator. On July 13, he set sail for Guayaquil, intending to march on to Quito. But Bolivar was no longer in Quito. On the day San Martin received the Liberator's letter, urging him to a meeting, Bolivar was already making a triumphant entrance into Guayaquil. The city's leaders were openly alarmed. President Almedo, a celebrated poet and orator, had made it clear that he favored joining Guayaquil to Peru, and now, watching the ecstatic crowds rushing to meet Bolivar, the president felt power slip from his hands. Colossal arches glorifying the Liberator's name towered over the magnificent Malecon. Women and girls, resplendent in white and blue, flocked down the streets to welcome him. When the municipal council officially welcomed him as Guayaquil's bringer of independence, even though independence had been won almost 2 years before, it was too much for the president and his junta. Offended, they stalked off in protest. 2 days later, Bolivar invited Almedo and all the members of the junta to a conference in his residence to try to dispel the acrimony. The meeting went rather well. But just as his guests were leaving, a crowd swarmed onto the property, tore down the flag of Guayaquil, and ran up the flag of Colombia. Frightened that this was the start of a violent coup, the junta scurried to safety next door. Bolivar had the flags changed at once. He told his aide O'Leary to make it clear to all present that what they had just seen had been done without his knowledge, and that he highly disapproved of it. But it was just as clear that the demonstrations on behalf of Colombia and against Almedo's junta were growing increasingly more ardent and dangerous. The junta was reconvened to discuss the question, but the debate went on at such length that Bolivar grew impatient and insisted they make an immediate decision. They took the hint. He took command of the city later that day. Less than 2 weeks later, San Martin's schooner, the Macedonia, and a convoy of Peruvian ships sailed briskly through the dark of an early morning toward the coast of Puna, the lush green island that sits at the mouth of the Guayas estuary. It was July 25. Guayaquil was but hours away, and San Martin was confident that he would now take command of it for Lima. But immediately on dropping anchor, he was told that Bolivar was already in the city, and that the island of Puna, like freed Guayaquil, was Colombian territory now. Stunned, the protector refused to disembark. The jolly celebrations for Bolivar's 39th birthday that had begun the night before were probably still in full throttle in that cool pre-dawn as San Martin deliberated his predicament. Bolivar had not received San Martin's letter. He had no notion the man was on his way. When he arose later that morning, he was astonished to learn that his rival was at such close radius. He sent a delegation of 2 aides with a letter of welcome and, when he was told that San Martin was unwilling to come ashore, he dispatched another. "No, do not dismiss lightly the eagerness with which I welcome to this Colombian soil the dearest friend of my heart and nation. How is it possible that you have come so far only to deny Guayaquil the corporeal presence of a man we're so anxious to know and, if possible, touch? That cannot be, my admirable friend. I await you, and I will come and meet you wherever you will be so kind as to expect me." We can imagine San Martin's consternation, the prospect of setting foot on soil that had been snatched so abruptly from his grasp. It was one more indignity in a long string of humiliations, and the proud Argentine was sick at heart. Fleet boats of oarsmen traveled up and down the river, negotiating this delicate exchange between liberators, until, eventually, San Martin responded that he would meet with Bolivar the next day. The Macedonia proceeded majestically up the Guayas River through the night and arrived at midday on the 26th. Bolivar went out to meet it. Boarding the Peruvian ship straight away, he greeted the dour Argentine with all the conviviality and charm he could muster. San Martin and his official entourage in all their decorated splendor were met by a parade formation of Colombian army officers that led all the way from the dock to the imposing Luzuriga mansion, where he would be staying. He walked past throngs of cheering townspeople who had swept down to the docks when they heard that the great San Martin, liberator of Argentina and Lima, had arrived. When he finally entered the house, Bolivar and his officers were there to receive him in the vestibule. Agile, animated, filled with the sudden energy of a man who has been handed every advantage, the liberator strode forward and vigorously shook his guest's hand. "At last," he said, for the benefit of the dignitaries who had gathered around, "I am shaking the hand of the famous General San Martin." Indeed, it was an occasion with few precedents in history. Two warrior heroes, liberators of a prodigious land mass that stretched half the globe, from north of the equator to Antarctica, had executed one of the most remarkable pincer movements in military history. Moreover, they had succeeded essentially without collaboration until now. Bolivar felt the moment deeply, and showed it. San Martin thanked him and, as was his nature, kept his reserve. Ramrod straight, sober, he replied that it gave him great pleasure to make the liberator's acquaintance. They walked together to the great salon, where San Martin was given affectionate tributes from the women of Guayaquil. At the close of that ceremony, an exceptionally beautiful girl of 17, the youngest of three flirtatious sisters who would correspond with the liberator for years, approached the venerable protector and delicately placed a crown of laurel on his brow. Surprised and visibly flummoxed, the general snatched it from his head. Perhaps it was something in the girl's face or in the murmurs around the room that made San Martin see the insult of that gesture. He hurried to say that he didn't deserve her gift, that others merited it far more, that he treasured the hands from which it came, and would always remember the moment as one of the happiest of his life. The two heroes were left alone to conduct the first of three private conversations. They did so behind closed doors. No secretary, no guard, no third party was present for any of those meetings, and the details of their discussions for almost 2 centuries now have remained shrouded in mystery and dispute. With Bolivar likely pacing back and forth, as was his custom, and San Martin sitting stolidly in his chair, they deliberated all that was on their minds, none of it for the record. Nevertheless, looking closely at the considerable correspondence that followed, we can piece together what was said. The first question that arose was the nationality of Guayaquil. Bolivar assured San Martin that he would hold a vote to determine the democratic will, but added that he was sure the people would choose Colombia. San Martin waved away all further discussion on this, willing to ascribe all problems to the city's fickleness. It was clear he wanted to waste no time. He had told Bolivar in an earlier letter that a few hours between soldiers would suffice, and it was in this spirit that he went directly now to the last battleground in America, Peru. His strategy for the next campaign, as he described it, was to attack La Serna's army on 2 fronts, one by land and another by sea, hundreds of miles apart. Bolivar commented, as politely as he could, that he thought it a weak option. It would be far better, he said, to gather the liberating army and drive it into the interior like a hard, steel fist. His army wasn't large enough for that, San Martin replied. La Serna and Canterac had assembled a mighty legion in the highlands. San Martin had but remnants of his original battalions, and whatever sailors lingered behind after Lord Cochrane angrily abandoned the cause. Recruiting had not been easy. Brought to the last possible question, San Martin went to the heart of the matter: how many Colombians could Bolivar contribute to the task? Bolivar called for one of his aides to bring some documentation from his office. He wanted to show the Argentine in as concrete form as he could that the Colombian army was neither as vast nor as concentrated a force as he had assumed. The most he could offer, he said, was to return the division led by Santa Cruz, replacing all its losses, and add 3 battalions of Colombians, a contribution of a little more than 1,000 troops. San Martin was flabbergasted. He had counted on the support of Bolivar's entire army, which at that point he calculated to be 9,600 armed men. The only reason he could see for this sudden, alarming parsimony was that Bolivar didn't trust him to lead those troops. Controlling himself with great difficulty now, the Argentine implored Bolivar to come to Peru himself. He would serve under Bolivar's command, if need be. The Liberator could lead both armies. Bolivar demurred, saying that as president of Colombia, he could not leave the country without Congress's consent, and surely, they would never agree to it. There was a nation to secure, a government to build. As to the question of making San Martin his subordinate, such an arrangement was hard to imagine, too delicate to pursue. Here, the protector sensed Bolivar was being slippery, evasive, and he was hard-pressed to understand why. "I couldn't get a clear answer from him," he told a journalist many years later. The only conclusion he could make was that Bolivar wanted all the power and glory to himself. More likely, Bolivar was caught between desire and common sense. It would have been folly for him to strip a newly independent nation of its army and take on another war. There were problems Colombia had yet to address. Puerto Cabello was still under Spanish rule, Pasto continued to teem with royalist passions, Caracas and Bogotá lacked in defenses, and Guayaquil and Quito had only just been annexed. As for the question of having San Martin report to him, any military man could see that that was a catastrophe waiting to happen. The subordinate would be the hero, the soldier who had made the greater sacrifice, the man with the moral force. But Bolivar didn't say these things to San Martin, he didn't trust him completely. The chemistry between them seemed all wrong. When they finally spoke about the political system San Martin had in mind for Peru, Bolivar's suspicions were confirmed. The protector laid out his plan for establishing a monarchy with a European prince in rule. Bolivar had heard rumors about this, but hoped they weren't true. A year before, he had sent one of his aides, Diego Ibarra, to Lima, with a letter of congratulations for San Martin and instructions for Ibarra to learn what he could. Was San Martin considering a monarchical plan, and, if so, how deeply was he committed to it? Sound out the general's spirit, he ordered Ibarra, and persuade him, if you can, against any project of erecting a throne in Peru, which would be nothing short of scandalous. Now he was hearing about a Peruvian king from the protector himself. San Martin explained to Bolivar that he had spoken about his plan to both viceroys, that he had sent a delegation of diplomats to England months before to discuss just such a throne and which prince or duke might fill it. If England weren't willing, his delegates would look for qualified candidates in Belgium, France, Russia, Holland, or even Spain. It was the reason he had stalled in forming a Peruvian Congress or drawing up a Peruvian constitution. As far as San Martin was concerned, the nation was not ready for democracy. Education was in a shambles, ignorance abounded, the pillars upon which democracy could depend did not exist. Bolivar might have agreed on this last point, but he was viscerally opposed to royalty, to kings and queens, to that old, musty European system that had required so much American blood to purge. He would not hear of it. Bolivar left the meeting as somber and impenetrable as a sphinx. San Martin left it deeply mortified. There had been no question that at every point of discussion, San Martin had been the supplicant, Bolivar the con. The Liberator had everything the protector needed: a winning army, the acclaim of his people, the luster of success, the recognition of a major world power. But Bolivar had given nothing. Instead, he had walked away deeply apprehensive of San Martin's motives. After the meeting, San Martin made solemn pronouncements from the balcony of that sprawling house, under which throngs of adulators had gathered. He received scores of visitors and heard out their appeals and thanks. But he was cheerless, disconsolate. Later that afternoon, he and Bolivar met for another half-hour in the company of their minions. Little was said. That night, they dined separately, giving them time for ample deliberation. Clearly, they had had plenty of opportunity to take one another's measure, for when they convened again on the next day, they were full of conviction. San Martin had already decided he would leave on the Macedonia that same night and had given instructions for his crew to be ready to depart at 11. He walked from his house to Bolivar's at 1 in the afternoon, and there they proceeded to spend the next 4 hours in earnest conversation. Little is known about precisely what was said, but at the end of it Bolivar asked San Martin how the people of Lima would characterize his government. "Satisfactory," San Martin replied. Bolivar nodded. "Well," he said, "the pleasure of our meeting has been marred by news of a revolt there." Bolivar handed him a communique he had just received from one of his generals. The report indicated that Bernardo Monteagudo, San Martin's closest advisor, had been driven from power during the protector's absence. San Martin was visibly stricken by the news. Monteagudo had been ruthless and roundly despised, but he had been his most trusted deputy. Once he recovered from the shock, San Martin confided in Bolivar that it was all finished for him now. He would resign his position, leave Lima. He had already contemplated the possibility. Indeed, he had left his resignation in a sealed envelope before he had boarded the Macedonia. But he had hoped Bolivar would save the day. It was not to be. Whatever was said beyond this, we cannot know. Over the years, there has been much conjecture. Certainly, they went on to speak of Bolivar's vision to create a federation of Latin American nations. San Martin was heartily in favor of it. It was one of the few things upon which they agreed. But by early evening, there was little more to say. When the doors of their meeting room swung open at 5 o'clock, they walked through them, resolved in very different ways. They appeared shortly thereafter at the banquet Bolivar had planned in San Martin's honor. Apart from wanting to win Guayaquil for Peru, San Martin had come as an innocent to these proceedings. He was no agent of Argentina, no demagogue in search of a wider power, no seeker of personal glory. As one historian has said, he came to the meeting with not a single trump card up his sleeve. Nevertheless, the moment he decided to leave the deck of the Macedonia for the hard earth of Guayaquil, he was on the losing side. Perhaps he knew it. Perhaps he was scrambling to save what he could. Bolivar, in contrast, had studied his potential collaborator with a hard, cold eye. From Manuela Sainz and others, he had been given intelligence about San Martin's recurrent illness, his reliance on drugs, his bloodless invasion of Lima, his excess of caution, his willful, angry spats with Lord Cochrane. He knew far more about the Argentine than he let on. San Martin would leave Guayaquil a defeated man. Bolivar, on the other hand, had been assured the possibility of more triumphs. "Good God, I want no more," he wrote Santander within hours of the banquet. "For the first time I have no further desires." At dinner, he took the head of the table, presiding over a noisy, festive affair. San Martin took the seat of honor at his side. There was lively music, an abundance of good food and wine, and a hearty sense of cordiality. The feast had cost Bolivar 8,000 pesos, by far the largest expenditure he made as Colombia's wars drew to a close. When it came time for toasts, he sprang to his feet. "Gentlemen," he began, "I offer a toast to the two greatest men of South America, to General San Martin, and to me." It was a preposterous thing to say, a diplomatic blunder, but enough wine had been consumed that it hardly mattered. San Martin rose and with exquisite courtesy offered the following: "To the swift termination of this war, to the organization of new nations on this American continent, and to the health of the Liberator." The toasts went on until well into the evening. San Martin repaired to his house to rest a while before returning for a sprightly ball in his honor, which began at 9. The celebration was held in the sprawling and sumptuous Municipal Hall, the most imposing structure in the city. Revelers in fancy dress clamored to witness the two most renowned personages in South America demonstrate their friendship, and they were hardly disappointed. When San Martin arrived, they saw a tall, weary, but courtly man greeted with great warmth by Bolivar and his generals. But the elegant Argentine attended the dance without ever participating in it, and it was obvious that his mind was far away, filled with distant preoccupations. Whereas Bolivar danced with gusto, tirelessly, guiding one beauty after another onto the reeling dance floor, San Martin was resolutely unresponsive. The thrumming valses, so beloved of the time, neither interested nor lured him. Dancers swirled by, their euphoria rising with each passing hour, but he seemed to look past the spectacle and bacchanalia, adrift in another world. He stayed as long as patience would allow, but at 1 o'clock in the morning, he waved to his colonels and told them he could no longer stand the noise. He left, not through a side door, undetected, as some have claimed, but through the front, with Bolivar at his side. Together they stepped into the night and, as the music and frivolity faded behind them, they walked toward the wide, muddy waters of the Guayas River. A small boat awaited, the Macedonia was in the distance, the luggage had already been taken aboard. All was prepared for the protector's return to Lima. Bolivar sent off his guest with a portrait of himself, a sincere memento of their friendship. Sincere and friendship were the last two words San Martin would have used to describe the encounter. As soon as he was securely on board, his schooner set sail for the Pacific. He had spent less than 40 hours in Guayaquil. General Bolivar beat us to the punch, San Martin told his men. He is not the man we thought he was. He had left Guayaquil with nothing to show and had been surprised by how little in common he had with his fellow liberator. He had found him superficial, deceitful, childishly vain. The man had seemed to someone who had worn a uniform since he was 12 the very antithesis of a soldier. As San Martin sailed down the Guayas River, bound for history and oblivion, his animus grew. Disembarking in Lima 3 weeks later, he learned that the information Bolivar had given him about Monteagudo was true. His second-in-command had been stripped of power, threatened with the death penalty, and driven from Peru. More than ever, San Martin became determined to remove himself from the equation to allow Bolivar, the fiercer man, reign over the Peruvian quagmire. Bolivar, for his part, began with more praise than condemnation for his Argentine counterpart. The general had withdrawn gracefully, after all, and he had taken President Almeida and 200 disgruntled residents with him. The day after San Martin departed from Guayaquil, Bolivar wrote to Santander, "His character is essentially that of a military man, and he seems quick, no dimwit. His ideas are forthright, interesting, but he doesn't strike me as subtle enough to rise to the sublime." Within 2 months, Bolivar had changed his tune. He had heard about San Martin's low opinion of him. "San Martin has been taking me apart," he now told Santander. Within 6 months, Bolivar wouldn't deign to mention him at all. The first words San Martin uttered before Lima's opening Congress on Friday, September 20, announced his resignation. The Congress responded by heaping honors on him, but his decision was accepted without debate. Only within his small circle of friends were there any passionate objections. "The scepter has slipped from my hands," he told his followers. There was no arguing about it, the people no longer supported or respected him. In his final address, he assured them that he was leaving the government in excellent order, that independence was all but won, that he would leave it to them to elect a new leader. At 9 o'clock on that same winter's night, he stole away on horseback, abandoning the capital for the coast. He was convinced he was helping Peru by clearing the way for Bolivar. But in so doing he left the brand new republic leaderless, rudderless, and in chaos. Before he departed, he told his followers and friends that someday they would find documents that explained his sudden and bewildering desertion, but those documents, if indeed they existed, were never found. Pressed by one of his ministers for a better explanation, he gave one that only a bitter heart could muster: "There is no room in all of Peru for General Bolivar and me." He boarded a ship that very night and schemed away, unnoticed. He sailed first to Ancon, a port 19 miles away, where he stayed for a few days, inspiring the rumor that he was waiting to be invited back. No invitation came. With only Pizarro's flag of conquest in hand, a gift that had been given to him months before by the municipality of Lima, he headed for the old glory fields of home. Wasted by opium, wearied by war, overwhelmed by political labyrinths wherever he turned, he found no comfort in Mendoza. His old cohort was out of power. His 25-year-old wife, hundreds of miles away in Buenos Aires, was dead of tuberculosis before he could reach her. 2 years later, he and his 8-year-old daughter moved to a quiet suburb of London. In time, they went on to Belgium and France. Theirs was an impecunious existence on a meager and irregular pension provided by Peru, but San Martin was hardly as sick as he thought he was. The Protector would be in the world for 27 more years, outliving the Liberator by a full 2 decades. Eventually, he would transcend the rancor of defeat and find it within himself to write this of Bolivar: "My successes in the War of Independence are decidedly trivial compared to those that general contributed to the American cause." And, it is reasonable to say that his military achievements have merited his reputation as the most extraordinary man South America has ever produced. He was too modest. It was because of San Martin that Peru had declared itself a nation without expending a drop of blood. He had arrived with a scant army of 4,000 men and scattered the king's far more powerful legions. Whittled by fevers, reduced by an unhealthy climate, his soldiers had held Lima by patience alone. San Martin was not a master of improvisation, but neither was he a reckless or sanguinary man. When he slipped out of Lima, he left no Congress or constitution, but he left laws by which justice could be dealt, safety might be ensured, and a nation could govern. For all the criticism he endured during his tenure, Peru will always remember him as its most honorable hero. But to win Peru its full liberty, honor would not be enough. Although Bolivar could have learned much from San Martin's swift fall from grace, he had no time to dwell on it. With San Martin gone, Lima spun into a political vortex. A newly formed Congress appointed a ruling junta and drafted a constitution, but was soon mired in disarray. Blaming San Martin for its troubles and wanting no further help from outsiders, the junta rejected the Colombian battalions Bolivar sent to Peru, and these now withdrew in bafflement and exasperation. The Spanish general José de Canterac, who lurked close to Lima's gates, found himself poised to take advantage of the vacuum. In January of 1823, he sought out what was left of San Martin's army in Moquegua and routed it completely. By the end of that battle, the Chileans and Argentines who had liberated Lima, 1,700 of them were either dead or in shackles. In desperation now, the Congress in Lima turned to Peru's most respected soldier, Andrés de Santa Cruz, who had just returned from fighting alongside Sucre in Quito. Santa Cruz virtually forced Congress to appoint Colonel José de la Riva Agüero to rule over the foundering city-state. Riva Agüero was nothing if not Machiavellian in his quest to wrest all the power and squelch his personal enemies. He proclaimed himself president. But his power began to wane as soon as he assumed the post, and he wrote to San Martin, pleading for him to return and help manage a civil war. Riva Agüero had long been San Martin's supporter, but he had also been pivotal in ousting Bernardo Monteagudo while San Martin had been in Guayaquil, and San Martin had come to despise him. Impossible. San Martin lashed back in a scathing letter: "Knave! Scoundrel! Black soul!" With the Spaniards circling the city and the patriots in angry discord, President Riva Agüero now begged Bolivar for that assistance. No fewer than 4 delegations of Peruvians traveled from Lima to Guayaquil over the course of the next few months, imploring Bolivar to come to Peru's rescue. But just as Bolivar had anticipated, Colombia's troubles had begun to flare. The royalists in Pasto had arisen once more, this time under Benito Boves, the nephew of the infamous Boves, and a virulent rebellion threatened to undo all that Bolivar and Sucre had accomplished in that difficult, volcanic terrain. Between the royalists of Peru and the royalists of Pasto, the free districts of Quito and Guayaquil hung in precarious balance. He could hardly leave Colombia now. There were other worries. Federalists in Caracas, lobbying for more autonomy, had begun to question the Colombian constitution. They proposed reverting to the old constitution established in Venezuela a decade before so that they could establish more independence from Bogotá. Bolivar was furious. To him, the Colombian constitution was sacred, inviolable, and the concept of a strong, centralized government essential. He contemplated going to Bogotá to ensure that Santander stamp out this new threat, but his fulminations alone seemed to persuade the malcontents to back down for the time being. In this brief apogee of glory, Bolivar's moral authority was the strongest it would ever be. There was little the Venezuelan people wouldn't do for him. The uprising in Pasto, on the other hand, was another story. Young Bubs's rebellion had erupted at the end of 1822 in a breathtaking show of violence. Opting for cruelty in the face of cruelty, Bolivar ordered all royalist property in Pasto seized and parceled out to his officers. Anyone suspected of supporting the crown was arrested and forced to serve in the Patriot Army. Guns, weapons, all metal objects were forcibly removed from houses. The populace responded with renewed violence. Bolivar's veteran General Bartolomé Salom reported that Colombia had two choices now: grant absolute pardon for all residents of Pasto or embark on total destruction of the region. You cannot imagine the obstinacy, Salom wrote to Bolivar. We have captured prisoner boys who are no more than 9 and 10. Finally, with the help of General Sucre, the Republican army was able to overtake young Bubs in a bloody encounter at Yacuancar, in which soldiers and civilians, women and children were indiscriminately slaughtered. The carnage did honor to no one, nor was the battle at all decisive. Pasto would need to be tamed again and again. Like an indefatigable hydra, its royalists would rebound from apparent annihilation to fight again for the king. Somehow, in this ongoing crucible of history, Bolivar found time for Manuela Sáenz. Their trysts were few and far between, and she complained bitterly about their infrequency. She had stayed on in Quito to be closer to him, refusing to go back to her husband in Lima, but she was learning that life as the Liberator's mistress was one of short, ardent assignations and long, excruciating months of want. As he crisscrossed the Ecuadorian terrain, trying to secure it for Colombia, she was inconsolable. The victory at Yacuancar has cost me dearly, she protested. You'll tell me I'm not a good patriot for what I'm about to say, but I would have preferred my own triumph to 10 in Pasto. I can imagine how bored you must be in that little town, but as desperate as you may be, you can't possibly be as desperate as your best of friends Manuela. It was probably in the course of his incessant peregrinations to subdue Pasto that Sáenz understood that the only way she was going to be able to see him as much as passion demanded was to travel with him. During the year or more that she stayed on in Quito waiting for him, he had passed through the city only 4 times. She was lovesick, obsessed. She was also unafraid of danger. A declared patriot before she had ever met him, she was a fanatical partisan of his cause, an excellent horsewoman, comfortable around men, known to savor a good cigar. Moreover, she wanted nothing left to chance. Some have described Manuelita as fierce in her jealousies, capable of mauling his face with her fingernails when she suspected he had been unfaithful. She knew as well as anyone that her lover was a Lothario. In any case, sometime during 1823, she likely offered to serve as an informant, secretary, or as his attentions turned south a liaison in the Republican circles of Lima. He would find Manuelita impossible to resist. She has a singular configuration, a French physician later said of her, leaving all future historians to contemplate whether the attribute he had in mind was corporeal, psychological, or sexual. Whatever it was, it would captivate Bolivar for the rest of his days. He did not object to having her follow. Her familiarity with Lima was further glue between them. His eye was firmly on Peru's liberation now. He had been coy in committing troops to San Martin, but the moment his rival had fled Callao, Bolivar made it known to Peruvians that he would take up their cause. He now asked the Congress in Bogotá for approval to do so. But Santander dawdled, insisting that a man should mind his own house before setting out to salvage another's. By March, with San Martin gone and the original Liberation Army thoroughly routed, the situation in Lima had deteriorated seriously. Soon, the city began preparing for the worst. People sensed it was only a matter of time before the Spaniards retook Lima. Santander finally took Bolivar's request to Congress. With every return to Guayaquil from the firestorm of Pasto, Bolivar anxiously awaited Bogotá's response. But Colombia's Congress, like its vice president, was hesitant to release the president to a foreign war. Bolivar knew Peru could not wait. Lima, the only liberated part of the colony, was about to be overrun by the king's army. He sent its 6,000 troops under the command of General Sucre. By the time those reinforcements arrived, however, Lima was already in extremis. On June 18, 9,000 royalist soldiers overwhelmed the capital. Somehow, Sucre was able to whisk Congress and his army safely to Callao. But within 24 hours, the chaos and intrigue were such that Riva Agüero's government collapsed. He was driven out of Callao unceremoniously, and the Peruvian Congress pressed Sucre to accept the presidency of the Republic. The anarchy here is beyond description. Sucre wrote to Bolivar, "I curse the day I came to Lima. What a task you foisted on me." He was appalled by the vicious nature of Peruvian politics. Within weeks he had had enough of it, and he handed off the presidency to the Marquis of Torre-Tagle, a former mayor of Lima and a Republican who had spent most of his life in service to the crown. But Peru hadn't seen the last of Riva Agüero. The former president removed himself to the old, venerable city of Trujillo, where he raised his own army, set up a government, and insisted that he was still in charge. The fourth and last delegation from Peru to Bolivar arrived in Guayaquil at the end of July. As fate would have it, the mission was led by Almedo, the erstwhile poet-president of Guayaquil who had gone off in San Martin's ship and become a member of Lima's Congress. Now representing the new president, the Marquis of Torre-Tagle, Almedo showed Bolivar a very different face from the one he had worn in Guayaquil. He beseeched him to come, make haste. Peru, he said, was teetering on the verge of a double abyss. If civil war didn't devour it, the Spanish crown would. Peru awaits the voice that bonds, the hand that leads, the genius that opens the way to victory, the official letter pleaded. All eyes, all hopes, are naturally on you. Bolivar composed a careful response to Torre-Tagle, "For a long time now, my heart has drawn me to Peru. I have begged permission from Congress to allow me to serve my brothers of the South. I have yet to receive an answer. This inaction has brought me to the brink of despair. My troops are already there with you, hovering between hazard and glory, and I linger here, so very far away." He wrote those words on the evening of August 6. But early the next day, just as he was about to sign and seal the missive, he received news that the Congress in Bogotá had finally given him permission to go. He tore up the letter, called for his officers, and before the hour was out boarded a ship for Lima. Chapter 13. In the Empire of the Sun. All the power of the Supreme Being is not enough to liberate Peru, that accursed country. Only Bolivar, backed by true might, can hope to accomplish it. José de San Martín. Peru, Bolivar wrote, contains two elements that are the bane of every just and free society, gold and slaves. The first corrupts all it touches, the second is corrupt in and of itself. He had written it 8 years before, while he languished in Jamaica, his revolution undone. But he was reminded of it now as he stood on the deck of the Chimborazo, watching the bare, desolate flank of Peru scroll past on his approach to Lima. It was the 1st of September, and the morning air was still pricked by the raw and damp of a Peruvian winter. By noon, a long, grey spit of land, the port of Callao, came into view, lancing the sea like a mortal wound. Gold. Slaves. Any visitor to the bustling center of Lima could see why Peru was loyal to the crown, why it hadn't been easy to raise an independence army. It was an altogether Spanish city, the richest viceroyalty in the empire. With its palaces, bejeweled aristocrats, and spirited commerce, its streets clattering with 6,000 gilded carriages, Lima possessed a magnificence known to few capitals in the Old World, much less the New. Gold and silver coursed through that harsh landscape, and a vast population of indigenous had been shackled to answer the demands of a brisk world trade. The schooner dropped anchor at 1 o'clock. A full cannon salute announced its arrival, and what was left of Lima's patriot army, largely made up of Argentines, Chileans, and Colombians, spilled down the road to Callao, forming a procession for the Liberator's long-awaited entrance into the city. The Spaniards were no longer there. General Canterac had occupied Lima only long enough to wring money, guns, and uniforms from the people, threatening to reduce the capital to ashes if they didn't comply. After a month, Canterac had gone off to rejoin Viceroy La Serna in the highlands, leaving the city to its own chaotic devices. Now Lima was rendering up a cautious welcome for the Colombian Liberator. The streets were festooned with ribbons and flags, church bells pealed, the hum of celebration filled the air. People clamored to get a glimpse of the man who would replace San Martin. Members of Congress, with President Torre Tagle at their head, came down to the port to escort him into the city. He was carried in triumph to the ancient urban heart, where a palatial house had been readied for his stay. At first, Bolivar refrained from saying much of anything publicly to his Peruvian hosts, aware that the political situation was fragile and that no one was really sure who was in power, nor had anyone said with any specificity what Bolivar's role would be. Sucre had warned him of vicious rivalries. "You could probably get Congress to give you all the power, if that's what you want," he had written Bolivar months before, "but I wouldn't advise it. A son of the soil should govern, and you should dedicate yourself to war." Bolivar followed that advice religiously. The rich Creoles of Lima had worried about the advent of the Colombians. Rumor had it that Bolivar was a mulatto, that his army was a thundering horde of blacks and Indians wanting nothing so much as booty. He was all too conscious of those anxieties. But the expectation that he could save the Peruvian Revolution without wielding ultimate power was an illusion. Those who had called for Bolivar's help, first Riva Agüero, then Torre Tagle, thought of him as a brilliant general for hire, a liberator who would serve their interests, not a president of a vast territory with a concrete vision of his own. It was the same error of judgment San Martin had made when he had tried to engage Bolivar's assistance in Guayaquil. Bolivar understood this. On September 2, when he was offered the supreme military command, he accepted it for what it was. He assured the Peruvian Congress that it could count on his service and support. But he warned that he would require radical reforms to be introduced into every branch of the administration, including Congress, to address the corruption that plagued it. Those were ominous words. His listeners nodded in agreement, but the demand did not augur well for many of them. President Torre Tagle had raided the public treasury to buy every congressman in the room. As far as the Peruvian public was concerned, Bolivar seemed the antithesis of the sullen San Martin. He spent those first few days attending the theater, laughing heartily at opera buffa, enjoying a bullfight in the long-neglected ring. He attended parties in his honor, admired the women with their elegant gewgaws and bewitching eyes. He had been at sea for 25 long days, and the pleasures of a cosmopolitan city were not lost on him. "The men seem to admire me. The women are lovely," he wrote Santander, "and that is all very nice." But within days, in that city of delights, he was hard at work, addressing the Peruvian juggernaut. There were 2 presidents to contend with, 4 patriot armies, a vast and demoralized indigenous population, a seemingly unbridgeable ravine between rich and poor. In private, he called Peru a chamber of horrors. His closest aide, Daniel O'Leary, called it a corpse. He sent Riva Agüero in Trujillo a letter, urging him to give up his misguided efforts to hold on to the presidency. A president and Congress were operating perfectly well in the capital. Riva Agüero's act dissolving Congress had been a travesty, and Bolivar told him so. The institution was larger than any one man. It had given Riva Agüero the power in the first place. "Stop conducting a war against your nation's offices," he scolded. In an attempt to be conciliatory, Bolivar offered him a way to save face, a role in the military, perhaps, or a diplomatic appointment. But Riva Agüero, in the meantime, had approached the viceroy himself. He had offered La Serna a plan to eject Bolivar and Sucre from Peru altogether, even rid the Arana of San Martin, if the Argentine general were to reappear. Riva Agüero had offered the Spaniards an armistice of 18 months, during which time a permanent peace would be negotiated between Spain and Peru. It was blatant treason. There was no choice now but to forcibly arrest the ex-president. Riva Agüero was apprehended by his own general, sent to prison, and exiled to Chile. Everywhere Bolivar looked there was evidence of bad faith and duplicity. The Peruvian general Santa Cruz, whose loyalty to Sucre had been so crucial in winning Quito, now marched his army south to devastating losses, spurning all offers of assistance from the Colombian legions. Indeed, since the Colombians' arrival in Peru, Santa Cruz had changed his attitude towards Sucre entirely. He was jealous of his former general, suspicious of his 6,000 men, wary of some larger, nefarious design in the Colombian offer. But in that maelstrom of mistrust, even Santa Cruz was accused of questionable ambitions. He had overreached, thought himself a greater general than he had proved to be. His officers worried that he was a puppet of the renegade ex-president Riva Agüero. Some even alleged that Santa Cruz wanted nothing more than to create a personal empire in his native La Paz, in the southern reaches of Peru, where he could control the coveted silver mines of Potosí. No one in this Peruvian enterprise, it seemed, could be trusted. The politics and loyalties seemed utterly alien to Bolivar. Questions of pecking order and jurisdiction were harder to parse. The germ of suspicion that had surfaced between Bolivar and San Martín in Guayaquil seemed to have spread like a contagion in Lima. For the first 6 months of his tenure in Peru, the Liberator was just as vexed, just as paralyzed as his predecessor had ever been. "I shall always be a foreigner to these people," he wrote gloomily, registering Peru's palpable xenophobia. "I have already regretted that I ever came." But in more sanguine moments, he refused to be cast as another San Martín. "If we lose Peru," he confided privately, "we might as well say adios to Colombia. I'm riding out this storm." Bolivar noted right away that San Martín's likeness was not on display in the palace in Lima, and he commented on it. He was told that Riva Agüero had removed the portrait when San Martín had departed a year before. The Liberator insisted that it be hung again. He made a point to toast San Martín at the first available opportunity, but quickly separated himself from his strategy. America, he insisted, would not tolerate a throne or a king. Nor could Peru afford to be passive in the face of a determined enemy. He made it clear that he would wage an all-out war against the colonizer. It was, as far as he was concerned, a battle for survival. Caracas and Bogotá would not be free until Peru was free, Peru would not be free until La Paz was free, and so on, all the way down the continent. The chain of republics from Venezuela to Argentina had to be defended at all costs, for one weak link might destroy the whole. It was the essence of his revolutionary theory, and it could be synthesized in 2 words: attack and unite. The soldiers who have come from Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Venezuela will not return to their fatherlands unless they do so covered with laurels, he told Congress. They will either triumph and leave Peru a free nation, or they will die. It was in this spirit of resolve that Bolivar set out to reconnoiter the very heart of Peru, Cajamarca, Huaraz, and the fertile valley between the 2 cordilleras of the Andes. He wanted to salvage any damage Riva Agüero might have created, spread word of his liberating mission, and learn something about the potential fields of war. But the links in his chain were already beginning to give way. Argentina pulled out of the Peruvian effort quietly, wanting to expend no more soldiers or funds. A fleet of Chilean ships, which had been making its way up the coast to assist the Liberator, decided to turn around and abandon the operation altogether. Bolivar was now truly alone in Peru. The news from Greater Colombia in recent weeks had been uniformly good. Peace, and his plainsmen had finally dislodged the Spaniards from their last bulwark at Puerto Cabello. But here, in this most vital of revolutionary theaters, anarchy reigned. There seemed to be no hope for foreign assistance. His optimism gave way to desperation. He wrote to Santander, expressing grave doubts about the reliability of Peruvians. They lacked mettle, dedication, patriotism. He pleaded with his vice president for a solid battalion of horsemen, a modest contingent of 500 men from peace hordes. Within a week he was pleading for an army of 12,000. The man called Victory's favorite son had become a general without any legions. Sailing back to Lima from Trujillo, he fell ill. On January 1, 1824, his ship found harbor in Pativilca, a tiny village 30 miles north of the capital, and Bolivar was carried ashore, racked with chills and high fevers. In that deserted hamlet, far from hope of medical attention, he slipped in and out of consciousness, struggling for life. He was thought to be suffering from typhus, but it may have been an early manifestation of the tuberculosis that would never leave him. The fever lasted 7 days, and he emerged from it a phantom of his former self. Weak, scrawny, he began dictating letters as soon as he could sit up. Officers were brought into his room for conferences, but he insisted they talk to him from the other side of an enormous curtain. It would be weeks before he would allow them to see his face. "You would not recognize me," he wrote to Santander. "I am completely wasted, old. At times I even have episodes of dementia." The envoy from Colombia to Peru, Joaquim Mosquera, stopped in to visit the Liberator a few days later and reported a heartbreaking sight. "He was so gaunt and skeletal that it almost brought me to tears. He was seated in an old wicker chair, propped up against the wall of a little garden, with his head swaddled in a white kerchief. His trousers were so flimsy that I could see the pointy knees, bony legs, and his voice was hollow and feeble, his face cadaverous. You'll recall that the Peruvian army under Santa Cruz had just fallen to pieces. They'd had to flee the Spaniards. It all seemed a battery of ills designed to finish off the half-dead hero. With a heavy heart, fearing the ruin of our army, I asked him, 'And what will you do now?' His cavernous eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, 'Triumph.' Bolivar stayed in Pativilca for 2 months, unable to travel, and it was during that time, for all his ordeals, that there were signs that the world, too, was convinced he would triumph. In France, the revered bishop and diplomat Dominique de Prat urged North Americans to support Bolivar's revolution. South American independence, he insisted, was as important to the United States as its own. Of the Liberator, he had this to say: "When one considers how he began, the obstacles he has overcome and the results of his labors, one has no choice but concede that he has played one of history's most glorious roles. Posterity will exalt his name." If Pratt had worried that President James Monroe wasn't paying attention, he needn't have. Monroe had just issued a warning to the rest of the world that the United States would not tolerate further interference in Spanish America. Any attempt to impose a foreign will on the hemisphere would be considered an act of aggression and would trigger immediate intervention. The Monroe Doctrine had been the brainchild of Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, but it had been prompted by Britain's Foreign Minister George Canning, who had made it known that his government considered the future of the Spanish Empire hopeless. As far as two great world powers were concerned, Spain was on its way out of America. Liberty was on the ascendant. It was all the medicine Bolivar would require. On his way back to Lima before he had fallen ill, Bolivar had eagerly anticipated a reunion with Manuela Sáenz. She had returned from Quito several months before, allowing them to resume their love affair. The Liberator had a roving eye, to be sure, but the love between them was deep and abiding, made all the more ardent by months of separation. Manuela had never been one to shrink from society's censure, and she did not hesitate now to raise a collective eyebrow. Her acquaintances were largely artists, liberals, even libertines. She had been seen accompanying a viceroy's courtesan to the theater, and it was whispered that Manuela's closest friend, the actress Rosa de Campusano, had spent nights in San Martin's bed. For propriety's sake, Manuela continued to live in her husband's house, but at night she would hurry to her lover's, where they would spend long, happy hours alone. By then, he had taken up residence in the villa that San Martin had occupied in Magdalena, a quiet suburb far from the hubbub of the city. It was a stucco house with large, comfortable rooms, spacious windows, and a pretty garden that led out to the stables. With a fig tree, a large cherimoya, and clusters of verbena all around, the air seemed perpetually filled with perfume. By then, Sáenz had persuaded Bolivar to admit her to his entourage. Certainly by December, as he traveled north, she was a permanent member of his staff, maintaining his personal archives. The arrangement was clearly a departure from the ordinary. Women often accompanied their husbands and lovers into battle, they might even take up arms, dress as men, argue for justice in military tribunals, but they rarely were brought into the bureaucracy and paid a salary. Manuela Sáenz had become a full employee of the liberating army, a cavalry soldier, a hussar. That official role would allow her to stay in contact with her lover, communicate with his secretaries and aides, and, most important, keep track of his whereabouts. It was how she came to know that he was ill and convalescing in Przywilksa. When she read of it in a routine report, she had wanted to fly to his side and nurse him back to health, casting her husband's reputation to the winds. But in due course, war itself conspired to bring her north to Bolivar. It had happened in the most unexpected way. Bolivar, struggling with his disease and trying to buy time to rebuild an army, had called on President Torre Tagle to negotiate an armistice with the viceroy. But Torre Tagle had grown thoroughly weary of Bolivar, and, although he agreed to approach the viceroy, he decided to use the conversations as an opportunity to better his own position. He told the Spaniards that he was prepared to change his allegiance altogether, work for them. He had done it before, as had many of his cronies, politicians whose loyalties were so divided between Spain and Peru that they had switched sides again and again, whenever it seemed the other was gaining power. Torre Tagle's strategy began to unfold on February 5, when the demoralized Argentines guarding Callao decided to mutiny and hand over the fortress to Spanish generals. In a panic, the Congress declared Bolivar dictator of Peru, a title he found odious, although at the time the word was still hallowed by a Republican aura. Passed over entirely by the Republican leadership, Torre Tagle now moved to complete his defection. On February 27, he and his top ministers, along with nearly 350 officers of the Peruvian army, declared themselves on the side of the king. The Spaniards issued an ultimatum, announcing that they would retake Lima. Accustomed by now to mercurial transformations, the capital prepared once again to welcome them. In a flight for their lives, the Republicans, including Manuela Sáenz, evacuated the city, swarming north along the dunes toward Przywilksa and Trujillo. 2 days later, the Royalists re-entered Lima and the city of Kings swung back under Spanish rule. When he heard of the Argentine mutiny in Callao, Bolivar had no doubt that Royalists would take back the capital. In the darkest of moods, he wrote to his aides in Lima, telling them to send all his possessions to Trujillo. He wrote to his generals in Quito and his vice president in Bogotá, warning them to prepare for a terrible war. Peru was irretrievably lost, the Spanish reinfestation would creep up the coast, work its way overland, and threaten the security of Colombia itself. He wrote to President Torre Tagle, unaware that the president was an embezzler and might well have been party to the mutiny, to warn him that certain Peruvians had stolen government money and others were shamelessly seeking power. It would be weeks before he learned of Torre Tagle's breathtaking betrayal and the defection of so many of Peru's elites to the Royalist side. In defense of Peru, its historians have explained that the 4 years spent under San Martin and his foreign militias had deeply worried the aristocrats of Lima. They had emerged from the experience persuaded that they had stronger ties to Spain than they did to South America. Certainly they felt they had more in common with their colonial masters than with the mixed-race ruffians of the Chilean and Argentine armies. But in the main, it came down to this: the majority of Lima's Creoles wanted independence handed to them without a fight. They had never wanted to sever their connections to Spain, they had only wanted more economic freedom. And they certainly hadn't expected to forfeit their old privileges in the process. They had learned to be patriots, as one historian has put it, whenever it looked as if Spain was losing, and royalists when the patriots were on the run. But Lima was not Peru, and, convalescing in Przywilksa, Bolivar began to realize that the only way he was going to win Peru was to take firm control of the outlying areas and forge his way back into the capital. This was the strategy he had used in Caracas, the one that had worked in Quito. There was something else. Bolivar's battle cry was no longer liberate. It was triumph. A curious thing had happened to his revolution since he had fought his way up from Pasto. The butchery had hardened him. It was less a war of independence now than a crusade, less a call to freedom than a call to win at all costs. He was not unaware of that fundamental sea change. At the nadir of his depression about the loss of Callao he wrote Santander, "I'm through making promises. I can't very well tyrannize them into saving their own necks." But within 2 days, he was telling Santander that he would set up an itinerant government in Trujillo. Within 3, he was writing out a full battle plan for General Sucre. By March, the profound depression that had accompanied his disease had lifted. Perhaps it was because of the company of his mistress. Perhaps because world recognition for his struggle had filled him with renewed purpose. Gradually, his health improved, his energy returned. It was summer, and the sun-drenched days and mild sea breezes combined to renew his spirit. He established his headquarters in the main plaza of the city, organized his staff, and made efforts to build a judicial system, lay the groundwork for a university. But rebuilding his army was his major objective, and he knew that every day the royalists did not attack was a day he could use towards strengthening military readiness. He instructed Sucre, who had taken his army north of Lima to the mountain city of Huaraz, to hold back from engaging the enemy just yet. He badgered Santander with the endless refrain, "Send troops and we'll win." Almost overnight, he turned Trujillo into a teeming arsenal. Every citizen became a laborer, every metal object a potential weapon. Trujillo's men were assigned to work in improvised forges and factories, women were expected to sew. High-born señoras along with their servants collected fabric, formed sewing circles, and produced uniforms, flags, tents. No one, no matter how delicate her hands, was exempt. Indians in nearby villages were instructed to produce heavy ponchos and blankets. All available metal was confiscated and melted down for canteens, stirrups, horseshoes. Silver was seized from church altars to melt, mint, and pay for munitions and salaries. Taxes were levied to raise money for food. By force, by persuasion, by whatever means necessary, including outright appropriation, Bolivar made citizens of the North contribute to the war chest. The churches of Piura alone rendered more than 100,000 pesos in silver. Trujillo contributed 300,000 pesos in taxes for the treasury and then went on to give Bolivar 100,000 a month for his liberating army. Bolivar threw himself into the task, leaving no detail of preparation unattended. He ordered seamstresses to cut patterns in ways that would conserve fabric. He worried about the precise kind of horseshoes needed for mountainous terrain. He oversaw iron workers forging weapons. Ripping his trousers on a nail as he rose from a chair one day, he was inspired to harvest all nails from Trujillo's furniture for solder. He issued directives about gunpowder, soap, cooking oil, rope, even the number of cattle necessary to feed his troops, the kilos of corn needed to feed the cattle. Lambayeque and Piura produced boots, Huamachuco, belts, and saddles. Trujillo milled linen for shirts, Cajamarca, broadcloth for trousers. He sent soldiers off to march 30 miles a day, with Sucre up in the mountains, with General Lara on unforgiving sand. As weeks passed, more and more arrived from Colombia, sent by Santander and Pease. Soon he was expecting them from Panama, Greater Guatemala, Mexico. By mid-April he had transformed his war machine. It was, as one aide said, as if Mars had sprung from Jupiter's head, but in place of a single, fully outfitted warrior god, there was an army of 8,000. The ranks were overwhelmingly Colombian, heavily reinforced by Peruvian recruits from the countryside, and the army they formed had two distinct advantages: a superb cavalry, made up of horsemen from as far away as Patagonia or Guayana, and a high morale, largely attributable to the fact the men were being paid. Bolivar had insisted on it. In April, it became evident that they had a third advantage. The Spaniards had been thrown into confusion by the defection of one of their generals, Pedro Olaneda, a die-hard conservative who had carved out a principality of his own in the south of Peru. Olaneda accused Viceroy La Serna of being too liberal, he refused to follow orders, marched his divisions south, and proclaimed himself the only true defender of the crown. La Serna, headquartered in Cuzco, had no choice but to send off a good third of his army to muzzle him. Olaneda's defection had occurred on January 15, just as Bolivar was emerging from the deliriums of his fever, but the news had taken 3 months to reach him. By then, La Serna's troubles with Olaneda had only multiplied. The Viceroy's most talented general, Valdez, was locked in a series of bloody battles with the renegade. The army of the crown, which should have pointed north to Bolivar, was now pointed firmly south, at itself. Here, then, was the reason the royalists hadn't attacked when Bolivar was at his weakest. Olaneda's rebellion turned out to be exactly the diversionary maneuver Bolivar needed. Its chaos became his second chance. Bolivar eventually wrote to Olaneda to try to persuade him to join the Republican side, but speed was of the essence now and he needed to move quickly to win the strategic advantage. He instructed Sucre to meet him in the ancient town of Huamachuco, due east of Trujillo, nestled in the periphery of the Andes. As he left Trujillo, he called for the city to send him more forges, more iron workers, more nails. The people were to surrender every conceivable military necessity, needles, thread, paper, every last fragment of lead including whatever could be obtained from the city's statues, every last family jewel. For God's sake, send me everything, 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 he implored his Secretary General. Establishing his quarters in a house of many arches in Huamachuco, he wasted no time. He gathered his war council at the first opportunity, spread out a map of Peru, and posed the strategic question: the enemy was in disorder. Olaneda was on the run. Viceroy La Serna had sent General Geronimo Valdez and 5,000 men against him. Should the Patriots strike or should they wait for reinforcements? Bolivar looked around the room at his officers, every one a seasoned general save one, the Irish Colonel Francis Burdett O'Connor. He called on O'Connor first. The young officer stood, pointed to the Viceroy's position, and then to where a good portion of his army had gone. "As far as I can see," O'Connor said, "our campaign must begin without delay." Bolivar promptly folded up the map. "This youngster has just given us a valuable lesson in the art of war," he said. "There is nothing more to say, nothing more to hear. Tomorrow, we march." He had already made up his mind. They would follow the Andean Cordillera south, tracing the fertile valleys that skirted its base. At Huánuco, they would begin the climb, cross the frigid heights of Cerro de Pasco, and provoke the Spaniards to battle where their garrison stood thick and fast, protecting their hold on Cuzco. He put his army on the move immediately. At some point in mid-May, Bolivar entered the corridor of green known as the Callejón de Huelas, which lies at the feet of the towering Cordillera Blanca. All around were the rich fields of sugarcane, corn, wheat, barley carpeting the hills with their abundance. Orchards hung with oranges, guava, and cherimoya surrounded the mud huts that lined the roads. Manuela Sáenz was not at Bolivar's side, but she was only a day's ride away, and by a route that was always kept secret. It was a hellish journey for a woman through bogs, over rock, in the glacial mountain nights riding alongside rough men of war and her fearless black female servants, Janatas and Nathan. A superb horsewoman, Sáenz was up to the challenge and, by all accounts, never complained about the hardships. It was a measure of how crucial she felt it was to accompany Bolivar. But she was not with him when he entered the little village of Huelas to be met by a girl in virginal white. Manuelita Madrono was ravishingly beautiful, as a writer of the day called her, an irresistibly fresh doll of 18 springs. She had been designated by the town council of Huelas to welcome the Liberator with a crown of flowers. Bolivar was captivated. In high spirits, galvanized by the prospect of war, renewed by his army's remarkable transformation, he pursued the girl with his customary élan. It is said that within 48 hours they were inseparable. For a few weeks, she traveled with his troops, brightening his days with her girlish enthusiasms. From Huelas to Caruas to Huaraz, as the Patriot army advanced through the bosky abundance that bordered the snow-capped Andes, as Bolivar fretted about lances, hooves, flint, and guns, Manuelita was an indisputable tonic. You will note that though I beg, he wrote Santander, I am hardly sad. He gamely asked his vice president to give his warm regards to the unattainable Bernardina. On the whole, Bolivar's good cheer was evident in many letters of that time, which are among the wittiest, most profoundly human of his life. Inevitably, given the garrulousness of men, given the Liberator's roguish fame, news of his sexual infidelity soon reached Manuela Sáenz. She fired off a letter to Bolivar's personal secretary, Juan José Santana, a young soldier she had befriended. The general has written me only twice in 19 days, she groused. And then, mired in self-pity, he no longer thinks of me. She asked the secretary for an explanation, accused him of hiding the truth. Was the general indulging in a romantic affair? You sin by your silence, she huffed, and it's making me insane. To Bolivar she was more cautious, my sir. You, who constantly speak of your genial correspondence with friends, fail to write me even one line, and have consigned me to deadly misery. Show me a little love, if only for a fellow patriot. It isn't clear whether he ever answered that letter. But it's very probable that they reunited at the end of June, when he reached Huánuco, before his army climbed the summit of Cerro de Pasco to meet the Spaniards on the other side. His memory of the Madrono girl, left behind in the valley, was quickly overcome by history, and history would remember her as one more pretty conquest for the Liberator. But she would never forget him, shunning all men until she died of old age, 74 years later. So, how is Bolivar's old lady? Villagers would ask the bright-eyed crone. As fresh as a little girl, she always answered. There are few landscapes as magnificent or unforgiving as the geologic exuberance that lies between Huaraz and Huánuco. The mighty peaks of Huascarán and Urupaju pierce the skies and send their melted snows to feed the largest waterway in the world, the Amazon. Like a colossal spine, the Andes run up the very heart of Peru, and there, like a vital organ nestled against bone, lies Cerro de Pasco, the mine that sustained an empire. By 1800, its silver-veined earth had surrendered the equivalent of $12 billion for Spain. A vast indigenous population was enslaved to exhume it. Stalled by revolution and blockade, the town remained the gateway to La Serna's mountain strongholds in Ayacucho and Cuzco. It was through here that Bolivar meant to go. At more than 14,000 feet above sea level, it was neither an obvious nor easy thoroughfare. The approach was a grueling labyrinth of cliffs and gullies, the air was thin, hardly breathable. But Sucre had prepared the way. For more than 6 months, his troops had combed that treacherous terrain, scouting the best routes, establishing trails, building barrack huts along the way, even stashing cartons of sweets for the officers. There seemed to be little he hadn't thought of in his tireless climbing and reclimbing of that cordillera. He had posted trumpeters at strategic points to help stragglers stay the course. He had stored firewood along the roadside to keep soldiers warm in sub-zero nights. He had positioned one of his most skilled generals, William Miller, a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars, on the frigid heights of Cerro de Pasco. And he had established depots replete with provisions on the other side. But as Bolivar's armies advanced over that wasteland, there was no avoiding the perils and discomforts. At times, the pathways along precipices were so narrow that they admitted only one person at a time. Often, soldiers were overcome by debilitating bouts of altitude sickness, sun poisoning, radiation. A march through a stinging snowstorm could cause temporary blindness, a slippery path could send a soldier into a chasm. Often, in harsher terrain with gorges or waterfalls, night would fall before troops could cross to safety. Some might stray from the march, get lost in the dark. It was not unusual to hear a strange concert of anxious calls as man and beast wandered adrift in the black and bitter cold. Following behind them were the rabonas, hardy Indian women who accompanied the soldiers and provided for their needs, dietary to sexual. They washed, mended, scavenged, minded the pack animals, lit fires, cooked, cut soldiers' hair. Infested with lice, burned by wind and sun, they endured greater misery than most men. What a sight they must have been, with their pots and pans clanging as they hurried over that terrain, far more acclimated to it than any soldier. For all its idiosyncrasies, it was a brilliantly prepared army, and Bolivar gloried in the sight of its 9,000 disciplined soldiers fully clad and armed snaking over that harsh land. Some were from as far away as Caracas or Buenos Aires or Liverpool, and had fought in Boyaca or Maipu or the Battle of Moscow. Long columns of Indians trooped behind, shouldering supplies. After them, for as far as the eye could see, an undulating mass of 6,000 cattle. It was a solid war machine, trained, equipped, maintained. To Sucre, it seemed the finest patriot force that had ever fought in America. To Bolivar, who delighted in sitting with his officers at meal times and freely toasting their exploits, it was an army he loved with all his heart. On the other side of Cerro de Pasco, wholly unaware of Bolivar's approaching army, was the Spanish General Canterac. His 2,000 men, half cavalry, half infantry, were garrisoned in the lush, peaceful valley of Jaja. Exceptionally well regimented, well armed, and well paid, they had had little to fear from the patriots. Most were native Peruvians. Indeed, of more than 12,000 who made up the royal army, only 600, a mere 5%, were Spaniards. As Bolivar's liberating army streamed down the promontories of Cerro de Pasco looking for a fight, it had yet to meet the enemy and truly know who they were. The irony was that in Peru the defenders of the king were largely sons of the soil, the freedom fighters were largely foreigners. But General Canterac, too, had yet to meet his enemy, and the one he thought he knew was hardly worth worrying about. Proud, French-born, a brilliant tactician, Canterac had won every battle he had ever fought against the ill-organized seekers of independence. As far as he was concerned, he possessed the superior army, a mighty force that had stymied San Martin, bested Santa Cruz, and taken the city of Lima twice in the past 6 months. Canterac's fellow general, the fearless Geronimo Valdez, had persuaded him of their preeminence in a letter assuring him that Bolivar was no threat, the Liberator was a coward, a third-rate military man hated by his troops, a tin-hat general who had won no battles apart from the easy one in Quito. As Sucre's minions swarmed through the nearby villages collecting provisions and securing safe houses for the Patriot crossing, Canterac had not lifted a finger to thwart them. It was as if he wasn't concerned in the least, as if he had fallen into a great slumber. Clearly, he was confident that nothing the bumbling Patriots could do would put them at an advantage. On the crisp, clear morning of August 2nd, Bolivar reviewed 7,700 troops on a towering mesa near Cerro de Pasco. To their west were the snow-capped mountains over which they had just labored, to the east, barren leviathans that ran all the way to Brazil, to the south, the stone forest of Huayllay, its bristling rock reaching up like quills of a mythic porcupine. Directly below, the emerald waters of Lake Chinchacocha and the marshland of Junin. The view was spectacular, mirroring the high hopes of all who beheld it. As Bolivar inspected the ranks that had followed him far and joined him in many battles, he made the uplifting call. Soldiers! You are about to complete the greatest task heaven can commend to man, saving a world from slavery. Soldiers! The enemies you are about to destroy pride themselves in 14 uninterrupted years of victory. They are worthy of measuring their weapons against yours, which have gleamed in 1,000 battles. Soldiers! Peru and America look to you for peace. Even liberal Europe contemplates you in awe, for freedom in the New World is the hope of the universe. Will you let it slip away? No, no. You are invincible. The air was filled with deafening shouts. Viva! Viva! Rising into the vault of sky. 2 days later, as Bolivar's cavalry made the long descent, riding mules and leading their horses down steep escarpments, they caught a glimpse of one of Canterac's divisions winding through an open valley. Patriot voices filled the air once more, sounding ferocious war whoops. The horsemen of the Pampas and Llanos were quivering for a fight, eager to pit their legendary skills against the Royalist cavalry. General Canterac finally emerged from slumber on August 6 to ride out on reconnaissance with 1,300 troops. He had heard, with the chill of surprise, that the entire Patriot army had crossed the Andes under his watch and was headed for the town of Jaja. By then, Bolivar and 900 horsemen had already descended to the rim of the lake, looking to provoke the Spanish general to battle. When Canterac spied them on the other side, he decided to circle the lake and attack the Patriots in the rear, but the instant he started south, Bolivar hurried to meet him. They finally joined in battle at 5 o'clock that afternoon on the marshy flats just south of the lake. The Battle of Junin was fierce and fast, fought entirely with swords and lances. Not one shot was fired, not one cannonball expended. The terrible silence was punctuated only by the sound of steel against steel, wood against wood, the odd bugle call, the pawing of horses, the grunts of men, the thuds and cries of the fallen. At first, when the Royalist cavalry loosed a mighty charge across the plain, it seemed they had the advantage. But as combat continued, they drove too far into Patriot lines, exposing their own flanks. Bolivar directed the veteran General Miller to attack those flanks, called for a rush against their rear guard, and ordered his plainsmen to execute their hallmark about-face: a fast retreat, a sudden whirl, a furious charge, and it was here that the Royalists began to hesitate, lose ground. Heartened, the Patriots ratcheted up the offensive, calling in the Colombian lancers. A horseman's lance was 14 feet long and, handled nimbly, it could easily outreach any Royalist weapon, slamming into a man with such force that it lifted him several feet from his saddle. The stampeding thunder of Bolivar's plainsmen, wrote young Colonel O'Connor, now made the earth tremble. By dusk, which began to darken the sky an hour later, the Patriots had control. Canterac's troops began a swift, disordered retreat, abandoning weapons as they went, marking a path south toward Jaja. Exhausted, suffering the effects of high-altitude combat, the Patriots could not have gone on much longer. But just as the sun tipped over the horizon, 2 colonels rode back from a heated chase shouting, "Victory!" Bolivar took no chances. He sent squadrons of sharpshooters after Canterac, riding 2 to a mount. Night fell on a plain littered with dead and wounded. Riderless horses wandered the battlefield in confusion. The Royalists had lost nearly 400 men, and 100 more had been taken prisoner. The Patriots had lost 145. That night, Bolivar and his officers made their beds on a grassy knoll by the battlefield. José Palacios, the loyal manservant who had followed Bolivar to every battlefield since Angostura, produced a fortifying meal of cold beef, which he pulled from his saddlebag and handed all around. With that first victory in hand, the men were content to rest on that hard, fiercely won ground, awaking the next morning with frost on their mustaches. The brilliant skirmish of Junin, as Bolivar later referred to it, had a powerful psychological effect on both sides, far outweighing the military magnitude of the conflict. Peruvians were suddenly made to realize that the invincible Canterac was not invincible after all. His cavalry had been routed, his infantry had suffered shocking desertions in their mortified retreat, first to Jaja, and then all the way back to the Spanish stronghold in Cuzco. Indeed, Canterac confessed to have genuinely been shaken by his experience at Junin, that the rebels under Bolivar were not just a band of beggars after all, but a skilled fighting force. He reported to the governor of Callao that a number of Bolivar's most important officers had been killed in battle, that Bolivar himself had been wounded in the hand. Much of his information blatantly wrong, but he did manage to get one thing right: our losses may have been few in number, he told the governor, but they have been overwhelming in spirit. The Spanish governor, terrified to read such words from his fearless general, shut himself up in the fortress of Callao, leaving Lima to the caprices of its patriot population. The forces of independence now had the rich, fertile fields of Jauja to themselves. Bolivar took the opportunity to renew the army, strengthen its military prowess, and learn all he could about the territory. As he passed through Jauja, he collected all the equipment the Royalists had discarded in their frenzied flight to Cuzco. The Royalists had lost more than 2,000 men, but they also had abandoned 700 guns, a wealth of munitions, livestock, and horses. As Bolivar soon learned, they had burned whole villages during their occupation, executed hundreds, even those convalescing in hospitals whom they suspected of Republican tendencies. They were Caligula, we were Caesar, as Santander once boasted about the patriots. But as Bolivar headed south, he, too, was not above rough justice. Even as he installed municipal governments and imposed legislation, he threatened to shoot councillors, doctors, and civil servants who didn't do their job. Soldiers who looted and raped peasants were dragged to main squares and executed in public, their bodies drawn and quartered as a lesson to any who would flout the law. In a further effort to impose order, Bolivar delegated Sucre to join the rear guard, retrace the course of the liberating army, and bring in all the patriots who had been lost or wounded. Sucre balked at the indignity, but complied with the liberator's orders. At the end, he announced that the experience had been humiliating, that his cohort had laughed at him, and that he was tendering his resignation as a result. Bolivar, who loved Sucre like a son, rushed to make it up to him. "You're out of your mind if you think I meant to offend you. I assigned you a job I myself wanted to do, because I believed you could do it better. It was proof of my esteem, not of your humiliation. If you want to come and put yourself at the head of this army, I'll go to the rear, and then the world can see for itself the destiny I have in mind for you." Before long, he would make good on that promise. Bolivar traveled tirelessly in the next few months. There was no town in the area he didn't visit. In the course of the next 50 days, while his army rested, he rode through dozens of villages, studied the topography, familiarized himself with the inhabitants, seldom spending more than a day in each stop. Eventually, Manuela Sainz joined him, having followed him over the freezing Cordillera for months. Although there was little time for love, she settled for a while in a comfortable old house in the pretty little town of Jauja. Bolivar was on the move, dictating a steady flow of letters, directing the government in Lima, even trying to manage his navy from that 200-mile remove. But as September became October, the weather began to change. The rain came earlier than usual. By mid-October, the heavens over Jauja and Huancayo had opened, and streams that had been easy to cross now became gushing torrents strong enough to fell trees. There was no point in trying to mobilize the army. The land was impassable by man or beast. It wasn't long before Bolivar decided he would return to Lima until the rains abated. There was much to do: establish the capital, win back Callao, receive an influx of foreign troops, govern the newly expanded republic. On October 6, he entrusted the command of the army to Sucre and, along with his aides and secretaries, began the long, rugged ride toward the coast. When he reached Huancayo on October 24, he was handed yet another reason to descend the Cordillera. It was a letter from the Colombian Congress in Bogotá, revoking the law that had granted him extraordinary powers. In it, the Liberator was advised that, as of 3 months before, on July 28, he had been stripped of all his powers. The rationale, described only thinly, was that in accepting the dictatorship of Peru, he had rescinded Colombia's presidency and its military command. Those responsibilities now belonged to Santander. In a subsequent dispatch, Santander was even more stern. He ordered Bolivar to hand over command of all Colombian troops in Peru to Sucre. It was an absurd directive, a rude affront. The men of the military understood, even if their politicians did not, that the liberation of Peru had been undertaken for the greater good and glory of Colombia. That had been the motive in their war on Pasto, the assault on Quito, it had been the understanding in Guayaquil. Santander might have tried to stop Congress from taking such harsh actions, but Bolivar could see that his vice president's hand was in them. The trusted man of laws, as Bolivar called him, had shown his colors. There was no question that long-held jealousies of Bolivar's preference for Sucre had quickened Santander to the task. When all was said and done, the leadership in Colombia, eager to get on with the business of governing the newly forged and unwieldy republic, had tired of Bolivar's southern campaign. Bolivar's insistence on more and more troops to bolster Peru, more equipment for the army, more horses, had worn thin. Even as Bolivar worked to build military might in Trujillo, Santander had written, without a law expressly passed by Congress, "I can do nothing, because I have no real power apart from laws, even if the republic ends up going to hell in the process." From the perspective of Bogotá, the ongoing war seemed endless, accruing nothing so much as spiraling expenditures. Some congressmen had even begun to object about soldiers' salaries, others proposed that the government stop issuing uniforms for troops at home and abroad. Bolivar was outraged. What if he had received these missives relieving him of his position when they had actually been sent before the triumphant Battle of Junin? What pusillanimous withdrawal would they have caused? Nevertheless, he restrained his anger and communicated the news to Sucre in two memoranda. One was a simple account of Bogotá's decision, the second, a letter for Sucre's eyes only, to be destroyed as soon as it was read. The young general couldn't help but be appalled by the insult delivered to the Liberator. He dutifully informed his officers of Congress's decision, although the slight to every warrior in the ranks was clear. The liberating army existed precisely because of Bolivar. To separate the Liberator from it was to separate him from his soul. Sucre and his officers submitted a heated protest to Bogotá, insisting that their leader be allowed to retain his command, but Bolivar refused to send it. He urged Sucre to put the episode behind him, take thorough and aggressive command. His instructions to his general were unequivocal: Sucre was to wait for the propitious moment, engage the enemy in decisive battle, and lead the Patriot army to victory once and for all. As for himself, Bolivar stopped sending long candid memos to Santander. His correspondence was clipped, correct, communicating only what was absolutely necessary. On November 10, when the Liberator finally reached the Pacific Ocean at Chancay, a tiny port 40 miles north of the capital, he began feverish preparations for a vigorous re-entry into Lima. Bolivar rode into the capital on December 5, 1824, and was met with a jubilant welcome. The people of Lima, more republican now after his victory at Junin, welcomed their dictator with adoration. He wasted no time in focusing on his priorities. Within hours, he imposed a siege to starve the royalists in Callao into submission. He ordered his generals to cut down bridges and destroy any road the Spanish might employ in an assault on Lima. He organized a defensive force of 3,000 men, almost all of them fresh arrivals from Colombia, Venezuela, and Panama. 2 days later, he issued an invitation to any and all republics of Spanish America to join a confederation of nations. The institution he had in mind would serve as a brain trust during major conflicts, a rallying point when facing a common enemy, a faithful interpreter of treaties, a broker of peace when differences between us arise. It was a blunt rejoinder to the Monroe Doctrine. As far as Bolivar was concerned, the newly liberated countries of South America did not need a burly neighbor to protect them. He had fought a 14-year revolution without United States help. He had no intention of relying on its muscle now. Banded together as the United States of South America, the former colonies would be self-sufficient, a force for progress, a new world power. It was a dream Bolivar had nursed for more than a decade. Unity. Unity. Unity, he had cried 5 years before at the Congress of Angostura. In the interim, he had changed approach, adjusted strategy, but he had never lost sight of that shining goal. Eventually, his call to union would give birth to a landmark meeting in Panama 18 months later, the foundations of Pan-Americanism for years to come and the modern-day organization of American states. And for the moment, at least, it allowed the Liberator to rise above the sting of Colombia's ingratitude. His eye was on a higher role. In the rugged Peruvian landscape that lies between the rolling, brown Apurimac River and the mountains of Huanzo, the Royalist and Patriot armies were stalking each other, moving swiftly, in a constant state of alarm. Sucre's spies had determined that the great mass of the king's army was on the move, with Viceroy La Serna himself at the head, and his two infamously squabbling generals, Canterac and Valdez, close behind. 9,000 royalists in bright red and gold uniforms, the last bulwark of Spanish rule in America, streamed north of Cuzco, over mountain and vale, in pursuit of the rebel enemy. Valdez had been reined in from battling the ultra-conservative Spanish general Olaneda to join La Serna's campaign against the liberating army. After 6 weeks of a vigorous chase, 7,000 royalists outdistanced Sucre's army and circled around to its flank about 30 miles south of Huamanga. Sucre, ever unflustered, was not worried by those maneuvers. He had only 5,700 men, but was confident they were superior in every way to the royalists. Mobilizing his troops in a torrential rain, he retreated from a grassy ravine to a more advantageous position. The Spaniards pressed on after them, eager to present battle. Moving with lightning speed, they overtook the Patriots again on December 3, nipping them in the rear and annihilating half of the famed British battalion, the Rifles. Days passed as both armies sought positions for a final conflict. Nearly all the Spanish and Patriot forces in Peru would take part in it. There was no doubt it would be the determining battle of Peru's revolution. As December 6 came and went, frantic defections occurred. War prisoners who had been pressed into service on opposing sides ran through the night to rejoin their former cohort. By December 7, the very day that Bolivar re-entered Lima, the two opposing armies had marked their ground. But by then the royalist soldiers had traveled longer, faster, over more precipitous terrain, suffering many privations. They had been marched in strict columns to prevent wholesale desertions. They had not been allowed to enter valleys or villages where provisions might be found. They had been forced by hunger to eat the flesh of their mules. But on December 8, they took, at least on the face of it, the stronger position. The soldiers of the king lined up on the majestic heights of Cundurcunca, overlooking the broad, flat plain of Ayacucho. Circling the area were Indian tribes that had pledged to help them. For weeks the local mountain Indians had been raiding Patriot encampments and killing men and cattle. Now they vowed to slay any Republicans they saw fleeing the field. Sucre, sighting the royalists as they progressed along the ridges, had brought his troops to the plain of Ayacucho itself, a dusty mesa surrounded by hulking promontories, more than 10,000 feet above the sea. His notion was to keep the Spaniards from descending to the battlefield until the action started, to destroy them as they spilled down from their perches. The evening before the battle, as dusk cast its long, dark shadows over the Andes, his troops pressed close to the foot of Cundurcunca to prevent the enemy from descending in the night. Surrounded on every side by inhospitable nature, the Patriots were exactly where Bolivar would have wanted them to be, in terrain that would force them to fight with desperate courage. Dawn on December 9 over the heights of Cundurcunca brought a resplendent sun. It was one of those cool, crisp Andean mornings in which the air is a brisk tonic and the land seems suspended in blue. It was, according to one soldier, the sort of daybreak that lends a warrior wings. Directly before them was the abrupt rise of Cundurcunca, a scruffy behemoth of dirt, rock, and shrubbery. To the right, mounting hills; to the left, a stream; behind, a sheer drop to another plain, and long vistas as far as the eye could see. There was no place to hide on that grim plateau. The terrain allowed for no cowards or laggards, no long, attenuated battle. As the sound of cornets and drums began to resonate through that theater of war, re-echoing against the mountain walls, Sucre's soldiers were well aware that there was no choice for them but to win. Riding through neatly formed columns of men from every station of life, every corner of the Americas and beyond, the young general-in-chief, then but 29, was visibly stirred by the significance of the moment. He stopped and, with a voice brimming with emotion, shouted words they would never forget: "Soldiers! On your efforts today rests the fate of South America." They answered with a resounding roar. At 8 o'clock, as the sun warmed the morning air, one of the Spanish generals, Juan Antonio Monet, a tall, sturdy man with a russet beard, approached the Patriot lines and called out to General José María Córdoba, whom he knew from former days. Monet told Córdoba that in the Royalist ranks, as in the Patriot, there were soldiers with relatives on the opposite side. Would he allow them to greet each other before hostilities began? When General Córdoba consulted with Sucre, the general-in-chief agreed immediately. And so it was that 50 men of opposing sides met on the slopes of Cunduracunca, among them a number of brothers, to embrace and weep, as one chronicler put it, in a heartbreaking display of farewell. Indeed, for Peruvians as for Venezuelans and Colombians before them, revolution meant fratricide, and men who spoke the same language, held the same religion, even shared flesh and blood, would now set upon one another in defense of an idea. Seeing the heart-wrenching scenes, General Monet asked Córdoba if there wasn't some way to come to terms and avoid the bloodshed. Córdoba answered, "Only if you recognize American independence and return peacefully to Spain." Monet was taken aback and said as much. Didn't the young patriot general realize that the Spanish army was vastly superior? Córdoba responded that combat would determine whether that was true. Monet walked away shaking his head. There was no turning back. The battle was fierce, short. The Royalists clambered down Cunduracunca in their red, gold, and blue regalia, laboring mightily under the banners, their helmets glinting in the sun. Republicans in dark, somber overcoats lined up to meet them. Cries went up as they watched the enemy troops descend: "Horsemen! Lancers! What you see are hardly warriors. They are not your equals. To freedom!" And so on, up and down the lines. Before the battle officially began, a young Spanish brigadier was first to attack and first to fall. Even so, the Royalists took immediate control of the action. General Valdez and his men descended on the Republicans like a horde of punishing angels, splitting their formation so wide that it gaped, momentarily helpless. But patriot morale was strong and the setback spurred them to higher resolve. When Córdoba cried out, "Soldiers! Man your arms! Move on to victory," his battalion scrambled to mount a fierce retaliation, and soon the course of battle changed. The patriots bayoneted Royalists left and right, snatching their silver helmets as trophies. By 1 in the afternoon, they had taken the heights. By mid-afternoon the field was littered with the fallen. Before sundown, Canterac offered Sucre his unconditional surrender. Almost 3,000 Royalists were taken prisoner, surrendering in the face of a daunting Republican fervor. Perhaps it was the exhaustion after so many weeks of forced marches, or a terror of Bolivar's famed barbarian hordes, or the dizzying altitude, which, at 13,000 feet, can steal the very breath from a man. Or perhaps what prevailed in the end was Sucre's brilliant strategy to make the soldiers of the king work harder, climb higher, march longer, and then strike them with a virulent force. The white-haired Viceroy La Serna, fighting bravely to the last, had to be carried off the field with injuries. General Miller, who found him by chance in one of the huts where the wounded were nursed, offered the gallant old soldier tea from his saddlebag and insisted that medics attend to him promptly. The dead amounted to 1,800 for Spain, only 300 for the Republicans. The terms Sucre offered the vanquished were generous, granting every Royalist safe passage to Spain, although many chose to transfer to the Republican army. But as much as his treaty gave, it extracted. The patriots appropriated Spain's garrisons throughout Peru, confiscated all weapons and supplies, and secured the surrender of Spain's last citadel in the New World, the fort of Callao. When Sucre insisted that General Valdez have lunch with him the next day, the old grizzled Spaniard arrived in full battle dress, in bold contrast to the scarlet and gold of his troops. His heavy wool socks reached high over his knees, his boots were short, his jacket frayed, his vicuna hat pulled low over his skullcap. A long faded white coat reached to his heels, a white poncho was slung over his shoulder. "I drink," said Sucre, to the man who would have been America's greatest defender, if only he had been born on this side of the sea. Sucre sent a report to the Liberator immediately, but his messenger was ambushed and killed by Indians. "The battle for Peru is complete," Sucre had written, "its independence and the peace of all America have been signed on this battleground." The news eventually reached Bolivar in Lima more than 10 days later, as he was preparing for Spaniards to swarm the capital for a final confrontation, even as he struggled with the Pandora's box that Peru had become. It is said that when he read of his general's victory in Ayacucho, he abandoned all decorum, leapt in the air, and danced through the room, shouting, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Sucre had won it for him, and Sucre would have his undying gratitude. With Ayacucho, Spain would be evicted from America's shores forever. It was Yorktown, Waterloo. With one single, resounding triumph, all South America would be free. Chapter 14. The Equilibrium of the Universe. My hope is that our republics, less nations than sisters, will unite according to the bonds that have always united us, with the difference that in centuries past we obeyed the same tyrant, whereas now we will embrace a shared freedom. Simon Bolivar. Bolivar's life had never been short on extremes. But 1824 marked a new threshold of wild aberrations. He had begun the year in a sickbed, travelled a veritable wheelwork of triumphs and calamities, and closed with a victory heard round the world. In London, on the last day of 1824, Britain announced its recognition of Colombia. In Washington, on New Year's Day of 1825, Henry Clay stood at a dinner in Lafayette's honor attended by President Monroe, John Quincy Adams, and Senator Andrew Jackson, and proposed a toast to General Simon Bolivar, the George Washington of South America. It was just the kind of salute Bolivar had hoped for from the English-speaking world. The achievements warranted it. Not Alexander, not Hannibal, not even Julius Caesar had fought across such a vast, inhospitable terrain. Charlemagne's victories would have had to double to match Bolivar's. Napoleon, striving to build an empire, had covered less ground than Bolivar, struggling to win freedom. The liberation of South America had created a new world order. The Battle of Ayacucho was not just a military exploit in the faraway dust of Peru, but an action that transformed the hemisphere forever. In banishing Spain from American shores, the revolutionaries had confirmed the fundamental incompatibility between America and Europe. They had drawn a firm line between Europe's conservative worldview and its radical opposite between ancient monarchies and a fresh democratic ideal. There would be no common ground between Europe's Holy Alliance, now scrambling to preserve its old axis of power, and the Americas North and South, which were committed to turn those hierarchies upside down. As Bolivar pointed out, European ambition forced the yoke of slavery on the rest of the world, and the rest of the world was obliged to answer with an equivalent force. This is what I call the equilibrium of the universe. It was the essence of Bolivarianism, a clear admonition to bullies. As far as Bolivar was concerned, now that the revolution was won, South America needed no overseer, no higher might, no Monroe Doctrine. In his model, the will to power would come from the people themselves, and with all the republics united it would be a prodigious force to be reckoned with. The next few months were the happiest, most glorious of Bolivar's life. He gave all the credit for his triumph to Sucre. This splendid victory is due entirely to the skill, valor, and heroism of the general-in-chief, he announced, and he promoted him to Grand Marshal. Bolivar received the eminent along with the humble in his capacious house in Lima's suburb of Magdalena. Although he reveled in the adulation, he wasted no time reforming Peru according to democratic principle. He reorganized the government, the treasury, the legal system, the schools. He tendered his resignation from the Colombian presidency, telling Santander that he planned to leave Colombia someday and take up residence overseas. When the resignation was read out to Congress in Bogotá, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. The man was renowned throughout the world now, adored. Presidents and magnates had toasted the Republic of Greater Colombia because of him. The eminent British diplomat John Potter Hamilton had gone so far as to call Bolivar the greatest man and most extraordinary character which the New World has ever produced. A few congressmen sounded scattered applause for the Liberator, and soon the rest broke into a wild ovation. They moved to reaffirm his presidency of Colombia. In this halcyon moment, even avowed enemies dared not complain. But Bolivar was hardly ready to leave Peru. There was too much unfinished business. It would take several months to subdue the renegade Spanish General Olaneda, who had turned out to be more monarchist than the viceroy, more authoritarian than the king himself, and it would take another year to flush out the royalists in Callao, who had locked themselves up in the fortress against all reasonable hope of survival. Bolivar announced that he would call the Peruvian Congress to session on February 10. That day, he said, will be the day of my glory, the day on which my most fervent desires will be fulfilled, the day on which, once and for all, I resign my rule. By rule he meant dictatorship. He had every intention of staying on and determining the future of the Republic. When February 10 came, an ecstatic Peruvian Congress made that possible. He was granted supreme political and military authority for at least another year. The Congress also presented him with a gift of 1 million pesos to compensate him for his victories. He refused to accept it. When the money was offered again, indeed, insisted upon, he asked that it be given not to him but to charitable causes in Venezuela, the republic that had sacrificed most on behalf of Peru. Those happy days were marred, nevertheless, by the assassination of Bernardo Monteagudo, San Martin's widely despised deputy, who had been expelled from Lima during San Martin's tenure only to return again under Bolivar. Monteagudo, whose agile mind the Liberator respected, had been working on his notion to unite all the republics. The Argentine was found face down on a street with a kitchen knife plunged deep into his heart and his fingers wrapped tightly around the handle. Dismayed by the crime and fearing it might be part of a royalist plot to assassinate Republican leaders, Bolivar called for an investigation. The inquest soon produced the assassin, a black cook, who worked in the kitchen of one of Monteagudo's associates. When Bolivar questioned the cook himself in private, in a dimly lit room of the palace, the trembling man confessed that José Sánchez Carrion, Bolivar's highest minister, had paid him 200 pesos in gold to do the deed. The Liberator was flabbergasted. Sánchez Carrion was a brilliant intellectual, a Republican stalwart, Bolivar's warmest supporter in Peru. He was also the leader of a powerful secret society. Mysteriously enough, within a few months, Sánchez Carrion, too, tipped over dead. According to a high-ranking official, a Peruvian general had poisoned him. Stranger yet, that general was eventually murdered. It was a murky chain of events, and much of it played out after Bolivar had left to tour the country. As far as the people of Lima were concerned, the despised Monteagudo had met a just fate. They had loathed the Argentine when he was San Martin's eminence grise, and they loathed him under Bolivar. He was quickly forgotten in the whirl of that triumphant summer. There were festivities to attend, a grand ball in honor of the victory at Ayacucho, a pending assembly of the Peruvian Congress. The city was in a celebratory mood. Bolivar delighted in the public tributes. Seldom had he received such complete adoration. He had lost much in the course of his 41 years, mother, father, brother, wife, a country to which he would never truly return, countless fellow warriors, and in the course of the past year his best friend, Fernando Toro, who had died after long exile. The Liberator's name was known around the globe, but his intimates were few. He was virtually alone, except for his manservant, José Palacios, and his married mistress. During those blissful months, Bolivar enjoyed the unbridled attentions of Manuela Sáenz, who basked in the Republican glow beside him. Coming and going freely from his house in Magdalena, She scandalized Lima society with her brazen disregard for decorum. She was hardly free of her husband, but she was long past caring about appearances. James Thorne had struck every register of rage, from sputtering indignation to wretched entreaty, to persuade her to end her affair with Bolivar. Thorne was possessive, more jealous than a Portuguese, according to Manuela, and he was tired of the public humiliation. It may well be that he swallowed his pride and begged Bolivar to release her. He may even have gone so far as to file a legal suit to restrain her. Deeply in love, and adamantly unwilling to give up his pretty young wife, he was prepared to do anything to win her back. Sines was forthright, even brutal, in her rejection of Thorne. She didn't want his money, and she most assuredly did not want him. Even as Bolivar was wending his way back to Lima in late 1823, she had written to her husband in no uncertain terms. No, 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 hombre. 1,000 times no. Sir, you are an excellent person, indeed one of a kind that I will never deny. I only regret that you are not a better man, so that my leaving you would honor Bolivar more. I know very well that I can never be joined to him in what you call honor. Do you think I am any less honorable because he is my lover, not my husband? Ah! I do not live by social conventions men construct to torment us. So leave me be, my dear Englishman. We will marry again in heaven, but not on this earth. On earth, you are a boring man. Up there in the celestial heights, everything will be so English, because a life of monotony was invented for you people, who make love without pleasure, conversation without grace, who walk slowly, greet solemnly, move heavily, joke without laughing. But enough of my cheekiness. With all the sobriety, truth, and clarity of an Englishwoman, I say now, I will never return to you. You are a Protestant and I a pagan, that should be obstacle enough. But I am also in love with another man, and that is the greater, stronger reason. You see how precise my mind can be? Your invariable friend, Manuela. She would later send a copy of this letter to Bolivar, adding coyly that she was hardly a pagan, but had said so for dramatic effect. Certainly to the rest of Lima she seemed diabolically pagan. Even in a city where women smoked cigars, dressed like coquettes, and spoke their minds freely, Manuela was a flagrant eccentric. Jean-Baptiste Boussingault, an overheated young Frenchman whom Humboldt had pressed on Bolivar and who followed the Liberator closely during those years, described her unforgettably in his own memoir. At times she behaved like a grand lady, at others like a half-breed. She could dance the minuet or the cancan with equal flair. She was shockingly reckless, promiscuous. The aides told me astonishing tales about her exploits, which Bolivar simply ignored. She was inseparable from her beautiful, young mulatto slave, who often dressed as a soldier. That colored girl was the very shadow of her mistress and, very possibly, her lover, a vice common enough in Peru and one that I myself witnessed. The girl performed lewd, but quite entertaining dances at salon gatherings. And she came and went freely at all hours from Manuelita's room. We can imagine why. Boussingault had a singular turn of mind in this, to be sure, and it may well be that the 22-year-old was infatuated with Manuela himself. But if it was true that Manuela was erratic, a slave to her senses, it was also true that Bolivar didn't much care. The Liberator's letters to her are filled with tenderness, admiration. He was in love with his mistress's humor, her passion, her courage, her intelligence, and no doubt, too, her tolerance for his own aberrant ways. Once the tributes and celebrations were out of the way, Peru seemed to lose interest in reforming the country. Indeed, the entire continent of South America appeared to slide into weary lassitude. The people were exhausted after 14 years of unremitting violence and chaos. It was as if the very effort of upending the colonial structure had left them without a will to build something new. Far from spurring an era of creativity like the one that now flourished in the United States, newly won liberty gave Spanish Americans a sense that the work was behind them now, that the social challenges were too monumental to tackle, that, having made so many sacrifices, the people had earned the right to sit back and take Bolivar wasted no time in trying to inject the country with his spirit of reform. He sent Sucre and his army to La Paz to carry the spirit of liberation into Upper Peru. The region traded back and forth between Lima and Buenos Aires that eventually would be Bolivia. In April, he started out on an overland trip of his own, averaging an astounding 21 miles a day, all of it on horseback, and most over rough terrain. The trails along the coast were dry with the choking dust, the gorges stifling, airless. But as he approached the towering volcanoes of Arequipa, he was met with a sight that seldom fails to move a traveler. It was the point that marks the western limit of the desert, where burning sands climb to majestic heights, where a multitude of snow-capped peaks glisten against azure skies. He rode through the desolation and the mountain splendor, visiting every township along the way. He founded schools, laws, municipal governments. But the vigor he brought with him seemed to dissipate the moment he was gone. Appointments, institutions, visions thrived for a while in his wake until they went neglected, then quietly faded away. In Arequipa, he installed the British Lancaster method of education, putting his old childhood teacher, Simon Rodriguez, in charge. Bolivar had been thrilled to hear that the eccentric, imaginative tutor who had opened his mind to the wider world had returned to South America after decades of exile. He urged Rodriguez to come to Peru. Eventually, he would give Rodriguez the responsibility of revamping the entire school system in Bolivia. But Rodriguez, who had turned up by chance after years of aimless peregrinations around the world, had never been handed so great a responsibility. He was now little more than a bumbling professor, spectacularly unprepared for the task. Like many who were entrusted with vital work at this critical juncture, Rodriguez lacked organizational skills. Building a nation was turning out to be far more thorny than waging an all-out war. San Martin, even from his faraway perch in Brussels, could see the challenge before Bolivar. Now, the opus is finished, San Martin wrote to a colleague, and Americans will begin to see the fruits of their labors and sacrifices, but only if we are wise, and only if 12 years of revolution have taught us to obey. Yes, sir, obey, for if a man doesn't know how to obey, he will never know how to lead. He had a point. What South America needed now was organization, discipline, a solid foundation of laws. One man couldn't possibly hope to do it all. On June 25, Cuzco gave Bolivar a welcome unlike any he had ever experienced. Triumphal arches leapt up to greet him along the mountain roads, reminding him of the ones that had welcomed Napoleon to Rome. Cuzco itself was a glorious sight to behold. Gold and silver ornaments were hung from the houses, rich brocades festooned the streets. But as he climbed toward the city, it was the breathtaking panorama and the hardy mountain folk who moved him. Peru here, unlike Lima it seemed to him, was a fierce original, its Indians a noble breed. The ancient Inca capital had not suffered during the punishing revolution, and yet the Indian civilization had been stalled for 300 years. He was presented with a crown studded with pearls and diamonds, golden keys to the city, a horse in a gilded harness, a rich assortment of jewels. In the end, he sent the crown to Sucre, gave the gold and jewels to his aides, and kept only the horse. He stayed for a month, busily issuing laws and decrees. He eliminated all titles of nobility held by descendants of the Inca, just as he had eliminated those that were held by whites. He distributed land to the indigenous peoples, he abolished all race-based taxes. He felt drawn to the plight of the Indians. "I want to do all that is possible for them," he wrote Santander, "first, for the good of humanity, second, because they have a right to it, and, ultimately, because doing the right thing costs so little and is worth so much." Every day brought opportunities to undo Spain's draconian laws. He ordered roads built, demanded that monasteries be converted into schools, built an aqueduct, established the College of Cuzco. But his sympathies for the people of this mountain area seemed to confirm that there was something repellent about Peru as a whole, a national character he deeply disliked, forged by a bitter history. He spoke of this aversion only privately, but the prejudice he had brought with him to Lima, the profound conviction that wealth and slavery had ruined the country, ultimately defined his Peruvian experience. By August, he was traveling the vertiginous route to La Paz, the capital of Upper Peru. The ride was grueling, but conspicuously free of enemies. The last of the Spanish generals, the renegade Olaneda, stubbornly prowling those mountains for 2 years, had died months before, mortally wounded in battle. Word had it that he had met his end at the hands of his own men. Indeed, he had been the only victim in a fleeting skirmish against Sucre's army. Seeing Olaneda fall from his horse, his soldiers, a fraction of his original force, rushed to surrender. It was hardly surprising, as royalist defections after the Battle of Ayacucho had been epidemic. Everyone wanted to be on Sucre's side. The Grand Marshal proceeded to carry out his assignment in Upper Peru admirably. Sucre met Bolivar on the shores of Lake Titicaca, not far from where the old Viceroyalty of Peru ended and the old Viceroyalty of Buenos Aires began. There, at long last, Bolivar embraced Sucre and thanked him for his many momentous achievements: the victory at Ayacucho, the suppression of Olaneda, the successful occupation of La Paz and Potosi. It had been almost a year since they had seen each other. Sucre's skirmish with Olaneda represented the last battle against Spain on the American mainland. In the scant year since Bolivar had marched from Trujillo with his hastily improvised troops, an army of 18,000 had been brought to ruin. Bolivar's strategies had been masterful, his preparations meticulous, but it had been Sucre who had brought the Patriots to their resounding final victory, and it was Sucre who soared to fame throughout Peru. He seemed invincible, a colossus among his Latin American contemporaries. Wherever he went, he was cheered, admired, and Bolivar did not grudge him one bit of the adulation. From Pichincha to Potosi, the young general had brought the Patriots nothing but glory. Bolivar took every opportunity to say so. When, in La Paz, the Liberator was handed another crown, he passed it with gallant flourish to Sucre. "This belongs to the true victor," he said. But as united as Bolivar and Sucre could be about military matters, they often disagreed about the politics of liberation. It was a measure of how well they worked together. Sucre was unafraid to tell the Liberator things he didn't want to hear, and, from Sucre, Bolivar didn't mind hearing them. Bolivar had not wanted to hear that Upper Peru should be left to determine its own future. The region was something of an anomaly, not a province, not a people. According to founding principles, a new republic was supposed to follow the contours of the viceroyalty that immediately preceded it, and so, by all accounts, Upper Peru should have answered to Buenos Aires. But Bolivar wasn't about to forfeit the mineral-rich region to Argentina, and so his solution had been to make Upper Peru a sovereign republic. Bolivar's thinking seemed to him as just as it was logical. To deliver the region to war-torn Argentina was to deliver it to anarchy. To deliver it to Peru would be to vitiate the founding principles the revolutionaries had long since established. When he had first arrived in La Paz, Sucre had told its citizens that he wasn't there to resolve such questions. He was there to liberate, not govern. Bolivar soon disabused him of that idea. They were there to liberate, to be sure, but they were also there to fashion a new America. The vastly wealthy Creole aristocrats who guarded the silver-veined hills of Potosi were all too happy to abide by Bolivar's decision to declare themselves an autonomous nation. Most Upper Peruvians had been followers of the ultra-conservative, quixotic Olaneda. Indeed, one of their present political leaders was his nephew, and now they were being assured that they would not have to answer to anyone, that all the riches of Potosi, the treasure of so many kings, would be theirs alone. A hastily gathered assembly of representatives, elected by laws that were clearly arbitrary and racist, met in Chuquisaca on July 10 to formally deliberate the founding. It was hardly a democratic exercise. The Aymara Indians, an overwhelming majority of the population, 40,000 of whom had risen up against their masters 40 years before, were given no say, and the pecking order that once had prevailed under Spanish rule was put in place again. The whites would lord over the half-breeds, and the half-breeds would lord over the brown. On August 6 the members of the assembly officially declared the independence of Upper Peru. changed its name to the Republic of Bolivar, changed it again to Bolivia, and voted to make the Liberator their president. To give him absolute power, they invited the new president to draft their constitution. Bolivar, who was rounding the shimmering, cold waters of Lake Titicaca when he heard of it, was delighted with the news. In the course of one day, his America had acquired 1,000,000 souls. As maximum leader of 3 vast republics, Bolivar now ruled over an area that, taken together, exceeded the size of modern Europe. He hurried to accept the honors. If Bolivar was at the zenith of his career, Spanish America, as a whole, appeared to be heading toward its nadir. From the deserts of Mexico to the pampas of Argentina, independence had brought not a bright new world, but a dizzying surfeit of obstacles. Fatigue was soon overtaken by irritability, ushering in an era of discontent. Bolivar seemed to sense it before it happened. He pressed for the Conference of New American Republics, his Congress of Panama, to take place as soon as possible. He wanted to capture the flush of enthusiasm that accompanied revolution, have his fledgling republics share ideas before they acted on them, and he wanted to be at the vanguard of that process. If we wait any longer, he told the leaders he had invited, if each of us waits to see what the other will do, we will deprive ourselves of the advantages. But as 1825 ground on, it was evident that the republics were too mired in their own troubles to think about a wider American ideal. As festivities wound down in Lima at the end of February, Bolivar noted a viral dread creeping into the Creole population, a sense that freedoms would bring social upheaval, and that anarchy would be democracy's next step. Indeed, anarchy had already begun in Mexico. After the spectacular collapse of Emperor Agustin de Iturbide's reign and his summary execution, the country was in financial ruin. London bankers had stepped in with loans, making the nation a bid player in Britain's vast economic empire. British Foreign Minister George Canning was euphoric. "We slip in between," he wrote a fellow countryman, "and plant ourselves in Mexico. We link once more America to Europe." He made no secret that in doing so, he felt he had won a victory over Britain's former colony, the swiftly expanding United States. Greater Colombia, too, had its problems. A corrosive peevishness had set in between Caracas and Bogotá. Pise and Santander, whose hatred for one another was evident, were squabbling, readying for a face-off. Bolivar's proud creation seemed irreparably shot through with fissures. Chile, too, was riven by conflict, its leadership was hesitant, its southern provinces still at war. Argentina was no better. On the verge of declaring war with Brazil over a patch of borderland called the Banda Oriental, the Argentines begged Bolivar to assist them. They courted him throughout his stay in La Paz and Potosí, sending various delegations to convince him to come to their rescue. Bolivar toyed with the notion of taking his liberating army to the nethermost regions of the American continent, even wrote to Santander to sound out the idea. "The demon of glory will carry us to Tierra del Fuego," he wrote animatedly, "and the truth is, what would we risk?" In many ways, it would have been the apotheosis of Bolivar's American dream, a campaign to fulfill his grand continental ambition. The celebrations in the extravagant heights of Potosí had seemed to persuade him that there were no limits to possibility, his words so euphoric that Sucre had cried like a baby and Bolivar's old teacher Rodriguez had leapt in the air with joy. But when Santander wrote back, exploding in disbelief at the very notion of a march farther south, Bolivar realized the folly of it. The conflict between Brazil and Argentina was full of perils. To enter into it was to declare another war against a colonial empire and alienate all Europe. Santander reminded Bolivar that there was yet another reason to say no: Greater Colombia was in shambles. The letter was unequivocal. "The miserable state of our financial affairs has forced me to suspend all combat. 10 years of peace would set us straight. Today our army has estimated costs of $16 to $18 million. Our income is 7 to 8. From where will we extract the difference? We need to reduce spending unless we want to wither away entirely, and the way to do that may be to shrink the army, get rid of the navy." He was proposing to collapse the very institution that Bolivar had built so carefully, a military that represented the fusion of all races, the miraculous engine that had won America's freedom. There was no doubt, times were dire. Santander was proving true to the appellation Bolivar had given him. He was the man of laws, the stern voice of reason. Sucre, on the other hand, had been Bolivar's man of war. And Bolivar, thrashing about to advance an agenda for the hemisphere, had become in his own mind, at least America's man of difficulties. The future would bear this out. Bolivar had toured the South for almost a year when he returned to Lima on February 10, 1826, and found the capital in a joyous mood. The royalist forces that had entombed themselves in Callao had just surrendered. Torre Tagel's minions had consumed the last rat in the fortress, perished by the thousands, and, starved into submission, yielded the last patch of Spanish soil on America's mainland. The city celebrated for days. When Bolivar stepped ashore, he, too, was met with elation. But anyone who thought all was well now would be sorely mistaken. Almost immediately, Bolivar was handed an agitated letter from Pise, reporting the miserable state of affairs in Venezuela. "You cannot imagine how ruinous the intrigues have been in this country," Pise told him. "Murillo was right when he said he did you a favor when he killed all the lawyers." But according to Pise, the Spaniards hadn't killed enough of them. It was men of laws, he insisted, who were crippling the republic. He begged Bolivar to return, crown himself king, and wrest a modicum of order from the chaos. Pise didn't tell the whole tale, but he had been accused of brutal methods of recruitment. He claimed that he had only responded to duty, that royalists in Havana were poised to attack the coast and the country was desperate for soldiers. To Pise, and to the many Venezuelans who venerated him, the accusations of violence were only a ruse by lawyers in Bogota and, by extension, Santander to humiliate the army and drive Pise from power. Pise pleaded with Bolivar to return as Napoleon had returned to France, with a crown on his head and a strong arm that brooked no argument. "Colombia is not France," Bolivar replied to Pise, "and I am not Napoleon." For him, the title of Liberator was far superior to any a monarchy might bestow. But a wider campaign to crown Bolivar was clearly afoot in Venezuela. Bolivar soon received a letter from his sister Maria Antonia, advising him that if anyone urged him to the throne, he should resist at all costs. "Tell them you will be Liberator or nothing, that is your true title, the one that honors your hard-won glory." Eventually, Sucre told him the same thing. But it was clear that Venezuela was in such turmoil that it was grasping at extreme solutions. Its needs were urgent, and yet his work in Peru was hardly finished. His house in Magdalena had become a hive of Latin American activity. Foreign delegates came and went offering ideas, representatives from new republics constantly appeared with proposals, Peruvians who feared a vacuum of power begged him to stay. Critics of Bolivar and Peru is replete with them say that he should have left Lima there and then. The war was won, the last Spaniard stripped of power, the question of Upper Peru resolved. Why would a lover of liberty with a nation's best interests at heart remain with a vast army of occupation? Bolivar had his reasons. First, he had been beseeched to stay. Second, and more convincing, the political situation in Peru was tenuous, bordering on ruin. During his travels outside Lima, he had delegated power to José de la Mar, a Peruvian general born near Guayaquil, or to Hipólito Unanue, the Peruvian doctor who had nursed him to health in Pativilxa. But after the serial treacheries of Riva Agüero and Torre Tagle, he harbored an essential distrust of Peruvians, he was reluctant to leave them to themselves. As the days wore on and he concentrated on putting the finishes touches on the Bolivian constitution, he became convinced that the document he was creating was the answer to all of America's ills. Bolivar's constitution was a testament to how the social realities of the continent had altered his liberating vision. It was a curious combination of deeply held republican principle and authoritarian rule. He had long feared the lawlessness that a hastily conceived democracy might bring. To hand power too quickly to illiterate masses was to snuff out what little order there was. He had once told a British diplomat in Lima, if principles of liberty are too rapidly introduced, anarchy and a wholesale purge of whites will be the inevitable consequences. In other words, he had granted all races equality, but he worried that in the process of institutionalizing it, the blacks and Indians would simply kill off the old aristocracy, the very class from which he hailed. It was exactly what had happened in Haiti. Bolivar's new constitution meant to free the people, and yet, for their own good, keep them in a tight harness. His constitution's proposed division of powers, executive, legislative, judicial, was similar to that of the United States, although he added a fourth branch, a separate electoral college. The legislative branch was to be made up of senators, tribunes, and censors. Senators were to enact and guard the laws, tribunes would deal with money and war, censors would safeguard liberties. The government would offer the people a moral education in order to instill principles of civic responsibility. The Constitution provided for freedoms of speech, press, work, and passage. It ensured citizens all the benefits of personal security, equality before the law, and a jury-based system of justice. It abolished slavery. It put an end to all social privilege. Up to this point, Bolivar's constitution resembled, even improved on, its British and United States counterparts. Where it differed starkly was in its conditions for the presidency, and it was here that the document ran aground. Bolivar had stipulated that the president be appointed for life. To him, presidential power was key, upon it would rest the entire Bolivarian concept of order. Although he claimed that he had rendered the position headless and harmless because a president would be powerless to appoint anyone to the legislative government or to the courts, there was no doubt that the presidency would be the most powerful institution in the land. A president's influence would extend into perpetuity by virtue of his ability to choose a vice president, who would be his successor. Thus, Bolivar contended, we shall avoid elections, which always result in that great scourge of republics, anarchy. The most imminent and terrible peril of popular government. He had come a long way from his address to the Congress of Angostura 7 years before, in which he had roundly averred, regular elections are essential to popular government, for nothing is more perilous than to permit one citizen to retain power for an extended period. In the course of taking his wars of liberation south, he had changed his mind entirely. When the Bolivian constitution was complete, Bolivar sent that Ark of the Covenant off to Sucre in Bolivia, in a special mission led by his personal aide, Colonel Belford Wilson. Eager to promote its adoption in other republics, he had several editions printed and dispatched to Colombia by the very courier who had delivered Peace's message begging him to become king. In Peru, his Secretary of State made sure that every member of the Electoral College had a copy. Bolivar's constitution, in short, was to be distributed as widely as possible, throughout the Americas as well as strategic points in Europe. As his handiwork circulated, reactions were mixed. The English regarded it as an enlightened charter, generous in its promised liberties, but wise in its mitigation of a mischievous excess of popular power. In the United States, on the other hand, legislators were outraged by its provision for a president for life. Southern politicians were infuriated by its abolition of slavery. In South America, opinions were divided. In Chile and Argentina, it was received with moderate praise. In Colombia, it was trooped from town to town by a Venezuelan known to have urged Bolivar to the throne, and so it was no surprise that it was seen as a prologue to monarchy. At first, Santander withheld his opinion, knowing that for the vice president to disagree with the president would be impolitic. He wrote to Bolivar that he considered the document liberal and popular, strong and vigorous. Privately, he complained that it was absurd, a dangerous novelty. Within months, he was assailing the Constitution openly in Bogotá Escacita. In Lima, Bolivar's cabal of enemies only grew, fed mightily by this new evidence of his appetite for power. Nevertheless, the Secretary of State's firm pressure on the outlying electoral colleges worked. Peru became the first country to adopt the constitution. Not one patriot publicly objected, although time and circumstance eventually prevented the charter from ever being put to full use. The Bolivian Congress, on the other hand, didn't approve the constitution right away, and when it did so with great caution. Bolivar had left Bolivia in Sucre's capable hands, urging him to take on the presidency of the republic. Initially, Sucre had demurred. He was a military man, he insisted, not a politician. Furthermore, he ardently hoped to return to Colombia to marry his fiancée, the beautiful Marquesa de Solanda. He was tired of governing and had tendered his resignation repeatedly, but Bolivar had always refused to accept it. "We need to take up the work of founding and fostering nations," Bolivar had said. "We will show Europe that America has men every equal of the heroes of the ancient world." Months later, when the new constitution was adopted in Bolivia along with its provision for a president for life, Sucre was elected to the position, but he agreed to hold office for only 2 years. Historians have long pointed to the Bolivian constitution as proof of Bolivar's inordinate love of power. Some have gone so far as to claim that it was the first glimmer of a spiraling madness. There is little doubt that its presidential clause was a blunder of colossal proportions. Just as San Martin had made the error of introducing a monarch into his liberating plan, Bolivar was now introducing a lifelong ruler. But Bolivar did not aspire to wear a crown. He despised hereditary power and had expressly forbidden his family to seek political office. All the same, he adored being called Liberator and longed to be remembered as the founder of his America, the alchemist of its freedom, a living ark of enlightenment. He had made it plain that although he enjoyed a ruler's esteem, he was averse to the quotidian business that attended it. It is also fair to say that he didn't want the responsibility of ruling over any one nation because he wanted something far larger. He yearned to be the father of a federation of nations and said so very plainly to Santander. "You rule Colombia," Bolivar told him, "so that I may be permitted to govern all South America." It was why he would apply himself so vigorously to organizing the Congress of Panama. He knew this would not be easy. He had always made it clear that the continent could not function as a single, integrated country. The land mass was too sprawling, the population too diverse. To complicate matters, Spain had never encouraged camaraderie among its colonies. Travel and commerce had been forbidden and punished by death, and so for 300 years the colonies had answered to Madrid as spokes to a hub, with no contact whatsoever among them. They did not know one another well enough to be fellow citizens. But Bolivar saw the Spanish-speaking nations of America as potential brothers in a grand fraternity, bound by common laws and protected by a single military. In this, he had some fundamental rules: peace would be kept, the slave trade stopped, international relations encouraged, a coherent system of cooperation established. It was a visionary scheme with vaulting ambition and, soon enough, he saw that it presented overwhelming challenges. Urged on by his advisors, he began to think such a construct might be more appropriate for the countries he himself had liberated. He called this more focused version the Federation of the Andes, and it stretched from Panama to Potosi. Although each nation would remain a separate entity, there would be but one army, one code of racial equality, one face against the world. That face would be embodied in a shared constitution, his own. And to coax it through infancy, the Federation would enjoy a special relationship, a protectorate of sorts with England. Even as he was conjuring this idea of a tighter Andean federation, Bolivar continued with the Congress of Panama as he had initially conceived it. He had long since instructed Santander, who was managing the details, not to invite Haiti, Brazil, or the United States. They were derived from different nations and cultures, after all. But he also felt they would make awkward partners in the conversation. Haiti was too black, the United States too white, to accept the unconditional equality of races he would require. Moreover, it was evident that with the Monroe Doctrine the United States saw itself as master of the hemisphere. It would fight Bolivar's vision of a robust South American Union every step of the way. In this, Bolivar ironically agreed with Count Arana, an advisor to the Spanish throne, who long before, in the year of Bolivar's birth had said of the United States, "There will come a time when she is a giant, a colossus even, much to be feared in those vast regions. Then, she will forget the benefits she received from others and think only of aggrandizing herself." No, Bolivar did not want the United States invited. As for Brazil, it was incompatible with republicanism by virtue of its monarchical tie to Portugal. Santander eventually defied Bolivar's instructions and invited Brazil and the United States anyway, claiming it was in the interest of forging a larger hemispheric union. Bolivar took that insubordination in stride, but it was one more indication that he couldn't trust his vice president. The conference was to take place on June 22, 1826, on the Isthmus of Panama, an echo, if only symbolic, of ancient Greece's Amphictyonic League, which had met on the Isthmus of Corinth. Bolivar had decided not to attend the proceedings so that it couldn't be said that he had influenced its outcome. But it was precisely to influence the outcome that the Peruvian delegation arrived 6 months early, hoping to lay the groundwork for its point of view. As deliberations opened, the nations represented were Peru, Greater Colombia, Mexico, and the Federal Republic of Central America, that is to say, only 4 of the 7 Latin American republics. The Argentines had declined outright, saying that they had a horror of too early a union, especially one advanced so unilaterally by Colombia. Chile had been too wrenched by internal conflagrations to participate. Bolivia had been willing, but its delegates arrived too late. The Kingdom of Brazil, a monarchy with far stronger sympathies for Europe, had also refused, using its war with Argentina as an excuse. The United States, after passionate objection from its slave-holding states, sent 2 delegates, but one died on the way. The second reached the meeting hall only after the Congress was over. When all was said and done, the Congress was a resounding failure. Delegates gathering in the stuffy Franciscan monastery in Panama's sweltering capital had been all too eager to be done with the debate. Some were ailing, others fearful of the pestilential climate, all were anxious about the motives. The proceedings, which had been meant to go for almost 2 months, lasted a mere 3 weeks. Only Colombia ratified the empty initiatives, and nothing was done to advance Bolivar's concept of a League of Nations. The only country that made progress worth recording was England, which attended as an observer and walked away with a passel of commercial contracts. Like Mexico, whose failures had become a boon to British financiers, the Congress of Panama became a marketplace for foreign mongers. Bolivar's dream of a larger America had dispersed like a mist in the equatorial sun. Chapter 15. Era of Blunders. We have arrived at an era of blunders. In order to fix one, we commit 50. Pedro Bracino Mendez. The Congress of Panama was a bitter disappointment to Bolivar. The institution was admirable, he wrote Pease, but it ended like that mythic madman, perched on a rock in the open sea, thinking he could direct the ship's traffic. Just as warlords had plagued the revolution with small-minded ambitions, republics now threatened to undermine one another with toxic distrust. Little seemed to have gone well since Bolivar's return to Lima. His enemies had grown in number, accusations flowed. Bolivar might have been a hero before he arrived, one Peruvian fumed, but he is working with a randomness and immorality so thorough that the public has had to re-evaluate its opinion. They enumerated the transgressions, the violent occupation of Guayaquil, the ouster of its president, his arbitrary appropriation of power in Peru, the forced labor to which he had subjected the people of Trujillo, his summary expulsion of President Riva Agüero. In the end, one writer fretted, Bolivar's resounding victory in Ayacucho had silenced all healthy discourse. The negative press had a powerful effect. It was as if Peru had forgotten that Bolivar's armies, tattered and colored as they may have been, had won its freedom. As he traveled the countryside and the Army of Liberation lingered, the people of Lima began to grumble openly. Hadn't the man promised he would throw off the ruler's mantle and leave without so much as a grain of sand once the revolution was over? They resented the legions of dark-skinned aliens who remained among them, consuming their sparse supplies like a swarm of locusts. Nor had they forgotten Bolivar's speech after the Battle of Ayacucho, in which he had said that for him to remain would be absurd, monstrous, disgraceful. "I am a foreigner," he had told them, "I came to assist you as a warrior, not to rule over you as a politician. If I were to accept the position your legislators are pressing on me, Peru would become a parasite nation, affixed to Colombia, where I am president and where I was born." But a year and a half had passed since he had uttered those words, and still he was in Lima. Still ruling. In July of 1826, just as the Congress of Panama collapsed, his staff in Lima discovered a plot to assassinate him. The conspiracy had aimed to expel all Colombians, murder Bolivar, and return power to Peruvian hands. Its organizers, high-level ministers, were summarily deported or executed. Bolivar approved the sentences. But the distrust could not be disposed of so easily. In Lima, the white aristocracy had come to regard Bolivar as a mulatto who was trying to upend their carefully constructed world with ludicrous notions of racial egalitarianism. Sambo, they called him nigger, as if the black blood rumored to course in his veins explained all his harebrained ideals about equality. Yet many of those same aristocrats became genuinely alarmed when they heard Bolivar was finally contemplating a departure. Worried about the government's ability to keep the peace, they streamed to his door to persuade him to stay. The specter of anarchy loomed large in that land of gold and slaves. But by August Bolivar had made up his mind. Too many troubles threatened his homeland. Peace had broken with Bogotá and, in a brazen coup, tried to assume a separate power in Venezuela. It was, at once, an act of treason and an expression of loyalty to the Liberator. Riding bareback from Valencia to Caracas, raising his rebellion, Peace had shouted for all to hear, "Viva Bolivar! Viva the Republic!" At first the Venezuelan people, frustrated with Bogotá, had responded to Peace's call so enthusiastically that Santander, who had never been adept in the language of truculence, was at a loss as to how to respond. But he knew that he wanted to prevent a full-scale civil war. He begged Bolivar to return and defend the law. Peace, for his own part, begged Bolivar to return and support the military. Both used his name to argue rival positions. As far as they were concerned, only one man could broker the peace. There was no choice for either but to call him home. Bolivar had other reasons to return. He longed to keep his dream of a unified federation alive. He wanted to ensure that the countries he had liberated adopted his constitution. The Peruvian government, after much debate and, ironically, in order to keep him in Lima a while longer, had finally approved it, as had Bolivia. The Peruvians had gone on to proclaim him president for life. He declined and put the presidency in the hands of General Santa Cruz, a decision he would come to rue. He shipped off the lion's share of the liberating army, leaving 3 hefty battalions to protect the capital. He then went about giving away every gift Peru had bestowed on him, save one, the jewel-encrusted gold sword given to him by the municipality of Lima. He was determined to leave Peru as promised without one grain of its sand, and indeed he left it an impoverished man. In order to liquidate his few debts, he had to borrow from aides. The $1 million Peru had insisted on paying him after the Battle of Ayacucho, which he hoped would be sent to the poor of Venezuela, had never been produced. Ironically, the liberator to whom Peru would pay a life pension and all the tributes was San Martin, the man who left Lima before completing the task. Bolivar departed Peru believing all was in reasonably good order. His constitution was in place in Peru and Bolivia, and he was confident that Santa Cruz and Sucre would carry out his vision. He began to think that if he could get those 2 republics to unite under his constitution, then push through its approval in Colombia, he would have an amalgamated America of sorts. Larger was always better in Bolivar's mind, and that dream seemed large enough for the moment. It wasn't that he was after more power. As he had said many times, he was weary of responsibilities. He was prepared to leave them to Santander. Coalition became his sole purpose and aim. In early September, Bolivar boarded a boat for Guayaquil, leaving Manuela Sáenz in Lima. She had long since moved out of Thorn's house and into her own in Magdalena so that she could be closer to her lover. There had been no more pretense, no effort to stand on ceremony. She had broken with her husband and refused all his money. She was known as the Libertadora now. In the company of her loyal black servants, the famously uninhibited Janatas and Nathan, she had come and gone from Bolivar's villa freely. The romance had not been without its rocky moments. The 9 months he had been away in Cuzco and La Paz had tested their love. At first, Bolivar thought it best to end the affair. He was well aware of the scandal Manuela had caused in Lima and the damage such a flagrant affair with a married woman had done to his reputation. It is possible, too, that Thorn persuaded him that it would be in her best interest to let her go. Bolivar wrote soon after his departure, "Dear beautiful and good Manuela, I think of you and your fate constantly. I see no way we can unite in innocence and honor. I see all too well the terrible predicament you're in, having to rejoin someone you do not love, and mine, having to separate myself from someone I adore. My determination to tear myself from your love has done this, and now eternity itself has come between us." Within a few months, he wrote from Potosi, answering a letter in which she had described the ill treatment to which she was being subjected. "We do not know what misery Thorn was inflicting on her, but it was serious enough for Bolivar to suggest she leave Lima and take refuge with friends in Arequipa." The letter was cut and dried, hardly the passionate missive she was used to receiving from him. But Manuela proved hard to rebuff. A month later, he was writing again, "What you say about your husband is painful and funny all at once. I don't know how to reconcile our respective happiness with our respective duties. I don't know how to cut a knot that even Alexander's sword would only complicate. It's not a matter of sword or strength, after all, but of pure against guilty love, duty against weakness." He had had no shortage of affairs in between, and she was well aware of them. Women were always lavishing their attention on the Liberator. He found them impossible to resist. In Lima, before leaving on his travels, he had romanced the doe-eyed American Jeanette Hart, Commodore Isaac Hull's sister-in-law, who had visited Lima with Hull and his wife. It is even said in some Connecticut circles that Bolivar proposed marriage to the brunette beauty, although it is more likely that he only hinted at it, as he was inclined to do when courting a woman. If legend is to be believed, Bolivar had a string of lovers as he toured Peru and Bolivia. Some were simply the nymphs who welcomed him from town to town, others were more serious entanglements involving wives of high-placed officials with lasting complications. One was the formidable and fetching Peruvian heroine Francisca Zubillaga Gamarra, wife of the prefect of Cuzco, Agustin Gamarra. Little is known about her relationship to Bolivar, apart from 2 facts. It was she who was chosen to place a crown of laurel on his head when he entered Cuzco, and much later, when her husband was asked why he hated Bolivar even though the Liberator had been so generous to him, Gamarra replied, "He gave me many honors, it's true, but he also took away my wife." Gamarra's wife, known to all as Dona Puncha or the Marshallette, was as fierce as she was beautiful. Accompanying her husband in battle, she was fearless, peremptory, taking command when officers grew weak-kneed. She was a consummate horsewoman, knew how to handle a gun, and loved a good cockfight. Like Pease, she was an epileptic and rose to such heights of fury during combat that she would fall to the ground to be trampled by horses and carried off for dead. But in the drawing rooms of Cuzco and, later, Lima she was a dazzling presence. As a contemporary recalled, she had a long, slightly turned up nose and a large but very expressive mouth. Her face was long, with prominent cheekbones, her skin dark but full of vitality. She made no secret of using her beauty and wiles to exploit situations as the need arose. She had been forged in the fires of revolution and, when Gamarra was elected president, would rise to be First Lady of the land. If indeed Dona Puncha had a passing liaison with Bolivar, it was a union on equal terms. In Potosi, Bolivia, On the other hand, Bolivar had engaged in a dalliance with more lasting consequences. The young woman who placed a wreath on his head this time was Maria Joaquina Costas, whose Argentine husband was off fighting the war in Chile. She was graceful, elegant, with coal black eyes and a gentle smile. It is said that as Costas was laying her garland on Bolivar's brow, she warned him of a royalist plot brewing against him. At once intrigued and smitten, he invited her to a tête-à-tête. The plot against him never materialized, but he and Costas entered into an ardent affair and, in due course months after the Liberator was back in Lima, a child was born. That child, José Antonio Costas, would die claiming he was Bolivar's son, but the Liberator never acknowledged him. An enigmatic exchange at a gathering of cronies 2 years after the child's birth, however, led him to mention that he was hardly sterile, that he had living evidence to the contrary. It was probably wishful thinking. None of it would have come as a surprise to Manuela. She had long since reconciled herself to Bolivar's philandering ways. He never hid his interest in women, he admired them publicly, kissed their hands, danced with them in her presence. But he always went back to Manuela. When he had returned to Lima from his tour of Cuzco and La Paz, he reunited with her once more. His notes to her en route were as urgent as any young suitor's: "Wait for me at all costs, do you hear? Do you understand? If you don't, you're an ingrate, a traitor, even worse, an enemy." Their love would not waver again. Through the years and during the course of her many travels with the army, Manuela had managed to forge lasting friendships with many of Bolivar's men. She was devoted to his campaign, attentive to his soldiers' petitions, and, most important as far as his troops were concerned, brave in extremely perilous circumstances. As a result, she had earned the respect of a number of his generals Sucre, Hayres and others, and the Liberator's British aides, all the men he loved best. She was, according to a diplomatic report to Secretary of State Henry Clay, a remarkably handsome woman, generous in the extreme to officers and soldiers. She was always willing to give them the last dollar in her purse and exhibited the most zealous humanity to the sick or wounded. She had become known as the person to whom a desperate soldier could go to win Bolivar's official attention. Manuela's commitment to her lover's cause was most in evidence when he left Peru and the soldiers of a division he had left behind rose up in a series of mutinies. They claimed that they hadn't been paid full wages, that their rations had been curtailed, that they wanted a share of the fortune Peru had offered to pay Bolivar. As became clear, the insurrection had been concocted in Bogotá by those who, like Santander, wanted to cut short Colombia's military presence in Peru and bring the costly troops home. On January 26, 1827, the 3rd Division expelled Bolivar's generals, seized control of Lima's government palace and the fortress of Callao, and began to make demands. Manuela put on her colonel's uniform, rode out, and tried to win back the mutineers. Doling out money, she implored them to ignore their leader and form a new contingent. Days later, she was arrested in her home in Magdalena. Peruvian authorities stormed the house at midnight on February 7, detained her, and insisted she leave the country that very night. She pleaded illness. The next morning, she was cast into a cell in a Lima convent, where the abbess received her with open contempt. She tried to object, argue her rights, but all the force of Peruvian vitriol came down on her now. The Minister of Foreign Relations, Manuel Vidor, one of Bolivar's most rabid critics, accused her of being wanton, scandalous, an insult to public honor and morals. On April 11, she was shuffled onto a boat in Callao along with a dozen Colombian officers and 130 sick and wounded men. Without any further ado, they were shipped off to Guayaquil. By the time she arrived, Bolivar would be far away, in a more troubled corner of his new world. Bolivar sailed from Lima on September 3, 1826, promising to return. Indeed, he hoped that once his Federation of the Andes was securely in place, he would come back on regular visits, overseeing the country's fortunes. But he would never see Peru again. By September 13 he was in Guayaquil, where he was received as a hero. He was, in essence, without an army. He had sent the many thousands of Colombian troops in Peru to serve elsewhere, and it must have struck him as peculiar to be back on that hard-won soil without his trusty legions. "I come to you with an olive branch," were the first public words he uttered. That olive branch was his new constitution, but he did not say so right away. He went on to say all the things that Santander and his skittish legislators in Bogotá hoped to hear. He did not aspire to be a dictator, he did not care about political parties, he wanted only to bring harmony to Colombia's troubled shores. "Once more, I offer you my services," he said, "services of a brother. I don't want to know who has been at fault here. I have never forgotten that we are blood brothers, comrades in arms. I come offering an embrace. Here, in the depths of my very being will I carry you, Granadans and Venezuelans alike, the just along with the unjust, the entire liberating army and every last citizen of this great republic." But as he moved north, traveling through Quito and Pasto, he exercised every extraordinary faculty he had ever been granted. Technically, he was a returning general without doubt, a very victorious one, but his presidency had been annulled more than a year before. It was not his place to govern until he reached Bogotá, was formally conferred the presidency, and officially took up the reins. All the same, he was troubled by what he saw. "Everywhere I look," he wrote Santander, "I see only misery and disgust." Citizens felt disconnected from their government, local institutions were in shambles. For all of Santander's laws, the engine of Greater Colombia appeared to have stalled completely. The only way to solve it, as far as Bolivar was concerned, was to return power to the people, renew the social contract, give the outlying electoral colleges more control. To him, a citizen's rights were far more important than any body of statutes. As he went, he tried to reassure the unhappy public by issuing government appointments, abrogating others. He commuted sentences, gave military promotions to officers who appealed to him, encouraged disgruntled citizens to come forward with protests against Bogotá's laws. He chafed at his aide O'Leary for taking sides with Santander against peace. And, in the end, he decided that what he needed was more power, not less. He wrote to the vice president, "A dictatorship would solve everything. With constitutional laws you can do nothing about peace. Authorized by the nation, I can do all." Even as he publicly claimed to abhor the word dictator, he now privately worked toward being acclaimed one. As he proceeded north, it was precisely what came to pass. The people of Guayaquil and Quito, dismayed by Bogotá's laws and irked by its ignorance about their needs, were only too happy to call Bolivar their dictator. Santander was furious. According to him, a dictatorship was beside the point, entirely unnecessary in a republic whose laws and institutions, if obeyed, did the work of governing. The established order did not need to change, the disorderly people did. It was true that he had begged Bolivar to come back and restore the peace, but he had meant for the Liberator to come as a figurehead, a symbol. If Bolivar was angling to install his presumptuous Bolivian constitution and upend all the laws put in place in the past 5 years, Santander wanted no part of it. He had already warned Bolivar to steer clear of governing, as it would only destroy a warrior's glory. He decided to come out and meet the Liberator before Bolivar entered the capital and did any harm. Bolivar was well into Popayán, 350 miles from Bogotá, before he knew how unwelcome he was in Santander's country. It was there that he began to see newspapers out of the capital, filled with hostile editorials against him. It was there, too, that he began to hear that the majority of Granadans thought that the 1821 Constitution was best, that they didn't agree with his notions of Pan-American unity and constitutional reform, that they were all for Santander's laws and the primacy of Granadans over Venezuelans. They even seemed willing to go to war against peace to prove it. Bolivar had told Santander months before that laws alone would not bring discipline to the turmoil. An obsession with laws was what had driven peace to rebel in the first place. What the Republic needed now was a strong military hand and every effort to preserve the Union. He wrote to Santander again with an even firmer message, reprimanding him for feeding the burgeoning ill will. "I fear that Colombia is lost forever," he lamented. "The old constitution and the laws have reduced the country to a Satan's palace, ablaze in every corner." He threatened to reject the presidency unless Congress convened to decide the important questions. But there was no denying he was chastened by the disapproval. Less confident now, he wrote to Sucre and Santa Cruz, telling them to do what they thought best in Bolivia and Peru, even override him, if that was what the people wanted. But as he made his way through the vast, unfriendly republic, taking the grueling mountain route he had taken years before, suffering the pain of inflamed hemorrhoids, he couldn't help but burn, too, with a consuming fury. Santander met Bolivar on the outskirts of the capital, before the Liberator began his final ascent to the plains of Bogotá. He was determined to disabuse Bolivar of any duplicity on his part or any bad faith on the part of the government. The meeting was genial, polite, with Santander's every effort directed at personally reassuring his chief. For all intents and purposes, the vice president's strategy worked. They agreed that when they reached Bogotá, Bolivar would resume the presidency under the old constitution at least for the time being, and that he would take up the extraordinary faculties that the constitution provided in times of peril. But this rapprochement between Bolivar and his vice president was sorely tested when the Liberator actually made his entrance into the city on November 14. Instead of the wild, exultant acclamations he had received elsewhere for his attendant victories, Bolivar was met with only a few vivas in his name. The welcome was surprisingly reserved, even grudging, and made largely by supporters of the vice president. The loudest cheers, to the Liberator's dismay, were for the very old Constitution of 1815, the charter that had formed the original Republic of New Granada. There were no triumphal arches, no clamoring masses. The only plaudits were on billboards, and they screamed, "Viva la Constitution!" As a chilling rain began to drizzle down, Bolivar found himself riding into the capital virtually alone. At the city limits, he was welcomed with a small ceremony in his honor. But when the presiding official whined on about how the army had violated the Republic's laws, Bolivar erupted. He cut off the speaker, ended the harangue, and insisted that patriots should be celebrating the army's glories, not nattering on about its violation of a few laws. He was livid. When the heavens finally parted to release a drenching rain, all hopes of a triumphal re-entry were dampened completely. The morning sun over Bogotá brought a brighter day. The civic, military, and religious leaders of Colombia greeted Bolivar warmly in the presidential palace, and he reciprocated with generous words. Santander made a dazzling, conciliatory speech, in which he congratulated the Liberator, praised the army's astonishing victories, and claimed to be the president's loyal friend. It seemed, too, as conversation continued, that Bolivar's vice president was not completely averse to his federation of the Andes. Although he didn't say it quite yet, Santander was all for dividing Greater Colombia into separate states, and as long as he ruled New Granada, he was willing to go along with the idea of some form of federal system. The blue sky of possibility seemed to gleam over them now. Vivas! For the Liberator rang throughout the capital, and there was talk of a bold, new day. By the end of it, the president and vice president were embracing warmly. It would be their last amicable exchange. Bolivar did not stay long in Bogotá. A mere 10 days after his arrival and 2 days after being granted dictatorial powers, he was en route again, riding over the same terrain he had crossed when he had descended so spectacularly over the Andes and overpowered the Spaniards at Boyacá. It had been 7 long years since that historic moment, and he was all the worse for wear. He was exhausted, unwell, not the warrior he once had been. But he was determined to bring peace in line and rescue the foundering republic. He wrote to the Lion of the Apure sternly, preparing him for the pending encounter. "General Castillo opposed me and lost," he warned. "General PR opposed me and lost. General Moreno opposed me and lost. Generals Riva Agüero and Torre Tagle both opposed me and lost. It would seem that Providence curses my personal enemies to hellfire, Americans and Spaniards alike. But he ended with an outstretched hand, I believe in you as I believe in my own sword, and I know that it will never be directed against my heart. When he arrived in Puerto Cabello, Pease was afraid to see him. By then, the truculent plainsman was unwaveringly committed to seceding from Greater Colombia. Santander had stripped Pease of the title of Supreme Chief of Venezuela and further insulted him by summoning him to Bogotá to be tried for military crimes. Outraged, Pease had ignored the order and made clear that he was poised to go to war to free his country from Bogotá's clutches. He was, after all, the hero of the Battle of Carabobo, liberator of Puerto Cabello, and Venezuelans were firmly on his side. The great Colombian generals Bermudez and Urdaneta had declared in no uncertain terms that they would never take up arms against him. This was precisely why Santander had asked Bolivar to intervene. But hearing of Bolivar's tenure in Bogotá and his evident solidarity with Santander, Pease assumed that the Liberator was now on the opposing side, especially when it became known that Bolivar was advancing on Venezuela with Santander's army. As Bolivar labored over the Andes, fording rivers, covering more than 700 miles in the course of 28 days, Pease began to mount a campaign to raise Venezuela against him. He spread the rumor that Bolivar had set out to make himself king, a preposterous fabrication, given the fact that it was Pease himself who had sent emissaries to beg Bolivar to take up the crown. He tried to persuade Pardos and blacks, whose opportunities had improved markedly since the revolution, that Bolivar would be like the Manchuanos of old, avaricious, cruel, and adamant about keeping the colored people down. Bolivar had two choices: negotiate with Pease or see the republic he had toiled to create slide calamitously into civil war. Arriving in Puerto Cabello on December 31, he wasted no time. He issued a unilateral decree granting Pease amnesty for his rebellion, confirmed his title as Supreme Chief of Venezuela, and invited him to parley. Granadans and Venezuelans were both citizens of Colombia. Bolivar boomed, his voice still electrifying, though the body was frail. He told them they were what they always had been, brothers, comrades in arms, sons of the same destiny. He implored them to see reason and put bitterness behind them. Were they so short of enemies, he scolded, that they would turn on each other in fratricide? To Pease, who in past months had lost much of the support he had ever had among the Venezuelan people, Bolivar wrote, "Enough of the blood and ruin. I came here because you called me. If you want to see me, come." Even Murillo did not mistrust me, and he and I have been friends ever since. Bolivar assured Pease that he had nothing to lose, everything to gain. All he had to do was recognize the Liberator's authority. Pease accepted immediately. On January 4, 1827, he rode out to meet Bolivar in Valencia, but he appeared with armed guards on the chance that the lure was a ruse. Bolivar came alone. When he saw the stout, burly bear of a man without whom he could not have won his America's independence, he strode forward and took him into his arms. Pease later wrote that it was an embrace from which he could hardly release himself. Their swords became tangled, locking fast so that the two couldn't break free. A good omen, Bolivar chuckled, and smiled broadly. But as they struggled to separate their weapons, Pease couldn't help feeling a shudder of dread. With one embrace, Bolivar had saved the Republic. He had always known how to manage his generals. His flexibility in war, his aptitude for employing just the right combination of cordiality and muscle, his natural sympathy for soldiers had served him well among military men. It was dealing with the politicians that would test his patience. He had said so many years before, in 1821, and it would resonate with ever more meaning now. When catastrophe forced weapons into my hands and history called me to liberate my country, I put myself at the head of a military venture that has labored for more than 11 years, never dreaming I would be asked to lead governments. With firm resolve, I swore I would never do it. I pledged with all my heart that I was but a soldier, that I would serve only in war, and that, When peace finally came, I would move on to the role of citizen. Ready to sacrifice my fortune, my blood, my very name for the public good, I cannot say I am ready to sacrifice my conscience. I am thoroughly convinced I have no capacities for governing Colombia. I know absolutely nothing about rule. I am not the adjudicator a thriving republic needs. Soldier by necessity and inclination, my destiny has ever been in the battlefield, the barracks. History had forced his hand. Knowing only one way to manage the military way, from the top down he forged on with the enterprise. At every turn, he was given ample encouragement. Every republic he liberated had come to believe, even grudgingly, that Bolivar had an uncanny ability to deal with Gordian knots. If he were present, if he unleashed his spellbinding rhetoric, he could tame a whirlwind, and a whirlwind is what many feared would come without the Liberator at the helm. Caught up in this notion of invincibility, Bolivar began to believe that only he could set things right. I, too, shall play the game of politics, he had told Santander, and he proceeded to do just that. On January 12, 1827, he made a glorious entry into Caracas with peace at his side. It was the first he had been back since the glory days of 1821. They rode through the streets in an open carriage and reveled in the adoration. It was a joyous homecoming, filled with the prospect of seeing family, the childhood haunts, the city of his birth, the nation for which he had sacrificed everything. The throngs were so thick and clamorous that the carriage could hardly move. Arches soared over the streets, festive music filled the air. When they reached the square, two pretty women in white came forward to crown him with wreaths, one for besting the Spaniards, another for averting a civil war. He took the laurels in hand and proclaimed, "I value these symbols of victory with all my heart, but allow me to pass them on to the real victors." He put one on Peace's head, the second, he threw to the people. Bolivar's homecoming was the last leg of an arduous journey, most of it on horseback, that had begun in Lima 4 months before and had carried him 4,000 miles. Awaiting him at the end was family, or what was left of it. There were his sister Maria Antonia, a royalist throughout the revolution, who had become one of Bolivar's most loyal defenders after the war was over, his favorite uncle, Esteban, who had returned from Europe after an absence of 30 years, his beloved Hippolyta, the wet nurse he had freed from bondage. He toured the old houses, visited his properties, and in the comforts of familiar rooms heard news about the others. His patriot sister, Juana, whose daughter had married one of Bolivar's generals, was off in the mountain city of Barinas. His nephew Fernando Bolivar, the 17-year-old child of his dead brother, was in Philadelphia, having just graduated from school. Bolivar had paid for Fernando's education. When eminent Americans learned that the Liberator's nephew was among them, they had sought him out. General Lafayette had visited the boy, Thomas Jefferson had corresponded with him, and, on his way to attend Jefferson's new university in Virginia, Fernando had stopped in Washington and met John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and James Monroe. Bolivar governed Venezuela for the next 6 months, pledging full faith in peace, even referring to him as the savior of the nation. But he was playing politics now. In private, his opinion was very different. General Pease is the most ambitious, vain man in the world. He has no desire to obey, only command. It galls him to see me above him in the political hierarchy of Colombia. He doesn't recognize his own incompetence, so blinded is he by pride and ignorance. He will never be more than an instrument of advisers. As far as I am concerned, he is the most dangerous man in Colombia. He had admitted this to very few. He and Pease took up residence under the same roof, and the Liberator soon mollified the disruptive chieftain with assurances that Venezuela would be a separate state in the greater federation of the Andes. This coddling of Pease would cost Bolivar dearly. His overblown public tributes to a rebel who had broken the republic's laws were an affront to those who had worked diligently to abide by the Constitution. But to Bolivar, the rupture between Santander and Pease had become a felicitous opportunity to redefine the republic as he saw fit. First he intended to install his constitution in Venezuela, then nudge Colombia toward adoption. Even as Bolivar confirmed peace supremacy, he called for a constitutional convention at which all such matters would be decided. But he was treading on risky ground. Bolivar tried to do what he could for Venezuela in those months, going about business, trying to boost public morale, but it was evident from the first that Caracas was in heartbreaking disorder. Independence had left it in ruins. All agriculture had halted, the import-export businesses had withered, and a paralyzing torpor had taken their place. He had found similar disrepair in the outlying areas of Greater Colombia. Everywhere he went, he had heard about the wretched state of the national treasury, even though, only 2 years before, Britain had granted Colombia a loan of $30 million. Where had the money gone? There were many Colombians who accused the regime in Bogotá of dissipating it irresponsibly, or even snatching it for themselves. Certainly, the residents of Bogotá lived far more comfortably than their miserable counterparts in Caracas or Quito. The British ambassador complained bitterly that Santander had committed the most scandalous abuses, siphoning off money for his friends under the guise of assigning commercial contracts. Bolivar had not been shy to ask about such allegations. He recalled all too well that, in correspondence with Santander not long before, he had had to point out that heads of nations could not afford to involve themselves in money schemes. His vice president had seemed to have a poor understanding of this principle. Learning that the Liberator had openly impugned his honor, Santander took offense. "Let's ignore for the moment what you've been saying in public," he wrote Bolivar sharply. "Peace is called the savior of his nation, whereas I, as ruler of this country as well as of Congress, am considered criminal, delinquent, forced to defend myself against these charges." He felt cheated, betrayed. He had called on Bolivar to reign in peace, not glorify him. He had furnished the Liberator with troops in order to intimidate the Lion of the Apure, not parade through Caracas exalting the man's crimes. Santander had tried to temper his messages, not being entirely candid about the extent of hostility he and his circle felt about Bolivar's constitution, his call for a life presidency, his dictatorial powers, his evident disregard for a system Santander had worked so carefully to create. To be blamed for the disastrous financial state of Colombia was simply infuriating. He wrote out a long report in his own defense. But by then Bolivar had had enough of him. He informed Santander bluntly that he would write to him no longer. Between them there was nothing more to say. The intricacies of the British loan turned out to be far more complicated than anyone understood at the time. The problems had begun in 1822, when the former vice president of Colombia, Francisco Zia, as flamboyant with money as he was with words, had been sent to London to raise funds for the revolution. It had taken 2 years for Britain to respond, but by 1824, when a loan of $30 million was approved, Zia had already frittered away a good third of it through reckless spending, questionable negotiations, and rampant debt. The other $20 million had been swallowed immediately by the military's yawning deficit. For 5 years running, Colombia essentially had underwritten the liberation of 6 countries. Taxes had brought the government $5 or $6 million a year, but the Army and Navy were spending double that, $13 or $14 million, and much of it on foreign ground. The ever-expanding wars of independence had become a vast maw that needed to be fed. Santander was all too aware of it. It was why he had constantly carped about military costs. There was no doubt that government corruption was endemic. Tax collectors, commercial middlemen, official bursars were flagrantly dishonest, promoting rank fraud and embezzlement. The vice president had had to impose the death penalty on the most brazen of these. But the facts were incontrovertible. The loan was gone, the Republic had been forced to beg Britain for another one, and the Republic's economy was in ruin. Even as he stewed about the financial state of affairs, Bolivar proceeded to address the crippling discontent in Venezuela. He had put a stop to civil war, but insurrections now flared like wildfires around the country. He deployed General Pease and his stalwart in eastern Venezuela, General Moreno, to quell them. He felt personally responsible for ameliorating his country's problems, having ignored Venezuela for so long. But by April, as he sorted through the financial and military muddle, he was given evidence of Santander's duplicity on a very different matter, the insurrection by Colombian troops Bolivar had left behind in Lima. It had taken 3 months for news of that January coup to reach him. Whether or not Santander personally inspired the 3rd Division's uprising has never been proven. General Sucre believed he did, so did Bolivar, but there is no question that Santander and his minions in Bogotá saw it as a godsend, since they had been weary of paying for Lima's defense. When they heard that Colombian soldiers in Lima's garrisons had overthrown their generals and rejected Bolivar's constitution, the people of Bogotá spilled into the streets to celebrate. The coup, in itself, did not implicate Santander. But his reaction did. He strolled out into the night to listen to the music and join in the revelry, an act hardly befitting the dignity of his station. A few days later he wrote to José Bustamante, the leader of the revolt, and congratulated him. Bustamante's actions, the vice president announced, were to be highly commended. The Republic deeply appreciated the patriotic instincts that had prompted them. A few days later Santander signed the order promoting Bustamante to colonel. Enraged, Bolivar had his Secretary of State fire off a stinging rebuke to Santander's Minister of War. Bustamante's rebellion, the missive claimed, was a clear contravention of the military's most sacred laws. Soldiers had risen up against commanders, and yet Colombia had had the gall to congratulate them. The Liberator is astonished by this evidence of moral decay in the government. He doesn't know which is worse, the crime committed by Bustamante or the act undertaken with all deliberation to give the man a prize. Santander shot back, arguing that to absolve Bustamante for his rebellion in Peru was equivalent to absolving peace for his rebellion in Venezuela. But Bolivar remained adamant. He wrote in candor to one of his generals, "Santander is a snake. I can no longer abide him. I trust neither his principles nor his heart." The revolt of the 3rd Division had a resounding impact on Peru. The government Bolivar had cobbled together in Lima was finished, his constitution abrogated. General Santa Cruz, to whom Bolivar had virtually handed the presidency, had done nothing to curb the fall. Santa Cruz now attempted Bolivar's old, trusted gesture of relinquishing all power, so sure was he that it would be given back. But the Peruvian Congress astounded him by accepting his resignation, and then began organizing a new election. Colonel Bustamante and his rebel division went on to create more trouble. They departed secretly from Lima, swept north, invaded Guayaquil, and replaced the city's staunchly pro-Bolivarian head with a Peruvian general. 5 years after the infamous Guayaquil standoff between Bolivar and San Martin, it looked as if Peru finally was taking hold of that disputed port. To what extent the invasion was instigated by Peru has never been clearly established, but Peruvians were widely blamed for it. The bizarre enterprise of a Colombian division running amok, invading the Colombian Republic, was enough to set even Santander's teeth on edge. He did not condemn Bustamante's division outright, but he ordered it to desist. Little seemed to be going well in the querulous Republic of Greater Colombia. As Bolivar's confidant Pedro Bracino Mendez put it, "We have arrived at an era of blunders. In order to fix one, we commit 50. Bolivar could see that the only way for him to retake control and address those errors was to return to Bogotá, perhaps even mount a new military campaign and show the Republic that he meant business. He had been working at the periphery for too long, he needed to attend to the center. But the center had long since become exasperated with Bolivar. On June 20, Santander decided to abolish Bolivar's dictatorial powers and reinstate the law of the land, and so, with one stroke of the pen, all of Bolivar's improvised mandates were annulled. It would take more than a Hercules to win back Bogotá now. "Have no doubt," Bolivar told Paz, "I'm ready to do whatever it takes to liberate my people. I would even declare war to the death all over again." He gathered up the mighty army that Bogotá had provided him and readied it to double back against the capital. A notice went out to all Colombians, the Liberator has resolved to march against the traitors who have stained the Republic's glory and are working even now to dismember it. As Manuela Sáenz was sailing north from Peru to Guayaquil, still stinging from the mortification of her eviction, Bolivar sailed in the opposite direction, from Caracas to Cartagena, in what he remembered as the most pleasant voyage he had ever made. From there, he mobilized his generals, Urdaneta in Maracaibo, Paz in central Venezuela, all the troops he could muster in Cartagena, and told them to prepare to move on Bogotá. He continued on toward the capital, upriver on the Magdalena, with a force powerful enough to quell all the rebels of Guayaquil and Peru put together. When the politicians and pundits who had heaped every possible abuse on Bolivar learned of his march on Bogotá, they trembled with alarm. The most vociferous among them feigned illness and left the capital. Santander tried to dissuade Bolivar from advancing any farther, arguing weakly that to bring too many troops into Bogotá would put an untenable burden on the city, soldiers would die of hunger, there was not enough food to go around, their presence would be a scandal. But the Liberator pressed on. Grasping at straws now, Santander reminded Bolivar that he had no power, that he had never actually taken the oath of the presidency, that his extraordinary faculties had all been rendered null, but this, too, had no effect. The vice president even went so far as to plan a preposterous scheme in which he would mount a new revolutionary force to repel Bolivar. The Minister of War, Carlos Subalt, rejected the proposal out of hand. Suddenly, it seemed all tables had turned. The very heart of the Republic was awaiting Bolivar's wrath. If anyone noted the irony, few had the nerve to say it, the revolution had twisted so far upon itself that the people of Bogotá were afraid of their own liberator. Chapter 16. Man of Difficulties. Nobody loves me in New Granada. They think of me as a necessary evil. Why should I sacrifice myself for them? With weapons. I defended their rights, and now, with weapons, I must force them to do what they should. Simon Bolivar. Before his arrival in Bogotá on September 10, 1827, Bolivar let it be known that he expected nothing less than absolute power. Let me say this as clearly as I can, he announced in advance, the Republic will be lost unless it gives me the fullest authority. He was no longer willing to delegate the presidency in order to pursue a larger vision. That vision had been utterly shattered, there would be no federation now. Can you believe it, he fumed, they ask me to dismember the army even as they report the latest calamities. Peru had declared itself an enemy, the territory of Ecuador had been invaded, Sucre was reporting trouble in Bolivia. As far as Bolivar was concerned, Vice President Santander and a diabolical Congress had been the ruin of his ambition for Latin America. They had undermined the army, frittered away the money, imposed a political system that worked only in Bogotá. It would take a colossal military effort to travel the distances and subdue the mess. He communicated to the President of the Senate that he expected to take the oath of the presidency immediately upon entering the capital. His demands were clear, a congressional assembly was to receive him on his arrival, his old mansion of La Quinta was to be made available, and although he didn't have a peso to his name he would scrounge money from friends until he could pay it back. Not one government cent was to be spent on his behalf. Trying to make the best of an exceedingly nervous situation, the government of Bogotá sent a welcoming party to greet him 100 miles from the city. Among that number was the Secretary of War, Carlos Subalt, an associate of his for years, who over time, Bolivar suspected, had lost some of his love for him. But a gaggle of good friends, too, insisted on riding out to welcome the prodigal warrior. It was a civil but solemn rendezvous, made somewhat lighter by the Liberator, who burst out laughing when he heard that he had sent his most raucous critics running for the hills. On they went into the crowded streets of Bogotá, which had been abundantly decorated for the occasion. Grateful that he was entering in peace, the city had rushed to erect triumphal arches along the Calle Real, colorful bunting hung from the stately houses. For as far as the eye could see, balconies were filled with elegantly turned-out ladies. But, overall, it was a muted reception. Citizens didn't know how to respond. Santander, who had spewed every imaginable accusation against Bolivar comparing him to the cruel Spanish General Murillo, now found himself powerless in the face of Congress's decision to receive Bolivar according to the Liberator's wishes. He sat in the presidential palace and anticipated the worst. The senators had all gathered at the nave of the ancient convent of Santo Domingo and seated themselves in a double circle of chairs. Before them was a table with a thick Bible on it. As Bolivar made his way through the capital, a noisy congregation crowded into every possible cranny of the church. Gossiping, buzzing, the people glanced over their shoulders in anticipation, placing bets on when the Liberator would appear and whether he would actually take the oath. He had, after all, tried to renounce the presidency numerous times. From time to time, a false rumor that he had arrived would electrify the crowd, and the more audacious would stand on their seats, craning to see the door. He entered the church at 3 in the afternoon and, though bells pealed and bands played when he passed through the doors, the crowd instantly quieted to see the gaunt, weary figure before them. As he walked slowly down the aisle, he seemed in acute discomfort. His stride was steady, yet awkward, the gait of a man too long in the saddle. No longer was he the nimble warrior who only 8 years before had leapt from his horse to dart up the steps of the Viceroy's palace. At 44, he was the very picture of old age. The applause was reserved, but he didn't pay it much mind. He seemed dazed, his health badly shaken by the journey. When he reached the senators, he bowed low, motioned them to sit, and placed his cocked hat on the table. The oath was administered promptly. As he had requested, the President of the Senate, Vicente Barrero, fixed his small, fierce eyes on the Liberator, laid his hand on the Bible, and asked him to repeat the words. Bolivar did so firmly. A few cheers rippled through the crowd and the music started up again, but the newly confirmed president called for silence. In a weak, hoarse voice, he began to speak. He seemed agitated, confused. More than once he wiped his brow, said things twice. Mary English, the widow of a British colonel, described it this way. My heart bled for him. He spoke of his distress and mortification at the late political disturbances. He said that intrigue and calumny was a monster with 100,000 heads, but if his further devotion, his sword and self-sacrifice, could restore tranquility to his bleeding country, he offered all to its service. It was, despite the frailty of its orator, a moving speech, and he ended it with a flourish by announcing that a constitutional convention to decide the controversial issues would take place in Ocana within 6 months. The announcement itself was a breach of sorts, because the Congress of Cúcuta had ruled in 1821 that the constitution would be inviolable for 10 years. To consider changing the country's charter before 1831 was to shuffle all the rules. But Bolivar believed that dire times required dire measures. He had hinted about such a convention when he had arrived in Venezuela, and now he decided to hold one and throw rules to the wind. Bolivar had long abandoned a number of constitutional rulings. On the day he stepped foot in Colombia from Peru, he had taken power unilaterally into his hands, not bothering to confer with Bogotá about any of his actions. He had flouted the law when he had absolved Peace for his insurrection and made him supreme chief of Venezuela. More serious still, Greater Colombia had been operating for months without a legal executive. Bolivar was, in truth, no longer president. Santander had been acting illegally as vice president. Congress had decreed that Bolivar could hold extraordinary powers until January 1, 1827, the end of his appointed term, after which both men's authority would lapse. The popular election of December 1826 had reinstated both of them, but the official oath had never been administered. On January 2, when that ceremony was supposed to have taken place, Bolivar was on a march to Caracas, resolved to fix the troubles with peace. Short of a necessary quorum, Congress was unable to convene to decide the question of rule. By law, all power at that moment should have commuted instantly to the President of the Senate, the very official who now stood in church with the flashing eyes, swearing in the Liberator. But when Bolivar was informed of the situation, he had cavalierly instructed Santander to appropriate his command, and the vice president, for all his obsession with laws, had gone along with it. Eager to preserve his clout, Santander had written to the president of the Senate, claiming Bolivar had granted him all authority. He then issued a decree to confirm it. In other words, Santander himself had acted in full contravention of the Constitution. No one could call him the man of laws now. Once the presidential oath was taken, Bolivar repaired to the government palace, where Santander awaited. As he made his way down the old cobblestone streets, the Liberator was showered with roses, thronged by a swarming multitude. The people were eager to witness his meeting with his vice president, and they followed with fevered curiosity, supporters and critics alike. When Bolivar arrived at the foot of the palace stairs, the steps he had taken so readily after his victory at Boyacá, Santander descended apprehensively to greet him. Their encounter was ceremonious, chilly, but not without cordiality. Bolivar could rise to the occasion when necessary, and he rose to it now, summoning every bit of charm to put Santander at ease. Santander reciprocated graciously by inviting him to a late lunch at his table. Over polite conversation at that meal, Bolivar told his vice president that those who had evacuated Bogotá fearing persecution should come back at once, they would not be punished for their opinions. For a fleeting moment, peace reigned between rivals. Early the next morning, when Bolivar was still in bed, Santander appeared in full uniform at the palace. The Liberator received him with no little surprise. Santander apologized for his handling of the rebel leader of the 3rd Division. Bolivar listened, then deftly turned the conversation to reminiscences of their friendship, their long and intimate correspondence, the glories they had seen together. They went from bedroom to dining room and lunched together again. It was as it had always been and always would be. In Bolivar's presence, maintaining high wrath was impossible. His force of personality is such, Santander soon confessed, that on countless occasions when I have been filled with hatred and revenge, the mere sight of him, the instant he speaks, I am disarmed, and I come away filled with nothing so much as admiration. But by that afternoon, suspicions came hurtling back. Goaded by followers, the two lost any hope of true reconciliation. Partisan rancor ran deep in Bogotá. The revolution, in which Bolivar had led bickering diehards toward a single goal, had been replaced by a peace in which harmony seemed impossible. Had laws been held sacrosanct, had petty rivalries not taken center stage, had Bolivar himself been firmer about holding his generals to a single standard, perhaps a strong, unified republic might have emerged to forge a different future. As it was, animosities were too extreme, political parties too blinded by narrow aims to compromise. Even as Britain, France, Holland, Germany, Brazil, and the Holy See recognized the Republic and sent their congratulations to the illustrious Liberator, as Colombia began to find some small measure of glory abroad, a hellfire of belligerence consumed the capital. On the pages of newspapers, in the halls of debate, and at social tertulias throughout Bogotá, Bolivarians and Santanderistas unleashed their fury at one another, and in turn, political reputations teetered. Within a year, as one historian put it, Greater Colombia would be the laughingstock of the world. It was no secret that the journey from Caracas had drained him of all vigor. Bolivar was spent. The widow of Colonel English had observed it, and although she noted several days later at a palace ball that he seemed somewhat refreshed, it was evident he needed the quiet refuge of La Quinta. He didn't mingle much at that party, apart from chatting with Mrs. English. He didn't dance. He is exhausted, a flyer announced months before his arrival. He is weary of serving during the most painful times the Republic has ever known. And he is thinking that perhaps the best contribution he can make toward peace is simply to forfeit his destiny and return to a private life. For the 6 months between the oath of presidency and the grand constitutional convention that was to take place in Ocana, he aspired only to be with his mistress and renew his fragile health. "The frost of my years melts at the very thought of your beauty and grace," he wrote to Manuela Sáenz soon after reaching Bogotá. Your love gives hope to this dwindling existence. I cannot live without you, cannot will away my Manuela. Even at this distance, I see you. Come, come, come. She could not do otherwise. I am going because you call me, she responded, but she hadn't heard from him in almost a year and so couldn't help but add a warning, don't tell me to go back to Quito once I arrive. Nature soon gave them a warning of its own. On November 16, a few weeks before her departure from Quito, a major earthquake struck Bogotá, heaving whole buildings from their foundations. The government palace and the sturdy church of Santo Domingo where Bolivar had taken the oath of the presidency surrendered to the undulating earth, their walls collapsing to rubble. Clouds of white dust hung over the city, thinning into an ominous veil that shrouded the valley for days. The convulsion occurred at 6:15 on a Friday evening, when Bolivar was in his house at La Quinta, at a remove from the city, but he had no doubt that its magnitude was as great as that of the earthquake he had survived in Caracas 15 years before. As the chill night fell and stars glimmered overhead, it was impossible for him to see the extent of the destruction through the milky haze below, or witness how the desperate were streaming to safety on the open plain. The lurching ground deeply unsettled him, and a terrible sickness clawed at his stomach. He could not summon the strength to leave his house. Come morning, it was clear that the city's infrastructure, more squat and square than that of Caracas, had spared lives. Few were lost, although many were injured, and the city suffered its losses with great equanimity. But the rumbling went on into the night and tremors continued for a full week. 80 miles away, the ancient volcano of Tolima sighed a long column of smoke, sending a trail of ash over the ruins. The city is rendered helpless, Bolivar reported, and deeply sad. The rabid politics of Bogotá was suspended, but not for long. When Manuela arrived a few months later, the lover she saw was hardly his former self. As he paced the brick floors of La Quinta in his blue uniform, he seemed thinner than she remembered him. His hairline had receded, his curly mane had grown sparse. His eyes appeared clouded with worry until rare, galvanizing moments when they flashed with fury. But for all the toll that thousands of miles of travel had taken on the man, she was still deeply in love with him and made no secret of it. She moved into a house within yards of the presidential palace, but whenever he retreated to La Quinta, she lived with him openly, scandalizing the citizens of Bogotá, who felt a mistress should keep her distance and a president should show more decorum. It was bad enough that she was a foreigner, but that she was married, outspoken, and a brazen exhibitionist, who showed no respect for the nation's capital, was intolerable. She was ridiculed mercilessly by his enemies. Even so, anyone could see she was made of strong stuff. She had traveled hundreds of miles through unfriendly territory with the Liberator's precious personal archives and a modest entourage of 5. She had crossed the formidable Andes, canoed hundreds of miles down crocodile-infested waters. This was no routine voluptuary. She cared for Bolivar like a tigress. She burst in on parties to which she hadn't been invited, shocking the guests and annoying her lover no end. She was politically astute, aggressive, labeling politicians as either trustworthy or vile. Adored by some officers, despised by many more, she was unafraid to stand up to his generals. But to him she was the soul of tenderness. Slowly she nursed him to health, and, ignoring the censure of an outraged public, bustled about La Quinta and made it a sanctuary of repose. La Quinta, which had been Bolivar's home over the years whenever he was in Bogotá, was hardly an opulent mansion. A charming cottage nestled in the hills above the city, it stood in the shadow of 2 towering peaks that pierced the sky behind it. Ringed by high walls, set back by a driveway of stately cypresses, the house was a 1-story, 1-bedroom abode in the old colonial style, its rooms furnished in handsome mahogany. Under its red-tiled roof were 3 fine salons, a dining room, and a game room. Outside, a scenic overlook, an orchard and vegetable garden, and a covered pool fed by a rushing stream where the Liberator took his daily bath. During cold mountain nights, fireplaces and braziers afforded warmth. During the day, balconied windows opened to fragrant gardens of honeysuckle, violets, wild roses, and ancient cedars. In the back was a spare room for Bolivar's manservant, José Palacios. Bustling with servants, gleaming with crystal and silver, La Quinta was the getaway that Bolivar and Sáenz sorely needed after their hard journeys, and it was there that they found a brief interval of joy. Bogotá was certainly no Lima, as Manuela was swift to observe. It was not as wealthy, not as grand, not as easy to get lost in as the City of Kings. The Colombian capital was a mere 25,000 souls, Lima's population was nearly its triple. But Bogotá was trying to manage an unwieldy amalgamation of territories, the departments of Venezuela, New Granada, Quito, and Panama, and that fact alone made it a thrilling experiment. For the time being, Venezuela had simmered down under peace and the region Bolivar called Ecuador had calmed under General Flores, but at any time, it seemed, this lumbering republic might come whirling apart at the seams. As Bolivar worked to gain Greater Colombia a place in the world and diplomats began to arrive to confirm it, time worked against him. There was a mounting sense, especially in the United States, that South Americans were no better off for their revolution. Hoping to maintain relations with his northern neighbors, Bolivar sent off a letter to Henry Clay, thanking him for his brilliant advocacy on behalf of South America. As we have seen, the congressman from Kentucky had been an ardent ally of Bolivar's, summoning his name in government and banquet halls, exhorting fellow Americans to support the Liberator's call for freedom. As Abraham Lincoln later recounted, Clay's name was well known and well loved in the Southern Hemisphere. When South America threw off the thraldom of Spain, as Lincoln put it, Clay's speeches were read at the head of her armies by Bolivar. For the soldiers of the liberating forces, Clay was a kindred spirit, an American brother, his very name a rallying call. Imagine, then, Bolivar's surprise when he read Clay's response to his heartfelt letter of gratitude. The chilly missive echoed every accusation Santander had ever made. Sir. The interest which was inspired in this country by the arduous struggles of South America, arose principally from the hope that along with its independence would be established free institutions, ensuring all the blessings of civil liberty. To the accomplishing of that object we still anxiously look. We are aware that great difficulties oppose it, among which not the least is that which arises out of the existence of a large military force, raised for the purpose of resisting the power of Spain. Standing armies, organized with the most patriotic intentions, are dangerous instruments. They devour the substance, debauch the morals, and too often destroy the liberties of a people. Nothing can be more perilous or unwise, than to retain them after the necessity has ceased which led to their formation, especially if their numbers are disproportioned to the revenues of the state. But notwithstanding all these difficulties, we had fondly cherished and still indulge the hope that South America would add a new triumph to the cause of human liberty, and that Providence would bless her as he had her northern sister, with the genius of some great and virtuous man, to conduct her securely through all her trials. We had even flattered ourselves that we beheld that genius in your Excellency. I cannot allow myself to believe that your Excellency will abandon the bright and glorious path which lies plainly before you, for the bloody road passing over the liberties of the human race, on which the vulgar crowd of tyrants and military despots have so often trodden. I will not doubt that your Excellency will in due time render a satisfactory explanation to Colombia, and to the world, of the parts of your public conduct which have excited any distrust. H. Clay. Clay had been disappointed, perhaps even humiliated by the dismal results of Bolivar's Congress of Panama. After all, it was Clay who had argued volubly that the United States should send delegates to that table. But the tone of Clay's letter suggests something more, and it is equally probable that, having been newly appointed as Secretary of State, Clay had begun to read blistering reports from United States diplomats, who were being courted assiduously by Bolivar's enemies. In Lima, where Bolivar by now was roundly resented, the American consul, William Tudor, had gone from ardent admirer to almost pathological detractor, describing Bolivar in dispatches to Washington as a hypocritical usurper and madman. In Bogotá, on the other hand, The American charge, Beaufort Watts, believed Bolivar to be a strong moral force, and had implored him quite improperly to hurry back from Caracas, resume the presidency, and save the country. William Henry Harrison, a future president of the United States, soon replaced Watts as resident diplomat in Bogota and made no secret that he was consorting with Bolivar's enemies. Harrison had heard that Bolivar favored the British style of government, and he misguidedly took this to mean that the Liberator was a monarchist. His judgment of the Liberator was harsh, based entirely on hearsay. Whether Bolivar is himself the author of these measures, he wrote back to the Secretary of State, and whether, under the mask of patriotism, he has really been preparing the means of investing himself with arbitrary power, I have not the least doubt. Eventually, Harrison even had the effrontery to write Bolivar a long and insulting letter, scolding him for flaws his enemies had ascribed to him. The mere hero of the field and successful leader of armies may for the moment attract attention. But, to be esteemed eminently great, it is necessary to be eminently good. Are you willing that your name should descend to posterity amongst the mass of those, whose fame has been derived from shedding human blood, without a single advantage to the human race? Or shall it be united to that of Washington, as the founder and father of a great and happy nation? The choice lies before you. The friends of liberty throughout the world, and the people of the United States in particular, are awaiting your decision with intense anxiety. Andrew Jackson, another future president, was of a different mind about Bolivar. How could he who has made such liberal sacrifices and exerted such great powers, physical and moral, ever consent to exchange the imperishable renown for the fleeting and sordid gratification of personal aggrandizement? He later asked his Secretary of State, Martin Van Buren. Jackson was correct. Bolivar didn't want a crown. He had made it clear from the beginning that the notion of according a liberated republic to a monarch was abhorrent to him. But John Quincy Adams, who was then President of the United States, was not so sure. The conduct of Bolivar has for many years been equivocal. As a military leader, his course has been despotic and sanguinary. His principles of government have been always monarchical, but for himself he has repeatedly played off the farce of renouncing his power and going into retirement. He still holds out this pretense, while at the same time he cannot disguise his hankering after a crown. What Bolivar couldn't disguise, what he had no intention of disguising, was that he vastly preferred the British system of government with its built-in controls to the American model. As he had said repeatedly since the early days of the Revolution, Spain had kept Latin America in benighted ignorance for so long that the ordinary citizen was manifestly unprepared for the full, blazing light of democracy. A leader had to take undisputed power, hold on to it, and employ it to enlightened ends. The objective he had in mind, the complete social and educational transformation of a continent, was impossible to achieve in the short term. It needed lifelong, applied dedication. In this, as far as he was concerned, the British parliamentary system, with its presumed noblesse oblige and educated legislators, was superior to the American model. Moreover, he felt that the North American concept of federalism meant to unite what had once been divided was inappropriate for Spanish America, where federalism would only divide what had previously been united. But for leaders in Washington, any preference for British ways was anathema. The allergy was understandable enough, but something had been lost in the translation. To be sure, Bolivar understood that the differences between America North and South were deep. Hadn't Montesquieu's spirit of laws, the precursor to the United States Constitution, insisted that laws be tailored to those for whom they are meant, that it would be an astonishing fluke if one nation's laws were applicable in another? South America had an obligation to construct a constitution appropriate to its needs, not one that was written for Washington. Later, in an unbridled fit of anger, he complained to Santander that liberals like Santander, his anti-militarist, anti-centralist circle of Bogota lawyers, were blindly aping the United States without considering the radical differences. "Beware of American hucksters," he wrote his vice president. I detest that lot to such a degree that I would not want it said that a Colombian did anything the same way they do. As time and political necessity had worn on, Santander had used that intemperance against Bolivar, and now it was coming a cropper in the official Washington response. When Bolivar read Harrison's insult, he wrote to the British charge d'affaires in a fury, "The United States seems destined by Providence to plague America with torments in the name of freedom." Indeed, Bolivar's relations with the British were far friendlier, and the Americans in Washington couldn't help wondering why. Not only had Bolivar written to King George IV, thanking him for the heroics of so many British soldiers in the liberating army, but he had developed a close camaraderie with the British charge in Colombia, Colonel Patrick Campbell. The sunny diplomat was thoroughly enchanted by the Liberator and said so at every opportunity. In Bolivar, he saw the only leader who could purge the nation of the rank political corruption, armed insurgencies, and rampant ignorance that plagued it. To Campbell, Bolivar was indefatigable, admirably disinterested, patriotic, awe-inspiring, capable of commanding the cooperation of all good men. Soon, Campbell began hoping out loud that Bolivar would be given absolute power, the presidency for life, perhaps with the right to choose a successor from among the princes of Europe. Brooding about this notion of a monarchical project, the Englishman persuaded himself that Bolivar himself aspired to such a model. Campbell breezily reported to London's Foreign Office that certainly every thinking person in Colombia favored a monarchy. "I cannot suppose," he wrote in a confidential memo, "that Bolivar would be an obstacle in the erection of Colombia into a constitutional monarchy, but I do not think that he would, himself, accept the crown." Bolivar's enemies leapt on the monarchical project as proof of the Liberator's burgeoning megalomania. Unearthing letters from loyalists P.s, Bracino Mendez, Urdaneta, who had lobbied openly to persuade their hero to mount a throne, those enemies decided they had incontrovertible evidence. The Liberator may well have been bull-headed, militaristic, deluded by blue-sky ideas of Pan-Americanism. He may even have seen himself as a benevolent overseer, a sage of sages, capable of supervising a broader American Union. But he had never wanted to be king. In such a state of high blame and vitriol did Bolivar now face the great Constitutional Convention. He had often said that the convention was Colombia's last hope and opportunity to forge a stable nation. But unlike Santander, who busied himself campaigning to pack the hall with delegates, Bolivar did little to ensure that Bolivarians would be there to argue his side. He had stressed the convention's importance for months as he traveled the countryside, fretted openly about Santander's bookish young liberals and their separatist fantasies, made every effort to court conservative institutions, the generals, the merchants, the priests, as a foil against the lawyer bureaucrats. But ultimately, aside from insisting that delegates be chosen from among the nation's best and brightest, he made no preparations. He had decided to let fate take its course. Santander, on the other hand, left nothing to chance. The general who had never led a battlefield victory now conducted a formidable paper war, deploying journalists to write incendiary assaults against Bolivar. "In my line of work," he wrote to Vicente Azuero, the most rabid of Bolivar's critics, "one avoids frontal combat against a powerful enemy, especially if it is possible to destroy him with forays, surprise ambushes, and all manner of lesser hostilities." Santander was tireless in those maneuvers. He traveled to outlying villages to rub elbows with small-town politicians, he visited the taverns and drank chicha with the people. He invited potential candidates to dine at his table, made flamboyant promises, offered them all the comforts of his house. Throughout, he spoke constantly of the Liberator's alleged plot to hijack the Constitution and mount a throne. Bolivar knew very well that the convention would decide between him and Santander, between a national and a federalist state, between a new and an old constitution. But he kept out of the elections, full of conviction that, as the highest executive of the republic, he could hardly stoop to those tactics. A president did not use his power for personal ends. In his mind, at least, there was a difference between assuming a dictatorship for the good of the republic and trying to sway an election. When it was suggested that he attend the convention in order to keep a firm hold on its decisions, he rejected the notion out of hand. He sent the delegates a written message instead. All this was good news to Santander, who quickly realized his opportunity. Santander's vigorous efforts to pack the convention paid off. The Liberal Party won a majority of the delegates and Santander was elected as the representative of 6 provinces, including Bogotá. Bolivar was astonished. At first, he accused his vice president of fraud, but realizing how petty and foolish that sounded, backed off and accepted the humiliation. In resignation, he wrote, "All New Granada has conspired against me. Santander is the idol of this place." Although the convention was uppermost in his mind, Bolivar had much to occupy his days. He was still president of Greater Colombia, after all, from Panama City to Guayaquil. With prophetic foresight, he commissioned a British engineer to survey the Panamanian Isthmus for the possible construction of a canal between the seas. Envisioning Colombia as the gatekeeper of a mighty commerce, he studied the trade routes that had developed in the region. But Latin American conflagrations kept getting in the way of progress. In the north, Venezuelans were arming themselves against a possible Spanish invasion from Cuba. In the south, President Sucre had been wounded in a skirmish when 2 separatist Peruvian generals, Gamarra and Santa Cruz, had tried to topple Sucre's foreign presidency and win Bolivia for themselves. There were other, more immediate dangers. In Cartagena, 2 sworn enemies, a white aristocrat and a mulatto sailor, were vying for power. General Mariano Montilla and his nemesis, the Black Admiral José Padilla, had been wrangling over supremacy in Cartagena for years. Padilla was a giant of a man and, as one contemporary put it, as strong and scarred by life as a cyclops. Sometimes he was so full of hatred for the white race that he was helpless to contain it. The feisty, adventurous son of a ship's carpenter, Padilla had survived the Battle of Trafalgar, transformed himself into a hero of the Revolution, and now boasted a popular following. Montilla, on the other hand, was the army's local commander-in-chief, a refined, erudite man from one of the leading families in Caracas. Padilla suspected Montilla of being on the verge of staging a coup, and so decided to storm Cartagena. With a band of colored followers, Padilla invaded the port city and declared himself its intendant. But the struggle between Padilla and Montilla had deeper political ramifications. Padilla was a New Granadan and loyal to Santander. Montilla, a Venezuelan, was an agent of Bolivar. It was an extension of the larger feud. Bolivar could hardly be in 3 places at once. He decided to set out for Cartagena immediately. He hadn't gone far before word came that Montilla had quelled the coup and sent Padilla running to Santander's side just as the convention was getting underway in Ocana. Bolivar decided to take fuller measure of the situation. He stopped in Bucaramanga, a picturesque little town in the verdant, wooded hills, 90 miles from Ocana, and there he stayed close enough to monitor the convention's proceedings, far enough to appear as if he were doing nothing of the kind. But Bolivar's enemies suspected that he had always intended to come to Ocana and keep an eye on Santander. When Bolivar sent his aides to sit in on all the debates, they were certain of it. The truth was simpler. Bolivar had stated very clearly to his staff that the stakes at Ocana were too high to ignore, that what was decided there would frame the future of the Republic. It would affect all he had ever struggled for. With the volatile Padilla taking refuge there under Santander's wing, the convention had taken on a possibly explosive dynamic. Bolivar wanted to know precisely what was being said. As days passed and the deliberations in Ocana dragged on, Bolivar surrendered himself to a quiet life in the green vales of Bucaramanga. He took over a cluster of elegant country houses where he and his officers could dine together, discuss the news of the day, and govern the Republic. They set up a system of mail deliveries to keep him informed of developing events in Ocana, Bogotá, and Caracas. As he waited to hear the fate of the nation, he visited the local church, played cards with his aides, wrote letters, went on brisk runs, rode out into the wilds at full gallop. At meals, he presided over long, ruminative conversations, in which he discussed his long-ago marriage, his generals, the various attempts on his life over the years, his alternating respect and contempt for Napoleon. The Liberator adapted easily to life in that rustic sanctuary. He ate modestly, prepared his own salads, drank little, bathed often, and allowed no one to smoke in his presence. He even undertook to teach his more uncultivated companions a little table manners. He had shaved his beard and mustache, and he wore his hair short, affecting a look of Spartan practicality. He had little time or taste any more for an elaborate toilette. No longer did he dress to impress the ladies nor, for that matter, did he attend Bucaramanga's dances. He wore comfortable linen clothing and a wide straw hat. His face was an atlas of wrinkles, his skin cured to a deep, leathery tan. He seemed far older than his 44 years. Thin to cadaverous, he had grown ever more delicate, his thighs and legs emaciated. He suffered from fevers, night sweats, deliriums, sure signs of his advancing tuberculosis. In response, his doctor tried to treat him with emetics, but these only exacerbated the condition. All the same, his spirit was strong. When he laughed, his eyes fairly twinkled. They had, as was often said, an expression of soul and energy impossible to capture. When he brooded, they grew pinched, his lower lip large. He could also be, according to even his most devoted admirers, decidedly ugly. He was generally up at 5 in the morning, tending his horses. When he wasn't out on a jaunt through the wilds, he was swinging vigorously in his hammock, dictating letters or reading from a store of books that traveled with him, works by Homer, Virgil, Montesquieu, Locke, or the eloquent Bishop de Prade. By early evening, exhausted by the sheer stress of waiting, he was ready for bed. Mostly, during those days of forced idleness, he vacillated between determination and pessimism. He was as moody as a tiger in a cage. What he was hearing from Ocana was not good. José María del Castillo, a loyal partisan to his cause, had been elected president of the convention, but the man couldn't get Bolivarians to agree and vote as a unified bloc. The Venezuelans, particularly, had turned out to be unreliable advocates, inclined to pursue personal agendas in lieu of the greater good. The Santanderistas, on the other hand, ate together, moved together, consulted on every point, and worked as a uniform offensive. On the first order of business, both sides were in unanimous agreement: the old constitution needed to be overhauled. But beyond that, as delegates began to pull tedious drafts of a new charter from their pockets, debates quickly degenerated into long-windy harangues or shouting matches, freighted with personal animus. Bolivar's followers were accused of being tyrants, Santanders, cunning conspirators. In time, a rumor began to spread that Santander had ordered one of his men to steal out to Bucaramanga and assassinate the president. Immediately, Bolivar's retinue tightened the security around him. But nothing came of it, and the Liberator, apprised of these machinations, dismissed them as entirely ridiculous. By the end of May, Santander's front had made real headway in the deliberations. Azuero, the journalist who had issued the most scathing condemnations of Bolivar, put forward the group's recommendations for a new constitution. They would abolish the law that allowed Bolivar emergency dictatorial powers. They would curb the president's power in general, dismember the republic, federalize the nation into 20 provinces, and give Congress broad powers over the executive. It was Bolivar's nightmare. Fully aware of this, his followers demanded that the Liberator be allowed to go to Ocana and present his side. But Santander took the floor and argued vehemently against it. No, the vice president insisted, he cannot come. For if he does, there will be no will, no ideas other than his own. The assembly roundly agreed. Castillo sensed the reins slipping out of his control. He considered boycotting the proceedings, walking out with just enough members to prevent a legitimate vote. When Bolivar heard of it, he was appalled. Had it come to this? Had one bully so stalled the democratic process that men of principle would be forced to walk away? Had the convention, his great hope for the republic, been so futile? But Azuero's proposals for the nation were worse. Do what you must, Bolivar told his delegates, and I will do my duty. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. In idler days, he had fantasized going home to join his retired, war-battered cohort in Venezuela. Now, he was incapable of abandoning the fight. My doctor often has told me, he wrote Brasino Mendez, that for my flesh to be strong, my spirit needs to feed on danger. This is so true that when God brought me into this world, he brought a storm of revolutions for me to feed on. I am a genius of the storm. On the 10th of June, 19 conventioneers walked out of the proceedings at Ocana, leaving 54 delegates in the room, one person short of a quorum. The great constitutional convention was over. By then, Bolivar was on his way to the capital. The bull is in the arena, he wrote his Minister of Foreign Affairs, and now we'll see who's got guts. As he rode on, he got word that Bogotá's ministers were demanding that he take supreme dictatorial powers. He didn't know it yet, but one of his generals, Pedro Herrán, had summoned the people of Bogotá to the main square. The constitution, Herrán had told them, was in tatters, the convention, a failure, the country, verging on chaos. Bolivar was riding back to renounce his presidency, Herrán said, and a bloody civil war would surely follow. Was that what they wanted? With 800 of Herrán's armed soldiers just beyond the square, there was considerable weight to the question. The Council of Ministers did not hesitate. They voted to disregard all decisions at Ocana, suspend elected officials, and confer unlimited power on Bolivar. When the Liberator entered the city on June 24, he was welcomed euphorically as the savior of the Republic. It was a genuine torrent of gratitude. The citizens of Bogotá sensed they had peered into a maw of anarchy and pulled back, just in time. Bolivar may have had enemies in the halls of government. Santander had elevated them, made them appear mightier than they truly were, but on the streets, among ordinary people, there was no doubt who was the nation's leader. For many, Bolivar represented freedom itself, the pole star of a new identity. As he rode into view on that warm summer's day, they roared with wild approval. 2 months later, in a ceremony that formalized Colombia's organic decree, Bolivar was pronounced President Liberator. His acceptance address was puzzling, odd, filled with a rare ambivalence. Colombians, he said in closing, I won't even utter the word liberty, for, if I am good on my promises, you will be more than liberated, you will be obeyed. Moreover, under a dictatorship, how can we speak of liberty? On this then let us agree, pity the nation that obeys one man as we should pity the man who holds all power. He was that man, he held absolute power, and his uneasy romance with authority would come to define a continent. A few days later, José Padilla was put behind bars. Francisco de Paula Santander was stripped of all command. The office of vice president was abolished. In a pale show of national appreciation, Bolivar offered Santander an ambassadorship in Washington. But it was clear that if the failed general didn't accept, he would be setting sail all the same. Santander will leave the country, Bolivar announced, one way or another. In the end, Santander would go for an entirely different reason. While Bolivar was in Bucaramanga awaiting news of the convention, Manuela Sáenz was coming and going freely from La Quinta, his house overlooking Bogotá. She was ever bolder in her eccentricities, her predilection for dressing like a man, her lavish parties with naughty skits and dances. Among her guests at those ribald affairs were some of Bolivar's closest friends, including an emerald magnate named Pepe Paris and a jolly Englishman named Colonel John Illingworth. They were captivated by Manuela's warmth, her raffish wit and humor, but they were drawn, too, by her closeness to the Liberator. She was La Presidencia, La Libertadora, adored to his intimate circle. That she adored him was patently obvious, that she despised anyone who didn't was amusing. Paula, Padilla, peas, she had complained to Bolivar, all those peas. God, let them all die. It will be a great day for Colombia when they do. She had, as South Americans like to say, no hair on her tongue. We adored her, one of his friends confessed. She would receive visitors in the morning, dressed in a fetching robe. She tried covering her arms, but essentially they were bare, and, embroidering away, with possibly the prettiest fingers in the world, she spoke little, smoked fetchingly, and shared the most interesting news of the day. Later on, she would ride out in an officer's uniform. A month after his return, on Monday, July 28, Manuela held an extravagant party in La Quinta to celebrate Bolivar's 45th birthday. The festivities were open to the public and held on the sloping meadows that surrounded the house. La Quinta itself was hung in patriotic bunting. Outside, a military band did the honors, soldiers performed drill formations, revelers danced or splashed in the river, and an abundance of food and drink was offered, grilled meats, fresh bread, countless barrels of chicha. Inside the house, where the Liberator's personal friends were received, the fare was more elegant. Bolivar, as chance would have it, was in town, busy, and could not attend, but his generals and old cronies filled the rooms, toasting his name with champagne. As the evening wore on, tributes grew uninhibited and vinous, until in the wee hours of morning someone mentioned the name of Santander. It was like holding a match to gunpowder. Someone else proposed that they hold a mock trial and hang the irksome ex-vice president in effigy. Off they went, clapping and hooting, to fashion Santander from a sack of grain, a three-cornered hat, long black stockings, and a sign that read, F.P.S. dies, traitor. An officer improvised a firing squad, a priest gave last rites, and to the apparent delight of all the puppet was pounded with gunshot. It was a disgrace, a scandal, and all of it in public. Some claimed that Manuela Sáenz was to blame. That, at least, was the opinion of General José María Córdoba, a young officer in Bolívar's service, who had despised her since the ship's voyage he had taken with Manuela after the harried evacuation of Peru. We don't know whether the cause for that animus was a heated argument or, as some popular historians claim, a failed flirtation. But to Córdoba, the Libertadora was obstreperous, spiteful, a meddler in government affairs. She was corrosive to the very fiber of the country. In high dudgeon, he told the Liberator that he would do well to be rid of her. I know you're angry with me, Sáenz wrote her lover just after the scandal broke, but I'm not at fault. According to her, others had been responsible. She hadn't seen it, she'd been fast asleep, all of which may or may not have been true. She offered to lie low in her own house for a while. The best thing now, sir, may be for me to stay away, unless you want to see me. Bolivar was furious, knowing that even though he hadn't been present, he would be blamed for the whole affair. He tried to dismiss it as a prank, an instance of too much mirth and drink, unfortunate, but ultimately harmless. But he knew he had to respond. I'll suspend the commanding officer, he told Córdoba. As for the lovable madwoman, what can I say? I've tried my best to be rid of her, but she's impossible to resist. Even so, once we're past this, I think I'll send her back to her country, or wherever she wants to go. He would do nothing of the kind. She was indispensable to him. Other than his manservant, José Palacios, who had served him for years and kept a close catalogue of every penny he spent and every well-worn, earthly scrap in his possession, Manuela was the most intimate companion Bolivar had ever known. She was the only other human being who worried over him, tended to his every need, kept a keen eye on his entourage, and said what no one else had the courage to say. What few had the courage to say was that whispers of an impending coup were beginning to be heard in the capital. Manuela, who had her ear well to the ground, became suspicious of just such a plot in early August, as the Council of Ministers readied itself to grant absolute power to Bolivar. A cabal of young intellectuals loyal to Santander began to speak openly of tyrannicide as the only way to save the republic. Although the people and the army were firmly on Bolivar's side, These youths were adamantly not. They were a motley alliance with one thing in common: they had spent their short lives in the shadow of revolution and, as far as they were concerned, the country needed to move on. Bolivar was of their parents' generation, a throwback, a warmonger, a diehard of the old guard. As far as they were concerned, in suspending the law and usurping power, Bolivar had committed high treason. He was little more than a common criminal. "Off with the tyrant's head," became the rallying cry. To any casual observer, the young liberals were only quoting literature. But the tight cabal was plotting the president's assassination. Among the conspirators was Florentino Gonzalez, a young editor who had taken over Azuero's newspaper and married Bernardina Ibanez, the stubborn young beauty with whom Bolivar had been so infatuated a decade before. Gonzalez was pale, volcanic, gifted with words, and, like Azuero, he despised Bolivar with a passion. His conspirators were Pedro Carajo, a young artillery officer with literary pretensions, who had always harbored royalist sympathies; Agustin Hormant, a French liberal, suspected of being a Spanish spy; Luis Vargas Tejeda, whom Santander had chosen to be his secretary in his pending ambassadorship to the United States; and, finally, Colonel Ramon Guerra, chief officer of the city's garrison, whom no one would have suspected of being involved in the skullduggery. The first plan was to kill Bolivar at a masked ball to be held at the Coliseum Theater on August 10, the 10th anniversary of the historic Battle of Boyaca. The mayor had approved the festivities with one proviso: guests had to wear costumes that corresponded to their gender. To enforce it, he stood near the door as guests filed into the ball. One by one, he peered behind their masks. Among the early arrivals was a party-goer dressed as a hussar. When the mayor asked him to lift his mask, he refused. Barred admission, the hussar whispered she was Manuela Saenz, but the mayor was firm: not even the Liberator's mistress would be admitted dressed as a man. Manuela, who feared precisely what the conspirators had planned, a swarm of assassins, dispatching their Caesar with a battery of well-aimed daggers, did what she had come to do. She raised an ear-splitting ruckus. She shouted, screamed, argued frantically, until there could be no doubt who was at the door, trying to gain entry. Bolivar, already inside and in sure danger, was so thoroughly embarrassed that he excused himself and left. Manuela had been disgraceful yet again, but she had made sure Bolivar would leave alive. The second plan to murder him came on September 21, 3 weeks after the organic decree granted him absolute power. It was Sunday, a crisp, cool day, and Bolivar had decided to take a long walk to Socha, a pretty little suburb 5 miles from the city's center. His companions, as the conspirators had learned, were to be few: one friend, one aide, and the stroll would be on a country road, the ideal scenario for a murder. Carajo prepared 6 assassins for the task, but the conspirators were called off at the last minute by Santander, who told them emphatically that the public wasn't ready to be rid of Bolivar. It was best to wait, to use legal arguments where possible, and in any case he wanted to be as far away as possible when the moment came, so that no one will say I had anything to do with the intrigue. The new date was set for late October, when Santander, as the newly appointed ambassador to the United States, would be on a ship and long gone from the capital. By now the scheme to kill Bolivar involved more than 150 collaborators, the great majority of whom were soldiers in Colonel Guerra's barracks, a short walk from the presidential palace. The leaders worked actively to coordinate the assault, aware that with so many in their ranks they ran a high risk of exposure. Their plan was to storm the palace in full force and dispatch Bolivar along with 2 of his most loyal generals, Urdaneta and Castillo. Florentino Gonzalez had been elected to sound out Santander. Was Santander ready and willing to assume the presidency? He responded vaguely that, if the criminals were out of the way, he would serve his country. All was set, then. It was a matter of time. Time ran out, however, on the 25th of September, when the head of the garrison, Colonel Guerra, alerted his fellow conspirators that they were in danger of being discovered. An army captain had just reported to him that a revolution was afoot, that Bolivar's life was in peril, and that a number of soldiers in Guerra's garrison were involved. The informant had not imagined that such a high-ranking officer as Guerra would be part of the nefarious plan. It was late in the afternoon when Gonzales, Carajo, and Hormant received Guerra's message, but they understood immediately that there was no choice but to act that night, before any details leaked to Bolivar. Indeed, rumors of a pending coup were so widespread by then in Bogotá that a woman had been emboldened to go directly to the palace and report what she had heard to Manuela Sáenz. When Manuela fretted about it to Bolivar, he consulted his entourage, but nothing came of it. The men had a good laugh and concluded that it was like women to imagine things. Wasting no time now, the chief conspirators gathered at 7 that night in the house of Santander's deputy, Luis Vargas Tejeda. Methodically, they began to send word to all 150 collaborators that they were about to execute the plan. Call it cowardice, call it change of heart, the majority failed to respond. Even Colonel Guerra decided to play it safe by visiting one of Bolivar's ministers that night to play a friendly game of cards. Nevertheless, by 10:30, the group in Vargas Tejeda's house had formed a tight fist of committed assassins. They left for the palace at about 11:30, 10 armed citizens under the command of Hormant, 16 seasoned soldiers under Carajo. It was a typical September night in Bogotá. A brisk rain had drenched the city and left streets slick with mud, but the moon was bright and full. That night, everyone in Bolivar's circle was ailing. The palace had been reduced to a clinic. Bolivar was sick with fever. José Palacios was confined to bed, severely ill. 2 aides were suffering from bad colds, Colonel Ferguson so much so that he had gone off with a burning throat to be treated at the army hospital, and Colonel Andrés Ibarra was suffering his infirmities in his room. Even Fernando Bolivar, the Liberator's nephew, freshly arrived from school in Virginia, was unwell and indisposed. Seldom had Bolivar been more unattended. At 6 o'clock, he sent a message to Manuela's house and asked her to come and accompany him, but Manuela demurred. She, too, had a terrible head cold and didn't want to venture out in the inclement weather. But Bolivar insisted that she was far better off than he. He was achy, feverish, in need of her tender ministrations. Yielding to his entreaties, she put on her galoshes and hurried to him through the damp night. When she arrived, he was in the tub, giving himself a cooling bath to ease the fever. He seemed melancholy, understandably so. He was a sick man in a sick house, with much to trouble him. The Peruvian Navy had just attacked Colombia in Guayaquil. The President of Peru, General Lamar, had marched north to take command of the offensive, and the wounded General Sucre, who had lost Bolivia to Peruvian generals, was about to disembark in Guayaquil and face the hostilities. All in all, he said to Manuela with a heavy dose of gallows humor, it's time for a palace coup. She scoffed. 10 coups could be in the offing right now, for all the attention you pay. Don't worry, he comforted her, nothing will happen. Despite the few guards stationed around the palace that night, a fact she had seen for herself as she wended her way there, Bolivar was unpreoccupied. Colonel Guerra had assured him that an entire garrison was standing by should the slightest trouble emerge. The Liberator's only protection at that moment was the sword and the pistol that rested in the next room, sheathed and holstered, on the bureau. He asked Manuela to read to him while he soaked in the tub, thinking that words might soothe his misery. When he climbed into bed shortly thereafter, he fell into a heavy, torpid sleep, as did his exhausted mistress. But at some point near midnight, she was brought wide awake by the raucous barking of dogs. Bolivar's mastiffs were yawping wildly in the courtyard. She heard a few dull thuds, as if something were being struck, cut down, and then the sound of men's voices, ringing through the dark. Alert to the possibility of danger, she roused Bolivar from deep sleep. His first instinct was to grab his weapons and go, in his nightshirt, to the door. She stopped him and pleaded with him to get dressed, which he did calmly and quickly. But when he looked around for shoes, there were none. His only pair of boots had been taken away to be polished. In desperation, Manuela pressed her galoshes on him and, somehow, he was able to squeeze into them. "Now what?" he said, taking up his pistol and sword. "Shall we brave the storm?" Thinking fast, for the clamor was only growing as the intruders burst through the hallways, she pointed to the window. She reminded him that only days before he had told Pepe Paris it would make a perfect getaway. Bolivar had said it in jest, but now with marauders at the door, pounding their fists and shouting, he saw how right he had been. The window opened onto the street. It was an easy jump to the cobblestones. Manuela peered out to see if the way was clear, and made him wait a few seconds until it was. Just as he leapt through the casement into the night, his assailants began to force an entry. Manuela took up her sword and unbolted the latch with as much calm as she could muster. She could hear the yelling on the other side, "Long live liberty! Death to the tyrant!" And then she flung wide the door. There appeared in the doorway, Gonzales later recounted, a strikingly beautiful woman, sword in hand, who, with admirable presence of mind and very courteously, asked us what we wanted. "Bolivar." "He's not here," Manuela answered. "See for yourselves." Hormant and the others pushed past her, looking for Bolivar. Until then, they had had little trouble moving toward their target, and they wanted none now. Carajo and his sharpshooters had shot a guard and slit the throats of a number of sentries on their way through the palace gates, and then they had sped away to take on the Vargas battalion, Bolivar's most faithful unit, while the armed civilians rushed inside. Hormant, Gonzales, and the others had raced up the few steps toward the Liberator's quarters on the mezzanine. They had wounded Ibarra, who, hearing the din, had run from his bed, disheveled and febrile but carrying a sword. The conspirators had daggers in hand, pistols in holsters strapped to their chests. Manuela could see that they meant business. Carrying lanterns aloft, they pushed past her and inspected the rooms, feeling the bed to see if it was still warm. But Bolivar was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, they seized Manuela by the arm and questioned her gruffly, demanding to know where he had gone. She responded that he was in the council rooms, down the hall. It was the only plausible excuse that sprang to mind. When one of the men shouted that a window was gaping, Manuela insisted that she had just opened it herself. They believed her. They couldn't imagine that Carajo's soldiers would leave that side of the street unattended. She led them this way and that down the circuitous hallways, trying to throw them off track and hoping to buy Bolivar precious time. When at last they had been led to every floor of the palace and back again, they suspected that she was toying with them. She crossed her arms, standing her ground against the lot of them. "He's safe," she admitted finally. "I helped him flee. So kill me." They flung her to the floor, kicked her head, and began beating her with their swords, but Gonzales pulled them off. "I didn't come here to fight women," he said. They vanished down the hall as quickly as they had come. Just as cannon fire exploded outside, Carajo's gunners were attacking the Vargas regiment. As Manuela staggered back to the room, she heard the sharp clatter of boots outside. Glancing out into the moonlight, she made out Bolivar's aide Ferguson, sprinting back from the barrack hospital. She tried to warn him, but he refused to halt. "What's going on?" Ferguson cried when he saw his fellow Colonel Carajo, wielding a gun, shouting orders. Carajo killed him with a single shot before he could reach the door. As Bolivar lit on the cobblestone street beyond the bedroom window, he saw his pastry cook scurrying from the palace. Together, they ran as far as they could, along the river, taking refuge under a dank bridge as Bogota came to life with shouts, bustle, and gunfire. For 3 hours, they shivered in the dark, listening to the clatter of horse hoofs overhead, the staccato of steel-studded boots on stone, the cries of frightened citizens as they flung open and slammed shut their windows. The conspirators had freed Padilla from the barrack prison, killing his jailer in the process, and the black general staggered into the moonlit night with no idea that a coup was afoot. Street by street, Bolivar's faithful Vargas battalion, led by Cordova and Urdaneta, worked at beating back the conspirators, taking some prisoner, chasing others until they scattered, never to be found. Some time after the bell tower struck 2, the uproar finally began to die down. Bolivar's fever had mounted in the humid mountain chill, but he couldn't risk coming out just yet. He sent the cook out to learn what he could from the barracks. The man came back with good news: the army had remained loyal to Bolivar, the citizens were outraged, the conspirators had vanished into the night. When General Heron came riding down the street to cries of "Viva Bolivar," the Liberator knew, at last, that he might venture out and take measure of the situation. Soaked to the bone, slathered in mud, hardly able to speak, he was taken to the main plaza, where he was received with boundless elation. Urdaneta, Castillo, Paris, Cordova, and every last soldier on the square rushed to embrace him, their eyes glistening with tears. He was near delirious, on the verge of fainting, but told them, "Here I am, dying of grief, and you're trying to kill me with joy." The grief was indeed palpable. He was humiliated, shaken. Until then, he had blithely dismissed all rumors of danger as the gibberish of a harmless fringe. He had never imagined that soldiers in his own army, his patriots, would raise swords against him. It was a shattering revelation, especially when he learned that his house had become a killing field, his mistress so battered she could hardly walk. Indeed, something in Bolivar died during that pre-dawn vigil under the bridge. It was as if his heart were broken, his spirit mortally wounded. He had survived 2 assassination attempts before, but this one would torment him for the rest of his life. By 4 in the morning, he was back in the palace, thanking Manuela for her nimbleness of mind and courage. "You are the liberatrix of the Liberator," he told her tenderly. Again and again, he asked her to recount the details as they unfolded, responding gloomily every time, "I don't want to hear any more." But then he would toss and turn until he sat up and asked her to tell it all over again. Bolivar's first impulse when he met with his ministers later that morning was to resign the presidency and pardon the conspirators. He didn't even want to hear who his attackers were. "My heart is in pieces," he told his confidants. He admitted to Castillo that he was profoundly saddened and wanted nothing so much as to leave the country. He added that he preferred to die rather than live, he was simply carrying on for the glory of the Republic. With that, Castillo could see that the man before him was gravely ill. He advised him to think closely about the ramifications. If he did as he said, Bolivar would signal to the world that the anger of a very few was more important than the welfare of many, that Colombia's liberator would rather resign than fight for his republic's glory. Castillo's counsel was persuasive. By the next day, Bolivar's officers had put Santander, Guerra, Padilla, Hormant, and Carajo under arrest. They rounded up suspects, began a full investigation of the conspirators. One by one, the people of Bogotá turned them in. Colonel Guerra, who had spent the evening playing cards with Castillo, appeared at the palace as if it were just another day, as if he had never been part of the plot. He was seized and taken off to prison. General Urdaneta, Bolivar's loyal combatant since the admirable campaign and Santander's most bitter enemy, was given charge of dispensing justice. Within a month, Bolivar wrote to tell Sucre that he was certain his former vice president was the brain behind the assassin's scheme. "I am crushing the aborted conspiracy," he said. "Every accomplice will be punished, one way or another. Santander is the highest ranking among them, but he is also the most fortunate. My generosity protects him." In the end, of the 59 men identified as principal actors, 8 were acquitted for one reason or another, largely because they were willing to testify against the rest. 14 were condemned to death and executed outright, among them Guerra, Hormant, and Padilla. Facing the firing squad, General Padilla, who was certainly a rebel, but by no means an assassin, refused to wear a blindfold and, like Pr, who had been executed so controversially a decade before, was unapologetic to the finish, shouting "Cowards," before he succumbed to gunshot. Other conspirators either escaped or were imprisoned for only a short while. Carajo and Gonzales, the true ringleaders, saved their necks via one machination or another. Gonzales swore to tell Urdaneta and the judges everything he knew. Santander, who was dragged through the courts and from prison to dungeon, was issued a death sentence, but Bolivar munificently commuted it to banishment. In spite of his decision to let the courts punish the aggressors, the Liberator didn't have the stomach for all-out revenge. "I've got conspiracy up to the eyeballs," he said, in exasperation. Manuela later insisted that he was the soul of clemency. He had forbidden the courts to force her to testify and be part of the bloodletting. He had asked Manuela to visit Padilla in his prison cell and console him. He had looked the other way when she harbored fugitives in her house. She had never forgotten that, in the heat of the moment when she was defenseless, her head to the floor, Florentino Gonzales had prevented his goons from killing her. If culprits were inexplicably freed and pardoned, it was because human circumstances such as these prompted Bolivar's mercy. If Bolivar had not leapt from his bedroom window on that moonstruck night, he might have been a dead man and the country in bloody ruin. A mistress and a pastry cook had turned the tide of history. A pair of galoshes had saved the day. And yet it is fair to say that the assassins accomplished what they wanted. The Liberator was never the same again. His body and spirit slipped into a fatal spiral. A death knell began to sound. Chapter 17. Plowing the Sea. No one achieves greatness with impunity, no one escapes the fangs of envy along the way. Simon Bolivar. In the days that followed, Bolivar's health plunged to a dangerously fragile state. Apart from the heartbreak of the attempted assassination, there was the physical strain. Squatting under a bridge for 3 hours in the cold damp of night would have taxed a healthier man, and he had been racked by fever to begin with. The ordeal profoundly affected his lungs, which were teeming with undiagnosed tuberculosis. He withdrew to La Quinta to convalesce. Even as Manuela's bruises faded and she began to bustle about the house, managing affairs, Bolivar remained weak, and the frailty showed. He decided to stay on at La Quinta, for he felt more secure in that hillside redoubt, and it was there that visitors were obliged to call. The newly appointed ambassador from Paris, Auguste Lemoyne, who arrived 3 months after the foiled conspiracy, made his way up the hill to present his credentials to the president. Lemoyne had endured a rough, 2-month voyage up the Magdalena in a canoe propelled by 12 near-naked men. The ambassador had seen his share of crocodiles, drunken locals, riotously colored parrots, but he was never so struck by those sights as he was by the figure before him now. We arrived at La Quinta and were received by Manuela Sáenz. Moments later there appeared a man in a miserable state, with a long, jaundiced face, a cotton cap on his head, wrapped in a robe, and his legs all but lost in a pair of wide flannel trousers. At first mention of his health, he said, pointing to his emaciated arms, "It isn't nature that has reduced me to this, but the pain gnawing at my heart. My fellow citizens couldn't kill me with daggers, so they are trying to kill me with ingratitude. When I cease to exist, those hotheads will devour each other like a pack of wolves, and what I erected with superhuman effort will drown in the muck of rebellion." As he dogged ahead, trying to recover some semblance of stability, he was painted by a soldier from the glory days of Boyaca. Although the artist strove to give him a distinguished bearing, he couldn't help but record the specter, the thin hair, sunken cheeks, the eyes that lacked all radiance. No longer was the Liberator the spirited warrior of the triumphalist canvases of La Paz and Lima. His muscles had withered. His skin was slack, his face, dug with furrows. The jaw once fine and strong had grown weak with 1,000 doubts. The bold stance had become tentative. Bolivar agonized over the punishment to be meted out to the conspirators, changing his mind constantly as to whether sentences should be harsh or merciful. He was all too willing to be led in this, listening in turns to Sucre, Manuela, and Santander's mistress, Nicolasa Ibanez, who pleaded for mercy on Santander's behalf. Urdaneta's jury had found the vice president indisputably guilty. According to them, Santander had known about the plot, given the conspirators advice, and never once made an attempt to notify the authorities. But as much as the courts looked for evidence that linked him to the crime, they found none. Bolivar was persuaded Santander was at the bottom of it, but he also worried about the ramifications of executing so popular and eminent a man. In the end, he listened to his council of ministers, who recommended leniency. Bolivar commuted the sentence to banishment and Santander was shipped off to await it in a fetid cell in the dungeons of Cartagena. Bolivar couldn't help worrying about that, too. Was it right to grant clemency to a white man who had dealt with traitors when a black man Padilla had been executed for the same crime? Would Colombia ever forgive its liberator for putting to death its greatest black heroes, Padilla and PR? He confided to a friend that the blood of so many had come to haunt him. Bolivar's intense preoccupation with justice now colored all his decisions. He hesitated, wavered. He was tormented by the fact that his enemies called themselves liberals and arrogated to themselves such concepts as freedom and justice when he had invoked precisely those words at every step of the revolution. Hadn't he promised equality, freedom, the rights of man? Hadn't he delivered independence? But in peace it all seemed a carousel of empty rhetoric. The meaning of liberal had been twisted, used to hostile ends, and then sent around to plague him. He grew more and more irritated with people who urged him to be his old self, renew his energies. Couldn't they see he was mortally tired, that his energies were spent? As one historian put it, it was during those days of unrelieved anguish realizing his failures as a politician that he reached a peak of personal greatness. He understood now with rare lucidity what it meant to hold unlimited power. He knew, too, that a ruler should be loath to use it. Beware the nation in which one man rules, he had told his fellow patriots, for it is a nation of slaves. He hadn't meant to find himself in that position. He had assumed dictatorial power because the country was in shambles and he needed to get things done. He had set the date of the Constituent Congress January 2, 1830 as the day he would surrender it. But the night of September 25 had shown him just how unrealistic his goals had been, how bitter the animus against him. So it was that the most radical and impetuous of world revolutionaries became filled with a mortal hesitancy. Bolivar had become a man of qualms, he could hardly budge, and he saw the tragedy of it clearly. As usual, it was his generals and friends who pressed him on. They knew that wherever Bolivar went, some semblance of order would follow, and wherever the man was not was bound to fall into disrepair. It now became crucial to prop him up, keep him in power, for he seemed the only certainty in an increasingly uncertain republic. Every political advance, every institution, every step in world recognition had been achieved by virtue of the liberator's stature. Santander himself had said it, "You are the anchor of all our hopes, the essence of our vitality. Only you can save us in these perilous times." As O'Leary so aptly put it, people believed that Bolivar could calm troubles by his very presence, by the magic of his prestige. No one knew more than Bolivar how imperfect the work had been. Independence had been achieved, enlightened forms of government considered, and yet the victors had emerged with no singleness of purpose, no spirit of collegiality. Warlords still wanted to rule their little fiefdoms, their undersized dreams a match for undersized abilities. It was as true in Bolivia as it was in Venezuela. Notions of a larger union seemed pompous, foreign, vaguely threatening. The colonies were dead, but the colonial mentality was very much alive. The new republics were as insular and xenophobic as Spain had encouraged its American satellites to be. Venezuelans saw Peruvians as arrogant royalists. Coastal dwellers saw mountain dwellers as benighted Indians. Southerners saw Northerners as outlandish Negroes. "Goodbye, Sambo," someone yelled as General Sucre pulled out of La Paz. No one seemed to want the dream of an amalgamated America. The cost of liberty, as Bolivar well knew, had been staggering, far more so than in the United States. Vast, populated regions of Latin America had been devastated. A revolution begun by polite society on the assumption that its winds would be painless had become mired in 2 decades of catastrophic losses, rivaling in carnage the 20th century's more heavily armed conflicts. Populations had been cut in half. Regional economies had come to a rumbling halt. Indeed, the republics Bolivar had liberated were far worse off economically than they had been under the Spaniards. Whole provinces had been laid waste. Silver mines had been abandoned, farmlands burned to ash, textile production stopped cold. The chance for a new America to create a robust, inter-regional market had been lost to squabbling border struggles. Although indigenous and black generals appeared in the army for the first time, a phenomenon that would transform the face of South America, the great masses of Indians and blacks were no better off after the Revolution. For a long while, they would be far worse off than they had been under Spain's oppressive laws. Slavery, which Bolivar had worked hard to eradicate, had been supplanted by other forms of subjugation. Creoles had appropriated the Spanish rule. The Americas that were emerging under Bolivar's horrified eyes were feudalistic, divisive, militaristic, racist, ruled by warlords who strove to keep the ignorant masses blinkered and under bigoted control. Eventually this would change. There is a vast difference, after all, between slavery and freedom, between opportunity and a shut door, between a ballot and totalitarian rule. But those fundamental transformations would take a century and a half to work through the continent. Latin America lay in financial and social ruin, its cities on the verge of anarchy. It was hardly the enlightened world the Liberator had envisioned. Bolivar needed time to mull these questions and vent his sorrows. He decided to leave the stifling ambit of Bogotá altogether for a long rest in the country. But before he departed, he moved to divest himself of at least part of the crushing burden of leadership. He wrote to the general he loved best, Antonio Sucre, who had just arrived in Guayaquil. "You will see in the attached documents," Bolivar told Sucre, "that I am naming you absolute ruler of southern Colombia. All my powers, the good along with the bad, I now cede to you. Make war, make peace, save or lose the South, you are master of your fate, and I invest all my hopes in you. Ask Flores and O'Leary to read this, too, so that they can know that I have willed you the very essence of Simon Bolivar." There was a reason Bolivar had wanted Flores and O'Leary to read the letter in which he invested his favorite son with so much power. Flores was the general in charge of the region Bolivar called Ecuador, the southern portion of Greater Colombia he had just handed to Sucre. Bolivar knew the news would surprise Flores. He expected O'Leary to explain. At age 27, General Juan José Flores had already spent 16 years in the liberating army. Abandoned by his father, orphaned by his mother's death, he had joined the Venezuelan Revolution at the age of 12, when child recruits were being swept into service by desperate generals. His life had been spared when Boves's hordes stormed through Valencia in 1813, reducing the city to flames and slitting the throats of all revolutionaries. They had taken pity on the soldier boy. Flores had gone on to serve under Pease, from whom he had learned gall, grit, and the art of disciplining a fighting force. By 15, he was a lieutenant, by 17, captain. Bright, curious, he had taught himself to read and write. He went on to fight with Bolivar in Carabobo, Bombona, Pichincha. Eventually, Bolivar had put him in charge of Pasto, the most stubborn and difficult region in the Republic. Ruling Pasto with a deft hand, Flores had managed to quell its ardently royalist population without resorting to the rampant butchery it had endured during the liberation. He had made up his mind that he would govern the entire region, including Quito, someday. Even so, he was no Sucre, no victor of the defining Battle of Ayacucho, no shaper of nations, no shining, unblemished exemplar of all Bolivar imagined a great American could be. Now Flores was being told in no uncertain terms that Sucre was to be the Liberator's successor. Sucre did not want the job. After 5 years in Peru and Bolivia, the great warrior of Ayacucho had looked forward to returning to his elegant bride in Quito, whom he had married by proxy. He had already served the revolution in capacities he had never sought or wanted in faraway governments, overseeing populations that regarded him by turns as savior and occupier. The disintegration of Bolivia had been a soul-killing experience. Generals Santa Cruz and Gamarra, skilled soldiers of the revolution, had invaded Bolivia from Peru and overthrown his presidency. He had had to speed away with a bullet in his arm, and the nation had gone on to replace him with 3 presidents in 5 harrowing days, 2 of whom were assassinated. All Sucre aspired to now was a quiet life, away from all that. The last thing he wanted was to encroach on anyone's command, and he said so emphatically to Flores and O'Leary. Time and circumstance would force his hand. On November 12, 1828, as Bolivar recuperated in the tiny village of Chía, hoping to rid himself of the black mood that had descended on him since the attempted assassination, a disgruntled colonel led a rebellion in the very region that fell under Flores's and Sucre's command. José María Obando, the offending colonel, had begun his career as an officer in the Spanish army. But in 1822, when Bolivar undertook his historic march from Bogotá to Guayaquil, Obando had switched sides and fought as a revolutionary. In the intervening years, Obando had grown disenchanted with Greater Colombia. He considered himself first and foremost a Granadán. At first, he showed his displeasure by simply resigning from the army. But months later, in a breathtaking about-face, he wrote to General Lamar and offered Peru his services in the impending Peruvian invasion of Colombia. To show that he meant business, Obando attacked Popayan, seized control of the city, ejected its Bolivarian governor, and declared himself at war with the Liberator. Bolivar had known for a long time that a confrontation with Peru was inevitable. It was why he had put Sucre in charge. For months, Bolivar had been sparring with Peru's ambassador, an adversary appointed, quite obviously, to goad him. He refused to see the man. Bolivar announced that he was raising a robust army of 40,000 to settle the border squabbles. He communicated to Peru that its refusal to repay a $3.5 million debt to Colombia was, in itself, a casus belli. Bolivar had been planning a wartime strategy even as he had sat in his bath on that fateful night when the conspirators had sped through the palace intending to slay him in bed. War with Peru had always been certain. And a war couldn't be won without Colombian solidarity. He instructed Flores and O'Leary to go to Guayaquil on the pretense of negotiating peace with Peruvians who by then had blockaded the city, but in reality, he was trying to buy time so that he could consolidate his forces after Obando's defection. The last thing Bolivar needed now was a rebel colonel fanning enemy fires in that nervous region. The ailing Liberator had not fully recovered. He was only 10 days into a convalescence that should have lasted 2 months, but he cut short his cure and rushed back to Bogotá. He was working on instinct now. By early December, fueled by little more than Herculean will, Bolivar undertook the arduous 600-mile trip over the Andes to the menaced border. Seized by violent fits of coughing, he could barely ride 2 hours at a time. The rains were incessant, the heat and pestilence intolerable. But speed was imperative, and he directed one of his most skilled and audacious officers, General Cordova, to put down Obando's rebellion. Not yet 30, Cordova had been one of the heroes of Ayacucho and Boyacá. He was loyal, quick-thinking, fierce, a charismatic leader of men. As Bolivar moved overland, Cordova made a quick course for Obando. By January of 1829, the young general had scattered Obando's forces in a relentless guerrilla campaign. In February, Sucre, Flores, and O'Leary finally mobilized against Peru. General José de Lamar had been made the Peruvian president, and his army had swarmed into Guayaquil and occupied it a month before, eager to separate it from Colombia. But Lamar's army hadn't stopped there. It had overtaken the city of Cuenca and was preparing another incursion north. President Lamar had been born in that disputed land, and he, like General San Martin before him, indeed like many Peruvians, resented its appropriation by Bolivar. He was determined to free it from Colombia's clutches and annul Peru's war debt to Bogotá. That outright provocation gave Sucre no choice. Resigned to take up his sword one last time, he led 1,500 men against Lamar's army of 5,000. They met in the high buttes south of Guayaquil, in the rarefied air of Tarqui. Like most battles Sucre waged, the odds at the Battle of Tarqui were out of kilter, against the grain, with far fewer men under his command and troops charging toward him. Nevertheless, despite the rain and treacherous mountain passes, despite a bando's rebels, who seemed to materialize out of nowhere to block the way, Sucre prevailed. The Colombians were poorly armed, poorly fed, but by now they thought themselves invincible. They gave Peru no quarter. 1,500 Peruvian soldiers were killed, 1,000 more wounded or taken prisoner. Sucre offered Lamar an honorable surrender and, for the time being at least, the Peruvians retreated to their stronghold in the south. Weary unto death, Sucre wrote to Bolivar and reported the victory. It had seemed inconceivable that he had had to raise weapons against the very people for whose liberty he had fought so ardently in Ayacucho. But it was done. The war with Peru was over. He told Bolivar that he had assumed command only because the circumstances were urgent, that he would take no such responsibilities in the future. He submitted his resignation. His young wife was expecting their first child in July, and all he wanted now was to be by her side. As Sucre was winding his way home through the volcanoes, Bolivar arrived in Pasto. Using the tactic he had employed 2 years before with Paz, Bolivar now offered the rebels complete amnesty and urged them to rejoin the Republic. Obando had little choice. The rescue he had sought from Peru had become impossible. He seized on Bolivar's bait. A peace treaty was signed, and then to seal it Bolivar promoted Obando to full general. Córdoba, who had labored mightily against the insurrectionist, was outraged. How could the Liberator be so peremptory? He railed against the injustice of it, the arbitrariness. Impulsive, frenzied, the young general rode off to vent his indignation. He complained to Bolivar's friends, he complained to his enemies. He even sought out Obando to gauge the man's intentions. But by then, General Córdoba would have yet another reason to be furious. Manuela Sáenz was never so celebrated in Bogotá society as she had been during the months that followed her bold rescue of Bolivar. His name for her, the Liberatrix of the Liberator, had passed into legend, as had the image of her standing squarely at his bedroom door, brandishing a sword against his assailants. All the invective General Córdoba had summoned against her scandalous conduct, the male dress, the pasted mustache, the naughty servants, the high-spirited execution of Santander's effigy, seemed to wane against the evidence of her cool aplomb. She was admirable, she was heroic. The glow would not last long. But for the moment foreign diplomats clamored to meet her, she made the rounds of a brisk social life, she was even made part of a closed circle that brainstormed the future of the Republic. The foiled assassination attempt had deeply shocked Bolivar's Council of Ministers. What if the colluders had succeeded? What if Bolivar had died? Surely, Colombia would have spun into unspeakable violence, another monstrous civil war. Bolivar's strongest partisans, his stalwart Minister of War General Urdaneta, Acting President José María Castillo, Foreign Minister Estanislao Vergara, and Minister of the Interior José Manuel Restrepo, now took it upon themselves to avert potential chaos. Taking a cue from Bolivar's long-held belief that Colombia would not succeed until it had the backing of a world power, they began to look abroad for salvation. They threw themselves into a frenzied plan to recruit a foreign monarch. They knew they were working against time, anyone could see that Bolivar's health was failing. They also knew that he would resolutely oppose them. He had made his views against crowns and thrones very clear. They decided to keep the plan secret from him for the time being. Their notion was simple, and their hope was that it would eradicate the schisms that plagued the young republic. As they saw it, Bolivar would be at the helm until he died, at which point all power would go to a European prince who had been carefully readied for succession. A constitutional monarchy such as England's promised to be the ideal solution to Colombia's lurching instability. It would vest power in an indisputable leader, ensure the populace's hard-won freedoms, yet give government a strong hand over a racially diverse and disorderly nation. Urdaneta, Vergara, and Restrepo had approached French and British diplomats to assist them in the search. As talks continued throughout April and May, they began to favor a prince of the French royal family on the assumption that a nobleman with Catholic roots would have more in common with South American subjects. But for all the minister's studiously contrived secrecy, by June Bolivar was well apprised of the scheme. O'Leary had reported much of it, and the British charge d'affaires in all his calculating enthusiasm for a monarchical plan had written the Liberator to ask his opinion. Whether Manuela informed Bolivar of the plan, we do not know, but as a close friend of Urdaneta's she was surely aware of it. In any case, she had every reason to support the idea. She believed her lover to be a great man and she wanted to perpetuate his vision and ensure his place in history. With all her customary worldliness and gusto, she hosted a glittering party for King Charles X's official French delegation, which arrived to discuss the monarchical project in early May. Virtually every member of the capital's diplomatic community swirled through Manuela's rooms that evening, all, that is, except for the U.S. representative, William Henry Harrison, and a few others who were viscerally opposed to a monarchist state. It isn't hard to imagine the French delegates' eagerness as they quaffed champagne in Manuela's house and toasted the Liberator. Napoleon had always had an eye on the Americas. Now, with the Bourbon king back on the throne and much of the French navy plying American waters, an irresistible opportunity had presented itself. The charming soirée in the home of Bolivar's mistress augured well for the empire of Charles X. Within little more than a year, however, all of it would be a pipe dream. Parisians would revolt, hurling stones into the king's gardens, and Charles X would evacuate the Palais Royal in the black of night. But in the mists of Bogotá, Bolivar's ministers could not imagine such an outcome. A monarchy promised order, permanence, and a foreign link, all the rudiments thought necessary for the survival of the republic. When they finally presented the idea to Bolivar, he waved them off with an exasperated hand. There were 1,000 reasons why it wouldn't work, he said. What European prince would want to rule in that utter chaos? How would Colombia support the staggering expense of a monarchy? Most important, Colombia's humbler classes, accustomed by now to freedom, wouldn't stand for inequalities of empire. Nor was it likely that a monarchy would be tolerated by Colombia's new generals, who stood to be stripped of all power and command. No, he had no stomach for kings. Since his days in Madrid, days of Miranda, days of San Martin, Bolivar had adamantly rejected all argument that favored a monarchical system. He rejected it now. The monarchy question was like a summer swarm of gnats, constant, annoying, yet so insignificant in his mind as to be swatted away. Some historians claim he ignored it because he had already declared a wish to abandon power. The decision was no longer his. But there were other reasons for Bolivar's dismissal: his distance from the capital, the delicate question of Córdova's disaffection, his inability to see the maneuvering at first hand. But his one response, twisted artfully, was used by his enemies to suggest that he had always hankered after a throne. Indeed, those who prayed for Bolivar's ruin, including Pes and the supporters of Santander, feigned support for a monarchy at first, knowing that the only means to destroy Bolivar was to make Colombians believe that he, too, wanted it for himself. And didn't he, after all? Hadn't his ministers put it forward? Surely Bolivar himself had instigated it, indeed, been angling for it all along. When the young, impetuous General Córdoba heard about Bogotá's machinations, his response was immediate and unequivocal. He decided Colombia needed to be rid of Bolivar. For all his past loyalty to the Liberator, he decided to break all ties and dedicate himself to one burning cause. By August, when Bolivar had re-entered Guayaquil and Lamar had receded into the margins of history, Córdoba was on the loose in the rich, green valleys of northwest Colombia, his native home. With little more than 300 followers, he began a campaign to overthrow Bolivar. He approached Bolivar's steadfast supporter General Mosquera in the deluded belief that he could recruit Mosquera to his way of thinking. He tried to persuade the rebel Obando to reclaim his seditious stand. He wrote to Pes, congratulating him for his separatist spirit and inviting his support. Córdoba had been incomparably brave in the past, Indeed, Bolivar had honored him with one of the jeweled crowns Peru had given him after the victory at Ayacucho. But Córdoba was also rash and egotistical. Thinking he would divvy out the republic piece by piece, Venezuela for peas, Ecuador for flores, New Granada for himself, thinking, too, that an army was all he needed to govern a country. Córdoba was the essence of a military mirage that would persist into the 21st century. For him, it was enough to rule by brute force, not as a government of the people. It was a foolish, atavistic, colonial frame of mind, and it was bound for failure. But Bolivar hardly had a chance to respond to the insolence. He was unwell when Córdoba had seen him in Pasto 6 months before, and Córdoba had noted the striking deterioration. Bolivar had been sick again upon arrival in Quito, so weak, and so emotionally overcome by the sight of Sucre that he could hardly speak. He cried like a baby. Bolivar continued the backbreaking schedule, nevertheless, dictating scores of letters at a time, managing the republic, negotiating with Peru, moving restively from one trouble spot to another. He was determined to broker a sturdy peace. He knew that Peruvians expected him to invade and be the warmonger they made him out to be. He wanted to prove them wrong. Shortly after his arrival in Guayaquil at the end of July, however, the Liberator fell into an illness far graver than any he had experienced. He was delirious, bird thin, incapacitated, spitting black. He reported that it was a passing incidence of black bile, gastric in nature, but anyone could see that it was a desperate battle for survival, and all too clearly in his lungs. We know now that the slightest frailty can admit dormant tuberculosis in its fiercest form. Once the sparks of disease ignite, it can rage through a body like consuming wildfire. As soon as Bolivar's illness began to devour him, even he couldn't refute that something was deeply wrong. But he didn't allow himself to rest until peace with Peru had been established. Forced to spend 12 feverish days in bed, he continued to dictate letters and give orders, even as he floated in and out of delirium. The equatorial heat was relentless, the humid, pestilential climate ruinous to his delicate condition, and yet he could claim considerable progress. Guayaquil had been retaken easily, the Peruvians had simply slipped away, too distracted by their own reversals to oppose him. In Lima, the government had crumbled in a surgical coup. President Lamar had been deported to Guatemala at bayonet point, in shackles. The new chief of state, Antonio de la Fuente, had always been well disposed toward Bolivar and was willing to talk peace. La Fuente would last only months at Peru's helm, giving way to the Machiavellian hand of General Agustin Gamarra and his power-hungry, bellicose wife, but for the time being, in the beastly heat of the Guayas River, it seemed as if Bolivar's peace would last. All the same, by September, when Bolivar had recovered enough to take in the situation around him, he understood the extent of betrayal that had been mounted against him by the brave and beloved General Córdoba. It had been one thing to be attacked by Santander's lawyers and city liberals, it was something else entirely to be despised by a trusted general. The wound this betrayal inflicted on the Liberator was lasting and deep, and, although he tried to dismiss it, he rose from his sickbed to a dark night of the spirit. His correspondence in the next months exhibits a level of torment and almost pathological frustration that was completely unlike the vigorous, determined Liberator who had marched into Bogotá only a year before. Bolivar wrote to O'Leary, "My strength is almost entirely gone. You wouldn't believe the state I'm in. My spirit and body have suffered so much that I have no energy for the slightest task, and I feel powerless to rekindle it." A mere 5 years earlier, after the fateful victory at Ayacucho, he had called America the hope of the universe, the long-desired promised land. Now, the revolution seemed little more than a chimera, its heritors, madmen. As far as Bolivar was concerned, all the colonies had been duped by their illusions, like a flock of foolish children. "We have tried everything under the sun," he wrote to Urdaneta, "and nothing has worked. Mexico has fallen. Guatemala is in ruins. There are new troubles in Chile. In Buenos Aires they have killed a president. In Bolivia, 3 presidents took power in the course of 2 days, and 2 of them have been murdered. His America, like his body, was riddled with maladies. It was during this time that he learned just how far his star had fallen. In France, the renowned thinker Benjamin Constant denounced Bolivar as an outright despot. In England, George Flinter, a British officer in Venezuela, published a blistering letter to King George IV, warning against issuing support for Simon Bolivar, who has murdered thousands in cold blood and swindled the British nation out of millions. In New York, Louis Ducoudray, the French mercenary who had served Bolivar in Angostura, released a lacerating memoir, prompting a British reviewer to conclude that Bolivar was less a lion of liberty than a snake. In Washington, William Henry Harrison's condemnations were being heard by Congress and disseminated by the press. In Chile, the outcast Riva Agüero, who still called himself president of Peru, was claiming that the Liberator was a despicable Negro and that his long-dead wife, Maria Teresa del Toro, had been the illegitimate daughter of a cook. "I'm being accused of an inferno of abominations," Bolivar confessed. At the end of his tether, he wrote to General O'Leary insisting that someone else be president and that O'Leary should promote that idea in Bogotá. At best, Bolivar told his old aide, a liberator might be a gadfly to goad the machinery of government, not run it. He was too weary to go on as head of state. Was he being calculating, as some historians have claimed? Spaniards, Argentines, Peruvians, all with good reasons for their antipathy to Bolivar, have argued that he was an unabashed autocrat, a crypto-monarchist whose goals became more and more twisted with each victory. He refused laurels, those critics say, because he knew they would be offered again. He rejected power only to accept it anew in an hour of crisis, at which point he could apply it with abandon. To some extent, these accusations were true. He had turned down the presidency numerous times, resigned outright, before being persuaded to take it again. He was suspect in this. He had said that he wanted to please, serve, unify. But, since the liberation of Peru, he had come to believe that he could do none of these without wielding absolute control. In order to preserve liberties, in other words, he had assumed a dictatorship, under which, as he himself had said, all talk of liberty was impossible. Now, in this strange echo chamber of will and intent, his loyalists wondered whether he was insisting that he wanted to leave precisely because he wanted to stay. He continued to work. He drew up a treaty with Peru, although it wasn't clear that it would last. He oversaw an ingenious plan to finance Colombia's crippling deficit with vigorous exports of Venezuelan tobacco. He signed off on improvements in universities, schools, courts. He sent military reinforcements to Panama to protect it against the Spanish presence in Cuba. He congratulated the army on its efforts to put down Córdova's rebellion. And always he found the strength to dictate a multitude of letters to his officers, relying on the power of the word. But the correspondence in which he was engaged was largely bureaucratic. He no longer had an aide whom he could trust enough to dictate his most private thoughts. "I have no one to write for me," he lamented in one of his missives, and he certainly didn't have the energy to do it himself. Worse, few of his correspondents were informing him about sensitive matters as Santander had done so masterfully in happier days. He felt out of reach, out of touch. Hoping for a bit of clarity, Bolivar published a circular that asked Colombians to state exactly what they wanted from government, but his enemies recalled that Napoleon, too, had ordered a plebiscite just before making himself emperor. Bolivar, they insisted, was no patriot sounding the public will, but a manipulator plotting his coronation. Bolivar threw up his hands. "There is no such thing as good faith in America," he concluded. "Treaties are worth little more than the paper they're printed on, constitutions are pamphlets, elections, an excuse for war, liberty has dissolved into anarchy, and for me life has become a torment." Forces against him were too strong now. Years of serial abandonment by officers who had once been loyal Santander, Pes, Padilla, Obando, Córdoba had had their cumulative effect. "I hope you haven't forgotten what I told you," he wrote O'Leary. He was less coy with Mosquera, who visited him on an emerald isle just south of Guayaquil where he had gone to recuperate. He wanted to leave, he told his old friend bluntly, travel to Europe, live out his days in peace, taking nothing more from America than his memories. He was determined to step down at last. In July of 1829, Santander, whom Bolivar could neither abide nor safely destroy, was released from Boca Chica dungeon and set on a journey that would ultimately take him to Hamburg. His first stop would be Venezuela, where he would be held until he was allowed to board a foreign vessel in Puerto Cabello. It must have been sobering for Bolivar when he heard of it. Santander had been friend and foe, collaborator and saboteur. Bolivar had always known that having a Granadan in the vice presidency was good cement for the republic, the only way Bogotá would accept a Venezuelan in the presidency. Santander was hard-working, ambitious, detail-oriented, and he had served Bolivar loyally for many years. But the fundamental distrust between Granadans and Venezuelans had been there from the start, and, for all their effort to overcome it, they couldn't rid themselves of a sick germ of suspicion. The germ had been planted long before, when they had faced off as young men on the border between New Granada and Venezuela, at the start of the admirable campaign. Bolivar, head of the Consolidated Army, had ordered Santander to continue his march into Venezuela, and Santander had refused, unwilling to fight someone else's war. March at once. Bolivar had barked at him. You have no choice in the matter. March. Either you shoot me or, by God, I will certainly shoot you. Eventually, Santander obeyed him. Indeed, as the revolution unfolded, he obeyed the Liberator with utter dedication. Bolivar had every reason to make him his trusted colleague. In time, their correspondence revealed an alliance unparalleled in South American history. Now, after years of mounting bitterness, Santander was being ejected from the fatherland he had served all his life, and it spoke volumes about the inherent fissures in Greater Colombia. A deep, fratricidal impulse had crept into Spain's disgruntled children. Nowhere was this more apparent and more polarizing than in the relationship of these two men. Although Bolivar had saved Santander from the firing squad and commuted his sentence to exile, the former vice president had been made to suffer a 7-month internment in the dank, grimy dungeons of Boca Chica. This was not without its logic. Bolivar's Council of Ministers had feared Santander might seek revenge, join Peru, and march against the Liberator. Manuela Sáenz, too, had a deep, unshakable distrust of the man, so much so that she engaged a spy to ferret out whatever information he could about Santander's intentions. But Santander, desperate to free himself from the miseries of internment, denied he had any such reprisals in mind. He wrote an impassioned plea to Bolivar, promising he would not go to Peru or anywhere else in Latin America for that matter. He swore that he had opposed the would-be assassins with tears in his eyes, beseeched Carajo not to carry out his nefarious plot against the Liberator. Santander even went so far as to beg protection from Andrew Jackson, a fellow Freemason who had just been elected President of the United States. He told Jackson that he, too, had once been a head of state, reduced now to wretched prisoner of fortune. He needed a powerful champion to plead his case. President Jackson never responded to Santander's plea. But the former vice president turned out to have plenty of champions in Colombia itself. Sucre and Mosquera, Bolivar's most loyal henchmen, had long respected Santander and had both corresponded with him in jail. They now began to entreat Bolivar to grant him his freedom. Even Paz, Santander's archenemy, seemed to take pity on the man. When the captive of Boca Chica, reduced to illness and terror, was finally taken from his dungeon cell, shipped to Puerto Cabello, and forced to look out at the very bay from which Miranda had started his voyage to ignominious death, he made a heartfelt appeal for Paz's mercy. The Lion of the Apure assured Santander that he would be given safe passage. He was as good as his word and had reason to be. No one agreed with Paz more than Francisco Santander. For all the acrimony that had passed between them, for all their conspicuous attempts to foil one another, Pease and Santander concurred single-mindedly on one thing: secession. They both sought to disband the republic, they both yearned to reduce their nations to manageable regions they could command freely. As one historian put it, they wanted fiefdoms equivalent to their aspirations: Cundinamarca for Santander, the Apure for Pease, provincial patches with little influence in a larger world. It was not magnanimity but unbridled ambition that led Pease to allow Santander to sail off into the Caribbean. As Santander floated out to sea, Bolivar proceeded north toward Bogotá, racked not only by disease but by the small-mindedness of his generals, who prepared to carve up the republic just as Alexander the Great's generals had done when Alexander lay dying. Stopping in Quito to catch his breath, Bolivar published his deeply pessimistic panoramic view of Spanish America, in which he described the rampant lawlessness that prevailed from Mexico to Argentina. But his own land was most on his mind, and his despair about it was evident. He claimed he had been as good as assassinated. Colombians, he grieved. The second man to head the republic has assassinated the first. The third division invaded the south, Pastor rebelled against the republic, Peru laid waste to her liberator's homeland, and there is hardly a province that has not exceeded its powers and prerogatives. Throughout this ill-fated time there has been nothing but blood, chaos, and destruction. There is nothing left for you to do but muster your spiritual strength and establish a government vigorous enough to curb ambition and safeguard freedom. Otherwise, you will become the laughingstock of the world and the victims of your own undoing. The Constitutional Congress scheduled for January was only 2 months away and, as far as Bolivar was concerned, it couldn't come soon enough. He called on Colombians to rise to their better natures and prepare for it. Pease knew well that he needed to make a move before Congress convened and, seeing an advantage now that Santander was out of the way, dispatched a letter to Bolivar via personal messenger. It reached him in Popayan in the early days of November. Pease's missive was respectful, querying Bolivar about the monarchical plan, the health of the republic, the succession. But anyone could read his meaning between the lines: he would preserve the Union only if he could rule it. He had suffered indignities visited on him by Santander, he had stood by for almost a decade while his nemesis had run Greater Colombia. It was his turn now. Bolivar rallied all the diplomacy he could muster and answered Pease in the clearest terms: a monarchy was out of the question, he had always fought against it, and he was fighting against it now. Moreover, he was leaving the presidency for good. I give you my word of honor, he told his old comrade, I will happily put myself at your orders if you are elected our chief of state, and I'd like you to make me the same promise if someone else is chosen to lead us. From Popayan, he also wrote an unequivocal response to his council of ministers, scolding them for going too far with the monarchical nonsense. Everything he had heard to date had been mere rumor and insinuation, but in Popayan hard evidence of efforts to make him king awaited in the form of official documents. You will now suspend completely all negotiations with the governments of France and England, he wrote back in high dudgeon. To Urdaneta, he was gentler: just leave Congress to do its duty, he urged Urdaneta, it will be easier for them to appoint a president than a prince. This dressing down was not taken lightly in Bogotá. Ministers proffered their resignations, claiming they had only followed orders. His orders had not been vague. He had directed his diplomats to seek European protection, which he saw as essential to the fledgling status of the Republic. By no stretch of the imagination had he meant them to seek a European prince. He had been too much on the move, too plagued by illness, too busy battling the hydra of chaos to see the damage a monarchical smear might inflict on him. Both Pease and Santander, though ardent enemies, had tarred Bolivar with an imperial brush. If he had been more decisive on the question, clipped back suspicion at the very start, history might have played out differently. But history, as we know, is impossible to foresee. Being South America's roving defender of liberty, he now admitted, had exacted a punishing price. For all the laurels and dictatorial authority he had garnered, he had no power to speak of. He had left it behind at every turn, relinquished control to deputies who simply didn't understand or endorse his vision. Ruling from a remove had proved impossible in a republic whose cities were separated by jungles, savannas, a towering cordillera. Information about statecraft had been scant, slow. By the time it arrived, the political landscape had changed, the national mindset shifted. Improvisation, so crucial in war, was proving to be deadly when it came to government. By the time Bolivar reached Popayan, there was more to engage him than a stack of pressing dispatches. An uprising had come and gone in Colombia, rattling through like a row of collapsing cards. Cordova's rebellion had reached a fever pitch, growing more in renown, perhaps, than in strength of numbers. But it tumbled as quickly as it rose, and then it shocked everyone with its terrible, final resolution. As Cordova galloped through the lush valleys of Medellin, Pes realized that this could well be the opening he had waited for. Circumstances couldn't have been more ideal. Santander was at sea, well removed from the competition, and Cordova's pugnacity seemed to serve Pes' purpose. Like Pes, the feisty young general was unwilling to bow to a European prince, and, also like Pes, he wanted to separate Venezuela from New Granada. But it was Bolivar himself who gave Pes the most felicitous opportunity of all, the plebiscite in which he had asked citizens to stand forth and say what they truly wanted from government. The wily plainsman seized that opportunity with two fists. Even before he received Bolivar's reply to the letter he had sent by messenger, he began rallying politicians to respond to Bolivar's call. He sent his agents out into the provinces, insisting on signatures for three demands: total rejection of any union with New Granada, Pes' elevation to president of the independent nation, and down with Don Simon. Everybody must ask for this or be treated as an enemy. Soon Pes had the support of some of Bolivar's most loyal generals, fervid Venezuelans all, Arizamendi, who had joined the revolution in its earliest days, Bermudez, the intrepid hero of Cumana, Subalt, who had fought alongside the Liberator since the admirable campaign, Moreno, who after years of sparring with Bolivar for control of the East, had become his trusty defender. On November 25, in the convent of San Francisco, the old, venerable church where Bolivar had been named Liberator 16 years before, Pes announced what it was that the citizens of Venezuela truly wanted: total independence. From Bolivar, from Colombia, and from the impossible gossamer dream of Latin American unity. By the time Pes announced secession, Bogotá had dealt with Cordova's rebellion. Urdaneta had sent O'Leary and 1,000 seasoned veterans to hunt down Cordova in the hills outside Medellin. They found him in Santuario with a motley band of 300, a hasty coalition of craftsmen, students, and peasants. The rebel Cordova could see that his cobbled-together little militia would be no match for Colombia's legions. As the army troops drew near, he called out to O'Leary, appealing to their old friendship, hoping to convince former comrades to join his side. Seeing the provocation for what it was, O'Leary ordered a full-fledged attack. Cordova fought fiercely, but there was no hope against a hardened war machine. His rebels dispersed in alarm. Badly wounded, Cordova managed to drag himself to safety in a nearby hut. O'Leary was quick to act when he learned of it. He directed one of his most fearless mercenaries, a notorious drunk named Rupert Hand, to storm the hideaway and rout the rebel. The Irishman burst into the little shack, found Cordova sprawled on the floor dying, and dispatched him handily with 2 thrusts of the sword. The short-lived rebellion clarified things. Brash, independent-minded warriors like Cordova, who had once been the life's blood of the revolution, had become the blight of Bolivar's republic. Scarred by 2 decades of war, they seemed singularly unprepared for peace. Battlegrounds had become their ultimate courts of justice. And so it had come to this. A beloved general was dead and, as far as the world could see, Colombia was devouring its heroes, just as Saturn had swallowed his children, one by one, even as they emerged, threatening to overthrow their father. For Bolivar, it was a hard truth to suffer. His patriots were cannibalizing their ranks, dying at one another's hands. The country's politicians were radicalized against one another. In the end, he would be blamed for all of it. O'Leary's corrective against Cordova had saved the Union, but it had poisoned the nation's soul. The torment of that reality weighed on Bolivar until it crystallized in the form of a stark conclusion: Colombia was no longer worth the sacrifice. Bolivar wrote to his Minister of Interior, recommending that the republic be divided into 3 separate states: Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador. He added that after the Constitutional Congress in January of 1830 he would depart for foreign shores. Few balked. In Bogotá, the gears of politics were whirring freely now. There seemed to be less and less patience for Bolivar. In Caracas, the rage against him was flagrant, led by his old friend Pes. Graffiti filled the walls, accusing the Liberator of being a hypocrite, a tyrant, a traitor to his countrymen. The lie that he would mount a throne, a phantom concocted by his enemies and embraced bizarrely by his followers, had brought passions to a white-hot fever. As Pes declared that he would go to war against Bolivar if he had to, city councils began to bar Bolivar from ever stepping foot in Venezuela again. Everything happened quickly after that. The American diplomat William Henry Harrison was booted unceremoniously from Colombia for his scandalous attempts to meddle with internal affairs. The French delegation left in a huff, as did its English counterpart. When the Liberator entered the capital for the last time on January 15, 1830, hardly a voice was raised in welcome. The streets were hung in festive bunting and 4,000 soldiers lined the way, but the people were eerily silent, as if something calamitous was afoot. There were rounds of cannon, choruses of music, and yet the air rang with anything but merriment. When Bolivar finally came into view, he was tiny, skeletal, a wasted spectre with lackluster eyes whose voice was barely audible. It was apparent to everyone that the Liberator was not long for this earth. His grief was palpable. Lost in thought, reduced by fatigue, he made one last ride to the presidential palace. Chapter 18. The General in his Labyrinth. If my death can heal and fortify the Union, I go to my tomb in peace. Simon Bolivar. On January 20, 1830, 5 days after Bolivar's arrival in the capital, Congress gathered to define a new government. It was the 4th time in the 20-year history of the Republic that a constitutional convention was called to the task. The representatives elected to serve were so esteemed such indisputable heroes of the Revolution that the body became known as the Admirable Congress. As they arrived from every corner of the Republic, hopes ran high that they would heal the discord that plagued the land. The day began with a 21-gun salute and a solemn mass in the cathedral. That venerable structure, with its soaring arches and towers, had just been restored after the ravages of the 1827 earthquake, and it loomed over the proceedings now like an ancient witness to history. Almost 300 years had passed since Fray Domingo de las Casas had celebrated the first Mass on those grounds. It was a typical January day in Bogotá. The crisp mountain breezes had surrendered to the morning sun, and an air of anticipation hung over the crowd as it watched its fragile president proceed from palace to altar. Only days before, he had been despondent, inconsolable. One of his letters suggests he was even contemplating suicide. I am seeking, he had written his stalwart Castillo, that desperate moment when I can end this humiliating existence. But he had a startling ability to overcome his dark moods when occasion demanded it. After receiving communion from the Archbishop, he led a procession across the square to the Assembly Hall, where, with all the pomp and formality the ceremony required, he was sworn in and offered his presidential seat. There was no doubt Bolivar was still master among those men. Here, with so many of his esteemed generals and advocates in attendance, his prestige and charisma were hardly questioned. For all their distinction he seemed head and shoulders above the rest, a colossus in a gallery of mediocrities. It was he, after all, who had had the foresight to convoke this gathering more than a year before, pledging to surrender his dictatorial control. Congress welcomed him, lauded him, and for a fleeting moment it seemed the Liberator's power might live forever. It appeared especially so when Sucre, the man he had handpicked to succeed him, was elected to take charge of the proceedings. I withdraw in utmost confidence, Bolivar declared, for Sucre is my worthiest of generals. He meant it with all his heart, but it was a rash, impolitic thing to say. General Urdaneta, who had ruled Colombia for almost a year, laboring to preserve Bolivar's place in it, was visibly wounded. A British emissary reported that he clutched his head in dismay. It wasn't the first time Bolivar had passed over someone for Sucre. I, too, had my desperate hour, General Flores commiserated with the pained Urdaneta. I'll never forget when Bolivar dismissed me, sent me home, and then handed my whole army to Sucre. It was an awkward moment among anxious souls. Perhaps noting so many strivers under one roof and perhaps eager to reduce the tension, Bolivar stood, handed Sucre his speech, and left him to deliver it in his absence. If anyone harbored the fear that the Liberator would make one last lunge for power, the words Sucre read aloud made it clear that he had no such ambition. Although Congress had paid him polite tribute, although the public seemed to be in his favor, few politicians gave him unequivocal support, and he knew it. His words bristled with customary candor. He wanted no part of the presidency. He had no desire to extend his power one more day. Spare me, I beg you, the disgrace that awaits me if I continue to fill a role that can never be free of the charge of ambition. Believe me, a new leader is absolutely vital to the Republic. The people wonder if I will ever cease to rule. Our American neighbors regard me with a weary eye, contemplating what ills I will now inflict on them. In Europe, there are those who fret that I have besmirched the radiant name of liberty. Ah! How many conspiracies and assaults have been aimed at my life and authority. Fellow citizens, prove yourselves worthy of the free nation you represent by banishing the idea that I am necessary to the Republic. If any one man were indispensable to a state's survival, that state should not and will not exist. Do as you will with this presidency, I respectfully return it to your hands. I am ashamed to admit it, but independence is the only thing we have won, at the cost of everything else. It was a bitter admission. Never before, except in letters to close confidants, had he confessed failure or despaired so openly about the future. Never had he felt so powerless to guide his country from the abyss. Now, more than ever, he warned, Colombia needed strong institutions, better citizens, a more efficient treasury, a radically reorganized military, a judiciary that protected the rights of man. He appealed to the senators to preserve and protect the Catholic religion, for in the absence of unity the Church represented the only cohesion South Americans had. Today, I cease to rule, began the public proclamation he issued that afternoon, and a broadside with that headline was posted immediately throughout the capital. In the course of 20 years, he told his countrymen, he had served as their soldier and chief. Now all he wanted was to rescue his tattered glory. Colombians, I have been the victim of reprehensible slander, deprived of a chance to defend my honor and principles. The seekers of power have gone to great lengths to rip me from your hearts, smearing me with their own ambitions, making me out to be the author of schemes they themselves concocted, ascribing to me aspirations to a crown, which they offered me more than once and which I rejected with staunch Republican indignation. Never, never, I swear to you, have my thoughts been tainted by lust for a kingdom. In the name of Colombia, remain united, do not allow it to be said that you were a nation's assassins and your own executioners. Defending his reputation had become his paramount goal. In the next days, with what little strength he had, he dedicated himself to it. He met with foreign diplomats, wrote to his ambassador in London, José Fernández Madrid, exhorting him to dispel the negative press against Bolivar in Europe. There was so much to defend, the hard-won liberation, the human costs, the iron discipline, the need for unity, the Pan-American vision, the Bolivian constitution, the executions. Ambassador Madrid was to insist that Bolivar had never forced the Bolivian constitution on Colombia, nor had he been the one to install it in Peru. It had been put in place by Peruvian ministers, and only after he was gone. This was technically true, although it was well known that Bolivar had mounted a vigorous campaign in Peru's outlying provinces. Bolivar also instructed his ambassador to refute all charges of duplicity. Everything he had ever said or done, he insisted, had been honest, straightforward, with no intent to dissimulate. He rejected all charges that he had been unnecessarily cruel to dissidents and Spaniards. If harsh measures had been taken, he argued, it was in the spirit of wartime reprisal. He maintained all he had ever done was free of self-interest, a fact no one could question. He was a virtual pauper. He had rejected salaries, given away everything he owned. Finally, he denied that any of his actions had ever been governed by cowardice. Every attack, every calculated retreat had required grit and daring. In short, Bolivar's campaign to salvage his name was among the most ardent he ever undertook, and it quickly became a losing proposition. Even at home, he was hardly referred to as Liberator anymore. His closest allies had begun calling him simply the General. There is no record that he objected to this, but he can't have helped but notice it. By then, he had convinced himself that he could let go of all worldly assets, power, possessions, even his homeland, except the one thing he prized most: his glory. He retired to his house at La Quinta, where Manuela awaited him. Loving him as she did, she must have been shocked to see him so physically reduced, so emotionally ravaged. In 7 short years, he had gone from being a commanding presence, a vibrant lover, to the remnant that appeared before her now. She received him with customary cheer, but it had to have been disorienting. She was a woman in the prime of life, a spirited, vivacious, 32-year-old, and he an old man in rapid ruin. Despite his determination to leave the presidency, it became impossible to let go of the reins entirely. Congress rejected his resignation as it had done on 3 earlier occasions, but this time it was for practical reasons. The country needed to project some semblance of stability as it went about electing a new leader. Even those who despised him feared that without him at the helm, the country would spiral into chaos. He was pressed, as he had always been, into staying just a little while longer. There were moments when glimmers of the dream returned, a vestigial impulse he couldn't quite control. On January 27, even as Congress busily hammered out a new constitution, he volunteered to lead an expedition to try to talk peace out of secession. Colombia's ministers, recalling his earlier blunders with peace, insisted a president could not travel at such a crucial time. Hamstrung and frustrated, he wrote to one of his closest friends in Caracas, José Angel Alamo, "I've asked Colombia to speak up about how it wants to be governed. Let it speak up, then. The whole South has gone and done whatever it felt like doing. Some want a populist government, democratically elected officials, regular change, others, a monarchy, and yet others. Sheer idiocies. Let Venezuela be what it will be. Let it separate, federate, do whatever its heart desires. I don't care at all, at all, at all. The only thing I want is what any soldier or slave wants: my discharge, my freedom." He was feeling petulant, peevish. Seized by another attack of what he called black bile, he appointed General Domingo Cachedo acting president and announced he was setting out to convalesce in a country retreat a few miles southwest of La Quinta. The government could hardly refuse. It was clear to all except perhaps Bolivar that he was on the verge of physical collapse. With a small retinue of intimates, including José Palacios and his nephew Fernando, Bolivar went off to a house by a pretty little brook, away from the ferment of the capital. He had released all executive power for good. He would never rule Colombia again. Ever since he had confided to General O'Leary that he intended to relinquish the presidency and leave the country, Bolivar had worried about his means to make that possible. He had no money. He had turned down every compensatory award every government had offered him. He had pressed his salaries on others, or neglected to collect them. By the end of March, he realized the urgency of his situation. He was destitute. He sold his silverware in hopes that it would cover his expenses, but it fetched little more than $2,000, hardly enough for a transatlantic passage and the cost it would take to sail up the Magdalena to Cartagena. He had nothing to live on come the day he arrived at wherever he was going, whether it was Europe or a stopover in Curaçao or Jamaica. His one last financial hope lay in his copper mines in Arana, a property worth more than the equivalent of $10 million. But work there had ground to a stop and the mines were frozen in legal limbo. He had instructed his sister Maria Antonia to sell them to pay her bills, and, indeed, a buyer in London had surfaced. But niggling questions of title and liens had interfered, and the lucrative mines, owned outright by the Bolivars since 1773, had ended up in Venezuelan courts, their ownership disputed. The owner, it was claimed, was nowhere to be found. It was clear to anyone who cared to look that this was out-and-out harassment. In short, the man who had freed Americans from Panama to Potosi, who had commandeered the gold and silver of the Indies, who had been awarded jewel-encrusted crowns and scabbards and million-dollar bonuses, and given it all away, had little to show for the sacrifice. He had claimed he didn't care about money, that he needed no more than what was given any soldier. But he had ended up with less, he had no income and no pension. Eventually, when Venezuela outlawed the sale of the Arana mines completely, all hope that he would ever recover his rightful inheritance was lost. He was not surprised. Bogotá had tried to assassinate him, and now in Caracas, where peace had whipped up a mighty belligerence, they were killing his very name. Bolivar's old comrades began turning against him with signal relish. His old pal Bermudez accused him of being a despot with criminal designs. Arizamendi, at whose side he had fought many years before, called him a tyrant with an evil brain. He was persona non grata, a man who had forced his country to kowtow to another capital. Now he would be shown no mercy. He was stripped of his citizenship, his property, his right to ever go home again. At first, when he heard of the court's ruling, he was outraged, but as weeks turned into months, rage turned into resignation. He wrote to a friend who was trying to assist Maria Antonia in her legal battles, "Give up trying to defend me. Let the judge and his cronies take my property. I know them. Scoundrels. Don't do one more thing on my behalf. I'll die the way I was born, naked. I can't take any more humiliation." Maria Antonia, too, had had her share of chagrin. In her attempt to manage her brother's affairs, she had encountered nothing but opprobrium. As Bolivar languished in limbo, unable to eat or sleep, his health dwindling alongside his prospects, her door was hung with threats. "Maria Antonia, don't be a fool. But since you are, just mind this rule. Should you ever want to see Bolivar, go on, you'll find him in the graveyard." She was barely able to fend for herself. She could hardly be expected to fend for his financial affairs, too. This is not to say that Bolivar was living like an impoverished man. He was a head of state, slept in palaces, ate well. But the presidency would soon go to someone else, and he was facing penury in a foreign land. He had anticipated neither of these eventualities. He had made no contingent plans. The worst of it was that his fellow Venezuelans had pushed him to the brink of poverty, although few knew how desperate his situation was. He had been celebrated, glorified wherever he went. It would have been natural for them to assume he had become ever more prosperous along the way. Even his old mistress in Paris, Fanny du Villers, had written to him and pleaded for money, imagining the Liberator a vastly rich man. But Bolivar had always been profligate with what little he had. War widows in distress, soldiers who had been incapacitated, officers struggling under debt, legions had benefited from his largesse. He had spent 20 years emptying his pockets for liberty. While Bolivar considered the meager options left to him, Colombia continued to swirl in discord. Congress labored to write a constitution for the greater republic even as its constituent states sped off on separate tracks. Ecuador readied to declare itself a country. Pease announced that Venezuela's sovereignty was non-negotiable, laws would be regarded as null and void if they were concocted in Bogotá. If that wasn't clear enough, Pease added that he would not deal with Bogotá until Bolivar was ejected permanently from the country. A flurry of vacillations followed as Bolivar considered taking up the reins one last time, a whim that arose as mercurially as one of his fevers. He worked himself into a temper, accused General Urdaneta of making a mess of the Republic. Urdaneta barked back that Bolivar had killed the Republic long ago by pardoning Pease and giving him license. Wanting to fix things once and for all, Bolivar put in a bid for re-election. When Bogotá's ministers, all of them his friends, came to tell him that this was madness, that for him to stay was a threat to domestic peace, Bolivar erupted in a fury. What was he now then? What had his hard work come to? In what capacity would he be leaving the presidency? They answered as evenly as they could, he would leave as first citizen. When he calmed, he saw that there was no other way. Bolivar resigned the presidency on April 27, 1830. Although Venezuela and New Granada were eager to be rid of him, Ecuador offered him safe haven. In a warm letter to the Liberator, General Flores expressed outrage at Colombia's ingratitude. "Come live in our hearts," he wrote, "and receive the homage and respect that the genius of America deserves." They were pretty words, but Flores was hardly interested in pursuing Bolivar's vision of unity. He was seeking a nationhood of his own. Having returned to Bogotá in March to campaign for re-election, Bolivar was soon given plenty of reasons to leave. Not one vote had been cast in his favor. Sucre, the man he hoped would succeed him, had been barred from running at all. The new constitution stipulated that a president had to be at least 40, everyone knew that Sucre was only 35. Even so, with all the barriers Bolivar's enemies had raised against him, a Bolivarian went on to win the majority of votes. But as that winner's name was being read out, the announcer was shouted down, the people of Bogotá balked. Citizens ran out into the streets, roaring that Bolivar had tampered with the election. Panicked, the congressmen who had voted for Bolivar's party now rushed to change their ballots. When these were recounted, Colombia had a new president, a leader both parties could live with, Joaquim Mosquera. None of this augured well for the democratic process. And what it said about Bolivar was clear. On May 7, 3 days after Congress unveiled its stillborn constitution, rioting hordes surged through the city, cursing the Liberator's name. Fearing for Bolivar's life, friends urged him to evacuate the palace and move into the house of one of his generals, but even there he could hear young men milling about the streets, shouting taunts. Terrified that another assassination attempt was in the offing, the newly elected vice president, Domingo Cachado, insisted on spending the night under the same roof with Bolivar, so that his very presence might be a shield. Reviled, mortally ill, Bolivar departed Bogotá the next day. Manuela had come to see him off, and they said their hurried goodbyes in a dim corridor of that humble house. With typical resolve, she had decided to stay until the Liberator returned in glory or sent for her from some foreign shore. Their parting was sad and sweet, and shortly after he was striding into the chill of morning. A throng of loyalists had gathered out front, but as Bolivar emerged he could see that Bogotá's most powerful were not among them. The Archbishop made only a brief, perfunctory appearance. President Joaquim Mosquera was still making his way to the capital from Popayán. Vice President Cachado, attempting some measure of courtesy, handed him a letter expressing Colombia's gratitude. Reading it, Bolivar was momentarily overcome. His hands trembled, his face reddened, he mounted his horse with brimming eyes. He rode off, escorted by a phalanx of congressmen, diplomats, soldiers, friends, citizens, foreigners, who were resolved to accompany the Liberator until he was well outside the turbulent city. But they couldn't protect him completely. As he rode through Bogotá's main plaza, a knot of rabble ran alongside, pointing, laughing, and barking insults. "Hey, sausage," they called out, using the nickname of a well-known madman who staggered around the city decked out in military gear. We can only imagine Bolivar's cavalcade as it snaked out of Bogotá, making its grim way through the fog-hung morning. There couldn't have been much to say, only a hard, dour silence. When at last the escort stopped and watched its former president recede until he was no more than a speck in the rising mist, the English ambassador turned away with a sigh and said, "He is gone, the gentleman of Colombia." In Bogotá, few seemed to mourn his departure. By noon, an angry mayhem reigned. Bolivar's enemies had circulated a rumor that he wasn't going to Cartagena, after all. Word had it that he was headed for Ocana, where 2,000 soldiers were billeted and waiting for him in the garrisons. 2,000 more were said to be waiting for him farther north. Bolivar's plan, according to his foes, was to march on Caracas, win it from Pise, then double back with renewed muscle and overrun Bogotá. By afternoon, the capital was teeming with rioters and looters. Vice President Cachedo had been powerless to stop them. General Sucre had set out late to join Bolivar's escort, but mobs had already begun to flood the streets, blocking his way. Protesters yelled anti-Bolivarian slogans, burned images of Bolivar. In the Palace of Justice, a throng of hooligans pulled down the Liberator's portrait and ripped the canvas to shreds. When Sucre finally made it to the house where Bolivar was staying, intent on warning him of danger, Bolivar was gone. Heartsick, Sucre wrote him a final valediction. "When I came to your house to accompany you from the city, you had already departed. Perhaps it was just as well, since I was spared the pain of an impossible farewell. Now, with my heart breaking, I don't know what to say. Words cannot express my feelings for you. You have known me for some time now, so you are well aware that it is not your power but your friendship that inspires my most tender affection for you. Goodbye, my general. Take, as a measure of my fondness, these flowing tears." Bolivar was in the northern town of Turbaco, more than 600 miles away, when he read Sucre's letter, and it must have deepened his sense of loss to leave such a friend behind. The trip had not been easy on his health or spirit. After an arduous ride to Honda, he had had to wait for a craft sturdy enough to make the 600-mile journey down the Magdalena. All along, there had been too much time to fear the worst. A few miles outside Bogotá he rode to Manuela Sáenz, full of worry. The more distance he had put between them, the more he fretted about leaving her behind. Envisioning all the perils, not least her reckless nature, Bolivar dashed off an anxious note. "My love, I am glad to report that I am fine, but I am filled with your grief and mine over our separation. I love you, my darling, but I will love you more if you show great prudence, now more than ever. Be careful in all you do, for if you don't you are bound to bring ruin on yourself, and so destroy us both. Your ever faithful lover, Bolivar." By the time he reached Turbaco at the end of May, his condition had worsened. The voyage down the Magdalena, that brown, airless, mosquito-infested river he had navigated so easily in the past, had broken what little vigor he had. He was riding those waters at the peak of the rainy season, and the river spilled onto the banks, sending snakes, crocodiles, and eels swirling out of the depths. The journey had to have been hard, the rapids, bone-rattling. But the relentless, fetid heat of the coast was worse, aggravating his pulmonary infirmities. Even so, there was a bit of good news at the end. He received word that the new government in Bogotá had granted him an annual pension equivalent to $15,000. It was enough, at least, to live on. But when would it begin? How long would he have to wait in that suffocating heat to be able to afford his passage? The scant money he had raised by pawning his household knickknacks in Bogotá was all but gone. To make matters worse, his passport was slow in coming, and finding a ship to carry him away had turned out to be a complicated ordeal. He reached Cartagena at the end of June and set about querying the port about passing ships that might take him. Before long, he learned that a British packet boat was on its way, but the authorities told him it was relatively small, uncomfortable, hardly fit for a debilitated passenger. When he learned that it would be full of women, he consented to let it go. A second boat arrived, and the authorities counseled him against that, too, but this time Bolivar wouldn't hear of it. He instructed José Palacios to take his luggage down to the beach, wait for the boat's arrival, and carry it all on board. As he and his servant stood at the water's edge, awaiting their fate with a crowd of well-wishers, they watched the boat speed toward them. It must have been heartening to see that fleet craft with a full wind in its sails. But the gusts were so strong that the boat soon careened out of control. As they watched, it ran aground, shattering its hull. Undaunted, Bolivar declared he would sail as soon as repairs were made, but the captain of the damaged ship had a better idea. A British man-o-war bound for Jamaica and England was due within the week. It promised a steadier voyage, larger accommodations, a doctor on board. When the Shannon arrived, its English captain was the soul of munificence. He offered Bolivar his own room and every amenity he could afford, but he added that the ship's first stop would be the Venezuelan port of La Guaira, where Bolivar could not legally go. The captain suggested that he wait a month until the Shannon returned to Cartagena, at which point he would gladly ferry Bolivar to Jamaica and beyond. Bolivar agreed, and took advantage of the ship's route to Caracas to send a letter to his executor, requesting some desperately needed cash. Relieved that he had been spared the grueling months-long voyage, his friends spirited him off to convalesce in a modest cottage at the foot of Mount La Popa. The cash from Caracas never came. What did come as Bolivar awaited his fate was a slew of letters and a bit of remarkable news. Whole provinces of Venezuela had rebelled in his favor. They were calling Bolivar back into the fray. His spirits lifted. He knew perfectly well that for him to return to Venezuela was to risk war with peace, and yet it was tempting to think that he might live out his days in the land of his fathers, the land for which he had sacrificed all. As he mulled this unexpected turn of events, June slipped into July, ships came and went, and more bulletins arrived. But nothing would affect him as deeply as the tragic news he received on the morning of July 1st. Sucre had been assassinated. Unable to find the Liberator in the churning chaos of the capital, the general had decided to undertake the long ride home to his wife and infant in Quito. But days into the trip, he had been ambushed in the thickest part of a forest, deep in the heart of that most fractious and willful of regions, Pasto. He had set out in the dim light of dawn and was traversing a rocky mount when he heard someone call his name. He whirled around in his saddle to meet a quick battery of gunshot. When his 3 traveling companions caught up with him, they found him sprawled on the ground with a bullet in his heart, 2 more in his brain. His dazed mule was standing by. Days later, a band of suspects was arrested, dragged to Bogotá, and put on trial. In the course of conflicting testimony, none of which was ever substantiated, the leader of the group confessed that he had been dispatched by General Obando. There was logic to this. Obando was the notorious rebel who had sought Peru's help against Sucre. In a desperate effort to unify the region, Bolivar had forgiven Obando, even promoted him to a position of prominence. The directive Obando had given to Sucre's killers, according to one of them, was as urgent as it was explicit. The men were to stop Sucre from returning to Quito at all costs. It was essential, urgent, a matter of state security. Bolivar's favorite son was in the process of mounting a colossal crime against the Ecuadorian people. He was galloping home, Obando told them, to prepare the country for Bolivar's coronation. Whether Obando was complicit was never established. Whether the crime originated in Pasto or Bogotá would remain a mystery as well. But everyone seemed to recall that 3 days before the murder, El Democrata, a liberal newspaper in Bogotá, had published this in one of its editorials: "Maybe Obando will go ahead and finally do to Sucre what we failed to do to Bolivar." It was obvious that a contract of some sort had been carried out on Bolivar's chosen successor. General Flores, whom Bolivar had shunted aside for Sucre, was also accused of having ordered the assassination, as was anyone who had any reason to want Sucre gone. No one was ever made to answer those accusations. By the time Bogotá moved to deliberate the question of Obando's complicity, Ecuador had proclaimed its independence from Colombia. It was for all intents and purposes a perfect hit. The news of Sucre's murder couldn't have been more devastating to a sick man on the brink of exile. Bolivar had been prepared to lose all he had: homeland, family, fortune. But to lose a brave man who had served his dream so loyally was more than he had bargained for. Sucre had been Bolivar's ideal, a skilled leader who was also a devoted acolyte, a brilliant warrior on whose honesty and principles he could rely. He had won some of Bolivar's most resounding victories: Ayacucho, Pichincha, Tarqui. He had presided over Bolivia, the nation that bore the Liberator's name. He had shared in the most intimate aspects of Bolivar's life, sealing a warm friendship with Manuela. He had warned Bolivar of impending dangers, told him truths no one else dared say. He was the best friend and defender the Liberator had ever had. How could Sucre, a blameless hero, a man who served liberty so selflessly, have been struck dead by a compatriot's hand? It was barbaric, inconceivable. Holy God! Bolivar roared when he heard of it, if there is justice in heaven, hurl down your vengeance now. That night, Bolivar's condition worsened. He was overcome by an insuperable sense of dread. He had agonized over his mistress's welfare, worried about his sisters. He had thought them the most vulnerable, but it was his fearless warrior who had been hunted and killed. If it could happen to Sucre, it could happen to anyone. Shaken to his very soul, he issued a warning to his second most favorite general, Flores. Be careful, he wrote him. Mind your safety as if you were a pretty little girl. Manuela, on the other hand, was flaunting her safety, comporting herself like anything but a little girl. She was dressing like a Mameluke soldier, galloping through Bogota with her ostentatious servants, inviting trouble. The city's demonstrations had provoked her to out-and-out war. On the very day Bolivar departed, she began a calculated campaign against the new president, Joaquim Mosquera, who had yet to step foot in Bogota. As far as she could see, his first order of business had been to vilify the Liberator. The riots seemed thoroughly provoked, the editorials full of vitriol, and public smears had targeted her, too. By now, Manuela was well accustomed to insults. Making fun of the Liberator's mistress had been elevated to public sport. In newspapers she was referred to as the foreigner. In drinking establishments the names for her were more lewd and piquant. On June 9, the eve of the religious festival of Corpus Christi, Manuela learned that gigantic caricatures of her and Bolivar had been erected on the capital's main square. For as long as anyone could remember, it had been customary on the eve of Corpus Christi for Bogotá's citizens to poke fun at government authorities, all in the name of public merriment. But the effigies that appeared on the plaza that afternoon were particularly vicious. They were colossal grotesques, obvious enough in their likenesses, and they loomed over a platform that had been fashioned as an elaborate castle. Bolivar was wearing a crown and labeled despot. Manuela was in regal dress, branded tyranny. They were deliberate provocations, and they did what they were meant to do. They aroused an infuriated response. Manuela rode to the plaza, dressed in her colonel's uniform and accompanied by her black servants, the smart-mouthed Janatas and Nathan, toting all manner of knives and pistols. At Manuela's command, the women rushed at the soldiers guarding the display. The men, astounded by the sudden hostility, pulled their bayonets to the ready. That only spurred Janatas and Nathan to a higher fury. They came at the guards now with such raw truculence that they had to be forcibly disarmed, arrested, and sent to prison. Manuela went home in a huff. All the same, she had made her point. So had her critics. The offending caricatures were dismantled and carried away. A few days later, the liberal tabloid Aurora reported. An unhinged woman, a devotee of General Bolivar who always shows up in clothes that do not correspond to her sex, and who, truth be told, insists that her servants show up the same way, burst onto the scene, offending the decorum, disrupting the order, and breaking the law of the land. She proceeded to the plaza with 2 soldiers, flaunted a pistol, declaimed against the government, liberty, and the people. When the black women were arrested, we thought the regime might take the opportunity to punish their crimes with serious penalties. Instead, the authorities freed them, and the vice president in charge ended up by going to the house of the foreigner and paying her a friendly visit. Days later, when President Mosquera was finally expected to enter Bogotá, Manuela decided to watch from her perch on her second-floor balcony. It was a comfortable enough place to pass the time, and she had often gone there to sit and sew. As she settled into her chair, she could see that a great many people had streamed into the public spaces. A good crowd of revelers had gathered under her balcony. They were young, loud, obstreperous, eager to welcome the new head of state. But before long, they were shouting expressions that hardly corresponded to the occasion: "Down with despots! Down with tyranny!" aimed clearly at Manuela's house. The slogans, well known by now, were code for Bolivar, meant to offend. A mounting fury rose in Manuela. But the parade had begun in earnest now, and just as President Mosquera came into view, a string of fireworks pealed down the street to announce him. Music, cheering, and a resounding din rocked the air. Whether or not it was intentional, a few sputtering flares veered dangerously close to her balcony. They seemed aimed straight at her, and they caused her no shortage of alarm. She shot out of her chair. "You think that man is president?" she yelled at them fiercely. "Wrong. He is no president. The real one is Bolivar, liberator of nations." Soon, she was in an angry exchange. Fists punched the air, fingers jabbed in opposing directions. Within moments her servants appeared on the balcony, lit firecrackers in hand, ready to defend their mistress. They lobbed their ammunition into the throng, scattering people in terror. Outraged, the men below started hurling rocks. Then one of her male servants ran into the street, waving a gun. Someone managed to wrench it away, but not before Manuela and Jonatas had dashed downstairs, grabbed their rifles, and burst through the doors to join him. Flailing the air with weapons, they tried to push the angry crowd from the house. A tragedy might have followed had it not been for General Mariano Paris, a close friend of Bolivar's, who rode back from the president's parade and put a quick end to it all. The government understood that it had a formidable foe in the Liberator's mistress. It fought back with steely resolve, describing her as ravenously promiscuous, a voluptuary who took on lovers even as Bolivar was making his way to exile. She was no longer the valiant liberatrix, who stood fast against assassins. They mocked her eccentricities, her manly poses, her Quito accent. Before the brawl, the government had harassed her for little more than shouting "Viva Bolivar!" Now they called her impertinence treason and made it a matter of state. They did so flagrantly, without any interference from President Mosquera or Vice President Cachado, the very men Bolivar had counted on to protect her. Both President and Vice President, however, had fallen under the thrall of Santander's liberals. Days after Mosquera arrived in Bogotá, he appointed Bolivar's most ardent critics, the sharp-tongued journalist Vicente Azuero and the convicted conspirator Pedro Carajo, to top positions in his government. There was a reason: he owed his election to their party. Mosquera and Cachado were decent men, trusted by both factions, but they soon proved to be weak executives. When pressed to put Santander's liberals in high positions, they acquiesced. When those liberals gave orders to punish Manuela, they looked the other way. Mosquera had become the very antithesis of the leader Bolivar had expected him to be: soft, spineless, scared of his own shadow, doing everyone else's bidding. "My hero has turned into a pumpkin," Bolivar would later say. In time, the pressures on Manuela grew intolerable. The regime tried to seize Bolivar's archives, but she fought it fiercely. "In answer to your demands, let me just say that I have absolutely nothing in my possession that belongs to the government," she wrote back. "What I do have is the personal property of His Excellency, the Liberator. I will not surrender one sheet of paper, one book, unless you can produce a ruling that proves he is in breach of the law." Little by little, she meant to break the back of the liberals and stage a comeback for Bolivar. It was why she had stayed in the capital in the first place. She courted the regiments with beer and cigars, she plastered the capital's walls with propaganda, she wrote letters to editors, insisting that she was the victim of a small, pernicious cabal. She firmly believed that the Colombian people were overwhelmingly for Bolivar, that they weren't being allowed to have their say. But before she could make much headway, the government moved to destroy her. Azuero, now the Minister of the Interior, initiated a formal investigation into her wanton and scandalous comportment. The mayor of Bogotá let it be known that he would seek her imprisonment. She received so many death threats that her friends finally persuaded her to leave the capital. What had happened to Sucre, they argued, could happen to her. In mid-August, wearily Sáenz packed up her possessions, mounted her horse, and left Bogotá, riding west toward the Magdalena River. But the winds of change were such that within 2 weeks, the entire political climate of Colombia had reversed. The rich conservatives of Bogotá, aghast at their flagrantly inept government, began making demands. They wanted General Urdaneta reinstated as Minister of War, the journalist Azuero removed as Minister of the Interior. They wanted all who had been implicated in the attempt on Bolivar's life ousted from office. They insisted on fewer liberal appointments, more balance, more conservatives in high command. The church was firmly on their side, as was the military. It was evident to all that Mosquera had made a great error in handing so much power to Bolivar's enemies. The government was unbalanced, and the people felt marginalized, ignored. By the time a band of angry Bolivarian rebels overcame government forces in a skirmish outside the capital, the tide had begun to turn. Days later, Mosquera left Bogotá, claiming he was unwell. On September 5, he and Cachado were deposed. General Urdaneta, who had been behind the coup all along, wasted no time. He seized power, warily proclaiming victory for Bolivar, although he had opposed the Liberator only months before. Like so many others, Urdaneta was using Bolivar's glory for his own purposes. Cagily, with little to lose, he promised to rule for the time being, only until the Liberator returned. Bolivar was long past returning. Broken by Sucre's assassination, stung by ingratitude, he had slipped into the mortal grip of his affliction. Manuela did not know this. She believed the rumors of his decline had been lies, advanced by enemies. The Liberator is immortal, she crowed, and, as far as she was concerned, it was so. She sent one of her friends to Cartagena to confirm it. Her lover had been ill before in Peru, in Guayaquil, and he had always sprung back to win wars, liberate nations, dance. She was convinced he would flourish once more when he reached England, or wherever he decided to go. But by September 25, the second anniversary of the assassination attempt, Bolivar had become a spectral shadow. From time to time, vestiges of the old Liberator would emerge, quixotic, abiding, flickering in the gloom, but they quickly receded with the bleak march of his disease. In October, buoyed momentarily by a surge of popular support, he claimed he would march south with 3,000 troops. If they offer me an army, I'll accept. If they send me to Venezuela, I'll go. But he admitted later that he had said so only to boost his supporters. When General Urdaneta sent a delegation to request that he come to Bogotá and take command, Bolivar responded with an unequivocal no. The delegation could see why. He was deathly sick, his only goal seemed to be to get well enough to travel. He told friends that he was largely in the dark, too exhausted, too weak to think. It was only partially so. His body may have been wasted, but his mind was in perfect order. He knew he didn't want any part of this new, makeshift Colombia. In Urdaneta's wild caprices, in Piz's crazy fandango, Bolivar recognized the chaos he had always feared for Latin America. I cannot live between rebels and assassins, he confided. I refuse to be honored by swine, cannot take comfort in empty victories. For him, Urdaneta's rebellion was illegitimate, as illegal as any act by Córdoba, PR, or Piz, even if it promised Bolivar a return to glory. Where was the legal process? Where was the orderly democratic vote? He could not accept power on the basis of rank mutiny. He felt he had been diminished enough already in the public eye by Santander's intrigues, by P's vicissitudes, by his own party's ill-advised project to crown him king, and now here they are, wanting to strip me of my personal honor, reduce me to an enemy of the state. They were asking Bolivar to take power at any cost. It was too much. Mosquera is the legitimate president, he wrote to Urdaneta. That is the law. I have no right to his title. Nor has he ceded it. To a confidant, he spoke with emphatic pessimism, I no longer have a fatherland for which to sacrifice my life. He believed with all his heart that the dogs of anarchy were running loose now. He had always been animated by adversity, willing to try extreme measures of constitutional law if they could save the country. But why would he want to impose his will on an effort that was already lost? Believe me, he wrote, in a feverish spurt of epistolary energy, I've never looked on insurrections kindly, I've even come, at this late stage, to deplore the one we mounted against Spain. I don't see much good coming for our country. It was during this time that he received a letter from General Lafayette, the revolutionary hero now living on a magnificent estate outside Paris. Bolivar had treasured his correspondence with Lafayette, just as he had treasured warm letters from Bishop de Prade, or the one from George Washington's family that acknowledged Bolivar as the Washington of the South. Lafayette was deeply respectful, almost adoring in his praise. As far as he was concerned, Bolivar had accomplished more than Washington, he had freed his people in far more difficult circumstances. North America's revolutionaries had been uniformly white, after all, and their values had been shared ideals, their faith overwhelmingly Protestant. In South America, on the other hand, Bolivar had cobbled liberty from a gallimaufry of peoples and races, and he had done so by sheer dint of talent, tenacity, and valor. The tribute to the Liberator was crisp, cordial, and big-hearted, but Lafayette dealt him two lasting wounds in its delivery. He made it clear that the lifetime presidency Bolivar had proposed in the Bolivian constitution did not square with democratic principle, and he urged Bolivar to forgive, bring home, and join forces with Santander. The message was tidy, straightforward. And it was more than a dying man could bear. I am old, sick, tired, disillusioned, besieged, maligned, and badly paid, he protested to a friend. And I ask for nothing more than a good rest and the preservation of my honor. Alas, I don't think I will ever find either. In 47 years of life traversing more than 75,000 miles of hard terrain, Bolivar had been the essence of vigor. He had rarely experienced physical weakness, much less the spiritual anguish that so often accompanies it. He had truly been iron-ass, hale, able to outrun and outride far younger soldiers, blessed with a seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Certainly, he had experienced bouts of exhaustion in his time, but drastic circumstances had helped explain them, feats in high altitudes, freezing promontories, waist-high floods, jungle swelter. It seemed there was no adversity he could not surmount. Fussy about hygiene, abstemious, he was free of debilitating vices, neither a smoker nor a drinker. He was able to function with a minimum of rest. As the years wore on and he went from battlefield to battlefield, he was crimped by a touch of this and that, malaria, dysentery, punishing hemorrhoids that followed long campaigns on a horse. But these were rare setbacks in an otherwise vigorous constitution. He had always been war-ready, prepared for hardship, remarkably fit, even if he couldn't always explain why. To find himself so suddenly helpless, unable to overcome simple fatigue, unable to ride or walk for even a short distance, was disorienting. By October, it was clear that he was too incapacitated to do more than dictate letters from bed. He had shooting pains in his abdomen, an angry cough, and his appetite had dwindled emphatically. He asked for a little dry sherry to spur it, a fresh vegetable perhaps, but when presented with food, he lost all interest. The heat of Cartagena was debilitating, its effect on his ill so pronounced that his entourage decided to move him inland to Barranquilla, where the air seemed slightly more salubrious. But any relief he gained from the move was soon dwarfed by a passel of different discomforts. In Barranquilla, he was swaddled in wool from head to toe, fighting off chills. Soon, he was longing for a quick voyage at sea, convinced that the Caribbean air would do him good, that a little nausea from a rocking ship might serve as a welcome purgative. But all the while, he adamantly refused medicines, took no palliatives, even the most acute pain could not persuade him to do otherwise. There was no doctor whose opinion he trusted. "I've deteriorated to such a degree," he wrote Urdaneta, "that I've come to believe I'm dying. You would find me absolutely unrecognizable." Indeed, he was dangerously emaciated, a living skeleton, so wisp-like that he could hardly stand. "Today, I had a bad fall," he wrote in early November. "I toppled half dead from my feet for no reason. Fortunately, it turned out to be no more than a passing vertigo, although it left me quite confused. All of which proves how feeble I am." Climbing a few steps had become an arduous undertaking. Crossing a large room had become an impossible task. His symptoms so shocked and horrified him that he fretted over each, an anxious hypochondriac, charting the evidence of his own decline. He had barely enough strength to sit and play cards, he was ill-humored, slept badly. When he ate, he took no more than a few bites, a little tapioca, a spoonful of lentils, and so he was growing weaker by the day. "I'm very, very alarmed by his physical state," his close aide, Belford Wilson, reported. "There is no way this man can participate in public office, he is physically and psychologically impaired." But for all the afflictions that gripped his body and spirit, his mind was sharp. He received visitors from Venezuela, where peace's bid for power had spun into open bedlam. He heard out Granadans who wanted him back in Bogotá. He pleaded with Colombians to make peace with their enemies. He warned rebels that they could bring ruin on America. He told Justo Bracino, the rebel governor of an outlying province, that if he didn't reconcile with Urdaneta, the republic would tumble like a house of cards. "Believe me," he said in no uncertain terms, "you too will end up like Pise and Santander, whose rift caused my downfall and wreaked havoc on us all." To Urdaneta, he spoke as plainly, "Building one good accord is better than winning 1,000 arguments. I have no doubt that my inability to make peace with Santander has been our undoing." It was as if in that rapidly waning body he was reaching a higher plane. He seemed to see his failures all too clearly. Many generals, he counseled, know how to win wars, but too few know what to do with their victories. He worried openly about the legitimacy of his successor and told Urdaneta that until he held an election he was no more than a tin-pot usurper. "I wouldn't be surprised if they kill you," he said, "and then plunge into total anarchy. If they do, it will be because you didn't obey the laws." He instructed Urdaneta to burn those letters as soon as he read them. They were too candid, too disapproving. He didn't want his words twisted against Urdaneta after he was dead and gone. No one in that roiling stew of ambition could count on holding power for long. To General Flores, the new president of Ecuador, his message was just as dire: avenge Sucre's murder, he advised Flores, for it was the vilest crime America had ever known, then get out while you can. In a passage that has become a classic in the Bolivarian canon, he went on to list what 2 decades of rule had taught him. 1. America is ungovernable. 2. He who serves a revolution plows the sea. 3. All one can do in America is leave it. 4. The country is bound to fall into unimaginable chaos, after which it will pass into the hands of an undistinguishable string of tyrants of every color. 5. Once we are devoured by all manner of crime and reduced to a frenzy of violence, no one, not even the Europeans, will want to subjugate us. 6. And, finally, if mankind could revert to its primitive state, it would be here in America, in her final hour. He was never so lucid, and yet he was not entirely sane. Like a Shakespearean king wandering through the wreckage, he couldn't help but issue commands to his faraway generals, warn them of the collapse to come. For all his pessimism about Colombia, however, he believed, beyond all evidence to the contrary, that his sickness was curable, that it was only a matter of time before he would walk away from it all. When he did, he would sail for the Blue Mountains of Jamaica. Then on to London, with Manuela. One of his most loyal supporters, General Mariano Montilla, who was then in command of the northwestern coast of Colombia, soon took interest in his condition. When Bolivar wrote to him asking for help in procuring a few supplies, Montilla responded by doing far more. He hired a brig to ferry Bolivar to Santa Marta, a quiet enclave in a Caribbean cove just 50 miles east of Barranquilla. The voyage would be swift, easy, precisely the cathartic Bolivar had in mind. But Montilla did not stop there. He found Bolivar a doctor of sorts, a Frenchman who had served as a medic in Napoleon's army, and he persuaded the brig's owner, a rich Spaniard named Joaquim de Meyer, to give the Liberator refuge in his sprawling hacienda on the lip of the sea. Bolivar arrived in Santa Marta on the 1st of December, accompanied by his nephew Fernando, his servant, Jose, and a retinue of loyal friends, among them Peru de la Croix, whom Manuela had sent from Bogotá. It had taken a mere 2 days to skirt the coast in those calm December waters. As they rounded the last jut of land and sailed into an embrace of bay, they saw the glistening white beaches of Santa Marta. Behind were the verdant hills, alive with the riot of birds and orchids. And behind that, like a hoary old giant stretching his legs in the sea, stood the snow-capped Sierra Nevada. Alexander von Humboldt, who had recounted such sights to a far younger Bolivar, had traveled this shore in wonder, recording its snakes, fruits, and shimmering insects hacking his way past palm trees to chance upon a row of tiny volcanoes, barely taller than a man. When the ship pulled into harbor, Joaquim de Meyer was there to greet it, his face a mask of alarm. The dread author of the war to the death had been reduced to a human cinder, the only sign of life, as far as the Spaniard could see, was the fevered eyes black as onyx still smoldering in the meager frame. The officers lowered Bolivar from the ship's deck in a cradle of locked hands. With infinite care, they laid him on a pallet, then carried him off to the stately old mansion that housed the Spanish consulate. There, on that tiny patch of Spain as ironic a destination as an American hero might imagine, he was received with the utmost courtesy and consideration. Alejandro Reverend, the doctor whom Montilla had engaged to care for the ailing Liberator, took careful notes of the occasion. His Excellency arrived in Santa Marta at 7:30 in the evening and, unable to walk at all, came to shore in a chair of human arms. I found him in the following state: extremely thin, exhausted, pained expression, high-strung. Hoarse voice, profound cough, producing a thick, green sputum. Even, but rapid pulse. Labored digestion. The patient exhibited considerable suffering. In sum, His Excellency's illness struck me as most grave, and my immediate impression was that his lungs were sadly damaged. In Barranquilla, he had been given little more than a few tablespoons of cough syrup. For the next few days, Reverend cared for him, securing a second opinion from a United States naval surgeon, whose ship, by chance, had dropped anchor in Santa Marta. The American surgeon corroborated Reverend's diagnosis: the Liberator's illness was largely in his lungs, most probably tuberculosis. With every day, Bolivar's condition grew more dire. He was jaundiced, hardly able to sleep more than 2 hours at a time. At night, he was feverish, delirious. Come morning, he was seized by nausea. His bones ached. His scrawny frame, reduced to less than 80 pounds, shook with coughs or occasional fits of hiccups. He was, as victims of tuberculosis can be, grizzled, balding, shriveled, ancient before his time. 5 days later, Reverend decided to transport him in a comfortable sedan to Meyer's sugar plantation, where, at the very least, Bolivar would be in more pleasant surroundings, surrounded by an attentive staff. At first, Meyer's splendid estate at San Pedro Alejandrino seemed to be just the cure that Bolivar needed. The house was bright, open, with large windows that welcomed fresh breezes from the sea. Palm trees and tamarinds swayed gently in the adjacent gardens. Under a warm sun and a vaulting blue sky, the patient's spirits rose. The sweet fragrance of sugar invaded his senses. It was an aroma he knew well, having grown up on a sugar-cane plantation in San Mateo. As he lay in a hammock strung between two tamarind trees, he may well have remembered the hewn cane, the mashed pulp, the black pits of sorghum that perfumed his childhood. He gained a little energy, wrote a few remarkably eloquent letters. Some time before, he had sent word to Manuela, beseeching her to come. Where was she? More visitors arrived, couriers bursting with news, a solemn bishop, a crisply efficient notary public, generals and colonels eager to see their hero. The officers made themselves comfortable. They played cards, drank rum, hired musicians to raise the fading Liberator's spirits. Rolling cigars, puffing on pipes, they smoked until the corridors were hung with gray. When the stench of one general was so noxious that Bolivar asked him to move back his chair, the man was taken aback. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, I don't think I've soiled myself." "Not at all," Bolivar said, "it's just that you smell like hell." The general laughed and replied that Bolivar would have never said such a thing to Mistress Manuela, whose love of tobacco was well known. Bolivar's face was suddenly filled with infinite sadness. His eyes welled with tears. "Ah, Manuela," he said. "Very well." Some time later, when Dr. Reverend was at his side, Bolivar took it upon himself to ask, "Doctor, what brought you to these parts?" "Liberty," the doctor answered. "And have you found it?" Bolivar queried. "Yes, my general." "Well, then," Bolivar sighed, "you are more fortunate than I. Go back to your beautiful France. Eventually you'll find that life is impossible here, with so many sons of bitches." By the night of December 9th, he was feverish again, raving. The last, fatal seizures of consumption took grip of his bony frame. When he came to his senses the next morning, the bishop pressed him to take his last sacraments. General Montilla, beside himself with grief, pleaded with him to put his house in order, make a will. Bolivar balked at first. Accustomed to fight, he was not prepared for surrender. "How will I ever get out of this labyrinth?" he cried out in dismay. But as the day wore on, he saw the sense in it. With friends at his side as witnesses, he commended his soul to God, declared the long-dead Teresa del Toro his lawfully wedded wife, and avowed that he had no descendants. For all the dozens of mistresses he had romanced in the past, for all the love he had professed to Manuela and Pepita, his bid to posterity confirmed what he had sworn as a young man: no woman would ever take Teresa's place. He had buried his baptismal garments with her body and fulfilled his vows to the church. The rest was a matter of earthly cargo. He bequeathed 8,000 pesos to his lifelong servant Jose Palacios, his disputed property in Venezuela to his two sisters, his most valuable books to the University of Caracas, his sword to Sucre's wife. That night, he received last rites from a humble Indian priest who had been called from a neighboring village. Those rituals done, he turned his remaining strength to address his countrymen one last time. The notary took down his final words. "Colombians, you have witnessed my efforts to launch liberty where tyranny once reigned. I have labored selflessly, sacrificing my fortune and my peace of mind. When it became clear that you doubted my motives, I resigned my command. My enemies have toyed with your confidence, destroyed what I hold sacred: my reputation, my love of liberty. They have made me their victim and hounded me to my grave. I forgive them. As I depart your midst, my love for you impels me to make known my last wishes. I aspire to no other glory than the consolidation of Colombia. My last vote is for the happiness of our native land. If my death can heal and fortify the Union, I go to my tomb in peace. As Bolivar's companions gathered around his bed, the notary read out those last lines. The Liberator was a living ghost. He could hardly keep his eyes open, hardly talk, hardly breathe, but his mind was clear enough to grasp that his words had made an impression. In that circle of hard-bitten soldiers, there was scarcely a dry eye. A man could do little more but die. And so it came to be. Within hours, he was weaving in and out of delirium. His urine burned, doubling him over with pain, his hands and feet were as cold as the Andean snow. His pulse galloped, he passed blood, and then he started to babble incoherently. "Jose," he called out, "let's go. Let's go. They don't want us. Take my luggage on board." In time, he lost the ability to form words at all. When asked whether he was in pain, he seemed to be signaling no. 6 days passed in this harrowing limbo. At noon on December 17th, the strange wheeze that was coming from his chest gave way to desperate gasps. Life would not depart Bolivar's body easily. But there was no mistaking it, he was taking his last, deep gulps of mortality. Something about that urgent rattle startled Dr. Reverend. He called the men from the room next door. "Gentlemen, if you want to be present for the Liberator's last breath and his final hour," he said, "come now." They filed in quickly, somberly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, exactly 11 years to the minute after his famed Declaration of Independence in Angostura, Bolivar's soul passed from his shattered body. His lips went white, his brow softened in beatific repose. Bolivar was dead, Greater Colombia was gone, and the dream he had held so dear slipped imperceptibly into the vast hereafter. But there was no question about the triumph. 6 new nations, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Bolivia, and Peru, would emerge one by one to confirm it. Epilogue. Only after Bolivar was dead and gone did his legend take root and grow. Few heroes have been so exalted by history, so venerated around the world, so memorialized in marble. In time, the rancor that dogged his last days became rampant adulation. But that reversal, perhaps unique in the annals of history, was slow to come. As life ebbed and the corpse grew cold, only the loyal were there to mourn him. Bolivar died reviled, misunderstood, slandered in every republic he had liberated. For all the wealth into which he had been born, he died a pauper. For all the treasuries he had commanded, he had eschewed financial reward. He departed this life penniless, powerless, dispossessed. Driven from Bogota, loathed by Peru, yearning to return to his beloved Caracas, he soon found that even his native land had barred his homecoming. He died mourned by only a few, his manservant, his stalwart lieutenants, his sisters, his brother's son, a scattering of friends. There was scant sympathy otherwise. "Goodbye to the spirit of evil," the governor of Maracaibo crowed, "the author of all misfortune, the tyrant of the fatherland." 12 years passed before Bolivar's bones were carried home to Caracas in triumph. As 3 rounds of cannon fire sounded from a nearby fort, marking the Liberator's passing, his doctor, the town pharmacist Reverend, undertook to perform an autopsy. From the cadaver's discoloration, the choked lungs, pronounced tubercles, advanced atrophy, he could draw but one conclusion: Bolivar had died of acute pulmonary failure, most likely tuberculosis. After working all night to embalm him, the doctor met light of day with one more responsibility. There was no one else to dress the dead man, no garment available but the shabby tunic in which he had died. A clean shirt had to be borrowed from a kind neighbor, after which some semblance of a funeral was arranged and paid for by a volunteer. On December 20, 1830, the Liberator's corpse was transported from public view at the Custom House to the cathedral, some blocks away. A modest procession wended its way through the sleepy streets of Santa Marta. Bells tolled, a requiem was sung, but no important officials were there to hear them. The Bishop of Santa Marta, who had fallen ill days before, did not preside over the Mass. Bolivar's remains were deposited in a tomb within the cathedral walls, and there they lay as Greater Colombia fell to pieces, the continent spun into petty wars, and Bolivar's generals scrambled to advance self-important visions. Within months, Bolivar's nemesis José Antonio Paz was elected president in Venezuela. General Urdaneta, who had lobbied to make Bolivar king, was toppled ignominiously in Bogotá. General Santander, in exile for the attempted assassination, was brought back to rule independent Colombia. General Flores, wanting more elbow room for Ecuador, prepared a flank attack on the parent republic. Panama, trying to declare itself a republic, looked around anxiously for a leader. Bolivia, under Andrés Santa Cruz, struggled to surmount the chaos. And Peru, the anxious heart of a lapsed empire, proceeded to have 20 presidents in the next 20 years. But, for all that, the Liberator's paramount achievement was irreversible: the Spaniards never returned. The news of Bolivar's death, like all news in those distant days, was slow to spread through the Americas. Manuela had been making her way upriver toward him, confident that rumors of his decline were exaggerations, when she was stopped cold by a letter from Peru de la Croix. "Allow me, esteemed madam, to weep with you over the immense loss you have suffered along with the rest of the nation. Prepare yourself for a final death notice." She was taken aback, momentarily unhinged. Somehow, she got hold of a venomous snake and put it to her throat, but it sank its fangs into her arm instead. When she recovered, she regained her rock-hard determination. "I loved the Liberator when he was alive," she wrote General Flores. "Now that he is dead, I worship him." Less than 2 years later, Santander, back in power, packed her off to foreign shores. She sailed to Jamaica, then Guayaquil, but her passport was revoked along the way, and so she landed in Paita, a tiny fishing village on the coast of Peru, where the only wayfarers were Yankee whalers. Undaunted, striving to make the best of a bad situation, she took over an abandoned house not far from the wharf and hung a sign over her door: "Tobacco. English spoken. Manuela signs." For a modest fee, she offered to write letters on behalf of illiterate sailors. She prepared and sold sweets, embroidered linens, and, one way or another, managed to eke out a meager living. But she lived in virtual poverty for the rest of her days, visited from time to time by such eminences as the Italian military hero Giuseppe Garibaldi, or the celebrated Peruvian writer Ricardo Palma. As years went by, she learned that her husband, James Thorne, had been murdered along with his mistress as they strolled through the sugar fields, not far from Lima. There were perhaps many reasons why. Thorne had had numerous mistresses and illegitimate children since Manuela had left him. At the very end of her life, Signs was joined by Simon Rodriguez, Bolivar's teacher, who arrived in Paita when he was 80, destitute, and more than a little touched by madness. He limped off a boat in 1853 and died the following year. Manuela died 2 years later. We can only imagine the conversations between those feisty old revolutionaries who loved Bolivar above all men. Dead, Bolivar became less man than symbol. As the years went by, as chaos continued to plague the region, South Americans recalled the extraordinary feat of freeing so many nations in so dire a time. His failures as a politician receded. His successes as a liberator took center stage. Indeed, the accomplishments were irrefutable. It was he who had disseminated the spirit of the Enlightenment, brought the promise of democracy to the hinterlands, opened the minds and hearts of Latin Americans to what they might become. It was he who, with a higher moral instinct than even Washington or Jefferson, saw the absurdity of embarking on a war for liberty without first emancipating his own slaves. It was he who had led the armies, slept on the ground with his soldiers, fretted about their horses, their bullets, their maps, their blankets, inspired men to unimaginable heroism. Revolutionaries called for him in Mexico, Chile, Cuba, Argentina. He rode, fighting all the way, as Thomas Carlyle put it, more miles than Ulysses ever sailed. Let the coming Homers take note of it. Never before in the history of the Americas had one man's will transformed so much territory, united so many races. Never had Latin America dreamed so large. But in the course of forging a new world, compromises had been made. More than once, Bolivar found himself tossing ideals by the wayside. As he rode through the roiling hell of a brutal war, through the abattoirs of improvised military justice, he didn't always have the luxury of employing the principles he so eloquently espoused. From time to time he made questionable decisions. Bolivar's critics are quick to cite them, the decree of a war to the death, for instance, with which he meant to shock and awe the colonizer. The execution of General Pr, a young, ambitious patriot who, Bolivar suspected, was trying to incite a race war under his very nose. The massacre of 800 Spanish prisoners at Puerto Cabello, which seemed expeditious at the time, as a prison uprising was feared and there were insufficient guards to contain them. The betrayal of his aging fellow liberator, Francisco Miranda, who, according to Bolivar, had lacked courage, capitulated too easily, and sold out the revolution to Spain. Last, and certainly not least, was Bolivar's exercise of dictatorial powers. He had good arguments for all of it. There was, to begin, a continent's staggering ignorance, the result of conditions under which it had labored for hundreds of years. In his darkest hours, Bolivar wondered whether his America was truly ready for democracy. There was, too, the swift, draconian response Spain let loose on revolutionaries. After the Napoleonic Wars, the Madre Patria emerged fiercer, more terrible, more sharpened by combat than the patriots could have anticipated. Violence was met by ever more violence, and soon escalation became the only rule of war. The result was a bloody conflict that wiped whole cities from the map, reduced civilian populations by a third, and virtually obliterated Spain's expeditionary forces. Bolivar was a master of improvisation, a military commander who could outwit, outride, and outfight a vastly more powerful enemy. But that very talent, that genius for moving swiftly from strategy to strategy, for rebounding quickly, for making decisions on the fly, had its liabilities in times of peace. It is difficult to build a democracy on a wartime model. It was why he made hasty decisions, last-ditch promises, political blunders. It was why he pardoned Pease. It was why he mishandled Santander. It was why he tried to patch his way through the labyrinths of political process, saying different things to different men. But, for all his flaws, there was never any doubt about his power to convince, his splendid rhetoric, his impulse to generosity, his deeply held principles of liberty and justice. As the years went by and South Americans remembered that greatness, they understood that their liberator had been ahead of his time. Leaders who followed seemed wanting in comparison, dwarfed by the shadow of a colossus. Venezuelans were appalled that they had allowed their most distinguished citizen to die in penury, in another country, forbidden even to come home. Colombians recalled that it was on their soil that he had begun his march to freedom. Ecuadorians, Bolivians, Panamanians, Peruvians began to revive the legend. Cities and provinces took his name. Public plazas raised monuments to his victories. In marble or bronze, Bolivar's flesh took on a serenity it never had in life. The restless, fevered liberator was now the benevolent father, devoted teacher, good shepherd striving to build a better flock. Astride a horse, galloping into an eternal void, the enduring image was complete. Here was a vigorous life, lived in a single trajectory, aiming to forge a people, a continent. America. No one knew more than Pease the power of that Bolivarian image. Struggling to maintain his grip on the Venezuelan presidency, Pease reached once again for Bolivar to help him shore up an unstable nation. Never mind that Bolivar was dead. Never mind that Pease's vision for Venezuela was in stark counterpoint to that of Bolivar. In November of 1842, almost 12 years after the liberator's death, Pease had the hero's remains exhumed from their serene resting place in the Cathedral of Santa Marta and brought by a naval fleet to the port of La Guaira. To pacify Colombia, Pease granted it permission to keep the liberator's heart, and so that part of him remained behind, preserved in a small urn interred at Santa Marta. When Bolivar's eviscerated corpse arrived in La Guaira, it was welcomed home by an enormous delegation of military men, diplomats, clerics, and government dignitaries. As the funeral procession made its way over the mountain to Caracas, an adoring public poured into the streets to greet it. So began the posthumous glorification of a hero, the birth of the cult of Bolivar. As years passed, not only in nations he had liberated, but throughout the world, Bolivar became the personification of Latin American greatness, a man with a resolute love of liberty and an unwavering sense of justice, a hero willing to risk everything for a dream. But as the legend grew, each version building on the last, the man took on a protean quality. Politicians, whether they were left or right, used him to defend their positions. Priests quoted him in righteous sermons. Poets lauded him in ecstatic verse. History texts swooned over his exploits. Teachers pointed to his brilliance. Fathers urged sons to emulate him. School children memorized his speeches. Soldiers, they all learned to roar, just as Bolivar had done after the Battle of Ayacucho. You have given South America its freedom, and now a quarter of this world is a living monument to your glory. In time, historians, too, took up the task of glorification. Whole institutions and scholarly apparatuses were put in place to defend him. And defend him they would, for doubts about him were beginning to creep back. Peruvians, who had always resented the Venezuelan Liberator, complained that Bolivar had cheated Peru of land in the course of building nations, that he had robbed the Inca of their nobility. Indeed, by 1825, Lima's wealth and influence had shrunk. The viceregal city that had once overseen a large swath of South America had far less presence, far less power. All the same, it was an exaggeration to say that Bolivar had ruined Peru. Peru hadn't existed before the revolution. Peru hadn't lost land, it hadn't owned land to begin with. As for the descendants of the Inca, Bolivar hadn't singled them out especially. He had abolished all rank, outlawed Freemasons, secret societies, any semblance of legislated superiority. To him, indigenous nobility was just another form of oppression. In other words, Bolivar had changed all the rules in Peru. And Peru, once the most powerful nexus of the Spanish metropolis, the most loyal of Spain's colonies, never forgot it. The debunkers would be many Argentines who preferred to glorify San Martin, Spaniards who felt obliged to defend the Madre Patria, Andeans who felt crimped by their borders, mercenaries who never got paid, even the vociferous Karl Marx, who called Bolivar the dastardly, most miserable and meanest of blackguards. But all that came later. By the time of the 100th anniversary of Bolivar's birth, the myth was in place, augmented with surprising flourishes. The intervening century had made Bolivar a good Catholic, a moral exemplar, an unwavering democrat, none of which he had been during his life. The story had less to do with the man than with the romantic ideal. He was our better angel, our Prince Valiant. Even the imperfections were seen as natural parts of the persona, what every young man should aspire to be. As the writer José Martí so famously wrote of Bolivar in those centennial years, nothing is more beautiful than that craggy forehead, those cavernous eyes, that cape flapping against him on the back of a winged horse. From sun to sun, for as long as America shall live, the echo of his name will resound in our manly hearts. The echo certainly resounded in the manly heart of President Antonio Guzmán Blanco, who, like Pease half a century before, was trying to keep a firm grip on the Venezuelan nation. Guzmán had come to power in 1870, ruled flamboyantly for 18 years, and presided over great growth as well as rampant corruption. He was far from anything like Bolivar. But he, too, knew the power of the image. Taking his cue from Pease, he had Bolivar's remains exhumed and transported from the cathedral to the newly completed National Pantheon. He purchased Bolivar's family home in Caracas, announced the publication of a 32-volume history of the Liberator's career, then presided bombastically over the centenary of Bolivar's birth, memorializing no one so much as himself in the process. Bolivar, we can only imagine, would have been horrified at the spectacle of being preyed on so publicly by a man who embodied all that he despised: sycophancy, corruption, pomposity, Freemasonry, and a full-bore attack on the church. But the scheme worked. Guzman stayed in power for a staggering 18 years, driving out one political opponent after another, until his anti-Catholic campaign backfired and he was cast out by an angry nation. 100 years later, in 1982, following those predecessors' examples, Hugo Chavez, an ambitious young captain in the Venezuelan army, established a leftist party he called the Bolivarian Revolutionary Movement. After a decade of secret machinations, he attempted a coup on the sitting government, was arrested and sentenced to prison. Nevertheless, he emerged to ride Bolivar's legacy to the presidency in 1998. The following year, Chavez rewrote the constitution and renamed the country the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. He made televised speeches with Bolivar's image behind him, had his followers chant, "Bolivar! Bolivar!" in the streets. Think of the irony in this: there is no George Washington party in the United States of America, no registered adherents of a founder, no declared enemies. There are no people who shout Napoleon's name in the streets of Paris today. But in Latin America, Bolivar lives on as a galvanizing force, a lightning rod for political action. Bolivar had been aped by many pretenders in his mercurial afterlife, but never so bizarrely as by Chavez, a radical socialist, whose goals were a far cry from Bolivar's. Once again, in a period of national instability in 2010, the bicentenary year of the start of the revolution, Bolivar's bones were exhumed. This time, President Chavez had them taken from his sarcophagus in the national pantheon in what can only be described as a macabre freak show. Throughout, Chavez narrated, prayed, rhapsodized in what looked to anyone witnessing it like a highly stylized performance by astronauts in moon gear. Behind, above, everywhere on display was the flag of Venezuela. The purpose of this outlandish ballet was the same as it had been for 200 years, to become one with the spirit of the Liberator, to bask in the magic of his prestige. But this time Chavez hoped to prove something more than brotherhood. He had Bolivar's DNA tested in order to show that the Liberator had been poisoned by Colombian autocrats, landed gentry who couldn't tolerate his socialist impulses, but the tests gave inconclusive results. In bolstering his own faded reputation, in lobbing a stiff accusation across the border, Chavez had played a very old hand. But he had also brought Bolivar full circle. Harassed to the end of his days by those who accused him of being too fond of dictatorial powers, Bolivar was now being touted by a military despot as the apotheosis of liberal thought. Certainly, it was not the first time the legend was twisted to preposterous ends, nor were Chavez, Guzman, and Paz the only strongmen to try it. Countless dictators who came after independence tried to manipulate Bolivar's image in some way in the process of burnishing their own. Bolivar purported to hate dictatorships. He claimed he had taken them on only for limited periods and as necessary expedients, but there is little doubt that he created the mythic creature that the Latin American dictator became. In centuries to come, dictators came in a multitude of varieties. But the trajectory was always the same. Indeed, many of the most tyrannical and barbaric started out as liberals. South American history is replete with such men. As the Argentine writer Escobedo Sabato once said, the most stubborn conservatism is that which is born of a triumphant revolution. Bolivar had feared it would be so. He died convinced that a bloody-minded era would follow, and follow him it did. In Bolivia, a famously debauched dictator, fleeing retribution, was tracked down and killed by his mistress's brother. In Ecuador, a deeply religious despot who had installed himself for a third term was butchered on the cathedral steps in the full light of morning. In Quito, a liberal caudillo who tried to seize power too many times was thrown in prison, murdered, and dragged through the cobbled streets. There is a reason why blood trickles down roads and heads roll out from under bushes in Latin American literature. This is not magical realism. It is history. It is true. In many ways, the revolution is still afoot in Latin America. Although Bolivar's name has been conjured by every ism that succeeded him, his burning ideals seemed lost in the bedlam that ensued. Principles of the Enlightenment were cast aside as rich whites scrambled to appropriate the wealth and power the Spanish overlords had left behind. Equality, which Bolivar had insisted was the linchpin of justice, was quickly replaced by a virulent racism. The rule of law indispensable to a free people was abandoned as one dictator after another rewrote laws according to his caprices. Democracy, equality, fraternity, these were slow to come to South America. Unity, which might have made the continent a mighty force, was never realized. And yet Bolivar's dream never would die. Perhaps that is because his life has always spoken so clearly to the Latin American people. Here is an all too imperfect man who, with sheer will, a keen mind, an ardent heart, and admirable disinterest carried a revolution to far corners of his continent. Here is a leader whom fate presented with one opportunity and a glut of insuperable hurdles. A general betrayed by his officers, a strategist who had no equals on whom he could rely, a head of state who oversaw nothing that resembled a vigorous, unified team of rivals. With a stamina that is arguably unmatched in history, he prosecuted a seemingly unwinnable war over the harshest of terrains to shuck the formidable banner of Pizarro. From Haiti to Potosi, there was little that stopped him. On he rode, into the void, fighting against unimaginable odds. Until he remade a world.